The story begins at a company where an employee named Leon worked who was extremely unhappy. He approached the manager and expressed his disappointment, saying that everyone there was getting on his nerves. At that moment, manager Lily threw a box at him, which shocked Leon. Lily then told the protagonist to leave, stating that she did not want him to stay in the company and that he could go wherever he wanted. Leon felt a deep sense of injustice. He always took his work seriously and gave it his all, and yet he felt he was being punished simply for not giving his boss a gift. Leon then took out his phone, thinking that he would feel better if he talked to Laura, his girlfriend. He wanted to tell her that he was fired from the company and he was actually glad to leave such a negative environment. However, Laura interrupted him and suddenly announced that they should break up. Leon was stunned and did not understand why she was saying this. Then Laura told him not to come to her birthday party anymore and not to contact her. When he asked if she had found anyone else, Laura replied that she had been with him for a long time, but he remained the same loser, and she did not want to waste her time on him anymore. Feeling crushed, Leon entered the elevator, thinking about how terrible this day had been. He had lost both his job and his most beloved girlfriend. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and introduced herself as part of the profession system, and his servant, calling herself Lena. She explained that he had entered this system. Leon was confused, as he had never heard of such a system. Then Lena told him that every week he would have the opportunity to try himself in a new profession at random, with the possibility of receiving the highest awards. She assured him that she would help him become famous all over the world. Leon was excited and felt that fortune was on his side again. He was thrilled by the thought that he had come across a legendary system. The system then offered the protagonist a reward for choosing the driver's profession, the sum of $100,000 and 100% ownership of the Bandau Hotel. Leon was amazed, thinking that the offer was worth it, even if he remained a driver for the rest of his life, and he agreed to the terms. Then Lena explained that this profession was only for a week and not for life, which calmed him down even more. He could earn money by doing different things every week. Lena informed him that the Bandau Hotel required his presence, as he had to complete a task assigned by the system. She also mentioned that a Pagani Zonda was waiting for him in the corporation's parking lot, and he could pick up the keys there. Then the protagonist took out his phone and saw a message congratulating him on becoming the owner of the car. Then he went down to the second floor of the underground parking lot, feeling that everything that was happening was surreal. Leon realized that the parking lot he was in was reserved for influential people, a place he had never visited before. At the same time, Elizabeth, the CEO, was there, struggling with her car, which had broken down. Leon approached her and asked if she was having problems with the car. She confirmed that she tried everything, but the car would not start. Then the main character offered to give her a ride, noticing that she was already late for a meeting at a construction company. She gratefully accepted his offer, but at that moment a man approached the girl and began to mock him, implying that a man like him simply could not have a decent car. He offered Elizabeth to go in his luxury car instead. However, Elizabeth told the man, Louis, not to interfere. Louis promised to keep his distance but insisted on giving her a ride in his $20 million car. The protagonist then calmly told Louis not to worry and repeated his offer to give Elizabeth a ride, mentioning that his car was parked in the 22nd spot. Louis ridiculed him, suggesting that Leon's car was old and not suitable for someone like Elizabeth. Elizabeth rejected Louis no matter what, saying that the age of the car didn't matter as long as it worked. However, as she spoke, Elizabeth froze in amazement. She just realized that Leon's car is a $30 million Pagani, a prestigious and rare car. Leon confirmed that the car was indeed his, and wondered why everyone doubted that he could have such a car. But Louise did not believe him, asking how Leon could afford a car of such value. Without saying a word, Leon took out his keys and opened the Pagani, proving that it was his car. Then he invited Elizabeth to get into the car, remarking that it would be presumptuous to judge someone's worth by the appearance of their car. A stunned Louis asked Leon for forgiveness and begged him to let him drive the Pagani. But Leon brushed him off, saying he was unworthy of sitting in such a car and should remain envious on the sidelines. With that, Leon quickly sped up with Elizabeth, eager to leave the annoying guy behind, and on the way, Elizabeth asked Leon if the Pagani really belonged to him and if he was really just a sales employee. Then the protagonist confessed that he was actually from a wealthy family, but chose to lead a modest lifestyle, which is why she never knew about his origins. He told the girl that he had decided to take on the role of a driver as his first assignment, and that she was his first passenger, which made him very happy. Elizabeth found it fascinating and told him that it was a great honor. Leon turned on the navigation app on his phone, which informed him that the order had been placed and instructed him to follow a specific route. Within minutes, they arrived at the construction company. After getting out of the car, Elizabeth showed the protagonist her phone, indicating that she had completed the payment and expressed her gratitude for his help. She then said goodbye, mentioning that she hoped they would meet again to discuss interesting topics. At that moment, Lena appeared in front of the protagonist, congratulating him on completing his first order. She told him that he had earned 50,000 skill points. Lena also informed him that he had only completed 5% of his career, but the final reward for completing his career would be 50 million. Overjoyed, Leon wondered if it was really possible to earn 50 million just for completing an order and found the idea exciting. Meanwhile, at the Bandau Hotel, Leon's ex-girlfriend Laura was talking to her current boyfriend Monahan. She mentioned that Bandau was a 5-star hotel, one of the best in Shanghai, and suggested that they celebrate her birthday there. Monahan agreed, adding that a private room in the hotel cost only 70 or 80,000, which he considered affordable. Then Laura hugged Monahan, expressing regret that she had not met him earlier because he was such a good person. Suddenly, Monahan noticed something out of the corner of his eye and asked Laura if her ex-boyfriend Leon had arrived at the hotel. Laura confronted the protagonist, insulting him, calling him a beggar and suggesting that he couldn't hope to win her back by showing up there. Leon replied that she shouldn't flatter herself. He was just there to spend money in what he considered an ordinary hotel. Monahan then ridiculed Leon by asking if Leon really thought the Bandau Hotel was ordinary, emphasizing that it was a top hotel and not suitable for a man of his status. Laura ordered the guards to remove Leon, accusing him of interfering with the work and suggesting that he intended to harm her. The guards immediately rushed to carry out her orders, and Laura expected Leon to be thrown out. However, to everyone's shock, the guards bowed and greeted Leon respectfully, expressing their pleasure at his presence at the hotel. Monahan and Laura stood there in bewilderment, unable to understand why the guards valued Leon so highly. Laura couldn't believe that a finance employee could hold a management position in such a prestigious hotel. The security guard then invited Leon into the conference room to discuss current business matters, and Leon agreed, telling them that they would continue as planned to review the latest updates. Laura was amazed, wondering if she had missed out on someone truly rich because she had not known about Leon's influence. In the conference room, an employee handed the protagonist a stack of documents and asked him to review the financial statements of the Bandau Hotel. The protagonist then told the employee that he did not need to see them and instructed them to continue working as usual, assuring them of his trust. Just then, someone knocked on the door and Leon asked them to come in quickly. A woman burst into the room and informed the manager that the client wanted to file a complaint and that they could not stop the client from doing so. The employee inquired about the reason for the complaint and explained that the client had asked to rent a Mercedes, but the car had been taken by another client who preferred this particular vehicle. Leon stood up, handed over the paperwork to his team, and said he would personally handle the situation to reassure the client. He quickly went up to the designated floor and found the client's room. Knocked, Leon introduced himself as the hotel manager and assured the client, Gabrielle, that they would take measures to ensure her comfort. Gabrielle was surprised by Leon's pleasant appearance and attentiveness. She told him that the car was not a serious problem and that she would not mind if they found another vehicle. Leon, however, offered her his Pagani, saying that he didn't mind lending her his car. Gabrielle was surprised, admitting that she never thought she could afford such an elite car. However, Leon smiled and insisted, even offering to take her where she needed to go, which made her very happy. Gabrielle, feeling a little embarrassed, asked Leon to wait while she quickly changed her clothes. While she changed, Leon reflected on how lucky the hotel was to have such attractive and respectful clients. A few minutes later, Gabrielle returned wearing stylish shoes, clearly prepared for an important meeting. Meanwhile, Laura told Monahan that it would be better for him to leave because Leon could leave the hotel any minute and she didn't want him to misinterpret the situation. Monahan, however, ridiculed Laura, doubting that Leon would ever consider forgiving her, suggesting that her efforts were futile. Laura's friend asked her if she seriously believed that Leon would take her back after she dumped him, and Laura admitted that she had spent years with the protagonist and believed that their shared history and emotions could make him feel sorry for her, causing him to forgive her. The friend expressed envy, saying that she would never be able to find someone like Leon and thought Laura was lucky. but Laura brushed off her friend's words, saying that if they made up, she would let her friend take the Pagani for a spin. But at that moment, Laura turned around and saw Leon standing nearby with another woman, and was stunned to see him with someone else. She ran up to the couple and asked if the woman was his secretary. She offered to help him if he needed it. However, Leon asked his ex-girlfriend what she was even talking about, pretending that he didn't even know her. Hurt, Laura asked if he loved her anymore after all the years they had been together. Then Laura asked if he had forgotten about their past love, implying that even if this other woman had a better body, her skills were still inferior. Gabrielle, confused by the comparison, asked Laura how she could judge her skills without knowing her. Noting that Laura was making assumptions, Gabrielle mentioned that Leon had complimented her by saying that she was better than his ex-girlfriend. At this moment, Leon hugged Gabrielle around the waist and confirmed that everything she said was true, wholeheartedly agreeing with her. Then he added that Gabrielle was not only talented but also very gentle, leaving Laura stunned and speechless. Leon told Laura that if she had nothing more to say, they would leave, but Laura begged him not to leave, reminding him of their years together and insisting that he still loved her. Leon coldly asked why he should love her, noting her vanity, deceit, unattractive appearance, and mediocre figure. He then turned to leave, telling Laura that she would never be his again and demanding that she get out of his sight. After this, Leon got into the car with Gabrielle and asked where she needed to go. Gabrielle informed him that she was heading to the Qingsu Hotel where her classmate's wedding celebration was taking place. She apologized for causing him any trouble, but Leon reassured her by mentioning that she had helped him before. They quickly arrived at the Qingsu Hotel, where the wedding guests, including the friends of the bride and groom, had already gathered. Some of the women in the group began to discuss Gabrielle, wondering where she had been. They recalled that she had bragged about her rich boyfriend who supposedly gave her a luxury car. One friend noticed that Gabrielle had recently mentioned that her boyfriend had given her a Mercedes, and she was curious about what he looked like. The group was skeptical, doubting that Gabrielle could have met rich people in her social circle. They noted that although they all had rich boyfriends, Gabrielle was usually excluded from such circles. At that moment, Leon drove up in a luxury car and stopped right in front of them. The girls wondered who it was, but their surprise turned to disbelief when Gabrielle stepped out of the car. Her friends were stunned, unable to believe that she had arrived in such a car. One friend said it was incredible, noting that Gabrielle's new boyfriend must be the owner. Gabrielle, feeling proud in front of her friends, asked Leon for help, hinting that she had recently helped him solve a problem in his relationship and now needed his support in this situation. Leon, still sitting in the car, looked at Gabrielle and wished her a good time at the wedding, promising to wait for her. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's rented apartment, the landlady, Winona, and her daughter were chatting. Jeanne, the daughter, tried to calm her worried mother, asking her to be patient for a few more days and not to worry, as Leon would take care of everything. However, a skeptical Winona warned Jeanne that Leon could be untrustworthy and could deceive her, doubting his ability to solve their problems. Winona lamented that Jeanne was on track to become a civil servant, but instead ended up with someone like Leon. At that moment, the front door opened and an excited Jean announced that her brother Leon had returned home. Suddenly, Leon told Winona that he was moving out and came to collect his things and say goodbye. Winona, in disbelief, accused him of planning to leave without paying the rent, implying that he was dishonest. However, Leon assured her that she had misunderstood. He had promised to pay the rent and simply wanted to let her know of his plans to move. At this moment, Winona checked her phone and saw a notification about a deposit of 4,000 yuan. Surprised, she asked Leon why he transferred so much money when the rent was only 2,000 yuan. Leon apologized, explaining that he often paid the rent late. Then Winona curiously asked if he had any new career plans since he suddenly decided to move. Leon assured her that nothing serious had happened and that he would be fine. Jean willingly offered to help him carry his things. Winona, however, remained on guard, deciding to follow them to make sure Leon hadn't taken anything from the apartment. When they went outside, she was taken aback to see a luxury car parked there and asked whose it was. Winona, surprised, asked Leon about his previous car, a modest Chinese model. Leon explained that his old car broke down, so he bought this new one. He told Jeanne to put her things in the trunk. A shocked Winona asked how Leon, who was just an ordinary employee, suddenly became so rich. Then the protagonist admitted with a smile that since the truth had come out, he would say that he came from a wealthy family and was quite successful. When the hero had left, Jeanne turned to her mother and asked why she had not liked Leon before when he was poor. But now that he was rich, she seemed so approving. An agitated Winona told her daughter to stop talking nonsense, claiming that Leon was not good enough for her before and is not good enough now. Scolding her daughter, she reminded Jean that she still needs to finish her homework. After this, Leon arrived at the Bandau Hotel. An employee approached him and informed him that the presidential suite and all the luxurious amenities had been prepared for his stay. Leon asked his assistant to take his things to the room and prepare him something to eat, as it had been a long and difficult day. He sat down and ate with gusto, expressing his satisfaction with the food, noting that the cuisine of the five-star hotel was delicious. Then Elizabeth told the protagonist that she would be free soon and asked him to meet him at the main entrance of the construction company. Leon told her that he would be there in 30 minutes and quickly headed to the company where she was already waiting. Upon arrival, Leon asked Elizabeth to make an order because the taxi driver had arrived and was waiting for his appointment. Elizabeth, surprised, asked him what order he was talking about. Then the protagonist explained with a smile that he meant to order his personal driver and joked that if she didn't do it, he might die of hunger. Elizabeth, surprised, agreed to fulfill the request, not wanting to offend him. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking about the situation. She thought about how Leon, who once had a car worth 30 million, was the best salesman, but was now left without a job. She was puzzled that such a serious person could be fired, and she suspected that something unusual had happened, and soon she informed the main character that she had taken care of the order. Suddenly, Lena appeared in front of the main character, taking him by surprise. Lena complimented Elizabeth, giving her a B+, suggesting that she would be a perfect fit for the protagonist. She also congratulated Leon on receiving the second task and announced that he had successfully completed the mission of transporting 2 beautiful girls. Leon also mentioned that he had earned 10,000 skill points, with the task being 50% complete. Leon, intrigued, asked Lena which girls deserved a B+ and inquired about her criteria for judging. Lena replied that women like Elizabeth were so exceptional that they could deserve an even higher grade. Elizabeth then asked Leon when they would be leaving for their destination, noting that he seemed to have more serious problems than her. Leon responded by asking what her problems were and whether they were personal or work-related. Elizabeth explained that the company urgently needed a place for the presentation, but she could not find any available hotels, which caused difficulties. The protagonist then suggested that she could hold the presentation at the Bandau Hotel, which met all the necessary conditions. Elizabeth, skeptical, advised him not to joke, since the Bandau Hotel was a luxurious 5-star establishment, the best in the city. She added that money was not an issue, but it was almost impossible to book a room there since it was most likely fully booked. However, Leon noted that life was unpredictable and hinted that since they had met by chance, another surprise might await them. Intrigued by his confidence, Elizabeth agreed to change route and go to the Bandau Hotel. Leon enthusiastically supported this decision, promising that she would be surprised by what awaited her ahead. He immediately turned the car around and drove towards the Bandau Hotel, hinting that their meeting was not accidental. Elizabeth carefully stated that if they couldn't book the room, she wouldn't pay for the trip and didn't want him to feel insulted later. She also asked Leon what he would want if he managed to win the bet. Leon responded by saying that if he succeeded, she would have to do 10 deep squats to make him happy. Elizabeth, shocked, asked what the condition was, clearly reluctantly. Leon advised her to look up the exercise online, which made her even more hesitant as she found it a strange request. However, she remembered that she had called the hotel earlier and the manager had told her that there were no vacancies. Feeling confident that she would not lose, Elizabeth agreed to his condition, promising to fulfill it if there were any vacancies at the hotel. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Bandau Hotel. Elizabeth introduced herself to the hotel staff, stating that she would like to speak directly with the hotel manager. The secretary asked her to wait in the lobby while she informed Manager Wang, assuming that Elizabeth was Leon's new love interest. Manager Wang appeared shortly after and apologized to Elizabeth for not greeting such a distinguished guest earlier. Elizabeth greeted Manager Wang and introduced herself as a representative of the Chaoyang Company. She explained that her company would like to hold a presentation at the hotel. Elizabeth then inquired about the availability of the ballroom in Bandau, although she doubted that she was important enough to take a seat in such a popular establishment. Manager Wang assured her that he could reserve a table for any date of her choice. Surprised, Elizabeth confirmed that he was serious, thanked him, and scheduled the presentation for 10 days later. Manager Wang agreed without hesitation, promising his full support for her company. The girl then turned to the protagonist, admitting that he seemed to have brought her good luck. Thanks to his trust, she had solved her biggest problem and everything had turned out in her favor. Leon reminded her that he had predicted that something unexpected would happen and said that it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Elizabeth, slightly embarrassed, asked why he was still talking about this. As the president of Chaoyang Company, she assured him that she would keep her word. She told the protagonist that they were currently in the car, but promised to fulfill her part of the deal at home. Away from prying eyes, Leon suggested that she could complete the task in the car if she wanted. However, Elizabeth, feeling that it was too public, preferred to keep her promise in private. A few minutes later, they quickly reached Leon's cottage. The girl then asked Leon if he wanted her to complete the task immediately, and perhaps he changed his mind. Leon replied that she should do it quickly, as he had other things to do. Elizabeth, feeling unsure, explained to the protagonist that she had never done this particular exercise before and warned him not to complain if she couldn't do it correctly. However, Leon reassured her by promising that he would be pleased with her efforts, regardless of the outcome. The girl then began the exercise, struggling but determined to keep her promise as a leader. Leon watched her efforts, thinking he was lucky to have met her that morning in the parking lot, remarking on her beauty. When Elizabeth had almost finished and was looking forward to going home and resting, a man suddenly entered the room and angrily demanded to know what they were doing. Leon immediately realized that he had forgotten to lock the door and that the man had misunderstood the situation. It turned out to be Elizabeth's father, Zachary, who was asking why his daughter was there. Feeling awkward, Elizabeth asked her father why he was there, but he only looked at his daughter in silence. Leon felt that he should not interfere in their family conversation. Elizabeth quickly explained that he had misunderstood the situation. Leon was her new yoga instructor, and they were in the middle of class. However, Zachary seemed skeptical and asked if his daughter really thought he didn't understand anything, implying that yoga instructors usually just watch from the sidelines. Elizabeth insisted that Leon was a highly qualified yoga instructor who only gave verbal instructions. Her father, still doubtful, asked his daughter to step aside as he needed to say something to the instructor. At that moment, Leon was thinking that becoming a yoga instructor could be a great career move. Suddenly, Zachary sat down next to the protagonist, who was taken by surprise and unsure of the older man's intentions. Zachary demanded to know Leon's name and profession. Wanting to know all the details about him, Leon introduced himself as a taxi driver. Upon hearing this, Zachary expressed disbelief, suggesting that the protagonist would need to drive a luxury car to attract Elizabeth's attention. Leon confirmed that he drove his clients in a luxury car, which he found strange and unexpected. Zachary then remembered the Pagani parked in the entrance, noting that Leon seemed taller than the typical rich people he encountered. He hinted that Leon might be a good fit for his daughter, Leon, feeling like he was on a reality show, wondered what was going on. Elizabeth quickly intervened, explaining to her father that he had completely misunderstood their relationship, clarifying that she and the protagonist had no romantic relationship. Then Zachary admitted that he no longer understood the young people and their unusual relationship. He invited them both to Elizabeth's grandfather's 85th birthday party, suggesting that everyone could get to know Leon better. And as he left, he told them to go on and act as if he wasn't there. After this, Elizabeth sat down and expressed her disappointment to the protagonist, feeling that her father had mistakenly assumed they were in a romantic relationship. Leon, however, said that it might be for the best, as they no longer had to worry about her father opposing her training. He suggested continuing the exercise since she had not completed her task. Elizabeth hesitated, pointing out that her father had misunderstood and that there was nothing romantic between them. Leon acknowledged this, but noted that when she squatted, her muscles were tense and needed adjustment. At this, Elizabeth pushed him away, demanding that he not touch her. However, Leon calmly stated that the exercise was targeting specific muscle groups, emphasizing that the pressure was placed directly on her legs. Elizabeth was surprised, wondering if Leon actually meant what he said, or if she had misinterpreted his intentions. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. It was a message from his former colleagues who were saddened by his departure and invited him to dinner in a pinza. Then the protagonist told Elizabeth that it was time for him to leave and promised to meet her another time, reminding her that she still had 9 more squats to do. Later, Leon arrived at Ipinsu's restaurant, thinking that he would see the people he had worked with for many years again. Inside, his former colleagues were waiting for him, and a woman, Hannah, invited him to sit down, mentioning that she had reserved a seat especially for him. Hannah expressed surprise that he quit, suggesting that with his skills he could easily have become a sales director. Then Vance asked her if she understood what he was talking about, claiming that in sales he was no worse than others and even a little better. He asked why she thought the position of sales director should go to the main character. The girl replied that Leon had more accomplishments than Vance and deserved the director's position, which she thought was fair. He then asked what the point of discussing this was, as Leon had been fired and promotion was no longer possible. He mentioned that he had heard that all the paperwork regarding Liam's appointment would arrive soon, and suggested that they drink to his friend Liam. Liam, admitting that he would soon become the director of sales, commented that Leon remained the key figure in their group. However, Leon expressed his suspicion that the group was not there to see him off, and hinted that they were there to prove that they were more successful. Liam corrected him, stating that they were actually celebrating Leon's dismissal and wondering what he would do next since he was now unemployed. Vance added that Leon couldn't return to his village because, being an orphan, he had no home to return to. Liam raised his glass and toasted Leon, acknowledging his genius for doing a great job and then getting fired. Leon explained that he currently works as a driver and may have clients, so he cannot drink with them. At that point, a man from the restaurant interrupted the group, asking if the Pagani parked outside belonged to anyone. Leon pretended not to know what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Liam, looking out the window, noticed that there was indeed a beautiful and elite Pagani Zonda parked in the parking lot. Vance exclaimed that the car was worth more than 20 million euros, adding that only the rich could afford such a luxurious vehicle. Then the man from the restaurant asked the owner of the car to move it because it was blocking the exit. Vance laughed, teasing Leon for being a redneck since the request was for a luxury Pagani and not his usual modest car. The protagonist then told his former colleagues that the Pagani belonged to him, insisting that they might not believe him, but it was the truth. Liam, not believing his ears, asked Leon if it was true and where he got the money to afford such an expensive car. Leon countered that just because he was an orphan didn't mean he couldn't have wealth, calling the man's logic stupid. Soon the protagonist got bored with the situation and offered to take Hannah home. She agreed, and they quickly got ready to leave. As they were about to leave, Liam stopped them, asking Leon to wait because he needed to discuss something important. He begged Leon not to rush, admitting that he had not recognized his talent before. Leon, however, quickly pulled his hand back, telling Liam that it was too late to apologize. Soon, Leon and Hannah left, driving down the road, Leon thinking that going to the restaurant had been a mistake. As they sped away in his luxury car, Hannah realized how lucky she had been that day and thought about how much she admired the protagonist. She was amazed to find herself inside such a prestigious car, since she had previously seen such cars only in movies. Hannah confessed to the main character that she had worked with him for many years, not suspecting that he was rich. Leon told her that his wealth was inherited and that he usually did not flaunt it, but that day he made an exception. Leon then suggested that Hannah place an order and they would head back to her house. A grateful Hannah agreed, noting that she could not refuse the man who had always helped her in difficult times. However, the car's system reported that the passenger's overall score was 84 points, which did not meet the requirements for Leon's task. The protagonist found this strange, since he considered Hannah a beautiful girl and was perplexed why the system could not give her an extra point. Confused, he asked Hannah if she knew any way to increase a woman's charm. Explaining that he wanted to understand the concept, Hannah replied that increasing charm meant making yourself attractive. But it was not an easy task. Leon continued to ask, curious about how to do it. Hannah, wanting to help her friend, reached into her bag and began to pull something out, explaining that she had a solution to his problem. She began to put on stockings, promising that he would be surprised by the result and see the changes himself. When she finished, she asked Leon to evaluate her appearance and determine if it had improved. Leon watched Hannah and noted that she had truly transformed, becoming exceptionally beautiful. Leon felt it necessary to scan her again, hoping to see an increase in her overall score. After scanning, her score was 85 points, which met the requirements of the task. He felt relieved knowing that he was now closer to achieving his goal, with 15% of his career path remaining. Shortly after, they pulled up to Hannah's house, where the woman mentioned that she was home alone and asked if he would like to come in for tea, adding that her husband was away on a business trip. However, Leon explained that he had other things to do and promised to come for tea another time, and Hannah, although disappointed, said she understood. The protagonist then dropped Hannah off near her house. She warned him to drive safely and thanked him for his help. After that, Leon went to Joe Gay's sales department because he needed to solve several problems. When he entered the building, he found it intriguing and decided to gather more information. Soon after, he met his former colleague Josie, who was surprised to see him and asked what he wanted. Leon told her that he had come to see the manager about the title deed, which he urgently needed. Josie, clearly agitated, tried to push Leon away, insisting that he shouldn't cause any trouble as the property was worth $800 million. She asked how he could afford it, but before she could continue, someone interrupted her, asking her to stop. She was interrupted by her manager, Valerie, who told Josie to step aside, saying that she would deal with the protagonist herself. She introduced herself to the protagonist and offered to take him to the hotel so that he could better understand the situation. Meanwhile, Josie insisted that Valerie was wasting her time because Leon, being an orphan, could not afford such a villa. Her comments angered Valerie, who scolded Josie for talking nonsense and told her to contact HR. Despite Valerie's orders, Josie stubbornly maintained that she was telling the truth. However, Valerie dismissed Josie's objections, explaining that Leon had bought 9 villas from them. A shocked Josie collapsed to the floor, wondering how Leon could have bought these villas. Meanwhile, Leon was thinking that if it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have experienced such happiness. Valerie, realizing the situation, apologized to the protagonist for Josie's behavior, explaining that she had been under a lot of stress lately, but Leon assured her that it did not bother him. He then asked Valerie if the registration of his house was complete and requested documents. Valerie confirmed that everything was ready and handed him the property documents and keys to 9 villas. Leon took the documents and loaded them into his luxury car and thought about all the tasks he still had to complete. Shortly after, he received a message from Hannah, who mentioned that Lily and Liam had been fired from the company. Surprised, Leon wondered how their firings happened so quickly after his departure. He began to suspect that something was wrong. Out of curiosity, Leon asked Elizabeth if she had anything to do with Lily and Liam's firings. Elizabeth, surprised that the news had spread so quickly, inquired about the reasons for their firings, hinting that this might allay his concerns. Leon, changing the subject, asked about her plans for the vacant sales manager position. Elizabeth mentioned that she had considered offering him the position because she believed he could handle it fairly, but Leon declined the offer, saying he was already doing well financially and instead recommended Hannah from the sales department for the position, citing her competence. Elizabeth then informed the protagonist that her car was being repaired and asked if he could take it to the company. Offering a significant bonus for doing so, Leon agreed, knowing that he could earn a 5-star rating and extra points for his services. A few minutes later, they arrived at the company. Leon reminded Elizabeth not to forget to give him a 5-star rating. Elizabeth asked if he really wanted to get a grade, to which Leon readily replied in the affirmative. She joked that if she gave him a good grade, she might get her punishment of doing squats overturned. Leon, however, insisted that she do 9 squats, not 1 less. Elizabeth, slightly annoyed but amused, unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car, deciding to hurry to the office. Just at that moment, Hannah appeared and noticed Elizabeth with the protagonist. Leon, taken aback, tried to explain that he had just seen Elizabeth calling a taxi and offered to drive her to work as a favor. Hannah, sensing his nervousness, began to suspect that he was not telling the whole truth. However, Elizabeth, sensing the tension, urged Hannah to stop slacking and get to work, adding that they both had a whole day ahead of them. Hannah, after some hesitation, agreed, and she and Elizabeth headed towards the company. While Leon was sitting in the car, a notification appeared on his phone. He thought that maybe it was a client who needed a ride, but instead he saw that Elizabeth had given him a 5-star rating. Thinking about it, he thought that Elizabeth had a sharp tongue but a gentle heart. He then noticed that his next task was to go to Tiani's house with the promised reward. Pleased with the opportunity he had presented himself, he prepared to continue his day. He called the client to find out details about her needs and the route he should take. But the client, a young woman, surprised him by asking if he was the driver and how old he was. He replied that he was 24 years old. She then made an unusual request, asking if he could pretend to be her boyfriend in exchange for giving him a 5-star review. Leon agreed to the offer and quickly drove to the house. Upon arrival, he found the apartment and knocked on the door, and soon the girl opened the door. He told her that he was there and ready to follow her instructions. Popular blogger Catherine, who answered the door, thought Leon was even more attractive than their intern, which pleased her. A woman then came out of the room and asked if Leon was really Catherine's boyfriend, to which he confirmed by introducing himself to her. The man standing next to her complimented Leon's appearance and asked about his occupation. The protagonist then replied that he was a driver, which surprised them, as they had assumed that he was in a more prestigious profession. Sensing the tension, Catherine intervened, telling her parents that being a driver had now become quite a lucrative job and that many in the industry were earning millions. She added that Leon had bought her expensive jewelry and was saving up money to start his own business, suggesting that he was quite wealthy. Out of curiosity, the man asked about the business Leon was considering, noting that 9 out of 10 business ventures failed. Catherine then reminded her parents that they had plans to meet friends, hinting that it was time to leave. Her parents agreed, and Catherine told them that she had arranged for the protagonist to take them to the mall. Leon, however, apologized, explaining that his car was only a 2-seater and that he would need to call another car to accommodate everyone. News that shocked Catherine's parents, who wondered if Leon had a moped. The whole family went outside with the main character, but they clearly didn't like him. Catherine's father called his daughter a silly girl and asked how she could date a man who drove a moped. Her mother agreed, saying they would be a laughing stock if others found out. At that moment, Leon took out the keys to an expensive car. The girl's parents were stunned. Catherine's father, surprised, asked how Leon could afford such a luxurious car and whether it was really his. Catherine, also surprised, questioned Leon, doubting that the car belonged to him. Leon confirmed that it was indeed his car and urged her to get inside so they could continue their plans. Suddenly, Catherine's family began to urge her to get into the car quickly, not wanting to keep such a generous man waiting. In the car, Leon asked Catherine about their destination, wanting to know which mall to go to. She replied that they were going to the Times Square Mall, adding that his car was impressive. She then asked if she could make another request, explaining that as a blogger, she wanted to live stream during the trip. Leon agreed on the condition that she give him a 5-star rating for the trip. Catherine promised that she would do it without any problems. Then she started a live stream asking her followers to guess where she was, stating that it was the best place in the world. Her followers were left guessing. Some suggested that she lived in a luxurious place and had a handsome driver, while others believed that she simply rented a high-end car. She explained to them that she had ordered a driver through an app and that he had been excellent, thinking to herself that Leon was indeed quite handsome. After some time, they arrived at the Times Square shopping center. Catherine informed the protagonist that she had already given him a 5-star rating, thanked him for his kindness, and expressed her desire to meet him again. Just then, Lena appeared and congratulated Leon on achieving 200,000 points and hinted that he would soon advance his career. Lena mentioned that the next step for him would be to participate in the China International Circuit Driving Skills Competition. Leon then asked Catherine if she could wait, explaining that he wanted to upgrade his phone and wondered how much she knew about it. Catherine happily offered her help. They entered a store renowned for selling the best phones in the country and even the world. Catherine carefully examined the selection of phones, showing great interest. When the protagonist pointed to a specific model, noting that it had enough memory, which was exactly what he needed, Catherine suggested that he could find a better deal online, as it might be cheaper there. However, Leon gently smoothed her hair and insisted that since they had come all this way, they should go shopping. Soon, the salesman packed the selected phone and confirmed that it was the model Leon had chosen. Asking if he needed a case, he noted that the phone was quite expensive, costing over 10,000 yuan, and suggested that a case would prevent scratches. However, Leon refused, saying that he did not like using covers as they caused him discomfort. The salesman agreed, but then asked Leon what color case he preferred and showed him the best options. Leon was surprised when he noticed that the seller had ignored his previous request. He reminded the seller that he had already said that he did not need the case. Leon also mentioned that if something happened to his phone, he would simply buy a new one, rejecting the need for additional protection. Then he asked the seller to take 5 boxes of each color and pack them. The salesman was equally surprised, asking Leon if he was sure about the quantity as it seemed excessive to him. Then Leon pointed to the computer and instructed the salesman to pack that as well. Catherine stood with her mouth open, stunned by Leon's obvious wealth, and wondered where he got so much money. She noticed that her live stream had reached over 5 million viewers, 5 times her usual number, and thought that flaunting her wealth was the best way to get attention. After leaving the store, Catherine asked Leon if he was going to buy anything else and continued broadcasting. Leon started to think about what else he would like. He mentioned that he would like to buy a stylish watch. Meanwhile, the sales assistant informed the manager, Lola, that they had a new customer. Lola hesitated, wondering about the purpose and hinting that it might be a waste of their time. She noticed that Catherine was live streaming her shopping trip. However, the sales consultant noted that blogging has become a profitable business. But Lola was still skeptical, but eventually agreed, noting that their company only catered to the wealthiest clients, and not everyone could afford to buy their watches. At that moment, Leon and Catherine were looking at expensive watches in the store, but they couldn't decide on the right model. Catherine, stunned by the prices, admitted that she could not understand the world of the rich. Then the main character asked the saleswoman if she could show him a specific watch. Lola, however, informed him that he would only be able to see the watch after payment, which greatly surprised Leon. Catherine was shocked, finding it absurd that they couldn't see the watch before buying it. Just at that moment, a wealthy-looking man and a young woman entered the store. The man called over the staff, asking them to bring him his best watch without delay. Then Lola approached the couple, greeted them politely, and expressed surprise that she had not seen them for a long time. She offered her help, and the woman noticed a beautiful gold watch and expressed a desire to give it to her for her upcoming birthday. Her husband agreed to buy them for her. Lola complimented the woman's taste, saying that the gold watch was a new model and an excellent choice. Catherine, watching the proceedings, felt confused as her live broadcast became increasingly popular. Leon, irritated by the situation, approached Lola and asked why they were being treated differently from other customers, and emphasized that all customers should receive equal service. Lola replied that their store's policy was to prioritize customers based on their social status and wealth, and she hoped Leon would understand. Leon, however, criticized the practice, noting that it was shameful to give preference to those with more money. However, Catherine advised the protagonist not to let the rude treatment bother him, suggesting that they leave. Lola sarcastically thanked them for their visit, implying that other stores might not have let them in at all. Then Catherine pulled Leon along with her, saying they would explore other options. They soon entered another upscale store, where the saleswoman greeted them warmly and asked how she could help them. Leon, not knowing what to buy, asked Catherine for recommendations, but she admitted that she knew nothing about watches. She decided to consult with her viewers, who suggested buying a Model 175 watch. A saleswoman who noticed the live stream seemed surprised, wondering if viewers were mocking the store or actually making suggestions. Leon checked Catherine's live stream and noticed negative comments from some viewers, so Catherine consoled him by offering to block the rude commenters. But Leon insisted that they stay and witness his upcoming purchase. He asked the seller to show him the 175 model. The sales staff and other customers in the store were stunned by his request, unable to believe that he actually intended to make such a luxurious purchase. Then the main character took out his business card, saying that he would buy the watch and would be very happy with it. The sellers replied that, unfortunately, the watch was out of stock, and explained that it would need to be transported from Europe and delivered to his home. When Catherine also asked if the watch was available in a larger store nearby, the woman explained that there were only 6 such watches in the world, and only one was sent to China. At that moment, the girl from the store where the main character had previously been turned away informed everyone that someone had just bought a watch worth over $10 million. Lola asked her friend if that watch was the 175 model from the nearest store. A man from the store approached the saleswoman, asking her to take him to the person who bought such an expensive watch. When Lola saw him, she froze in shock, unable to understand whether the man in front of her was really the same person from their store. Leon remained in the store while Catherine continued her live broadcast. Then Lola came up to him and said that they also had a lot of good watches in their store and invited him to take a look. Leon replied that he would not visit their store because his status was not high enough for that. After this, Lola chased after him, apologizing for her behavior and admitting her mistake. She cried, realizing that she had lost a lot of commissions due to her actions. A few minutes later, Leon and Catherine walked outside, where Leon handed her one of the phones and apologized for making her spend the entire day with him at the mall. However, Catherine thanked him, saying that she enjoyed it and was eager to visit all the elite places. She thought to herself that Leon was not only rich but also a gentleman. If he really was her boyfriend, it would be amazing. Leon then arrived at the China International Circuit, where he would receive his reward by following the system's instructions. The girls at the racetrack told him that there was a VIP reception today, so the area was closed and they wouldn't be able to help him. Leon explained that he didn't come there as a client, but to find their manager. He asked them to tell the manager that he was there. The girl understood and told him to wait while she called the manager. At that moment, the door opened and a man, Charlie, walked in, surprised to see Leon. The man asked his staff why the area was not locked down as he ordered and why Leon was there. Then the girl explained to him that Leon had come to meet John, assuring him that Leon would soon leave the racetrack. Another girl told the protagonist that they needed to go up to the second floor, and they would do it quickly so as not to anger their director. Leon asked who the man was, finding it insolent that the entire circuit was closed to him. The girl was surprised and explained that the man was Charlie, a very influential figure in Shanghai, adding that few in the country would dare to contradict him. Then they went to meet with John, who asked why Leon hadn't contacted him earlier, because he would have arranged a meeting with his team. Then John asked the girl to bring the main character some water. The girl, surprised by the request, asked why she was asked to bring water, especially since the director was addressing the main character. John explained that the circuit had been bought by their director, and from that moment on, Leon was their boss. He asked Leon to handle it and mentioned that it was now a company matter. Leon replied that he trusted Gia and asked John to continue working as usual. He also asked to be driven to the track. John assumed that Leon had bought the racetrack because he loved driving and offered to take him for a few laps. Leon declined, but asked John to call one of the drivers. He watched as the impressive cars sped around the track, admiring the skill of the drivers. However, just at that moment, one of the drivers stopped his car, got out and walked towards the protagonist and John. Everyone was confused as to why he stopped. The man approached them and asked how John could dare to book the entire racetrack for himself and bring people with him. However, John quickly explained that there had been a misunderstanding and assured Charlie that he would explain everything. Then he told Charlie that Leon was now the owner of the racetrack and had come to check it out. Charlie and his friends were shocked, struggling to believe what John had just said and wondering if he was lying. Leon then told John that he had come to do a few laps and instructed him to clear all strangers from the track and return their money. John was stunned. He had never seen anyone talk to Charlie like that before. Charlie, intrigued, replied that no one in Shanghai had ever treated him like that. He then invited Leon to go for a ride with him, suggesting that the winner stay on the track. Charlie started looking around and asked Leon where his car was, suggesting that he could swap it for a better car if Leon's car was good enough. At that moment, someone started driving Leon's Pagani onto the track. Charlie was shocked when he saw the Pagani and asked Leon if it was really his car. Leon replied that it was not the most expensive car, but probably better than Charlie's. He added that the Pagani might seem too posh to him. Charlie replied that he had already spent over $3 million tuning his car, which he believed was as good as Leon's Pagani. The racers studied the track map and realized that it was a challenging course. And standing at the starting line, both Leon and Charlie were confident of their victory and did not want to give in. The girl at the starting line counted to 3 and said they could start. Everyone was eager to see who would win the race. The riders raced down the track, both determined not to give way, and the race was tense. John watched the race and wondered what was going on, especially why Leon was taking such a risk. He soon noticed that Charlie had slowed down and Leon was preparing to enter the corner at high speed. A bystander remarked that even professional racers didn't dare enter the corners at such speed. One mistake, and they could be out of the race. As the riders approached the turn, Leon refused to slow down, and Leon ended up crossing the finish line first, with Charlie just a few meters behind. The girl was delighted and declared that Leon had won the race, praising him as a cool racer. Leon lit a cigarette as Charlie approached him, expressing his admiration for Leon's skill and calling him his idol. Charlie admitted defeat and commented that his Pagani was not set up but still started faster than his own car. Leon told him that he had started it incorrectly, suggesting that he should have immediately depressed the clutch and reduced the engine power. Then Charlie, impressed, asked if Leon had WeChat, not wanting to lose contact with such a master. Leon confirmed that he had the app and was happy to chat with Charlie. He added Charlie as a friend, thinking that they could meet up later and have dinner together. Leon then told John that he would come back another time and asked him to provide all the necessary information later. Then he invited John and Charlie to have some fun today at his expense. Hearing this, Charlie thanked Leon, but asked him why he was in such a hurry, wondering what important things he needed to do. Leon explained that he was a driver with an order and he needed to meet a client. He asked them to continue having fun. Leon soon arrived at the Yunshui villa, where he intended to meet Elizabeth. He opened the door and informed Elizabeth that her car was there. Realizing that she had not yet left the hotel, Elizabeth was glad to see him and explained that she had not had time to get ready to leave. Then the protagonist asked her to stop apologizing, assuring her that he understood her. Elizabeth then said that since Leon insisted he would have to wait for her inside while she finished getting ready, she asked him to watch a movie while she went to the bathroom to dry her hair. Leon sat down in the chair, thinking that he would find something to do while the girl was tidying herself up. He then told the girl that he noticed she had received a letter. She explained that it was from work and asked him to ignore it. However, Leon noted that the letter did not look businesslike. It was about sending her black lace underwear. He then mentioned that she had received another letter and was about to explain its contents when suddenly Elizabeth ran out of the bathroom, not wanting Leon to read her letters. She tried to cover the laptop with her body, claiming that the emails were fake and should not be taken seriously. At that moment, Elizabeth slipped and almost fell, and in horror, Leon quickly stood up and rushed to help her prevent the fall. Somehow Elizabeth managed to stay on her feet and thanked Leon, saying that she was lucky. However, as it turned out, while Leon was trying to grab the girl, he accidentally pulled off her robe. Elizabeth pulled on her robe and ran back to the bathroom, feeling incredibly ashamed. Leon calmed her down, intending to say that the letters were spam, but she had already run out of the bathroom. Elizabeth quickly ran into the bathroom and told the protagonist that she didn't want to hear anything from him. After a while, Elizabeth came out of the bathroom and asked Leon how she looked, explaining that she had been preparing for the class reunion and had been trying very hard. Leon smiled and told the girl that the dress could be used for both a beauty pageant and squats, calling it an excellent choice. Elizabeth then began petting Leon, saying that if he closed the curtains, she would do squats. Leon agreed with Elizabeth, getting up to go and close the curtains. Then the girl stood up, thinking that she had to do this so that Leon would leave her alone and so that she could fulfill her promise in their bet. She winked at the protagonist. Elizabeth began to do squats with difficulty, holding up her dress. A couple of minutes later, Elizabeth told the protagonist that she had fulfilled her promise and that they should quickly go to Shanghai. Leon asked Elizabeth to wait, explaining that he needed to go to the toilet first, but then they would go straight to the meeting together. Half an hour later, Leon came out to Elizabeth, telling her that they could go right now. Suddenly, Elizabeth asked why he stopped. Leon explained that he saw a familiar face. Elizabeth was surprised and asked Leon if he knew anyone here. Curious how he could recognize them, Leon replied that he had met the man just a day ago, but perhaps Elizabeth knew him better. Just at that moment, Elizabeth's parents appeared in front of the main character, and she was surprised to see them. Elizabeth asked her mom and dad what they were doing there. There was an awkward tension in the room, and Elizabeth felt uneasy about her family seeing her with the protagonist again. Elizabeth's father smiled and asked if they had finished all their chores. Elizabeth, surprised, asked her father what he meant by this and why they had not informed her of their arrival. Her father explained that they had arrived not long ago and had seen them drawing the curtains, so they did not want to disturb them at that moment. Elizabeth's mother laughed when she asked why she was so shy. She assured her that it was normal for any adult, that they understood everything and did not mind her actions. Elizabeth, embarrassed, explained to her mother that it was not what she thought and that she was simply changing in her room. Elizabeth's father then told his wife that there was no need for this argument and suggested that they leave, allowing the young people to be alone. The woman also invited Leon to their family's grandfather's birthday party, which would take place the day after tomorrow. Leon agreed to attend the birthday party and assured Elizabeth's mother that he would not let them down. He then asked Elizabeth if she would go with him, reminding her that they needed to hurry. Elizabeth, very embarrassed by her family's words, agreed to go. After a while, Leon and Elizabeth arrived in Zhongtang. Leon also reminded Elizabeth not to forget to leave a 5-star review, and when she finished her business, to place an order, and he would come for her again. Elizabeth joked that all Leon seemed to care about was chatting with her and getting a good review, calling it weird. Then the protagonist explained that it was his job and it was important for him to receive feedback after each trip. He assured her that he would explain everything later. He added that if any problems arose, she could call him and he would immediately come to her aid, discussing everything that required attention. At that moment, Lena appeared and informed the protagonist that he had reached the 100-kilometer mark and earned 200,000 mastery points. Lena also told the protagonist that the completion rate was 55% and that the reward was 21% of the Baba Company shares. Leon, considering these promotions, asked Lina if the increase in mileage could allow him to become the boss of the company he worked for. Lina explained that the company's headquarters are in Yangcheng and its market value exceeds $50 billion. She added that if Leon sells his shares, he can earn $10 billion, emphasizing that this is not a joke. Leon, putting his arm around Lina's shoulder, replied that with his current income he had no need to do this, and there was no need for it at all. Then he asked whether it would not be better to leave the company and receive hundreds of billions in annual dividends. Lina told him that his career level was 55%, and with a little more effort he could start a new career in the system. She added that when his career reaches 100%, the rewards will be more generous. Leon was excited about this, and told Lina that he would continue to complete orders to earn a prize at the end. At this point, Leon noticed that he had received an order from Starbucks and had to fulfill it for his purpose. He thought that this journey had tired him out, and once he delivered the order, he would go home and take a rest from all the work. At this time, a girl named Cheryl was filming herself on her phone as she waited for a taxi to arrive. Just at that moment, Leon's luxury car stopped in front of her. He took off his glasses and asked the girl if she was Miss Cheryl. Cheryl confirmed that this was indeed her name, thinking to herself that she had done her best to dress up today and that she was lucky to have met such a man. Leon then asked Cheryl to get into the car and she agreed. She quickly got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Cheryl greeted Leon and introduced herself, asking where they were going. She told him that he could call her whatever he wanted. Leon was confused by her words and asked if she had ordered a driver to take her to Juge himself. Cheryl was very surprised and asked if Leon was really the driver, wondering what kind of scam this was, especially with such a sports car. Leon explained that it was a new service. Then Cheryl, a little annoyed, told him that she was glad that she managed to pick up a rich guy, only to find out that he was just an ordinary driver, which was insulting. Leon thought to himself that Cheryl changed her personality so quickly, revealing her true nature. Cheryl then asked him to slow down, saying that she couldn't take a proper photo because he was driving, and added that he didn't know how to drive at all. She also threatened that if anything happened to Pagani, he would never pay for it in his life. Then the main character told her that it was his car, but Cheryl did not believe him and accused him of lying, saying that he was just trying to deceive her and attract her in this way. Cheryl then told the protagonist that he was working as a driver and pretended to be someone important. Leon, angered by her behavior, asked what kind of person she was and what right she had to behave like that. Cheryl replied that she was clearly nobler than him and that he was not even worthy of being her driver, calling him a loser in life. At that moment, Leon suddenly pressed the gas pedal. The car moved forward sharply, and Cheryl, not expecting such a sudden action, almost fell. Then Cheryl, almost falling over, thought that the driver would get what he deserved for this act. The enraged girl asked what he thought he was doing, saying that he should be ashamed. The protagonist then replied that if she was so smart, she could buy her own car and drive around the area, and he would not take her anywhere else. Then he opened the door of the Pagani, telling her to get out before he took action. Cheryl, furious, asked him how dare he do that, threatening not only to leave a bad review but to call and complain. The protagonist then told her that there was a dash cam in the car, so she couldn't make false statements. Leon then quickly left the scene and Cheryl called out to him, telling him that he would soon realize he had attacked the wrong person. Later, Leon arrived in Joge and thought that the unpleasant encounter with Cheryl had spoiled his mood. The system then notified Leon that the owner had left a new review, and he realized that she had indeed left a bad review about him. Just at that moment, the main character received a call from the company manager Baba, and he realized that he was about to receive a fine and a reprimand from his boss. Leon resigned, told the manager that she could do whatever she wanted, and asked her what exactly she thought he was doing. He then pointed out that she hadn't even thought about the consequences of her actions, so the company manager suspended him from work and hung up on him. At that moment, Leon thought about how unfair life seemed. Later, Leon met with the people at the villas to see how things were going. They greeted him warmly. The person in charge of real estate affairs told the protagonist that he had returned home and was now looking after everything. The manager informed Leon of the situation, explaining that while he was away, all the furniture had been purchased from top companies. Leon sat down on the sofa, planning to evaluate the furniture himself before sharing his thoughts with the manager. After evaluating the furniture, Leon told the manager that the manager then informed the protagonist that they had selected personal servants for him, and all those who had passed the first stage of interviews were now in the office. Leon then entered the office where all the people who wanted to become his personal servants were sitting. and Cheryl was among them. Cheryl was shocked to see Leon there. She pointed at him incredulously, not expecting to see a scoundrel in such a respectable place. The manager, noticing her rude behavior, asked her what she thought she was doing. Cheryl replied that it was the driver she had met earlier on the road who was rude to her. Leon, confused, asked the manager why Cheryl was there and if she was applying for a job at the hotel. Cheryl then questioned the manager, asking why this driver was there and if this idiot knew what this place was. Suddenly, the manager slapped Cheryl in the face, telling her that Leon was the boss of this establishment and all the companies they worked with. Cheryl, surprised and angry, asked why the manager had hit her and insisted that there was no way Leon was the boss. She claimed he was just the driver and that there was an order on her phone. Then the protagonist, still confused, asked the manager how this could be, wondering if there was a rule that prevented the driver from being the head of Zhuje. The manager quickly apologized, saying that there was no such rule. The manager then ordered Cheryl to immediately apologize to the protagonist for her behavior and ask him for forgiveness. Cheryl then reluctantly admitted her mistake, telling the protagonist that she had made a mistake and asking him to give her another chance, promising that she would not make such a mistake again. However, Leon, still upset, ordered the manager to throw the impudent girl out. The guard began to drag Cheryl out of the office, but she begged Leon to listen to her words, claiming that from now on she would behave well. The manager then informed the protagonist that there were 4 people left who were still interested in the job, and he had to choose from them. Leon, however, said he was not satisfied with any of them and instructed the manager to pay each of them 5,000 yuan to leave. At this moment, Leon received a message from Elizabeth asking him to come to Zhongtang. The hero told the manager that he had some business and asked him to choose the servants himself, to which the manager agreed. Meanwhile, in Zhongtang, Elizabeth's friend asked her not to leave yet, as they were having a good time together. A friend mentioned that they hadn't sat together for many years and wanted to know about various things in Elizabeth's life. However, just at that moment, Donald came in and told the girl that he had not seen her for many years and that they should sit for a while before he took her home. Elizabeth said that she still had some work to finish and she had already ordered a car. She mentioned that the taxi driver was a good friend of hers. However, her friend warned her that taking a taxi was no longer safe and offered to take Donald home in his car. At that very moment, Leon entered the establishment. Elizabeth was glad to see him and told the protagonist that she had really been looking forward to his arrival. Her friend, noticing their closeness, asked Elizabeth if Leon was her friend. Then she commented that Leon was so handsome that he could become a world star. Donald, somewhat irritated, asked Elizabeth what the point of being handsome was, noting that Leon was still just a driver and would never be a boss. Leon, overhearing Donald's words, asked him what he said about being a driver, but Donald said that he just misheard. But Leon, still puzzled, asked what was so cool about it and expressed that he didn't quite understand Donald's strange comments. Donald then told the girl that he could see that her friend was not very smart, mentioning that he worked as a taxi driver but had incredible self-esteem. However, Elizabeth did not react to Donald's remark and simply began to approach the protagonist. She assured Donald that there really was no problem with Leon's self-esteem and praised him for it, finding it commendable. Her friend, however, countered that self-esteem alone would not get a person very far, and she also mentioned that Donald had just bought a new Mercedes, while the taxi driver could only dream of such luxury. Elizabeth looked at her friend silently, thinking that she should be above such people, but chose not to respond to her rudeness. Then she told the protagonist that they would not stoop to their level now, since these people drank a lot before his arrival. Donald, irritated, thought that Elizabeth was protecting Leon and that he would show them what real wealth looked like. A couple of minutes later, they all walked out into the parking lot and Donald pressed the remote control to open his car. The Mercedes made a sound, and Donald proudly thought that now everyone would envy him. His girlfriend praised the Mercedes, saying that it was cool and expensive. Donald replied that the Mercedes was not that expensive. It cost a little over 2 million, and that he planned to buy a Lamborghini when he became very rich. Then the girl, remembering that Donald had once said that his favorite car was a Pagani when he was still at university, mentioned that it now cost 28 million, and even if he worked all his life, he could not afford it. Just then, the girl noticed that it looked like there was a Pagani parked next to Donald's car, the very car he had dreamed of his whole life. Donald walked up to the car and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a luxury Pagani parked there. Leon walked up to Donald and asked if he was done admiring the Pagani, then told him to step aside. Donald asked Leon if he wanted to look at the car too, mentioning how expensive it was, almost blinding people with its luxury. At that moment, Leon took out the keys to the Pagani and told the girl to get into the car. Donald, shocked, froze and asked Leon if the car really belonged to him. The protagonist then asked who told them that the driver could not own such a car and urged them not to limit their thinking based on poverty. Having said this, Leon immediately left, and Donald and his girlfriend continued to stand there. As they drove away, Elizabeth apologized to the protagonist, admitting that she didn't expect her friends to be such snobs and she felt ashamed of them. Leon assured her that it didn't matter to him and asked if she wanted him to take her home or if she needed to go somewhere else. The girl then explained that she had drunk wine and wanted to go to the beach to sober up and suggested changing the destination. Leon thought it was a good idea and agreed that some fresh air would help her. Soon after, he received a task from the system that required him to get 10 five-star ratings with a reward of 100,000 points. He realized that after sunset he would have 7 marks and he was close to completing the task. Soon they arrived at the beach, and Leon told the girl that she could go look at the beautiful waves. He stopped the car, and Elizabeth asked him to turn away. Leon, confused, asked why she didn't want him to look, wondering if she planned to change into her bathing suit. Elizabeth explained that she just wanted to take off her stockings so she could walk on the sand without being disturbed. The protagonist then asked why he should turn away, suggesting that he was not ashamed to watch her take off her stockings. Suddenly, Elizabeth pinched Leon. She explained that he could remain turned towards her, but he should not look. Elizabeth then quickly took off her stockings so that they would not get wet while walking on the beach. Then she told him that they should walk on the sand because it was a nice place and it would help her come to her senses. Suddenly, Elizabeth mentioned that her family kept pestering her to take Leon to her grandfather's birthday party since they were all waiting for him. Leon asked if she really wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend at the party. He said he would agree, but only because he liked the way she kept her promises. Elizabeth responded by saying that he had no conscience since she had already fulfilled their bet. Suddenly, Elizabeth asked why the lights were on in Juje. Leon asked her what was wrong with that, and Elizabeth explained that the real estate in Juje was very expensive and no one could sell it. She noted that it was rare to see that area lit up. Then the main character offered to take her there so they could take a closer look and even spend the night if necessary. Elizabeth, surprised, asked if Leon was serious about spending the night there, stating that it was just like his dreams. Leon took Elizabeth's hand and asked what she was talking about. He assured her that they were going there because he wanted her to see something. They soon arrived at the site, and Elizabeth told him that she had participated in the auction for this plot of land. But due to lack of funds, she dropped out of the first round. Then the protagonist told her that, despite everything, she was not an ordinary person in the city, and her admiration was evident from the way she entered the gate. Surprised, Elizabeth asked what other admiration Leon had in mind. She told him it was just curiosity, and she had heard that the pools there were filled with mineral water. At that moment, Leon immediately took her hand. He told her that they would go together to check if her information was correct. Elizabeth replied that they could look from where they were, but they couldn't just go in. She warned that if anyone saw them, it could cause problems. Leon then asked what if he took her there and she could relax while admiring the water in the pool. Elizabeth replied that she would put on her swimsuit and go swimming in the healthy and clean water as it was the best in the city. Leon agreed, saying they should definitely try it. But Elizabeth asked if he was completely crazy. They immediately went to Joge together, and Leon thought that Elizabeth seemed unaware of the current situation. When they arrived, people greeted them with a bow. They and Elizabeth entered Juje, and no one tried to stop them, which Elizabeth found strange. She wondered why there wasn't a higher level of security here. Elizabeth asked Leon if they were really let in that easily. Considering no one else seemed to be let in, Leon noted that getting in wasn't as difficult as she thought. After they entered, Leon stopped his Pagani probe and Elizabeth got out of the car. She asked him to look at the fruit on all the trees, noting how beautiful and impressive everything looked. Leon asked if she would just like to try the fruit, but Elizabeth quickly declined, saying that he didn't need to bother for her sake. However, at that moment, Elizabeth's attention turned to the pool she had mentioned earlier, filled with mineral water. Then the protagonist said that he had already seen the pool and asked if it was time for her to fulfill the promise she had made back in Pagani. Elizabeth, however, replied that she did not have a bathing suit and could not swim, and that she should have mentioned this earlier. Leon looked at her, realizing that she had cleverly deceived him. He resigned himself to the situation but warned her that next time she would not be able to escape so easily, Elizabeth assured him that he should not worry and promised to keep her word, asking if they could go back now. Leon then asked if they were going to look inside the house, as she didn't seem interested in what might be inside or what secrets it might hold. Elizabeth thought about it and explained that although they were lucky to get into the yard, going inside would be trespassing. Leon disagreed, saying that there was no one in the house, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He suggested that they quickly go in, take a look, and leave. However, Elizabeth held his hand, urging him not to go in and leave before they were caught and punished. But suddenly Leon came to the door, unlocked it, and told the girl that she could now enter the house. Elizabeth was stunned, speechless, as she didn't expect him to open the door to such a luxury home so easily. She asked if it was really his house, and Leon confirmed it by telling her that he bought it yesterday and offered to give her a tour. Elizabeth, now feeling betrayed, slapped Leon and accused him of lying. She asked how much he spent on the villa, considering how beautiful it was, and Leon explained that he didn't know the exact amount, but estimated it to be several billion yuan. Elizabeth, still skeptical, told him that he was lying again, since the most expensive villa in the area was only worth a little over 1 billion yuan. She asked how it was possible that one villa could be worth several billion if he hadn't bought all the villas in the area. Leon, sitting on the sofa, admitted that she was right. He had bought all the villas in the area. Elizabeth was amazed and asked where he was able to get the money so easily. Leon replied that everything turned out to be simpler than she thought, and she simply didn't know one of his secrets. Then the girl, surprised, remarked that he seemed to find money so easily, and jokingly added that he must work at Baba for the soul. She also thought that the sofa was very comfortable. The hero told the girl that he would not take her into the house with him at night, but she could stay there and choose any room she wanted to sleep in. Elizabeth agreed, but mentioned that she did not want to cause unnecessary trouble and that he would take her to work on time in the morning. She then asked if there were any women's pajamas in the villa. Leon told her that he lived alone and did not have pajamas, adding that sleeping naked could be beneficial. Elizabeth was shocked by his bold statement and asked how one could sleep naked in someone else's house. Finding it very strange, Leon reassured her by saying that he would find her pajamas and that he most likely had a new pair. After this, Elizabeth decided to take a shower while Leon looked for pajamas for her. Meanwhile, Leon was sitting in the room reading a book. Suddenly, he heard a crash from the bathroom. He immediately asked if everything was okay with her. Then the girl called him into the room, explaining that she had just fallen in the bathroom. Leon rushed into the bathroom and asked how she was feeling, worried that she might have been seriously injured. Upon entering, he saw Elizabeth sitting on the floor, unable to get up. It turned out that she had injured her leg. Elizabeth told him that she had sprained her ankle and asked if he could help her take a shower since she couldn't do it herself. The protagonist, who was having a hard time just being her friend, told her that he would help her stand up carefully so as not to strain her leg. The protagonist felt the blood rush to his face and he approached Elizabeth. After this, the girl hugged him and they kissed. They decided that now would be a great chance to have some privacy in the shower. The morning was wonderful, and Elizabeth, opening the curtains, realized how beautiful it was. She decided to go outside to breathe some fresh air. Elizabeth abruptly unfolded Leon's blanket and told him in a reproachful tone that he should get up. She mentioned that they would be late for work because of his laziness. The girl insisted that Leon take her quickly, promising that she would give him 5 stars for his efforts. Later, after finishing his business, Leon arrived at the Bandau Hotel. He needed to carefully think over the tasks for the day. As Leon walked through the hotel, he realized he hadn't had breakfast yet and decided to eat before taking any orders. Manager Xavier greeted him at the entrance and expressed his pleasure at seeing him. Leon, however, explained that he was only there for breakfast. Xavier told him that he would prepare a special seat for him in the restaurant, but Leon refused, saying that he did not want to stand out from the crowd and preferred to sit quietly. Upon entering the restaurant, Leon informed the waiter that he was ready to order and made his choice. Suddenly, Lily came up to him. Leon was surprised and greeted her, noting that it was a real coincidence to see her here. Lily sarcastically remarked that she didn't expect to encounter another jerk after being fired from the company. She said that as soon as he was fired, he immediately went to complain. Then the protagonist, turning to Lily, asked how she treated clients, pointing out that she was unprofessional. However, Lily, not at all embarrassed, asked who told him that a man like him belonged in Bandau, claiming that it was not a place for poor people. Then she hinted that just because he was dating a rich woman did not mean that he could consider himself part of high society. At that moment, a girl approached Lily and asked her not to talk to the main character in such a manner. She explained that he was not an ordinary guest. Lily, surprised, replied that Leon worked under her leadership until he met the director of the company and found happiness there. She continued by saying that if it weren't for the rich woman's money, Leon wouldn't have been able to afford to have breakfast here. In response, Leon asked the girl to call manager Van, as he had something interesting to tell him as a friend. Lily, questioning Leon, asked how he knew their manager and why he was wasting his time on someone like him. Leon, unabashed, explained that since they were former colleagues, he intended to teach her a lesson about not being rude to other hotel guests in the future. As it turned out, Manager Wang quickly arrived at the restaurant to resolve the situation and understand the cause of the conflict. Lily informed him that Leon had made a scene by offering to call security to take him away. Manager Wang, confused, asked if she really wanted to kick Leon out. He explained that Leon was actually the boss of Bandao Hotel. Lily was stunned by this revelation. Unable to believe that Leon was the boss, she insisted that he was her colleague and that it could not be true. The manager, becoming irritated, asked how she had even gotten through the job interview, adding that he would blacklist her and see which company would still want to hire her. He ordered the guards to escort her out, and Lily, now realizing her mistake, apologized to the protagonist, asking for his forgiveness. The manager then apologized to the protagonist for Lily ruining his dinner and said a lot of nasty things. Leon assured him that everything was fine, but asked that in the future the hotel not hire people with such bad character. He also asked manager Wang to bring him food quickly. Explaining that he was the manager assured him that the most delicious dishes in the restaurant would be brought to him soon. Just at that moment, someone called the main character and informed him that it was the vice president of the well-known company Baba. Tanya introduced herself, expressing a desire to meet with the main character and asking when it would be convenient for him in the near future. Leon replied that he still had some business to take care of that morning, but he would contact her after lunch to arrange a meeting. Tanya agreed, saying that she would wait until he did. Tanya's assistant curiously asked if she had arranged a meeting with the protagonist, and the vice president confirmed that Leon had agreed to contact her after lunch and instructed her assistant to take her to Jilishi for a while. The assistant said she would call a taxi for her. Meanwhile, Leon finished breakfast and got to work. He received an order from Bandao Hotel to the Jilishi company and realized that it was very close. So he made a wise decision to accept the order. As he was about to leave, Tanya and her assistant went out in search of the taxi they had called. Leon, noticing them, asked if this was her order number to pick her up and take her to Jilishi. Tanya confirmed that it was her, noting how handsome the taxi driver was. She didn't expect to see such a handsome man. Leon then invited Tanya to get into the car, telling her that her taxi had arrived. Tanya was very surprised and asked Leon if he was really from the Baba company. She found it strange. The assistant also expressed curiosity, asking Leon when their company became so prestigious, noting that his Pagani car was an elite sports car. Leon explained to Tanya that he was indeed a driver for the Baba company, and added that if she didn't get into the car soon, the doors would close. Tanya, delighted, immediately told the main character that she would get into his car so that they could leave. Getting into Leon's Pagani, she was amazed by the luxury of the car. Tanya commented that it was impressive that the company had such drivers, and noted that she also noted that the girls must be delighted with such an elite, cool car. Leon responded by saying that she was just the kind of girl who thought that way, and he asked if a taxi driver couldn't drive a Pagani. Tanya warned Leon to watch his words and actions so as not to ruin Baba's reputation. Then she said that otherwise he would be fired. Leon, surprised, asked her if she had the right to fire people. Tanya confidently told him that she was the vice president of the company. However, Leon, not at all embarrassed, replied that they all knew how to talk, adding that he had shares in the Baba company. In response, Tanya took out her business card and showed it to the protagonist, assuring him that she was not lying and that this was the absolute truth. Leon, not surprised, mentioned that it was a coincidence that he had bought shares in that company and asked if it was the one who had recently contacted him. Shocked, Tanya asked the driver if he really was Leon. The hero confirmed it, which shocked her even more. She admitted that she had acted unwisely and expressed confusion about how events had unfolded. She asked if Leon could give her another chance to correct her mistake. Leon replied that he would think about it, adding that he still had a lot of work to do that day. After some time, Leon took her to the right place, and Tanya thanked him for the ride and said that she would contact him after he finished his business. However, she suddenly became surprised and informed the protagonist that she could not pay for the trip. Leon reassured her, saying that this could not be, since the program usually worked fine. At that moment, a notification appeared on Leon's phone informing him that he had violated company rules and had been suspended. He was stunned, wondering if he was really suspended from work because of that complaint. Leon, overcome with curiosity, asked Tanya about Baba's relationship with Jilishi. Tanya said that they worked in the coastal communications department. She was also worried that if Jilishi caused the wrath of a major shareholder, the company would be ruined. Leon suspected that the girl had filed a complaint against him again, which probably led to the company deciding to suspend him from work. However, Tanya reassured him not to worry, promising to sort out the situation. She said that lawlessness was unacceptable and that she would immediately go and find out what happened and fire the culprit. However, Leon unexpectedly asked Tanya to wait for him and offered to go with her. They walked into an office together where a lot of people were sitting, and one man asked Leon who they were and how they dared to explode so brazenly. The man introduced himself as the main character and asked if he had removed him from the case, saying that he had come to talk about his own affairs. Communications manager Levi told the protagonist that this was his department's responsibility and instructed him to look into the problem and resolve it quickly. Lucas then asked Leon where he got the courage from, mentioning that a complaint had been filed against him and that was why he was suspended from work. Lucas demanded that Leon leave immediately, warning him that otherwise he would call security. Leon, however, remained seated and told Lucas that he could wait and asked Tanya to handle the situation. Tanya then informed the group that they had removed Leon from his position without looking into the situation as a whole. She announced that she was firing them all from their positions. Manager Levi was shocked by Tanya's words and asked if she was really the president of the company. Then Tanya immediately threw her business card on the table, and both Manager Levi and Lucas were stunned, frozen in surprise. Manager Levi then asked Lucas what was going on, wondering how he could have disturbed the vice president. Lucas, still stunned, told Manager Levi that Leon had been caught insulting a passenger, explaining that it was damaging the company's reputation. Tanya, not surprised, asked Lucas if he had questioned the passenger about the incident. She reminded him that Leon had bought the woman's shares and was effectively the second most important head of the company. Both Manager Levi and Lucas were caught off guard as they thought he was just an ordinary company driver. Then Tanya told them both that they were fired. Manager Levi asked Lucas how he could work for so long without fulfilling his duties and told him to apologize. Lucas sat on the floor, begging Leon to forgive them and not fire him. He promised that they would correct all the mistakes made by the company. But suddenly Leon kicked Lucas in the face and told him that he was not so brave now. He became pathetic after the reprimand. Leon said that with this attitude, probably many people suffered because of him. Leon added that as a shareholder of the Baba company, he agrees with Tanya's decision. At this moment, Elizabeth called the main character. Then the main character asked Tanya to sort everything out and explained that he needed to answer the call. As it turns out, Elizabeth told the protagonist that tomorrow was her grandfather's birthday, and she would like to buy herself some new clothes tonight. Leon agreed, saying that he would pick up Elizabeth in the evening. Suddenly, Leon thought to himself that he couldn't go to a birthday party empty-handed. He was thinking about buying the old man a painting or something else. Tanya then told the protagonist that she had taken care of everything. His account was unblocked and he was given the highest powers. Leon was surprised and wondered if the driver could really have such powers. Tanya explained that this was an additional feature and that Leon could decide for himself whether to accept or reject a client. Leon was very pleased with this, telling Tanya that this feature was very practical and that he liked the system. He then mentioned that one of his grandfather's friends was celebrating his birthday and asked where he could buy the best antiques and paintings. Tanya suggested paying attention to Chan Datsun, a famous artist in China. Leon was shocked by this and asked Tanya if she could buy a painting by the great Chan Datsun. Tanya informed him that they had previously purchased his painting Peach Spring and that she would send an assistant to pick it up. Leon thanked her and said he would pay for everything. He asked if she could send the painting to the Bandau Hotel and give it to the manager if it wouldn't be too much trouble. However, he also told Tanya that he didn't like being in debt, so he would exchange the painting for 1% of his company shares. Tanya thought about it and realized that 1% of the shares were worth at least $500 million, and she thought Leon was being too generous. Leon told her that he would leave and let them continue working as they were without bothering them anymore. Tanya then told the protagonist that their director wanted to invite him to Yangchen as a guest and treat him. Leon agreed with Tanya, saying that he would contact her later to discuss everything and that they would meet in the evening. He thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had last been to the Yanshan orphanage, and that he needed to find time to visit the place. The system then told him that he had received 5 stars, and that if he completed one more order, the task would be completed. Leon saw in the program that he could take the client from Wanda to the Bandau Hotel and realized that he was lucky to have received this order. Yasmin, a customer, told her boyfriend not to worry and assured him that she would be at the hotel soon, mentioning that she had bought a lot of beautiful things that he would appreciate once they arrived. A few moments later, the Pagani pulled up and Leon asked the girl if she was Miss Yasmin. She asked him who he was, and Leon told her that he was her driver from Baba's company and he invited her to get into the car. Yasmin got into the Pagani and commented that their company was not bad. Praising the marketing ploy, Leon explained that it was not about the company at all, and that the Pagani was his personal car. However, Yasmin, skeptical, told the protagonist that a man with his enormous fortune would never work as a taxi driver and asked if he was lying. Leon thought to himself that Yasmin was a very unpleasant woman, but he decided to focus on the task at hand. As soon as they drove away, Yasmin got angry and asked Leon what he was doing and where he was taking her. She accused him of trying to steal her money. Leon assured her that he knew a shortcut and had often visited the Bandau Hotel, so he knew the way well. Yasmin laughed at him, saying it was nonsense and that she would be late because of him. At that moment, Leon suddenly noticed that the girl was carrying a set of underwear with her and suggested that she might work as a call girl. A few minutes later, Leon pulled up to the entrance of the Bandau Hotel. Yasmin silently got out of the car and headed towards the hotel. Leon thought to himself that something was wrong as the girl was coming through the side entrance. Moments later, he received a notification on his phone informing him that he had received a 1-star review. Leon thought that this was too much and that such an action could not possibly lead to receiving 5 stars. But he soon decided that it was okay if he received a bad review from and that he would rather focus on Elizabeth. Leon quickly arrived at the parking lot near Times Square to meet Elizabeth. He approached her and mentioned that she forgot to give him 5 stars. Elizabeth replied that they would evaluate his behavior before doing so. Leon agreed with her thoughts and said that if she wanted, she could let him carry her bags. Elizabeth noticed a store nearby and suggested that they stop there so they could buy a swimsuit. Leon agreed, saying that she could fulfill her promise. Elizabeth noted that his cunning was impressive. She said that if she had known about it earlier, she would have treated him differently. Leon replied that he had not asked her to make a promise and that she had done so of her own free will. Then a woman came up and asked if they needed any help, offering to show them the store's selection. Leon stood at the checkout while Elizabeth was looking for a gift for her grandfather. After a while, Elizabeth approached the main character, and he was surprised why she returned so quickly. Elizabeth told him that they were leaving. She explained that she didn't want to buy anything. She wasn't interested in anything, and she didn't find anything suitable. Leon asked her why she made that decision, and she said that there was nothing suitable for her. She suggested that he buy something for himself instead. However, Leon replied that if she did not buy any clothes, he would buy something for her, although she might not like the style. Elizabeth explained that it was a sizing issue and that she couldn't find anything in her size. Suddenly, a woman from the store intervened, saying that they had all sizes in stock and that she could help Elizabeth find the right one. Leon asked if they had a maximum size. Elizabeth, feeling embarrassed, told the protagonist that she would kill him. Leon assured her that he did not consider it such a big deal and suggested that they go to the nearest store that sold a famous clothing brand. A couple of minutes later, they went into the nearest store, and upon entering, he froze in surprise, noting that it was the best swimsuit he had ever seen. Elizabeth began to pull him away, saying that it was not a swimsuit at all. Just at that moment, a saleswoman approached Elizabeth and offered to help her choose the best option. Elizabeth asked where their swimsuits were sold. The saleswoman pointed out a number of new collections and suggested Elizabeth choose the most comfortable option. Elizabeth looked through all the options and realized that all the swimsuits were very revealing, especially for her body type. She finally picked up one swimsuit and asked Leon what he thought of it, saying that she thought it was very cute. Leon, however, told her that he didn't think it suited her. He felt that in that swimsuit he wouldn't be able to see the full beauty of her figure. Leon took another swimsuit and told the girl that, in his opinion, this option would suit her much better. Elizabeth began to hit Leon, calling him a pervert. She then asked the saleswoman to finish choosing a swimsuit. However, Leon chose another option and asked the seller to supplement this one as well. Elizabeth questioned Leon's judgment, asking why he insisted on buying that particular swimsuit. Leon told her that what he liked could only be worn with him. He also mentioned that the clothes she liked could be worn without him. Elizabeth then asked Leon to go up to the fourth floor, where several exclusive clothing brands were presented. When Elizabeth went up to the fourth floor, she noticed a beautiful dress and told the saleswoman that she wanted to try it on. The saleswoman complimented Elizabeth's excellent taste and explained that it was part of their new collection. Leon sat down, waiting for Elizabeth to try on the dress. Just at that moment, Elizabeth looked back and asked him to come to her. Leon told her that he was already comfortably settled, but asked her to come out to him. Elizabeth explained that she needed him to help her zip up her dress because she couldn't do it herself. Then Leon finally approached her. He was shocked by the dress and asked if she thought it was too revealing. Elizabeth reassured him by saying that there was a shawl that covered the back of the dress so that it would not be so revealing. The protagonist then asked her why she left her bra on the chair, to which the girl replied that this dress cannot be worn with a bra. Then the main character helped her zip up the back of her dress. Elizabeth asked Leon if she looked beautiful in that dress. He replied that it was not just beautiful, but stunning. Elizabeth said that if he thought so, she would take it and put it on. The saleswoman remarked that the dress seemed to have been made especially for her, fit her perfectly, and that it was the perfect choice. A girl standing nearby noticed the dress and asked Adrian, her man, if she could try it on too. Adrian asked the salesperson to bring an identical dress for his lady, but the saleswoman informed Adrian that they only had one style of that dress, but she could help them find other options. Adrian then told the salesperson to have Elizabeth take off the dress, as it was clear they couldn't afford it. Elizabeth, overhearing this, told Adrian that he was wrong. The girl then told Elizabeth that the dress cost more than 80,000 yuan, asking if she was really sure about buying it. At this point, Elizabeth replied that the price was insignificant and that she could buy the dress herself. Unlike the girl, the angry girl asked if Elizabeth considered her a kept woman. Then Adrian approached the seller and offered to add 20,000 yuan to her price, asking her to sell the dress to them, but the seller replied that such a deal was prohibited. However, Adrian insisted that he decides what is allowed, setting his own personal rules. Then the protagonist approached Adrian and said that it was good and that he would add another 20,000 yuan. He also noted that the dress clearly would not suit his lady. The saleswoman then approached Adrian and told him that if he liked the dress so much, she could order another similar one for them. But Adrian changed his mind, saying that there was no need to order another dress. Elizabeth thanked Leon and said that she would express her gratitude later. Then Elizabeth told the protagonist that they would now pick out a suit for him and asked him to try on two options. The saleswoman, observing Leon's physique, thought that he had a great figure. Leon then asked Elizabeth what she thought of the suits, and she said they were a great choice. Although she was worried that the other girls would go crazy for them, Leon decided that they would buy one of the suits and said that he couldn't wait to go home. A couple of hours later, Leon returned home, sat in the yard, then his gaze fell on Elizabeth, and he thought that she was simply beautiful. Elizabeth stood in front of him in a new swimsuit and asked him what he thought of her appearance. Leon, shocked by how she looked, replied that his nose was about to bleed because she was incredibly beautiful. Elizabeth then noted that Leon has a great body, mentioning his abs and his commitment to staying in shape. After this, Leon told the girl that he thought they were both ready for their grandfather's birthday party and that he would be happy to attend with her. Elizabeth agreed, saying that they had a very good time together today. Then Elizabeth told the protagonist that she had kept her promise and tried on the swimsuit. She asked if he was happy with her choice. Leon approached Elizabeth and said that he really appreciated honest people like her, those who kept their promises. He extended his hand to her and said that they would sail together. Elizabeth immediately jumped into the water, thinking that Leon was right. The water was wonderful and refreshing. She then asked him not to let her go, admitting that she could not swim and was afraid of drowning. But Leon reassured her not to worry, promising that he would not let her go. He said that he would teach her to swim. Elizabeth agreed, but was still very afraid of drowning. She asked him not to throw her into the water. The hero told her that he would carefully lead her into the water and that they would begin to learn to swim together. Then the girl pressed herself tightly against him, clearly doubting her own strength. After this, Leon lowered Elizabeth into the water. She lay on her stomach and thought that it was not as scary as she imagined. But suddenly Elizabeth panicked and began flapping her arms frantically, fearing that she would drown. Then the main character quickly dived into the water and saved Elizabeth, asking if she was very scared. She told him that with him she was not afraid of anything. Then they decided to kiss right in the middle of the pool. The main character noted that the girl was incredibly beautiful. Then he moved lower and began kissing her body. After this, Leon picked up the girl and they became intimate. After swimming, they went into the house, and Leon was glad that Elizabeth had already started swimming. Elizabeth was taking a shower when Leon asked if he could borrow her phone for some business. He wanted to open her phone, but just at that moment, Lena appeared in front of him and said that the task was completed. She said that he received 100,000 points. Lena told the main character that his career was already 75% complete, and the reward was the port of Wangjiang. Leon asked Lena if he had heard correctly, expressing his disbelief that this was the second largest cruise ship port in China. Lena confirmed that he understood correctly and reiterated that Wangjiang Port was a major cruise ship port in China, and reminded him that he was 75% complete in his career and was close to learning a new profession. At that moment, Leon thought that at the current pace, it would be easy to find a new profession, and he was interested in learning something new. Just at that moment, Elizabeth came out of the bathroom and apologized to the protagonist, explaining that she still hadn't learned to swim. Leon reassured her by saying that he was always ready to teach her. Suddenly, Elizabeth noticed an old blanket in Leon's house and became interested in it. Leon explained that the blanket and pillows were brought from an orphanage. He got used to them and did not want to throw them away. Elizabeth was surprised and asked if he was an orphan. Leon told her that Willow's mother said he was abandoned at an orphanage when he was born, and that's where he grew up. Suddenly, Elizabeth immediately apologized for bringing up that past, feeling that Leon might not want to remember it. However, Leon reassured her by saying that there was no need to apologize. He was not upset about it at all, and was actually happy to remember his childhood years at the orphanage. He added that Willow took care of him like her own son, and he had many friends there. The girl then told the protagonist that she was going to bed, reminding him to take her to work the next morning and not oversleep. Elizabeth also mentioned that after work they would go to her grandfather's birthday party. Leon agreed and thought that at least he could take a sweet and beautiful lady to work every day. Later, when Elizabeth fell asleep, the protagonist received a call from Willow. She told him that she finally found his phone number. Willow told him that Laura called and she really wanted to talk to him. She mentioned that she was sad that he broke up with her. Leon responded to Willow by asking if she had seen him grow up and if she knew what his personality was like. He pointed out his stubbornness. Then Willow said that she had a friend whose daughter was about his age and asked if he could find time to meet her tomorrow. Leon agreed, telling her he'd visit her in the next few days. Willow filled him in on the details, saying they'd meet at 9 a.m. the next morning at Tian Yue's house. Her name was Sally, and he was supposed to meet her there. Leon thought this woman, Laura, was asking for trouble. The next day, Leon arrived at Tian Yue's house, curious about what would happen during this meeting. He told the woman at the entrance that he had come to meet someone and asked if there was a table reserved in Sally's name. The woman confirmed that Sally had mentioned it and directed him to the third floor. Having reached the third floor, Leon noticed that all the people waiting for him had already sat down at the table. The woman introduced herself as Sally's mother and said that she was very glad to meet a gentleman like him. She introduced him to her son and Aunt Sally, who was sitting next to her. Leon greeted them, but thought to himself that he had not expected to see so many familiar faces at this meeting. Sally's mother mentioned that she had heard that he worked for a real estate company and could help them find a cheaper house. But Leon explained that he no longer worked there and now ran his own business. The woman, confused, asked what Leon was doing now, implying that he was perhaps unemployed. Leon replied that he was currently working as a driver in a place called Baba, barely making a living. Sally's mother was furious. She asked if he really wanted to deceive them. Suddenly, Sally calmly assured her that he had no reason to worry. Then he mentioned that Leon looked good, and it would be better if they told him that the orphanage was going to be demolished. The conversation changed when Sally's mother told the protagonist that her daughter worked in a bank and had a good working environment. She hoped that Leon could buy a house in Junhai. She explained that the house was not very big, just over 100 square meters, but she believed that he could handle it. Leon was stunned. He asked if she really told him that the house required full payment. Sally then suggested that if the protagonist really liked her, he shouldn't have a problem paying her. However, Leon, pretending to be interested, asked if there were any other conditions. The woman replied that they were an ordinary family and would not bother him much, but that the bride price would be almost 9 million yuan. Shocked by the amount, Leon asked if the terms were too high, Then Sally's mother explained that Sally's colleague had recently received almost 17 million from a wedding. Leon asked the woman if what she was proposing was tantamount to selling her daughter. He expressed bewilderment as to how her family could agree to such a thing. The woman was surprised by his question, and Leon asked his aunt not to be angry, but to continue explaining what she wanted from the future groom. Her son mentioned that they needed a car, and that the protagonist should buy an imported car that cost more than 500,000 yuan, implying that he should not drive a cheap car. Leon replied that, according to their demands, he owed them at least 10 million. Then he asked if they really thought he had that much money. His mother responded by asking why he couldn't ask his family for help. Leon, angry, asked if he really had to ask his late parents for help. The woman quickly explained that Leon had misunderstood her. Then her son told the protagonist that they heard that all the people were being evicted from the shelter because the land was being sold, and that Leon didn't even have the money to help them. At this point, Leon angrily told the boy not to even mention the orphanage. He told the boy that he wanted to forgive him, but how dare he bring up the subject of where he grew up? Addressing the entire family, Leon asked if they really wanted a house and a new car. Calling their demands disgusting, he accused them of having no conscience. Then Miss Sally's mother asked her son if everything was okay. As Leon was about to leave, his son grabbed a vase of flowers and stood by the window, intending to drop it on Leon when he came out into the street. As Leon walked towards his Pagani, his son, overcome with rage, threw a flower pot at him with all his might. At the last moment, a flower pot fell next to the protagonist, who managed to dodge it just in time. He turned around and stared at the guy. The son shouted at the main character to get out of sight, warning that if he didn't, he would finish him off. Leon then asked him if he understood that the consequences of his actions could be very serious. He told them that although the flower pot had missed him, it had hit his car. Leon asked them how they planned to pay for the repairs. Then the guy came down and asked if the car really belonged to the main character. When the hero confirmed that this was true, he asked how he could afford such a luxury car when he was just an ordinary taxi driver. Leon asked Sally whose car she thought it was, and again asked how they intended to pay for the repairs. Sally, trying to smooth things over, hugged Leon and begged him not to be angry. She explained that her brother was impulsive and apologized for his actions. She added that she thought Leon was a good person, and even if he didn't have a normal job, she would still give him a chance. Leon, however, told her to get out of his way. He firmly stated that if he didn't get the 2 million within a week, he would sue them. He then got into his Pagani and drove away, thinking that Sally had quickly become friendly with him after learning about his wealth. Meanwhile, her mother scolded her, calling her useless for not being able to keep a man. Her brother also scolded her, saying that she should have realized right away that Leon had money, and now she had to figure out how to pay him for the repairs. Later, Leon arrived at Wangjiang port, eager to see what kind of place the system had provided him. Upon arrival, he was shocked by the number of people driving luxury cars. Suddenly, a girl approached an adult man, Jesse, explaining that when she was going out on the yacht, she accidentally broke one of the seats. She apologized for the damage, saying that it was not intentional, and asked him to help solve the problem. Jesse, the port operations manager, told her it wouldn't be easy because all the seats were leather and very expensive. The girl explained that she was a small internet star and did not have the money to pay for the space. But Jesse reassured her, saying that nothing serious had happened. He told her to come to his office later, and they would figure everything out together. At that moment, Leon approached them and asked Jesse how he planned to solve the problem. The girl then told the protagonist that the situation was none of his business, and Jesse, irritated, told the protagonist that he was the manager of the establishment and had the right to decide who would pay for what. Then the protagonist told Jesse that if the girl did not pay, he would solve the problem himself. Jesse, starting to get angry, asked Leon if he was really out of his mind and insisted that he would not let the girl pay. However, Leon, unperturbed, came to the office sometime later. He thought that he needed to fill out some paperwork before proceeding with his plans. The woman in the office asked Leon what the reason for his visit was and how she could help him. Leon introduced himself to the woman, explaining that he needed to meet Brody to discuss some details of the case. The woman asked if he was really that Leon, and realizing that he was, she asked him to follow her. She told him that Brody was waiting for him in the conference room. When they entered the room, Brody approached the protagonist and mentioned that their managers had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. Leon immediately noticed that it didn't seem like the whole team was present and noted that the operations manager wasn't there yet. Brody explained that he thought Jesse was busy at work and would be a little late. The protagonist then assured Brody that he was not worried, saying that he would wait for the best manager to arrive. Then Brody asked the secretary to remind Jesse to hurry up and join the meeting. 5 minutes later, Jesse arrived in the office and apologized for the delay, explaining that he had many plans. Leon suddenly spoke up and remarked that Jesse must have been very busy, and that was probably why he hadn't arrived on time. Jesse was shocked, and then asked if Leon was the new chairman of the board. Leon slammed his fist on the table and asked if Jesse now knew who he was. Reminding him to remember his face, Jesse fell to his knees in panic. Admitting that he had made a mistake and promising to correct his behavior, he begged Leon to give him another chance. However, Leon told Jesse that it was quite late and instructed Brody to have security escort him out. Brody immediately called security and ordered them to take Jesse away. The guards grabbed Jesse, but he did not want to leave. Leon then addressed the group, telling them that he had just inspected the area around the pier and realized that there was still a lot of room for development. He explained that he wanted to modernize the port and hoped that they would have a full action plan in place soon. One of the men present told the protagonist that the Wangjiang port was already one of the best in the country and did not need any modernization. However, Leon responded that the port should be the best, and he planned to turn Wangjiang port into the largest marina in the world. He further announced that he would provide funding for the renovation and that the salaries of all employees, including management, would increase by 20%. Everyone in the company was shocked and delighted by this news, expressing their gratitude to the main character for his generosity. Sometime after the meeting, Leon went outside. Just at that moment, he received a message on his phone. The manager told him that someone had sent him a painting and asked if he wanted it delivered. He was also informed that the watch he ordered 3 days ago had arrived and was ready for dispatch. Leon thought about taking the painting, but then he realized he wouldn't have time to come to the villa for Elizabeth's grandfather's birthday. Leon asked the manager to send the watch to Joe Gay, but he was told that it was expensive and needed to be delivered in person. Then he told the man his location. In the evening, Leon arrived at the Donghu Villa for Elizabeth's grandfather's birthday. Leon stopped his Pagani at the entrance and thought that it seemed like all of Elizabeth's relatives were already gathered there. When he entered the villa, Elizabeth greeted him. Leon looked at Elizabeth and noticed that she was wearing a beautiful necklace that perfectly complemented her evening dress. Noticing his gaze, Elizabeth asked him not to stare at her like that. He replied that she was so beautiful that it was hard not to look at her. After that, they went inside together, and those present began to whisper, wondering who this stranger was next to her. Then Elizabeth approached Grandpa Zane and apologized for their slight delay. However, Zane assured her that everything was fine and mentioned that it was the first time she had brought a man home to introduce him. The girl standing next to her, Yasmin, recognized Leon and said that he was a driver from the company and remarked on how low Elizabeth must have fallen to meet a poor man. The girl then approached Zane and added that Leon was just an ordinary taxi driver. She claimed that he was driving a luxury company car and was passing it off as his own. Zane was stunned by her words and asked the girl what she was talking about. He demanded an explanation from Elizabeth and asked her to clarify the whole situation. Elizabeth explained that the luxurious Pagani belonged to the protagonist and that he only worked at Baba to gain experience. However, Yasmin mocked Elizabeth for being so naive and foolish, accusing her of being easily deceived by Leon, who she now realized was simply a liar, and criticized Elizabeth for trusting the taxi driver. Then Sister Elizabeth demanded that she prove to everyone that it was true. Yasmin said that her boyfriend, Philip, is a commission agent for Baba Company. The man said that last month the company introduced a service to call high-class cars, and if this Leon is an ordinary driver and also cheats on the girl, then he will notify the head office about it to immediately investigate the matter. Yasmin chuckled at Elizabeth, saying she didn't think she could be fooled so easily. Then the girl asked her father to let her explain everything. She told him that Leon was not a liar, and she knew it for sure. However, Zane interrupted her, insisting that this was enough. Then he told the protagonist to leave as he was not welcome there. At that moment, a car with people who were supposed to deliver Leon's watch drove up. Hearing his name, the protagonist went out to the girl to pick up the package. The woman handed the main character his 175 model watch and asked him to sign for it. She opened the box and the hero discovered a gold watch that ordinary people could not afford. The guests were amazed, and one of them noted that this was a commemorative watch model released for the 75th anniversary of the Patek Philippe company. When Philip noticed that the watch cost over 17 million and asked how Leon could afford such a thing if he was really a poor man, the girl began to wonder if she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Leon put on his watch and thanked the company representatives, telling them they were free to go. The men then approached Zane, noting that his granddaughter Elizabeth had found herself a real handsome husband. Zane smiled, thanked the guests for their praise, and expressed pride in his granddaughter. Then he turned to Yasmin, telling her that she was wrong and that she should now apologize to the protagonist for her impudent words towards him. The girl, however, refused to apologize, claiming that it was all just a misunderstanding. Her mother also insisted that she had nothing to apologize for, claiming that the protagonist liked to brag. She said that she was sure that Leon was only bragging about his wealth and that he would soon leave Elizabeth. Elizabeth, becoming angry, asked her aunt what was going on and noticed that her aunt seemed unable to admit her mistakes. In response to this, the woman asked Elizabeth to open her eyes, saying that she thought the watch was a gift for her grandfather. But it turned out that Leon put the watch on himself. The aunt pointed out that it was clear that the protagonist did not care about her. Yasmin added that her mother was right and that their family had started preparing gifts for her grandfather a month ago, and then asked Philip to show everyone the gift their family had prepared. The man explained that knowing his grandfather loved antiques, they bought a set of copper coins from the Qing dynasty. He said the current value of the set was more than 2 million yuan, but it would be worth much more in the future. The girl hugged Zane and asked if he could see the care and soul of Elizabeth's family in this gift. The aunt agreed with Yasmin, saying that despite the fact that Elizabeth had found a rich man, he did not want to spend a cent on her. Then suddenly Elizabeth started taking something out of her bag, telling Zane that it was a gift from Leon. Zane examined the ring and noted that it was not bad, expressing his appreciation and thanking Leon for the thoughtful gift. Yasmin then noticed that Leon drove a luxury car worth over $20 million and owned a watch worth $10 million. Yet he gave his grandfather such a cheap gift. However, Zane replied that it didn't matter, and the most important thing was that Leon had tried, and he really appreciated the gesture. At this moment, Leon took Elizabeth by the shoulder and remarked that it was a gift she had prepared and that he should not help her now. Elizabeth was surprised and asked Leon what he meant. Then the protagonist pulled Elizabeth closer and asked why she was arguing with them when he had already prepared a gift for Zane. Leon explained that it would be impolite to come empty-handed, so he brought a small gift. Then Zane began to unwrap the gift, wondering what it could be. When he opened the painting, he was stunned and asked if it was the peach spring of the great Zhang Datsang. He was amazed. Elizabeth's father also jumped up from his seat, declaring that the painting was worth no less than 200 million. Yasmin then asked Zane if he was sure the painting was worth 200 million, as she didn't think there was anything special about it. Zane replied that it was indeed an authentic work of Zhang Datsang, and that ordinary people would not understand the hidden meaning and value behind it. Philip, however, disagreed, telling his grandfather that he was mistaken and that the painting actually belonged to their CEO who was unable to sell it. He added that someone had once offered 230 million for it, but the offer was rejected, suggesting that the painting was most likely a fake. Yasmin told Elizabeth that she didn't expect her boyfriend Leon to deceive people so easily. Elizabeth, however, stood up for Leon, saying that she did not believe that he was capable of such a deception and that he was not the person they all took him for. Leon, reflecting on the situation, thought that although he and Elizabeth had only known each other for a short time, she was indeed a good girl. At this moment, Philip suddenly grabbed the painting and tore it into small pieces, intending to throw it in the trash. He then claimed that the painting was a fake, claiming that he had once seen the painting in the manager's house and could prove that it was not genuine. The protagonist found this interesting and wanted to know how he planned to prove that the painting was fake. The man then addressed everyone, saying that if they noticed a fake, they should destroy it immediately. At that moment, Leon began to stroke Elizabeth's head, asking her not to be angry. He assured her that he could handle the situation himself. Leon then kicked the floor and accused Philip of lying. Leon said that he heard that he worked for Baba Company, but now he was fired. Philip laughed and asked if Leon really had the authority to fire him. Then the protagonist replied that he owned 20% of the Baba Company and asked the man if he still doubted whether he had the right to fire people, at which point Philip questioned Leon's sanity. At this point, Elizabeth interrupted Leon, saying that now was not the time for jokes. Leon, however, told the girl that if what she said was true, she should do what he asked that night. Elizabeth was surprised that Leon had time to tease her about the situation. Leon then turned to Philip, asking him to call the director and ask him who he was. The man agreed. saying that he would call him and put him on speakerphone. When Philip spoke to the director, he introduced himself and asked if he knew Leon. The man replied that he knew Leon's boss and reminded Philip that he had to respect him or he would be fired for disrespect. He also explained that the painting Peach Spring was given to the protagonist in exchange for 1% of the company's shares. Hearing this, the man dropped the phone in shock, realizing that he had made a huge mistake. He fell to his knees, realizing that he would certainly be fired from Baba. Then Leon told him that they had settled everything and Philip was fired. Yasmin, visibly upset, told the protagonist that his actions were too harsh and asked him not to be so cruel at her grandfather's birthday party. And also scolded Leon, saying that as Elizabeth's boyfriend, he should take family ties into account and respect them. Leon, however, replied that he would do anything if Elizabeth asked him, but he would do nothing. However, he had no intention of doing anything for pathetic people like them. Zane, holding the torn painting in his hands, lamented that it was a pity that such a valuable painting was lost. Leon, turning to Philip, pointed out that he had just torn up a painting worth 200 million yuan and asked how he planned to pay for such an act. The man begged Leon to give him a second chance, insisting that he did not want to destroy the original painting. The protagonist then accepted Philip's apology, but told him that while apologies were great, they were not enough, and he asked why he needed the police to intervene. Philip then approached Yasmin, asking her to help him, but Yasmin refused, telling him to get lost, saying that it was over between them. In desperation, Philip grabbed Yasmin's leg, begging her not to leave him, reminding her of all the years he had been kind to her. However, Yasmin, disgusted, pushed him away, telling him to stay away from her as he was getting her dress dirty and she was ashamed of him. Leon then told Philip that if he was truly a man, he should stand up and face the truth. He added that Yasmin was not worth his attention. Yasmin, shocked, asked Leon what he meant. Then the protagonist, without hesitation, asked Elizabeth's father to tell the family to leave the room, as he needed to discuss something with him. The man, understanding, nodded and said that he would inform his family members. Zane then asked Leon what he wanted to talk to them about, and the protagonist told Zane that it was about his granddaughter Yasmin. Yasmin, now angry, told the protagonist to stop messing with them and to quickly tell her family everything he wanted to say about her. Leon then turned to Yasmin, reminding her that the previous day she had taken a taxi and gone to the Bandau Hotel for her secret meeting. Yasmin explained that she had simply gone to meet a friend at the hotel to play cards. Leon, however, told Yasmin that her explanation didn't make sense, asking if she had bought adult toys for her card game with two black guys. Yasmin was shocked by this accusation and denied it. However, Leon responded by saying that he had videos on his phone that he intended to send to Elizabeth. He suggested that they would enjoy watching the videos together. He then made it clear that if Yasmin had just been having fun at the hotel, he would not have said anything. But since she had gone out in a public place, he felt obliged to act. Leon showed everyone a video of Yasmin with two naked men. Zane told Yasmin that she was behaving inappropriately, accusing her of bringing shame on the entire family. The girl responded by asking her grandfather to allow her to explain herself. She explained that she had come there to discuss business matters. Then Zane asked her about the card game story. He asked if she really believed that he was completely out of his mind, since he would never tolerate his granddaughter's shameful behavior. Her mother then told her father that Yasmin might have been set up. Elizabeth's father then responded that the video they saw did not look like a setup, noting that he could clearly see Yasmin's face in the video. At this point, Leon told Zane that he didn't want to interfere in his family affairs and was going to leave. As they walked outside, Elizabeth thanked Leon for the expensive gift, noting its rarity and considerable value. Leon replied that it was a pity the gift had been destroyed, but she could make more orders to cover the costs. Having said this, Leon drove away in his Pagani, and Elizabeth watched him silently. She thought about how Leon asked her to make more orders. She felt like he expected more from her. Meanwhile, Leon considered the banquet a failure, but at least he could get more orders by completing his task faster. While he was driving, the program announced a new order and reminded him to pay attention to it. At that moment, a girl came out of the hotel. She was standing on the street when someone approached her and said hello. The man introduced himself as Ian. Marisa, a girl, asked him what he wanted and why he was there. Then Ian told Marisa that she should let him drive her to school in his luxury car, which his father bought for him. However, Marisa told Ian that she was not interested and suggested that he leave. She mentioned that her taxi would be arriving soon to take her to school, but Ian insisted that she, as the most beautiful girl at the university, deserved more than a taxi. Marissa pulled her hand out of Ian's grip and asked him to leave her alone. At that moment, a sports car pulled up and Ian stopped, surprised. Leon rolled down the window and asked Marissa whose order it was. Marissa replied that it was her order and that she was waiting for a taxi. Then the main character told her to get in the car. Ian was shocked and asked Marissa if she really ordered the Pagani herself, but Marissa asked Ian to leave her alone. After that, Leon quickly drove away. Marissa felt happy that such a wonderful driver arrived in a luxury car to take her to school. She then asked Leon why he worked at Baba Company if he drove a sports car. Leon replied that it didn't matter what kind of car someone drove. What mattered was making an honest living. Soon after, they arrived at Psy University. Marissa then asked if Leon could add her on WeChat. However, Leon asked why she needed his WeChat. Marissa asked if he believed in love at first sight. Leon replied that Marissa was too naive and suggested that she think about it, wondering how she could know that he was not a bad person. In Leon's eyes, she was a carefree girl. He wondered what would happen if he turned out to be a maniac or a murderer. Just then, Sally called him and asked if he could drive her to work. Leon was shocked and asked her if she was crazy or if she had found $2 million to repair his car. He said that if she had done so, he would have come. Sally explained that her brother had not made the mistake intentionally and that there was no need for jokes. Then Sally informed the protagonist that her family had tested him and he had passed the test. Now they were a couple. Leon replied that this was only possible in her dreams and told her that if they did not pay compensation, he would take everyone to court. At this moment, Leon drove up to Tianyi's house, intending to discuss some matters with Catherine. When Catherine came out, she was surprised to see Leon there. She told the protagonist that it was such a coincidence that she met him today right outside her house. Then she got into the Pagani, and Leon asked if she wanted to go to the racetrack. Sally explained that there was an event at the racetrack, and she was lucky enough to film a live broadcast for her channel. Catherine told the protagonist that it was hot outside, and she bought some fruit. She asked him to concentrate on the road while she fed him. They quickly arrived at the China International Circuit. Then the protagonist told Catherine that he would also like to see the event and would go with her to the racetrack to check out the situation. At the racetrack, they saw a man and a woman standing and looking at each other. Catherine also noticed them and wondered why they were arguing. Leon asked Catherine if she knew the two and why they were fighting. Catherine explained that the girl's name was Raleigh and the guy's name was Russell. They were both popular bloggers. Then Catherine came up to them and asked why Russell and Raleigh were fighting. Russell responded by saying that Riley wanted to kick him out. Then Raleigh told Russell that it wasn't her decision to kick him out, but rather the boss of the circuit. She said that the boss didn't want there to be more than one blogger there. Then Catherine told the bloggers that there was enough space at the racetrack and that if there were more bloggers there, it would be better for everyone. However, Russell dismissed the idea as nonsense. He asked which boss Raleigh was talking about, accusing her of dating a rich man and pretending to be someone she is not. Raleigh replied that even if that was the case, she would not allow those jerks to film her live. At that moment, a girl approached Raleigh and handed her a pass, saying that Charlie was waiting for her inside and would be glad to see her there. Then Raleigh told Russell that she would continue the live stream and they could leave. Catherine told Russell that they should leave as there were a lot of people connected to Charlie there. At this point, Russell replied that they would leave because there was nothing more they could do. Suddenly, Leon entered the room and told them both to stay. He told the bloggers that they came there for a reason. Then Raleigh asked if Leon was taking on too much, suggesting that arguing with Charlie could lead to trouble. Then the protagonist asked Raleigh to call Charlie, as he wanted to know what would happen in the end. Catherine asked Leon not to be angry. She assured him that they would not be broadcasting live there and there was no reason to make a scene. However, Leon said that he was not going to leave things like that and would lead them straight to the racetrack. Russell then asked Catherine who her friend was and where he was from. Catherine replied that she was not sure. She added that she trusts the main character and would go through fire and water with him. Then Russell said that he agreed with her and also trusted the protagonist. He followed them, believing that Leon would help them with their problem. At this point, Raleigh smiled evilly, thinking that she was going to teach them a lesson. They walked out into the parking lot at the racetrack and were surprised to see only luxury cars. Catherine couldn't believe her eyes and remarked that all the cars there were amazing. Russell told Catherine that if they could broadcast live there, they would become very popular. He then asked Leon if he was sure that they would be able to broadcast without anyone objecting. Leon assured them. He promised that no one would kick them out in his presence, and he was responsible for the bloggers' safety. Just then, Russell pointed at Charlie approaching. Raleigh immediately told Charlie and John that they were planning to do an exclusive live broadcast that day, but noticed that there were bloggers there. She told Charlie and John that these people came without permission and should leave the circuit. Rayleigh pointed at Leon, calling him an idiot who acted like he was in charge and needed to be kicked out, at which point John bowed to the protagonist and expressed his pleasure at seeing him at the racetrack. Charlie greeted Leon, asking how he found time to visit the racetrack. At this point, Raleigh asked Charlie and John if they knew this man. Charlie started yelling at Raleigh, reminding her that Leon was the racetrack director. Leon then asked Charlie if Raleigh was his friend, pointing out that she had just been rude to him. Then Charlie pushed Raleigh aside and told the protagonist that she was not his friend. He added that he invited her to have fun, but now he would kick her out. Raleigh begged Charlie not to throw her out, claiming that if she couldn't live stream, her career would be over. But Charlie instructed security to throw her out. The guards grabbed Riley and headed for the exit. Charlie then asked Leon if Catherine was with him, noting that she looked good, although her figure was so-so. He also suggested that if the protagonist was interested, he could introduce him to some beautiful ladies who knew their business. Leon ran his hand over Charlie's car and thought to himself that his friend hadn't changed a bit. He also thought that Charlie needed to reconsider his approach to life. At this point, Russell wondered who Leon was and what family he came from, as it seemed incredible that he could contradict Charlie at all. Charlie then told the protagonist that this was a new racetrack and he was eager to take him for a few laps and see who was better. Leon agreed and said that Charlie's skills, especially cornering, had improved, but it would still be difficult for him. A few minutes later, Leon and Charlie were standing at the starting line of their cars. Russell asked Catherine not just to stand there, but to start a live broadcast. Charlie then asked Leon if he wanted to make a bet. He suggested that 1 second would cost 100,000 yuan, and whoever lost by a large margin would have to pay. Then the protagonist told Charlie that he was ready to make a bet. The woman then started the countdown and told the riders to get ready. Leon and Charlie immediately put the gas pedal to the floor and raced towards the finish line without braking. A few seconds later, Leon crossed the finish line first, winning the bet. Charlie realized that he had miscalculated his strength. Leon had won against him by almost a whole minute. He told the main character that he was terrible. He said that he had been training for several days, but still could not catch up with him, falling far behind. Then he told the protagonist that a bet is a bet and gave him all the promised money. Leon then told John that there was a scratch on his Pagani and asked him to take it to a repair shop to fix it. Charlie replied that he would contact their company and arrange for a mechanical engineer to come from another country. Leon then told Catherine and Russell that they could film their live stream there and that if they needed help, the manager was always there to help. He said that he had to leave soon because he had a lot of things to do. The girl thanked him for his help. At that moment, Charlie approached the protagonist and hugged him, asking if he really wanted to trade his blogger for Baba's company. But Leon replied that he found harmony in the situation and asked Charlie if he wanted to try too. However, Charlie replied that he would not go and asked Leon if he heard the girls screaming at his beauty. He added that he would stay with them instead. In response, Leon told Charlie that he was just a money bag for all these girls. Then he left. As Leon started to leave the circuit, he thought he needed to check the system to see what stage his professional development was at. He glanced at his phone and saw that there was very little time left before he would receive his reward and change professions. He then realized he had 3 orders left and decided to continue after eating. Leon walked into the noodle shop and wondered why Auntie Leah closed so early that day. He mentioned that it had been a long time since he had eaten her fried rice and he was looking forward to enjoying it. Aunt Leah explained that Lucretia had no more classes and she wanted to take her home, but she would cook him whatever he wanted. Then the main character replied that he should pick her up and that she would prepare very tasty and healthy food for everyone. He quickly arrived at the place indicated by Aunt Leah. He came to Shanghai Middle School to meet the girl and take her home. 20 minutes later, classes at the high school ended and the students went out into the courtyard. He approached the girl and asked if she had finished her classes. She answered in the affirmative. After this, Leon entered the school and found a group of students who remained in the classroom. Suddenly, he saw his friend with other girls who were much older than her, which surprised him. Among them was also Gabrielle, who apparently worked as a teacher. At that moment, a woman asked Gabrielle to look at her son's face and the scratches on him. The woman claimed that her son wanted to start a career in the top show business industry, which put his future at risk. Then Lucretia said that if her son had not approached her first, she would not have touched him and did not want to hurt him in class. At that moment, Leon entered the office and told the boy that wanting something was one thing, but achieving it was very difficult. Lucretia was glad to see her brother, and the teacher was also glad to see him here. Then the main character told his sister that he had come for her and asked if it was true that she had beaten up a boy from her class. The sister asked Leon to look at her clothes, saying that the guy had torn them and was to blame for the conflict. The protagonist then told the boy's mother that it was perfectly clear her son was at fault and that she shouldn't blame his sister. The boy's enraged mother demanded to know how Leon dared to blame her son. She said he should pay compensation. Lucretia replied that it was her son who started to bully her. The boy's mother was furious and told Lucretia that poor children like her were destined to endure bullying and humiliation. Then, unexpectedly, Leon slapped the boy's mother. The woman, now furious, asked how Leon dared to hit her. Then the protagonist told his sister that the boy's mother was the same as her son. The boy's mother then yelled at Gabrielle, asking why she wasn't standing up for her. Then she told the protagonist that her husband was the HR manager and that she would take the matter to the legal department. Gabrielle responded to the boy's mother, saying that she herself was to blame for what happened and that there was no need to go to court, since she would lose the case anyway. The mother, not at all embarrassed, declared that the court would make the decision and she would destroy both Lucretia and the school along with the teachers. Gabrielle then told the protagonist and his sister that they could leave as she would report the situation to the school principal. Lucretia thanked Gabrielle for always helping her in difficult situations. Leon told Lucretia's sister to go home, noting that their mother was already waiting for her. Just then, the door opened and a man entered the room. The man approached Gabrielle and asked why his son was being bullied at school. Then, seeing Leon and his sister Lucretia standing in the classroom, the man asked who they were and demanded that they leave. The boy told his father that Leon had just hit his mother. The father ordered the protagonist to stand still, demanding that he immediately kneel down and apologize to his wife. He asked Leon if he knew who his boss was, mentioning that his name was Charlie, and if Leon contacted him, he would be kicked out of Shanghai immediately. Leon, thinking that this was an unexpected coincidence, took out his phone and decided to call Charlie. He asked him why the HR manager from his company was threatening him. Charlie replied that it couldn't be true. Charlie told the protagonist that he knew who the idiot was and would quickly clear everything up. He assured Leon that the man would be punished for his insolence. The boy's father, shocked, asked Leon who he had just called, thinking he heard a familiar name. Leon told the man that it was Charlie he had called. The father, not believing his ears, told the protagonist that this was nonsense. He insisted that young people like Leon only knew how to lie. At that moment, his phone rang and he realized it was Charlie. He asked the man who he was threatening. Charlie then told him to pack his things and leave the company. The man, now on his knees in shock, begged Charlie not to fire him. He explained that he had recently taken out a loan to buy a house and a car. Charlie told him that if he didn't want to get fired, he should go to work for their African branch. The man froze, speechless, realizing that his life was over. His wife asked him what happened and if Charlie's boss had really called him. The man told his wife and son that Leon actually knew Charlie's boss and that he had just been fired. Then he suddenly admitted that he had been rude to him and had been punished for it, but begged Leon to forgive him and give him a second chance. Suddenly, Leon kicked Oliver and told him that he was lucky to be there. Otherwise, he didn't know what they would have done to Lucretia. After some time, Leon and Lucretia went outside. Lucretia said that she wanted to share with her mother what happened that day. However, Leon approached Lucretia and asked her not to tell her mother about what happened at school. Lucretia agreed, saying that she understood that it would be their little secret. Later that evening, Leon visited the Chaoyang company, intending to pick up Elizabeth. He thought that she should have finished work by now, but when he arrived, he realized that it was already quite late and she was still working. Then the main character decided to surprise Elizabeth, thinking that she would be happy to meet him in the office. He looked into the office and saw her sitting there eating cookies, surrounded by a mountain of work. Leon smiled, thinking that she didn't know he was there, and decided to play a little joke on her. He kicked a chair in the office, planning to start a prank and see her reaction. Elizabeth was startled, wondering what caused the noise and who could have moved the chair. She opened the door, thinking she needed to check and make sure no one was there. Stepping out into the hallway, Elizabeth shouted, asking the evil spirits to leave the company. At that moment, Leon slammed the door behind her, intending to frighten her even more. The sound of the door slamming sent Elizabeth into a panic. She quickly called the protagonist and asked him to pick her up from the company. but Leon replied that he had things to do and did not have time to pick her up. Elizabeth pleaded with him, saying she had heard a noise in the office and was too scared to stay there alone. She insisted that he come for her immediately. Then the main character told her to wait a little. But just at that moment, someone started knocking on the door. Elizabeth was horrified, thinking that a maniac had entered the office. She screamed to ask who was there and told the man that her boyfriend would be arriving soon. The man at the door replied that since her boyfriend would be arriving soon, he would leave. Elizabeth immediately recognized the familiar voice. At that moment, Leon opened the door and Elizabeth rushed to him, saying that there was someone in the office. She explained that it was impressive how quickly he got to the company. Leon explained that he was outside when she called. Elizabeth, still in shock, began hitting Leon, telling him that she hated him and that she almost died in the office. The protagonist then explained that he did it to help her understand that working late at the company was dangerous. However, Elizabeth, still frightened, asked him not to frighten her anymore and asked what he had in his hands. Leon replied that it was fried rice with egg, which had no equal in China, adding that it had come from a small noodle shop where he had been eating for several years. Elizabeth opened the dish and commented on how delicious it smelled, saying she couldn't wait to try the rice. She asked Leon if it was Aunt Leah's fried rice. Leon was surprised and asked how Elizabeth knew Leah. She explained that she knew Leah's cafe because she had never eaten anywhere else, and it had the best food in town. Elizabeth, still a little flustered, commented on how strange it was that Leon had scared her so much and was now feeding her, saying that he was a strange guy. Leon shrugged and said it didn't matter, adding that no one could have imagined that the director of the Chaoyang company would act so childishly. Then Elizabeth asked for some ham. Soon, Leon told her that it was late and she should finish the dish before he took her home. At that moment, Elizabeth thought to herself that the men who had courted her before Leon would probably already be at the nightclub while she was here with him, eating delicious food and being picked up from work. Just at that moment, Leon's phone rang. It was his friend Charlie. He told him that he had dealt with the arrogant manager and found some beautiful ladies who were waiting for him with them. However, Leon told Charlie that he didn't want to go and that the girl next to him was better than any of his friends. Then Charlie asked him not to say stupid things and convinced Leon to take a photo of the girl and send it to him. He took out his phone, intending to take a picture of her in the office. Elizabeth became confused and asked why he wanted to take a picture of her. Leon explained that his friend invited him to a bar where there were beautiful women, and he planned to send Charlie her picture to show him what real beauty is in the world. Elizabeth became embarrassed and asked if she could put on makeup, wondering how her dress looked, as she wanted to look perfect. However, Leon hugged Elizabeth and told her not to worry about the photograph. He asked her to sit closer to him so that they could take a photo together. Elizabeth admitted that she had never been photographed with a man before and did not know how to pose. Leon consoled her by telling her not to worry and that she was thinking too much. He hugged her and told her that she was great. Then he sat her on his lap, telling Elizabeth not to move and to sit still. He told the girl that all the stars he had seen could not compare to her, as she was better than all the women he knew. Charlie, having received the photo, asked Leon where he found such a beauty. Soon after, they went outside and Leon asked Elizabeth not to order today, saying that he would just take her home. But Elizabeth replied that she wanted to support everything he did. Leon pulled her closer and asked how he could refuse a princess like her. Elizabeth replied that these were tender words, but she was not that tender. Leon then told her that he wanted to ask her something. He wondered how he could start a charity and what steps he should take. Elizabeth informed him that such an organization was difficult to create even for a very influential person, and that there were nuances to it. She explained that it would be difficult for him to handle it alone. Leon nodded, acknowledging her concerns. He assured Elizabeth that he still needed to do it and he wanted to do everything he could to make it happen. Elizabeth praised him. Leon, smiling, replied that she was a good person too, and remembered how she rented out 2 buildings to people at a low price. He then told her that he wanted her to help with the fund as she would understand the matter better than he did. Elizabeth agreed to find out everything, and they came to her house. After dropping her off, the hero remembered something he wanted to tell her and asked her to wait a second. He told the girl that he was going to Yangchen the next day, and if she had time, she could join him. Elizabeth replied that she would check her schedule and asked him to be careful on the road. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone informing him that he had received 5 stars from a client. Just at that moment, Lena appeared and congratulated Leon, saying that his career was over and a new one was about to begin. Lina showed him the system and asked if he, as the owner, wanted to start a new career. Leon was intrigued and agreed to start a new career. Lina then invited him to a seminar on the professional experience of a physical education teacher, explaining that this was his new job. Leon was surprised, asking if he was now working as a physical education teacher. Lina advised him to drink an enhancing potion, saying that it would teach him not only sports, but also higher mathematics. Leon laughed and asked why a physical education teacher would study higher mathematics if he didn't do calculations or equations. So Lina explained that the potion contained the wisdom of the best students in the world and would help the protagonist quickly master his new profession. Leon was surprised why a physical education teacher needed such wisdom, but he believed Lina's words and drank the potion. Lina assured him that his career as a physical education teacher was just beginning. As the potion took effect, Leon began to experience strange sensations in his head, as if more and more knowledge was being added to his mind. Closing his eyes, he realized that this newfound knowledge could be useful in the future. Lina told him that his body had also changed, which was a result of the attribute enhancement from the potion. Leon lifted his shirt and saw that the sage's mind had indeed made his body stronger. He was amazed and hugged Lina, expressing his gratitude for her help in achieving his success. She smiled, happy for him and his success. Later, lying on his bed, Leon reflected that he had finally completed his mission and could now rest. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. His partner, the manager, informed the main character that they had contacted the Pagani engineers. Leon replied that he would ask the staff to send them a Pagani. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that she would not be able to accompany him tomorrow as she had already booked him a plane ticket for around 10 a.m. She asked him what the name of his shelter was, and Leon replied that it was called Blue Sky. When he asked why it was so important, Elizabeth explained that she was just asking and advised him to be careful and not cheat on her with other women. Arriving at the airport, Leon was surprised to see that Elizabeth had bought him a first-class ticket. As people began filling the seats on the plane, Leon played on his phone. A girl named Freya pointed out to her friend Lucy that the man sitting opposite her was handsome, and they both became very interested in him. Lucy remarked that she had flown first class many times, but had never seen handsome men. Their friend Farrell asked his friends to stop drooling, noting that while many people in the first class were good-looking, none of them were rich. The guy sitting next to the main character decided to speak out and told the main character that money is much more important than appearance. Leon told him to keep his opinion to himself, so Farrell suggested testing it by asking the flight attendants for their WeChat and seeing who they would give their account to. Farrell noticed the approaching flight attendant and decided to take action. He turned to the flight attendant, asking her to come over for a minute. When the flight attendant approached, she asked Mr. Farrell how she could help him. Farrell explained the situation, and both he and his friend were interested in asking her WeChat, but she could only choose one of them. The flight attendant, hearing that wealthy men often flew first class, thought she might have luck with these two, but she politely told Farrell that she couldn't add passengers to her WeChat due to company rules. However, Farrell insisted that this was not a problem and said that according to airline rules, a passenger's request could not be denied. The flight attendant glanced at Leon, who was still absorbed in his phone and had ignored their conversation. She then noticed the watch on Leon's wrist and thought it looked like a luxury item worth over $10 million. Suddenly, she approached the protagonist, asking him for WeChat information and saying that she would now add him as a friend. At that moment, Farrell couldn't understand what had happened and was puzzled as to why the flight attendant had approached the protagonist and not him. However, Leon, not at all embarrassed, asked him if he would admit defeat. Farrell refused and vowed to get even. He started yelling at the flight attendant, criticizing her for her inexperience. He claimed that if there had been someone more experienced there, he would have won the bet against Leon. Then the protagonist asked him why he was putting himself in an awkward position by refusing to admit defeat. However, before he could answer, Freya suddenly told her friend to look back. There, in the aisle, stood Elizabeth. Farrell was struck by her beauty and asked her who this goddess was. Leon, seizing the opportunity, asked him if he would like to try using this beauty's WeChat. Farrell reluctantly agreed, saying that if he lost this bet again, he would admit that Leon was the best. At this moment, Elizabeth approached the protagonist, asking if she could pass. She explained that the seat by the window was hers. Farrell immediately stood up and told the girl that both he and his friend wanted to add her on WeChat. However, before she could answer, Leon suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her towards him. He hugged Elizabeth and told Farrell that he had no chance with such a beautiful girl. He asked him to leave her alone. Farrell was furious, calling Leon an idiot and demanding to know what he was doing. Then the main character confidently told Farrell that he had superpowers and could make a beauty fall in love with him in a second. Farrell was furious and told the protagonist not to be arrogant. He said that Elizabeth could call the police and they would help her. The girl then asked Leon what he was doing, mentioning that there were a lot of people around. Leon replied that he was not doing anything, that it was too stuffy on the plane and he wanted to get some fresh air. Elizabeth told him that she was too awkward with so many people around and quickly pulled away from his embrace. Then the protagonist asked Farrell who was better in the end. The guy was shocked and froze in place and reluctantly admitted that Leon was better. After this, Leon fastened his seatbelt, thinking that now that the idiot was left behind, he could chat with Elizabeth in peace. He asked her how she ended up on the plane and if she had any business. She told him that she would not fly there with him. She explained that she had seen him off earlier and was free that day, so she decided to go with him to the orphanage. Farrell, still upset, thought that if it weren't for Leon, he would be sitting next to this beauty. Suddenly, Freya told her brother that she wanted to ask Leon to give her his WeChat. An angry Farrell asked his sister why she needed a loser's WeChat. Leon overheard and became furious. He immediately asked Farrell who he was calling a loser. Farrell then told the protagonist that he didn't know him, but that he was clearly an ordinary gigolo. Then the protagonist hugged Elizabeth tightly and thought to himself that he would show Farrell who the real loser was. He told Farrell that he would marry her soon. Elizabeth asked Leon to stop squeezing her so hard, explaining that she was uncomfortable. Then the main character calmed her down, saying that it would be softer for her and that she would fall asleep faster. But at that moment, Elizabeth pinched him. She told the main character that she was going to the toilet to tidy herself up as her clothes were wrinkled. Leon, wanting to joke with her, said that he would go with her. After some time, they arrived at the shelter. Leon looked at the building and thought that it was huge. Elizabeth mentioned that although housing prices in Yancheng were low, land values in the area were in the tens of millions. Leon replied that he understood her, which is why he thought Vanessa was rather stupid. He said that she could live in abundance, but she values her principles so much that even her clothes do not cost more than 100 yuan. They both decided to go to the orphanage to see the conditions in which the children lived. The children ran and played, enjoying their time. Then one of the children turned around and shouted to all his friends that their brother Leon was back. Elizabeth told the children that they had brought many different delicious sweets for them and they should share them with all the children. The children thanked her, and Elizabeth felt embarrassed, thinking how cute the children were. At this moment, a woman approached the main character and asked why he hadn't told them about his visit earlier. She said that she would have prepared his favorite dishes. Leon explained that he didn't want to disturb them, so he didn't tell anyone about this visit in advance. The woman replied that it was a pleasant surprise, especially since he brought a girl with him. She said that Elizabeth was very beautiful. Elizabeth greeted the woman, said hello to her, and introduced herself. In response, the woman told Elizabeth that she was beautiful and asked her not to bring anything, as she was now a future member of their family. Then she asked the man to divide all the gifts between the children and told him to take them into the house. But suddenly the man froze in place and asked the old woman to come over. He said that Ninel had brought a guy. The happy woman asked if it was true and that it was a huge coincidence that two people brought their soulmates on the same day. Elizabeth, overcome with curiosity, asked Leon who Ninel was. Leon explained that Ninel also grew up in an orphanage, but her university was in Yangcheng and his university was in Zhanghai. He told the girl that they would go see who Ninel had brought. There was a luxury car parked at the entrance to the orphanage, and a man and a girl were standing next to it. Ninel smiled, happy to see the children. She called them over and wanted to please each of them with a treat. Ninel told the children that she brought many different treats. Children from the orphanage began to gather around, looking at the luxury car. Then the man who was with Ninel angrily ordered the children to slow down and not touch his BMW, threatening that otherwise they would have to wash it. At that moment, Ninel, seeing Leon in the shelter, was excited to see him. Ninel asked Leon if Elizabeth was his girlfriend and expressed her desire for him to introduce her to her. Elizabeth replied that Leon had mentioned her many times and that she was happy to meet her in person today. Then Ninel squeezed Elizabeth's hand, telling her that she was beautiful and that she and her brother, the protagonist, were perfect for each other. At that moment, a man approached them and extended his hand to Elizabeth. He introduced himself as Ninel's boyfriend, Wesley, and said that he was glad to meet her. However, Leon immediately stopped him. He explained that Elizabeth now knew Wesley and that there was no need for them to shake hands. Wesley wondered to himself how someone without a family could be so lucky to find such a wonderful girl. Wesley then told his aunt that he wanted to donate thousands of yuan to the orphanage so that they could spend it on clothes and food for the children. His aunt replied that he didn't need to do that as he had already bought them many gifts and thanked him for his generosity. Then the protagonist approached his aunt and told her that if they decided to accept the donation, she should accept it immediately, without hesitation. Wesley then turned to the protagonist, mentioning that he heard Leon had made a good living in Shanghai and asked if he would like to donate some money to the orphanage. Leon agreed, telling Wesley that he would donate 100 million yuan to the foundation. Wesley was shocked to hear this, thinking that Leon had made a mistake with the amount. He asked if Leon was joking, as it seemed impossible that someone like him would donate 100 million yuan to the shelter. The aunt asked the hero not to say such things, realizing that he would not be able to give her that kind of money. Wesley then said that if Leon could donate that amount, he would donate 10 times that amount himself. Then the hero called his manager and told him to transfer 100 million to the shelter's account. Wesley's distrust grew when he noticed that Vanessa had received a message stating that Leon had indeed transferred 100 million yuan into her account. The woman was shocked to see such a sum. Wesley was outraged. He snatched the phone from his aunt, and when he looked at the screen, he saw that she had indeed received 100 million. Leon explained that he had kept his promise and asked when the donation would be made. Elizabeth thought that the protagonist enjoyed deceiving others. Wesley still couldn't utter a word. At first, he thought that Leon didn't have that kind of money and was just deceiving him. Leon then asked Wesley why he was silent, noting that he had a lot of money. Wesley, now even more agitated, told the protagonist that he had urgent business. He quickly got into the car and left the shelter. Ninel, confused and upset, called out to him, asking him to stay. The protagonist then told her not to worry and explained that Wesley was a bad person. He assured her that her life would be much better without him. At this point, Aunt Vanessa asked Leon to explain where he got such a large sum of money and whether he had done anything bad. Leon reassured her by explaining that he had opened a small business and that everything was legal. Elizabeth, overhearing, told Vanessa that Leon was being modest and that he actually had several major projects. Vanessa, still skeptical, said that 100 million yuan was a very large amount. She asked Leon to give her his account number so that she could return the money to him and he could use it for his business. However, Leon told the woman to keep all the money for herself, as he had enough. Vanessa, now more relaxed, told the protagonist that she had cooked beef and that he would like it. As they sat down at the table, they thought they were eager to find out what had happened to the children during their stay in the city. Elizabeth then asked Leon about her business in the city. She said that she wanted to go to the Yangcheni branch to collect information about the company there. Elizabeth added that there seemed to be a problem with the accounts and asked if Leon could go with her. Then the protagonist assured her that they already knew about her arrival and everything was prepared for her visit. He told her that everything would be settled before she arrived. Elizabeth told Leon not to worry, as no one knew she was there, and she took it calmly. Leon thought Elizabeth was still naive. A few minutes later, Leon told Vanessa that they had eaten and it was time to do their own thing. Suddenly, Elizabeth stood up suddenly because her clothes were torn. She said that she needed to change her clothes. Meanwhile, Leon stood by the girls' restroom, waiting for Elizabeth to change. The girl asked Leon for help, explaining that she could not zip up her dress because it seemed to be stuck. The protagonist then asked if she could wear the dress as is without worrying and just walk down the street. Elizabeth responded by joking that men like to help women with difficult outfits. Leon responded by admitting that he preferred taking off the dress rather than putting it on. He tried to zip up Elizabeth's dress but couldn't. He then told her that he couldn't zip up the dress and offered to get some scissors to fix the problem. Elizabeth asked why he did that, fearing that if he ruined the dress, she wouldn't be able to wear it again. However, Leon explained that the problem arose because the seams on her underwear had come apart, and a thread had gotten stuck in the zipper and could not be pulled out without cutting it. Elizabeth understood him and told him to get the scissors, hoping that he could solve the problem. Leon took out the scissors and assured her, promising to fix the zipper quickly. Elizabeth asked if everything was ready, and Leon asked her to wait a little longer. After some time, Leon and Elizabeth arrived at the Chaoyang branch of the company. They got out of the Pagani, and Leon hoped that his beloved would quickly solve the problems. At the entrance to the company, they were greeted by a man who wished the main character and Elizabeth a good day. Soon they entered the meeting room, where many company employees were already present, working on various matters. Chao Yang's vice president William was there and was shocked. He asked Elizabeth why she did not notify them of her arrival. Elizabeth told Vice President William that this was not necessary and asked him to bring this year's reports to the boardroom. A few minutes later, William quickly brought the reports and all the related information into the room. Elizabeth opened the reports and was shocked to realize that she was lucky to have arrived at the Chaoyang branch on time. She told William that Chaoyang's company owed $30 million and had violated many rules. She also mentioned that there were problems with other accounts and she had called the police. But just as she was about to continue, someone suddenly opened the door and a man entered the room with a bat in his hands. Elizabeth was confused and asked who he was. The man said that they came for money and that William owed them 1 million yuan. He demanded that Elizabeth give them the money, otherwise they would not leave alive. Elizabeth was shocked by the man's words and asked if Vice President William had borrowed money from them. The man said that Elizabeth was very beautiful and that he liked girls like her, and he suggested that if she agreed to spend one night with him, he would forgive the debt. Elizabeth was stunned and didn't know how to react. At that moment, Leon stood in front of her. He told the man that something told him that William should not give them anything. Then Leon asked if William had sent them here so that they would not call the police. The man became angry and asked Leon if he really wanted to die for what he said. The protagonist then asked the man how much he had offered them, suggesting that 2 million yuan might be enough to hand William over to the police. The man froze in surprise, looking at his friends. They did not seem to object to the deal. The man then agreed, saying that 2 million yuan would indeed be enough, and they would deliver William to the police, alive or half dead. At that moment, Leon yelled at them, ordering them to quickly leave and follow the boss's orders. Elizabeth, frightened, asked Leon what they should do next. Leon told her to sort out the financial reports while he went to the police station to file a report. After this, Leon quickly arrived at the police station and told the girl that they needed to act quietly so as not to attract attention. He added that if the incident had been reported in the newspapers, the company's market value would have plummeted. Elizabeth thanked Leon, expressing that she did not know what she would do without him. However, Leon asked her to leave for now, saying that while he would deal with the matter with Vice President William and his affairs, Elizabeth, however, refused to let him go alone. Then the protagonist handed Elizabeth a folder of documents, assuring her that he had everything under control and knew what he was doing. Before Elizabeth left, Leon asked her to go to the police station first. Leon quickly left for Chaoyang's office, and Elizabeth asked him to be careful. 3 hours later, Leon returned with a lot of news for Elizabeth, walking into the building followed by a man in handcuffs. Elizabeth sat there the whole time, waiting for Leon to return and worrying that something bad might have happened to him. But when she saw him enter the room, she felt a great relief. She stood up from her seat, ran to hug him, and asked if he was okay. Leon told the girl that he had caught the man, and now all that was left was to hand him over to the police in the court. The vice president apologized, offering his house and car if she would let him go. However, Elizabeth told the vice president not to say another word, as the court would now decide what would happen to him. Elizabeth then pulled Leon close to her, expressing her gratitude for his help. She told him that they would now go say goodbye to his mother before returning to Zhanghai. After some time, they arrived at the Yunshui Hotel. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that she wanted to throw him dinner that evening as a token of gratitude for all his help. Leon was surprised and asked Elizabeth if she could cook. However, Elizabeth assured him that he had no reason to doubt her abilities. She was an excellent cook. After some time, Elizabeth came out to the main character, saying that everything was ready and it was time for him to try her delicious dishes. They sat down at the table and Leon tried one of the dishes and told the girl that it was very tasty. Elizabeth then placed a plate of steak in front of him and asked him to eat without being distracted by anything else. Leon noticed that he had seen her talking on the phone earlier and asked how the situation with the vice president was progressing. Elizabeth explained that unless something unexpected happened, all the documents would be submitted to the court tomorrow. Leon was surprised and asked if they had really managed to sort things out so quickly, and the girl assured him that she was not just the director of the company. Leon quickly finished his steak and commented that he didn't expect her to be such a skilled cook. He told the girl that he should now treat her like a princess and somehow reward her. Elizabeth replied that he had already helped her with the company. Then the protagonist stood up from his seat. He told the girl that it didn't matter and she should wait for her reward. The girl asked him what kind of surprise he had in mind, urging him not to be so mysterious. Instead of answering, The hero leaned towards her and kissed her on the lips. Then he picked up the girl with his arms and lifted her off the floor, pressing her to himself. Elizabeth asked him who this encouragement was more suitable for, him or her. Leon replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was that she was happy. Then he unbuttoned her dress, and they spent the whole night together. The next morning, Leon woke up thinking that it was a wonderful day. He yawned, wondering if he really had to go to work so early, but just then his phone rang. On the other end of the line, he was told that they were calling him about his position at Zhonghai University and asked if he could start work the next day. The next day, Leon arrived at the university. The girls at the university saw him and smiled, surprised that such a handsome guy had come to visit. Leon arrived at the university in a nice suit, feeling out of place among so many young people. As he entered campus, Elizabeth called him, explaining that she needed to run some errands and asking if he could give her a ride. However, Leon told her he couldn't because he was currently working as a professor at the university and it was his first day. Elizabeth was surprised and asked how he became a teacher. Leon joked that if she saw his physique, she would understand that he could easily become a physical education teacher. Shortly after, Leon entered the office, greeted the people there, and introduced himself as the new gym teacher. A man named Lincoln introduced himself as the person who would help him sort out the affairs of the university. Lincoln told the protagonist that the woman sitting next to him was their dean, Mrs. Samantha. Samantha told the protagonist that she didn't care who brought him here, but he would work hard. She also told him that she had a task for him, and once he completed it, he could start teaching immediately. She said that she had prepared a list of senior students and asked him to arrange internships for them in various hotels. She mentioned that the salary of the interns should be at least $3,000, including food and accommodation. Leon told Samantha that he would try his best, but he found it a bit of a challenge as he knew she was deliberately making it difficult for him. Lincoln then told the protagonist that his workplace was nearby. He also mentioned that Samantha hated people who got jobs through connections the most, and this person would not stay there for long. Lincoln said that he couldn't help with this directly, but he could give the protagonist a few ideas. Leon told him that he was listening carefully to his advice. Then the man suggested that he focus on 3-star hotels. Leon thanked Lincoln for the advice and said he would go and contact someone about a student internship. Leon then called manager Wang and said that he would send the location and asked him to come over. Half an hour later, manager Wang arrived and asked Leon what tasks he needed to complete, and he promised to finish them quickly. Leon hugged Winston tightly, asking him to listen and not get distracted. Afterwards, Leon arrived at Samantha's office with Van, ready to talk to her about the upcoming task. Samantha became furious when she saw manager Wang and told the protagonist that bringing a stranger into her office was against the rules. However, Leon explained that she had asked him to organize an internship for the students, and now the training had passed to her. Samantha was shocked and stood up from her seat, asking Leon what he'd just said. Then the protagonist told the dean that it was Wang from Bandao Hotel, and although he didn't know all the details, they could talk to him directly. Samantha was surprised and asked Leon if this man was really the manager of Bandao Hotel. Wang confirmed that the intern's salary would be $3,500, including food and accommodation, and Samantha replied that everything was fine and that she would ask her colleagues to send him a work contract. Just at that moment, Leon received an unexpected notification congratulating him on achieving 20% of his career goals and being awarded 200,000 points. Lena explained that the award was from the Lunsen Science Institute, and Leon was surprised, thinking that this was an unusual recognition. Lincoln then asked Leon why he seemed frozen. He told the protagonist that he and Samantha had already discussed everything and that he was leaving, thanking Leon for his help. After this, Leon approached Samantha and told her that he had completed the task. He asked if he could start working as a physical education teacher the next day. Samantha told him he could start. Leon was happy and told Samantha that he was leaving, but they would meet the next morning. The girl then asked Lincoln's teacher to make a schedule for Leon's physical education classes. However, Lincoln mentioned that physical education class attendance was already below 30% and salaries could be cut in half. However, Samantha explained that Lincoln was originally the gym teacher, but now made the schedule. Meanwhile, Leon visited the port of Wangjiang to learn more about the events taking place there. However, he accidentally kicked the car in the parking lot, and the driver in the car immediately scolded him for his inattention and for almost scratching the car. Suddenly, Leon asked what kind of car it was, since he had not noticed it before. The woman in the car, Sonia, told him that her car was worth over $1 million, and if it got scratched, it would be the end of the world for him. However, Leon replied that it was a very ordinary car, and when he drove a Pagani, he didn't show off like that. Sonia skeptically commented that such an elite car was something only in his dreams, at which point Leon felt disappointed, thinking that people were always so evil. At that moment, a meeting was about to start in the conference room. All the people had already gathered, but they were waiting for one employee. Sonia walked into the room and the man asked her why she was late, mentioning that she was lucky that Leon hadn't arrived yet. Sonia apologized to the manager, explaining that she wouldn't have been late if it weren't for the jerk in the parking lot. She then asked if Georgia had left the area yet and if Sonia was ready to lose. Georgia responded by saying that foreigners would never understand the Chinese market and what people really want. Sonia countered, telling Georgia that they would see who was right. Just at that moment, the door to the conference room opened and Leon walked inside. Sonia was shocked and asked if the man in the parking lot was really the director of the company. Leon saw Sonia in the office and asked if she was an employee of their company. The manager informed the protagonist that Sonia was the chief designer of the company, well known in the wider community. Then the main character told Sonia that since she was such a celebrity, she would easily find another job, and she would no longer be welcome there. At that moment, Sonia apologized and admitted that she had made a mistake. She asked for forgiveness and hoped for another chance. Then the protagonist asked Sonia if she was really talking about a chance. Given her attitude towards others, he noted that there was no place for people like her here. Leon then kicked Sonia and the others out of the meeting room. Leon told Georgia that they should get straight to the point, and Georgia agreed with him. She then explained that if Leon wanted to make Wangjiang the largest port in the world, they would first need to do a few things, and she shared their design concept, emphasizing the need to consider the specific location. Leon told her that the idea sounded good and asked if a $200 million investment would determine the scale of the port project. Georgia was caught off guard, wondering if Leon had really just said $200 million. Georgia then told him that if they had $200 million, they would secure 5th place in the world and would be able to implement all their development plans. The protagonist then asked whether $800 million would guarantee that the port would become a leader in business. Georgia and her team were shocked by his willingness to commit such a large sum. Georgia said that with $800 million, she is confident that the Wangjiang port will lead the industry within the next decade. Then the protagonist told Georgia that they had reached an agreement. He asked her to prepare a plan and promised to pay them $200 million in advance to start the project. As Leon walked down the hallway, someone called him. The man introduced himself as Samuel, the deputy director of the Lunsen Institute, and said he had come to inform the protagonist, as he was now the director. Leon told Samuel he would arrive at 1:30 the next day. The next morning, Leon arrived at the university to meet Samantha. He greeted her, but she replied that she was having a bad day and told him to get ready for class. Leon assured Samantha that he was already prepared and showed her the book. Samantha informed him that according to school rules, if his attendance in his subject was below 95%, he would not receive any bonuses. Leon admitted this, and Samantha, surprised, asked why he was not upset about the bonuses. Leon told her that he didn't particularly care about the salary and that attendance didn't matter to him. Samantha, still puzzled, told him that regardless of his views, he needed to teach well and follow all the rules. Leon assured her that he understood and would follow the rules, and asked where his classes would be held that day. Teacher Lincoln informed the protagonist that the class would be held in the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. When Leon arrived, the female students greeted him and asked how he was doing. Leon greeted them in return. Then the students asked if he really had a textbook in his hands. Leon explained that he taught physical education and was heading to class. The students asked him where the class would be held, and he confirmed that it would be in the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. The students immediately took out their phones to text their friends about the new teacher. When Leon arrived at the lecture hall on the 3rd floor, he greeted the students. Samantha walked into the room and watched Leon conduct his lesson and see if the students were engaged. Samantha noted that there were only 30 students in the room and doubted that he would be able to attract 50. However, suddenly both Samantha and Teacher Lincoln heard loud screams from students behind them. At that moment, more students began to enter the room. Lincoln was surprised and asked where so many students were coming from. Samantha, confused, couldn't understand why so many students chose to attend Leon's classes. Teacher Lincoln told Samantha that Leon apparently attracted the students with his looks. Samantha replied that she could understand why the girls were drawn to him, but she wondered why the boys were rushing into the hall too. Teacher Lincoln explained that the boys entered the hall after the girls, which is why there were so many students in the class. After a few minutes, Leon decided to start the lesson as the hall was completely full. Teacher Lincoln suggested to Samantha that they could leave right now since the classroom was full and there was no need to count all the students. However, Samantha became furious and told Teacher Lincoln that they would not leave. She insisted on personally supervising Leon's lesson. Then the main character announced to the students that he would call out their names, and if anyone could not hear their own, they should come up and write them down. Half an hour later, he informed the class that they had reached student number 124 and continued the roll call. Samantha then asked Leon to begin the lesson, expressing her desire to personally observe how he conducted the class. One student, upset, told Samantha that she should write her name in case Leon forgot it. Later, another student assured Samantha that Leon knew how to teach and that they should not interfere with his lessons. Samantha looked around and noticed several angry students standing nearby. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and she began to feel uneasy. Teacher Lincoln realized that they had better leave quickly. Samantha agreed and said that they should follow Leon's advice and leave the hall. After the students had signed their names, Leon said they could now begin the lesson. One student mentioned that she had not yet registered. Leon agreed and told the students that he would finish the roll call. After a while, Leon announced that they had finished the roll call and said that they would continue the topic in the next lesson. Teacher Lincoln remarked to Samantha that this was the first time he had seen such a well-behaved group, and it was amazing. Leon approached Samantha and asked her if his attendance at his classes today was up to par. Samantha tried her best not to admit that everything was fine, but she had no choice but to say that everything was up to par. Leon then told Samantha that he was leaving as he had no more classes for the day. Teacher Lincoln told Samantha that he thought he had figured out the secret to Leon's success. If he maintained the same relaxed attitude towards women, they would come to his classes themselves. At that moment, Lena suddenly started tugging Leon's hand. She congratulated him on the start of his teaching career and presented him with the Expert Memorial Award for his achievements. Leon asked her what an expert's memory was and how it differed from a sage's memory. Lena explained that sages have a broad but imprecise memory, while experts have specialized knowledge, and she told the protagonist that he could use an expert's memory to become a professional in any field of the world. Leon hugged Lena, eager to know more, then asked if she knew anyone who knew about microchips. Lena replied that she knew a man named Jack Kilby, the father of microchips. Then the main character decided to choose Kilby to implement his plans. He then decided to use the expert's memory to improve his own understanding of the subject. When the system confirmed that the expert's knowledge had been successfully uploaded, Leon was pleased. Knowing that he would now be able to learn at an advanced level, Leon noted that with Kilby's knowledge, he could now make significant breakthroughs in the field of microchips. Meanwhile, at the Lunson Scientific Institute, scientists were working tirelessly. In the director's office, employee Lizzie and Deputy Director Lucian were discussing the news that someone had bought the institute. Director Samuel confirmed that the institute was indeed purchased by a wealthy man. He added that they had agreed to meet soon and believed that the new director would arrive soon. Lizzie asked Director Samuel why a rich man needed the institute. Director Samuel assured her that they should not worry and should remain calm. He suggested that the new owner might be a good person. Lucian responded skeptically, saying it would be hard to remain optimistic if the new director was an amateur. Principal Samuel lowered his head, realizing they were right. Just at that moment, Leon called him and told him that he had already arrived. Director Samuel said that he would come out to meet him. Leon arrived at the Lunson Institute to meet with their staff. A man approached him and introduced himself as Samuel, the director of the institute. Samuel said that he wanted to show the protagonist the building. Leon noted that the equipment at the institute was a bit outdated. Samuel explained that only a few people knew about their industry and that replacing equipment was expensive. He added that they had plans to upgrade the equipment, but they didn't have enough funds to do so yet. Samuel then explained the situation at the institute, sharing his thoughts and plans for its development. Leon told Samuel that he could not make a decision immediately and would need some time to think things over. He promised to contact them in a few days. Samuel said he understood and assured Leon that they would take care of everything before he arrived. At this moment, Lucian approached the protagonist and said that he wanted to talk to him before leaving. Lucian informed the protagonist that the Lunson Institute was conducting its own scientific research and did not want him to interfere with their work. He expressed hope that Leon would allow them to continue their work without interference. Leon asked Lucian what his education was. Lucian replied that he graduated from Fudan University. received a doctorate in computer communications, and is a highly qualified specialist in his field. Leon, upon hearing this, told Lucian that if he hadn't mentioned it, he would have assumed he had a kindergarten diploma. Lucian, somewhat offended, replied that although they knew Leon was rich and the most talented graduate of Fudan University, he told the protagonist that he had no right to insult him. Leon replied that he had not insulted Lucian, but that he despised such brainless people. Leon replied that he had acquired the entire Lunsen Institute. So how dare Lucian tell him to leave? He added that Lucian was no longer needed at the institute. Samuel intervened in their argument, explaining that Lucian was simply concerned about the institute's future and did not mean to offend Leon with his words. Lucian then told the protagonist that once he solved the project's problem, they would be able to make a breakthrough in microchip manufacturing technology, which would be a significant scientific achievement. He put his hand on Samuel's shoulder and said that if he left the institute, the losses would be irreversible. Leon asked Lucian if he thought the Earth would stop spinning without him. In response, Lucian began shouting, insisting that he had spoken the truth, that without him the project could not have been completed. Leon turned to Samuel and asked what project Lucian was referring to. Samuel explained that the project being developed included a control unit program that they were having trouble installing into the system. He told the protagonist that the program they wrote did not match the control unit, which was causing the problems. Leon asked how complex their project was and whether it could be adapted for a control unit. Samuel replied that the level of complexity was high and that this was the most important stage in microchip research. Leon sat down at the table and told Samuel that he would now assess the scale of the problem and try to find a solution. Samuel asked about Leon's education, assuming that he had degrees in engineering and science. Leon corrected him, stating that he had a bachelor's degree in marketing from Zhonghai University. Samuel froze in surprise, then suggested that Leon might try to fix their work. Lucian added that Leon was simply a genius. Deputy Director Lucian said that it was impressive that Leon, with a marketing degree, was able to figure out programming. Leon told everyone that the code needed to fix the bugs in their source code was crucial. He explained that there were many bugs on their server and network that he intended to fix. Leon assured them that he would help correct the program so that there would be no more bugs. A few minutes later, Leon announced that the code was ready and that they could check the program themselves. Deputy Director Lucian asked if Leon would like to check his code again, but Leon replied that everything was already done. Samuel told the others that the program was perfect, and now they knew what would happen next. Leon told Vice Director Lucian that the problem was solved and he was no longer needed at the Lunsen Institute. He then instructed Samuel to replace all the old equipment with new and assured him that the funds would be provided for this. Samuel, concerned about the cost, informed the protagonist that replacing all the equipment would cost at least 20 million. Leon patted Samuel on the shoulder and told him not to be nervous. He assured him that as director, he would handle the matter. Leon promised to transfer 50 million. Leon also told Samuel that they would each receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan if they completed the task. Samuel thanked Leon on behalf of the institute, expressing his gratitude for his trust. At this moment, a student named Lizzie approached the protagonist, bowed, and told him that before he left, she would like to apologize for her previous behavior and ask him a few questions. Leon gave Lizzie his contact information, saying they could ask any questions at any time. He then told Samuel that he was leaving but could be contacted if needed. Samuel replied that he was seeing the director off. As Leon and Samuel walked outside, Leon thought to himself that the Lunsen Institute was impressive and had great prospects for the future. However, at that moment, a man caught his attention. The man introduced himself to Samuel, explaining that he was Christopher, the director of Zhonghai Normal University, and he was pleased to meet the protagonist, with Christopher's chief secretary and friend Jay standing next to him. Samuel informed Christopher that he had called him a few days earlier asking to borrow the Lunsen Institute lab, but Samuel explained that the institute had recently been purchased by new owners, so he no longer had the authority to make such decisions. He added that Leon was now the new director and that any discussions regarding lab rental should be directed to him. Leon extended his hand to Christopher and expressed his pleasure at meeting him. Christopher mentioned that he intended to pay the rent, but Leon told him that there was no need for payment. He explained that they were planning to get rid of the old equipment and offer it to a friend in need. Leon told Christopher that the equipment was used for the development of microchips and was in good condition in the lab. Christopher thanked Leon for his generosity. Jay noticed that Leon looked familiar and asked if they had met before. Leon replied that Jay had a good memory, mentioning that their paths had crossed a few days ago at the university's Human Resources Department. Christopher was surprised and asked if Leon was a teacher at their university, and if he had recently acquired the Lunson Institute. Leon explained that he was working for them to gain experience. Christopher, recognizing Leon's contributions to technology and academic affairs, mentioned that he was considering offering him the position of vice chancellor. Leon thanked Christopher for the kind offer, but explained that he preferred not to draw too much attention to himself. Christopher assured him that they would sign the contract privately, without anyone being present. Then Christopher instructed Jay to prepare all the necessary documents for signing. The next day, Leon went to his new workplace. He was sitting at the office computer with Lincoln, working on homework and preparing presentations, when suddenly someone kicked open the office door. Felix entered the room, clearly upset, and everyone was eager to understand what had caused the teacher's anger. Lincoln informed Felix that Samantha had not yet arrived, and that he would inform her of his visit. However, Felix explained that he was not there because of the dean, but because he wanted to talk to the protagonist. Leon was surprised and asked Felix what his purpose was. Felix explained that he had heard that the new guy had given Samantha a lot of trouble on his first day on the job. Leon was confused because he couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Felix insisted that Leon had caused trouble and demanded that he leave the university. Leon asked if Felix really thought he was better than him and offered to have a short talk and make him leave immediately. Lincoln warned Leon not to escalate the situation, explaining that Felix's uncle was the vice principal and that he wielded considerable power. Just then, the door opened and Samantha walked in. She was shocked to see Felix and asked why he was there, reminding him that she had told him not to come to her office. Felix assured her not to worry, stating that if Leon had offended her, he could easily deal with it. But Samantha assured him that she and the protagonist had a good working relationship. She told him that it was none of his business, and even if problems arose between her and the protagonist, they would solve them themselves. Despite this, Felix remained furious and told Samantha that Leon would ruin the university's reputation. As Felix was about to leave, Samantha told the protagonist that she just wanted to be left alone, and for Felix not to bother him. Leon smiled and told Samantha that he was happy to serve such a wonderful person. Samantha thought Leon didn't seem so annoying anymore. They were chatting when Samantha received a call that Mr. Lee had called Leon into the vice principal's office. Samantha then told the protagonist that he needed to go to Mr. Lee's office urgently. Lincoln advised the protagonist to go immediately and apologize, warning that otherwise he might not be able to stay at school for long. When Leon entered the office, he saw Teacher Felix standing there. Teacher Felix told him that they were going to fire him. Leon asked the vice rector about the reason for his dismissal. The vice rector explained that, in his opinion, Leon, with his qualifications, was not suitable for work at the university and should resign. Leon responded by apologizing, mentioning that he had just received a message from the rector that he needed to respond to immediately. Calvin then walked into the office, having received the message. He was furious and demanded to know why the vice principal was reprimanding and firing Leon. The vice-chancellor told Calvin that Leon was not fit for the university and should resign. Calvin rebuked Vice-Chancellor Lee for firing the man he had tried to promote to the vice-chancellor position. Calvin criticized Lee, suggesting that his personal qualities were not suitable for the position, and suggested that Lee resign, and both Provost Lee and Professor Felix were stunned to realize that they had made a significant mistake. Vice Principal Lee apologized and asked for a second chance, promising to correct his actions. But Calvin told him that he had already given him enough opportunities to improve. In a sudden outburst of anger, Vice Principal Lee slapped Teacher Felix in the face, blaming him for the dismissal. Calvin then turned to the protagonist and assured him that the vice rector's treatment of him was unfair. He told the protagonist that he could take over the vice rector position in the future, but Leon politely declined, stating that he was content with his role as a teacher. While Vice Principal Lee continued to scold Teacher Felix, blaming him for his own dismissal, Calvin told the protagonist that he could still be promoted if he wanted to. Leon agreed, but only on the condition that the promotion would be carried out secretly. Meanwhile, Samantha and Teacher Lincoln were thinking about what happened and didn't want Leon to get fired. Just then, Calvin walked into the room, surprising Samantha, who asked how and why he had suddenly appeared. Calvin explained that he was on his way and decided to stop by. Samantha, although surprised by his visit, expressed pleasure in seeing him and said that they did not expect him to stop by. Calvin informed them that he had news for them. Vice Principal Lee and Professor Felix were both resigning. Samantha was shocked, trying to understand how everything had changed so quickly. Calvin continued by saying that in addition to these changes, Leon was appointed as vice principal and he asked if they could work together as a team. Samantha assured him that they would have no problem working together. Calvin was pleased with their response and expressed his excitement that they could all start working together. Later, Teacher Lincoln asked Leon what happened that caused him to be fired so suddenly and then promoted. Leon explained that it was simple. Calvin cleared the air and publicly exonerated him. Just then, Lena appeared and congratulated Leon on completing a hidden mission that resulted in a reward, the Twin Towers in the center. Lena explained that the Twin Towers were part of a financial center worth almost $15 billion. At that moment, the protagonist received a call from someone who wanted to discuss the details of purchasing the Twin Towers. They agreed to meet at 9 a.m. the next day. Leon thought that the appearance of the Twin Towers at such a crucial moment was a great event. He reflected that he now had too many businesses to manage, and he would need to create a corporation to control them all. Entering his office, he was surprised to find a girl there. The girl, startled, asked why Leon entered without knocking and did not warn her in advance. Leon smiled and explained that this was his office too. The girl, agitated and embarrassed, insisted that he leave and not look at her. Leon left the office and the girl slammed the door behind him. Leon later attended the banquet, hoping to enjoy the event with his beloved Elizabeth. As he entered the restaurant, he noticed that all the girls seemed to be fascinated by him. Leon saw Elizabeth talking to the girls and, not wanting to disturb them, decided to do his other business in the restaurant. He thought that Elizabeth should wait for him a little. He began choosing dishes, deciding that it was best to eat first. At that moment, a girl approached the main character and asked if she could find out his WeChat, but he immediately refused. The girl quickly left, muttering that he was a beggar. Leon thought about the situation, realizing that he had unknowingly hurt the girl's pride. Embarrassed, she ran away. Then another girl approached Elizabeth, mentioning that Yalo Shezi's company had recently secured a very large project worth $800 million. Elizabeth recognized the project as the reconstruction of Wangjiang Port, but she was not familiar with the director or his future plans. Leon, overhearing this conversation, realized that Yalo Shezi was the design company he had chosen for the port project. Meanwhile, the general manager of Zhonghai Engineering Company, Qingfeng Warner, asked Elizabeth if she was interested in the Wangjiang Port reconstruction project. Elizabeth replied that of course she was interested in such a large-scale project, but without connections in the field, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Warner then suggested that if Elizabeth wanted to join the project, he could help her find a way out. Elizabeth, however, asked him not to laugh at her and asked why he did not take on the project himself if he had the necessary connections. Leon watched them and didn't like their approach. Warner explained that his sister held a management position in the company and he could not manage the project on his own. Elizabeth replied that if he wanted, he could come to her company in a few days to discuss it further. However, Warner extended his hand to her and suggested they discuss the project over dinner at a restaurant. At this point, Leon walked over and stopped Warner's hand. Feeling that he had already crossed the line, he told Warner to forget about it, explaining that Elizabeth did not have time to have lunch with him. He warned him not to even think about it. Warner, furious, asked if Elizabeth had time for him, but found time for Leon. Elizabeth explained that she had promised to meet the protagonist and, unfortunately, would have to decline Warner's offer. Warner, clearly upset, remarked that it was arrogant of her to turn down such a lucrative project for someone like Leon. Leon, without any embarrassment, asked Warner, who told him that they would be working on the Yalo Shezi project, pointing out that the Chao Yang company was also a suitable candidate for the project. Warner, not believing him, asked if he was joking. Leon, not at all embarrassed, told Warner that if he did not believe him, he could call his sister and find out the truth. Warner agreed and called his sister, asking about the port renovation project and if she had a suitable candidate in mind. His sister, somewhat confused, asked why he was asking such a question, since he always helped her with projects. Leon then spoke to Warner's sister, introducing himself by his name, and she asked if it was really Leon. Warner, now even more confused, asked his sister if she knew Leon and how he was connected to Wangjiang Port. Warner's sister explained that she knew Leon and that the Wangjiang Port project belonged to him. Warner was shocked by this discovery and realized that he had made a huge mistake. Leon, observing Warner's shock, asked him if he now understood the power of decisions. Warner, now deeply apologetic, expressed regret and admitted that a man like him should ask for forgiveness and not stoop to the level of insult. Leon, in a condescending tone, told him to leave and never show his face again. Warner, now full of regret, walked away, regretting his actions and feeling embarrassed. Leon turned to Elizabeth and informed her that he had eaten his fill and would go to the break room where he would wait for her. As he walked into the room, the girls, impressed by his charisma, commented that Leon was a unique and remarkable person. In the break room, Leon lay down, feeling exhausted from all the work he had done that day. Soon, Elizabeth entered the room and opened the bedroom door. Intending to talk to the protagonist, however, upon entering, she found that he had already gone to bed and was sleeping. Intrigued, Elizabeth knelt down next to him, wondering when he would wake up. At that moment, Leon suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Elizabeth, still in shock, commented on how Leon bought the port without telling her. She asked why he didn't share this information earlier. Leon replied that his job was something he loved, and despite the difficulties, he never got tired of it. Elizabeth told the protagonist that work was work and she would do her job perfectly, especially with the Wangjiang port project. Then the protagonist asked Elizabeth to wait and asked if she heard him say that he would give her the Wangjiang port project. Elizabeth playfully pinched him and warned that if he did not give her the project, he would sleep alone on the sofa that night. Leon, amused, told her that it was too cruel. Then the girl finally replied that she gave up. At that moment, Leon leaned towards her and kissed her on the lips. He asked Elizabeth to find some time to talk to Georgia from Yellow Shies, and he would greet her in the office a little later. Elizabeth thanked Leon for the opportunity he had given her, saying that he would receive a reward. The next day, Leon arrived at Yuandong Company. He felt contented thinking about how he managed several companies. At that moment, suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. He turned around to see Melissa, the prettiest girl in the group who was in the same university group as him. She was happy to see him and mentioned that it had been a year since they last saw each other. Leon explained that he was now teaching physical education at the university and was happy with everything in his life. Melissa was surprised and noted that she didn't think that a physical education teacher would earn a lot of money. She added that although she was the worst in their group, she now received an annual salary of $200,000 in Yuandong, and life was indeed cruel. She then asked Leon what he was doing standing outside the Yuandong building. Leon asked her if she would believe him if he said that he had business inside the building. He also asked about the people standing outside and what they wanted. Melissa explained that the secret rich man who bought the Twin Towers would be arriving that same day to finalize the details of his purchase. She mentioned that their vice president and other company employees were already at the door, ready to greet him. At that moment, the marketing manager Renly came up and asked Melissa why she was still standing there. He told her to hurry up. Melissa explained that she had just met someone she knew and they hadn't seen each other for a year. She introduced Renly to the protagonist, telling him that he was her boyfriend and the manager of the marketing department in Yuandong, and that he was glad to meet him. Melissa invited the protagonist to have dinner together that evening to discuss how to find him a job. Renly, however, replied that he only dined with people who had business or fortune, and that dining with someone like Leon would be a waste of his time. He told the protagonist that he must leave, as the secret rich man was about to arrive. Leon watched the man leave. Melissa, feeling embarrassed, apologized to the protagonist and said that they would meet again soon. Leon thought to himself why people always jump to conclusions. Looking around, Leon noticed that everyone was standing near the Twin Towers, waiting for the rich man to arrive. He approached the building and noticed that the crowd seemed to treat him with great respect, as if they were meeting a national leader, which he found strange since buying a building was not that big of a deal. Renly, noticing his words, was surprised and thought that this guy was acting like a millionaire. Meanwhile, Leon continued walking towards the building, and everyone stood quietly, as if they were waiting for the president. A shocked Renly asked Melissa what her friend Leon was planning and urged her to send him away quickly. Melissa pushed Leon and made him leave, saying that the secret rich man would be arriving soon. She explained that it was not the right place for him, at which point a man, Lawrence, approached them, angrily asking Melissa what she was doing there. Melissa apologized and explained that her friend Leon was a little out of sorts and that she would pick him up now. Renly, arriving at the scene, ordered the guards to take Leon away. Suddenly, Mr. Lawrence struck Renly with all his might. Renly was shocked, not understanding why he had been hit. Lawrence explained that it was Leon who bought the Twin Towers, and he was angry that Renly called him an idiot. He ordered Renly to leave immediately. Renly, not believing his ears, asked how it was possible. Melissa, still shocked, turned to the protagonist and asked if he really bought the Twin Towers. Leon replied that he told her why he was there and she didn't believe him. Renly, smiling, noted that it had been too noisy and said that they would dine together later that day, promising that Leon would not be bored. Leon asked Renly if he truly thought he was worthy of dining with him. Lawrence then asked Leon to ignore them and suggested that they first go to the conference room to sign the business contract. When they arrived at the conference room, Leon was thinking about quickly resolving the company's affairs. But Lawrence suddenly threw several stacks of documents on the table and told the protagonist that he needed to sign each of them. Half an hour later, Leon had signed numerous contracts and was exhausted by the process. He stood up, announcing that he was finally finished and all the paperwork was ready. Lawrence congratulated him on completing the task and mentioned that now that Leon owned the Twin Towers, he would need to work even harder. Then Lawrence asked who would represent the Twin Towers, and Leon asked if he had any recommendations. Lawrence suggested that the protagonist consider his wife's brother, who owned a private company and was one of the top 3 leaders in the industry. Leon said that if Lawrence recommended him, he could ask to contact him, and if no other questions arose, he would continue to handle other matters. Meanwhile, Melissa and Renly were packing their things from the company. Renly tried to calm Melissa down, telling her not to be nervous as she could still earn money and provide for herself by joining another company. Melissa, however, told him that he was overthinking it and that they were not right for each other. She said that they should break up. Renly was taken by surprise and asked Melissa if she had just told him that she wanted to marry him quickly. Melissa replied that Leon had once written her a love letter when they were at university, and she was sure that he had not forgotten it. She believed that they would be together soon. Renly, feeling offended, said he didn't know she was such a person. Melissa then threw her things in the trash, thinking that she would be happy with the protagonist. She noticed Leon and Lawrence leaving the building and decided she had to talk to him before it was too late. Melissa ran up to the protagonist, and when he saw her, he was surprised, asking why she hadn't left yet. Melissa told him that she had just broken up with Renly and was now very happy to be single again. Leon asked her what this had to do with him. Melissa explained that she had once received a love letter from him, and now she was giving him a chance to be together. Leon explained that the letter was meant for another girl, not her, and told her to wake up and stop talking nonsense. At this point, the crowd began to gossip, claiming that Melissa was too fond of herself, which they thought was typical of some women. They complained that when a man has no money, women ignore him, but when he has money, they flock to him like flies. Leon, tired of the conversation, told Melissa that he was leaving and did not want to listen to her words anymore. He then headed towards his Pagani, thinking he needed to leave quickly. However, Melissa suddenly got into his car, thinking that he wouldn't mind helping her. Melissa told the protagonist that since she had just been fired, at least he could drive her home. Leon asked her why he had to take her there. However, Melissa insisted that they were old friends and he could take her home, to which he agreed. Then she asked him if he would book a room for her. Then the main character called someone, explaining that he had a girl in his Pagani who didn't want to get out. Leon confirmed that he called the police because she did not want to leave. Melissa begged him not to go that far, assuring him that she was already leaving. Then Leon dropped her off and quickly drove away, glad to be rid of her company. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening near the neighboring building. A crowd had gathered to watch a heated conversation between a man and a girl. The man yelled at the girl, accusing her of scratching his car, insisting that she take responsibility and warning her that if she tried to leave, she would face serious consequences. A girl named Hannah asked why he was yelling at her so loudly. She assured him that she would make up for the damage. The man, however, did not believe that she could afford to pay such a sum and suggested that they could solve it another way. He grabbed Hannah's hand and told her that he needed a personal secretary to carry out his errands. He informed her that he would calmly deduct the money from her salary. Hannah was furious and demanded that he let go of her hand. The man asked her how she dared to speak to him like that and, taking a handkerchief from his pocket, warned her that she would regret her decision. He started trying to cover Hannah's mouth with a rag. She thought that this man would not let her go and she needed to figure out how to escape. The man, pleased with himself, planned to humiliate Hannah in front of everyone, making her regret speaking to him that way. The crowd was shocked by the man's behavior and wanted to help Hannah, but they were afraid that he might harm them too. At that moment, Leon drove up in his Pagani. Leon got out of the car and walked over to the man to help Hannah. At that moment, Hannah broke free from the man's grip. Then she ran to the protagonist, hoping that he would help her and save her. She asked him how he got there. Leon explained that he was just passing by and saw her. He asked what happened to her hand, noticing that it was red. Hannah told him that the man had been harassing her. Leon then asked Hannah to explain what happened. Hannah told him that she had left her motorcycle there, and the man claimed that the wind had blown it away and scratched his car. Leon pointed out that the day was hot and windless, and her motorcycle could not have fallen on its own. He suggested that they go into the building where the camera was so they could review the footage to find out what really happened. At that moment, the man realized that he was Hannah's boyfriend and said that they could resolve the issue without involving the police. He offered to find a service for quick repairs to his car. Leon, however, told the man to stop rushing and insisted that they find out the truth. He suggested that perhaps a crime had been committed. Suddenly, the man fell to his knees and admitted that he had made a mistake. He mentioned that he had children and a family to take care of, begging Leon not to call the police. Leon said that this time he would let the man go, but he warned him that if something like this happened again, he would take him to the police station. Hannah then told the protagonist that she was feeling dizzy and could hardly stand on her feet. Worried, Leon hugged her and said he would take her home. When they got into the car, Leon asked Hannah where she lived, but she couldn't remember the address right away. She started thinking about it. Leon told her that as a manager in his sales department, she should buy a car and drive it wherever she wanted. Hannah replied that buying a car right after a promotion was not a very good idea. Leon assured her that if she was worried about what others thought, she should stop and focus on her own comfort. He told her that when he had time, he would take her to the car dealership. Hannah thanked him for everything, but then mentioned that she didn't have money for a new car and wasn't sure how she would pay for it. Leon jokingly told her that she could think about it while in prison. Hannah looked at him and thought about how kind he was. Suddenly, she told the protagonist that she could pay him back for his help with her body. Leon asked her to control herself, explaining that they were almost at her house. When they arrived at Hannah's house, Leon turned on the light and noticed that no one was home. He looked around Hannah's room and noticed that it was in disarray. Hannah confessed to the protagonist that she was ashamed of the state of her house. She was worried that he would think that she was sloppy, but Leon assured her that everything was fine, that everything was the same at his house. Hannah told the protagonist that she was very hot and needed to take a bath, and that she would treat him to dinner later. Leon agreed and sat on the sofa while she went to the bathroom. Leon was sitting on the couch playing games on his phone to pass the time when Hannah told the protagonist that she wanted him to touch her. She couldn't tell if she had a fever or was just feeling dizzy. Leon was surprised by her request and wondered why Hannah asked him about it. He didn't want to interfere but felt obliged to agree. He gently held Hannah's head and confirmed that she was right. She had a high fever. He then asked if she lived alone, Hannah confirmed, explaining that she was divorced and now lived alone. She then looked at him and asked him not to leave, saying that she felt calm when he was next to her. She asked him to kiss her because she could no longer contain her feelings. However, the hero doubted that this was a good idea. He was sure that Hannah would regret it in the morning. But Hannah didn't listen to him. She said that she was confident in her decision. Then she leaned towards the main character and passionately kissed him on the lips. She took off her towel, showing the guy her intentions. For a moment, Leon froze at her beauty, realizing that he could not resist desire next to such a girl. He leaned towards her and kissed her, agreeing to spend the night with her. The next morning, Leon asked Hannah how it happened that she got divorced. Hannah replied that her ex-husband ruined their relationship by cheating on her. Leon was shocked, asking how someone could cheat on such a good man. Hannah sighed and told the protagonist that not all men appreciate good women. Soon Leon stood up, thinking that it was time for him to leave. As he had a lot to do that day, he told Hannah that it would be better to leave now than to hurt the person he loved. Hannah then said that Leon looked tired and invited him to stay the night. However, Leon explained that he had to go to the university the next morning, and it was far from there. The next morning, Leon arrived at the university, surprised by the changes. He became curious about what had happened and where his desk had gone. At that moment, Teacher Lincoln told him that he was now the vice principal and would be sharing an office with Samantha. Leon, not wanting to share a room with this panther, asked Lincoln to help him move the table. At that moment, Samantha entered the office. She was standing at the door and overheard their conversation. She angrily asked Leon if he had just called her a panther or if she had misheard. A tense silence fell over the office, and Leon quickly explained that she had simply misheard. The teachers were busy with their work, and the students attended their classes, while Leon settled in and even became friends with Lincoln. However, the peaceful atmosphere was broken when Samantha's phone rang. She answered and was told that student Claire was on the roof threatening to jump off and commit suicide. They urgently asked her to come. Samantha was shocked. She couldn't understand what led her to such a radical decision. She asked for the address and told the caller that they were on their way. Concerned, Teacher Lincoln asked Samantha what happened. Samantha then asked Leon to go with her. He agreed to give her a ride. They quickly got into the car, determined to get to Claire as quickly as possible. On the way, Leon asked what was going on and who was threatening to jump off the building. Samantha explained that Claire was a brilliant student and had recently completed an internship and rented an apartment. Teacher Lincoln asked where she worked. Samantha revealed that Claire worked for Zhang Han, a well-known investment firm. He realized that it could be a company owned by his friend. When they arrived at the scene, they saw that many people had gathered, all concerned about Claire's fate. Samantha quickly got out of the car and ran to the roof. Leon followed her, looking up at the roof, shocked to see Claire standing on the edge. Claire closed her eyes, thinking that this was the end. Samantha and Leon approached the building but were stopped by an officer who said they could not enter. Samantha explained that they were Claire's teachers and asked for permission to speak with her. The officer agreed with Samantha and told them to follow him. A minute later, the doors to the roof opened, and a teacher stood on the roof, asking Samantha and the others to talk to Claire, believing that they could talk her out of her decision. Samantha asked Claire what happened. Considering she had found a good job, she wanted to know why Claire was considering suicide. Samantha gently asked Claire to calm down and explain the situation, promising that she would listen and help solve the problem. Claire explained that she was being harassed and her boyfriend didn't believe her. She told them that she didn't want to live in this world anymore. Both Samantha and Mr. Lincoln were shocked. Leon also asked Claire to explain who had harassed her. Claire told them it was the company's vice president, a man she never imagined would stalk her. Meanwhile, Samantha was urging Claire to calm down. She also told Claire that she was still young and had her whole life ahead of her. Then Claire suddenly demanded that everyone remain silent, warning that if they took another step, she would jump immediately. Samantha was shocked by Claire's words, realizing that her attempt to calm her down had not worked. Teacher Lincoln was also at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. He didn't know what to do, but at that moment Leon turned to Claire, asking what she was waiting for. He told her to jump if she really wanted to, as it would save them all time. He reminded her that the police had other important work to do. Leon added that if she died, her death would be in vain and would not solve anything. Samantha was horrified by Leon's harsh words, but he asked Claire if the man who harassed her would really go to jail then. Samantha added that she agreed with the protagonist and that they would help Claire punish the man for what he did to her. However, Claire replied that they couldn't help her even if they wanted to, since her stalker was Vice President Zhang Han. Leon assured Claire that he would make sure the man went to jail, but he added that if Claire still wanted to die, he wouldn't stop her, but he didn't have time to waste. Claire paused, thinking about it, and after hearing his words, she decided she didn't want to jump anymore. But suddenly, as Claire turned around, her legs gave way and she began to fall. Leon saw this and immediately ran to help, managing to grab her just in time. After this, Leon and Claire fell to the ground. Samantha rushed to them, wanting to help them up. The officer told the protagonist that he was their savior, but Leon dismissed the praise, stating that he simply did what needed to be done, telling the officer to file a harassment report against Claire as soon as possible. The officer assured Leon that they would look into the matter and ensure that the criminal was punished. Leon agreed with the officer and apologized for disturbing him. The teacher then asked Samantha if they had a chance against all the lawyers from Zhang Han, given the company's power and money. At this point, Leon was about to leave. Samantha asked where he was going, but Leon firmly stated that he was heading to Zhang Han and would personally deal with the harassers. Samantha asked who Leon was referring to, telling him that the police should handle the situation and catch the criminals themselves. But Leon replied that Claire was a student at their university, and it was his duty to help her restore her honor. He would find evidence against the criminals. Teacher Lincoln was shocked when he asked if Leon was planning to go to Zhang Han alone. Suddenly, Samantha ran after the protagonist, telling him to stop. She asked Lincoln to look after the students. Leon quickly ran downstairs and got into the car, but just at that moment, Samantha caught up with him. She grabbed the car handle, telling him that he was being reckless. She opened the door and told him to calm down and come up with a plan of action first. Samantha explained that she also wanted to help Claire find the truth, but the protagonist needed to think carefully about his actions. Leon replied that it was none of her business and ordered her to get out of the car. But Samantha ignored him. fastened her seatbelt, and clearly had no intention of leaving. She told the protagonist that she would not let him go on this mission alone. Leon realized that Samantha wasn't going to get out of the car, so he immediately shifted gears, hit the gas, and drove off to their mission. A few minutes later, Leon and Samantha arrived at the company and decided to enter through the main entrance. Upon entering the building, Leon informed the receptionist that he was looking for Caleb and would like to meet him immediately. The woman at the front desk asked if the protagonist had an appointment with Mr. Caleb. Leon replied that he did not have an appointment, but the woman informed him that he would not be able to see Caleb without an appointment. Leon immediately took out his phone and called a friend for help. His friend asked what he needed, and Leon asked him which office Caleb was in, explaining that he had business with him. A friend told the protagonist that Caleb was in room 1809 and offered to help settle the matter. Leon assured him it was nothing serious, but joked that he could offer Caleb some nice prison clothes. Leon and Samantha took the elevator to the office, but the woman at the entrance told them they were not allowed to enter. Meanwhile, in Caleb's office, a man was telling another that he should take control of the company's overseas investments. Caleb responded that it was a great honor for him. He spoke with enthusiasm, stating that the results of the alliance would be incredible. At that moment, Leon kicked open the door and entered the office, telling Caleb that their meeting would be even more wonderful. Caleb, surprised, asked who Leon was and how he dared to barge into his office. Then Leon asked Caleb how he could dare harass a student. Surprised, Caleb asked Leon if he was really Claire's teacher. Leon replied that Caleb was not that stupid. He asked if Caleb knew why he had come. Caleb said that he had actually planned to find Leon and was glad that he had come straight to his office that day. Then he stated that Claire had tried to seduce him, which he had not wanted, and asked what Leon intended to do about it. An angry Samantha called Caleb shameless and wanted to slap him. However, Caleb grabbed Samantha's arm, telling her that she had no right to talk to him like that, and that he would take the matter to the legal department. Then he pushed her aside, telling them both to leave and not interfere with his business negotiations. Leon rolled up his sleeves in anger, thinking that Caleb deserved the hit. Caleb, mocking him, asked what Leon was going to do, warning that if he laid a finger on him, he would ruin his life. But Leon paid no attention to his threats. He walked up to Caleb and kicked him hard in the stomach, silencing him. A powerful blow sent Caleb flying. He didn't expect Leon to have the courage to hit him, and he lay on the floor, asking how Leon dared to hit him. He ordered his assistant to call security. Caleb swore to the protagonist that he would finish him off and that no one would be able to help him. But just at that moment, Leon punched Caleb in the face again, the force of the blow breaking a couple of his teeth. Caleb fell to the floor, and Leon thought to himself how hard it was to shut that bastard up. Samantha was surprised by Leon's strength, noting how thin he looked, and yet he was able to hit Caleb with such force. At that moment, security guards burst into the office, arriving to save their boss from attack. Among them was Adam, the head of the legal department, who warned Leon that he would definitely put him in jail for intentional harm. However, Leon told Adam to shut up and stop talking nonsense, warning that if he didn't, he would get punched in the face. Adam countered that Zhang Han was Charlie's company and that Leon was not fit to challenge him. In response, Leon grabbed a bucket, threw it at Adam, and asked him who he thought he was. Just then, the people from the company informed them that Charlie's boss had just arrived. Caleb, sitting on the floor, told the protagonist that his best days were past and that he would regret ever getting involved with the company. Caleb bragged that Charlie's father was his cousin and that he thought he would help him because of their family connections. Leon, unimpressed, replied that it didn't matter who Caleb's relatives were. At that moment, Charlie entered the office and greeted Leon. Caleb informed Charlie that Leon had not only caused trouble for the company, but had also physically attacked him. Suddenly, Charlie slapped Caleb in the face and said that he would deal with him personally. Then he asked how Caleb could ruin their company's reputation. Charlie then turned to the protagonist, asking him not to be angry and assuring him that he would explain everything. Samantha and Adam were both surprised and wondered who Leon was, as they were curious why such an influential figure like Charlie respected him so much. Leon looked at Caleb and then told Charlie that the fat bastard had harassed and humiliated a student from his university. He explained that the student was so shocked by Caleb's actions that she was considering jumping off the building. Leon asked Charlie if Caleb deserved to get away with his actions. Charlie then approached Vice President Caleb and asked Leon if the accusations were true. Leon confirmed that Caleb not only harassed the student, but also accused her of seducing him. At that moment, Charlie kicked Caleb in the face and asked him if he really thought he could do anything without consequences. Caleb, now humiliated, told Charlie that they were not strangers and that it was unfair of him to treat him like that. Charlie grabbed Caleb by the throat and told the protagonist that he should now leave this matter to him. Since it was time for him to go to work, Charlie promised that he would deal with the situation. He added that he would contact the protagonist later. Leon agreed to leave, but told Charlie that he would make sure Caleb ended up behind bars. Charlie assured him that he would do as Leon wished. Leon then approached Samantha, informing her that it was time for them to return to their studies. Samantha, still in awe of the situation, thought about how influential Leon must be to solve the problem so easily. She expressed her admiration, saying that she now understood why he was not afraid to come to the company. Leon explained to Samantha that when students are humiliated, they cannot simply do nothing because they are expected to be role models for everyone. He continued by stating that he believed the incident highlighted a serious problem in the education system, which had become too corrupt. Leon explained that students, once they enter the real world, often have difficulty adjusting to the rhythms of life in society. Samantha completely agreed with him and said that she would report the situation to the rector. At this moment, Lena suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist and congratulated him on saving the student. Lena informed the protagonist that he had advanced educational reforms and received a reward of 1 billion yuan for all his efforts. Leon was surprised and asked Lena why he received such a large reward for what seemed like a small thing. Lena replied that the reward had already been transferred to his account. Leon expressed his joy upon hearing this news. Samantha, noticing Leon's reaction, asked why he hadn't started the car yet. She also noted that she could see that he was tired and that he could leave work early today. Samantha thanked Leon for everything he had just done for them and mentioned that she would be going with him to meet Claire's boyfriend tomorrow. Leon told Samantha that there was no need to thank him since he was a teacher and that was his job. Later, Leon arrived at his large house in Jogay and realized that he could use some rest after so much work. He lay down on the bed, gathering his strength, but just at that moment someone called him on the phone. The man on the other end of the line introduced himself as Spencer, the general manager of Dinghui Real Estate Management. He said he was glad to meet the protagonist and asked when he could meet and discuss the completed plan for the Twin Towers. Leon replied that he was a little tired that day, but suggested that they meet the next day at the Bandau Hotel at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Charlie arrived at Villa Triumph. He asked his father why he had called him there because he had business, but he had put it aside to meet him. Charlie's father, Connor, asked his son if it was true that he fired Caleb and questioned whether he was willing to go to jail for his actions. Charlie told his father that Caleb had crossed his friend and committed a crime, and therefore deserved punishment. Connor was surprised and asked his son who in Junhai could deserve such attention. Charlie replied that he meant Leon, a good friend who had helped him many times in business and other matters. Connor, not familiar with Leon's last name, asked if he was from Bona Corporation. Charlie replied that Bona was not even close to Leon's status. Charlie went on to explain that the Zhangai circuit was his business and that all the villas in Jogay belonged to him. Connor, still surprised, asked his son if Leon was really that important. However, he also advised his son not to act rashly and to maintain a dignified demeanor befitting his status. However, Charlie assured his father that he was already behaving honorably, as evidenced by the results of his work with Jung Han, where the company's value reached 10 billion yuan. Connor told his son that he had recently found the right woman for him, who met all his criteria. However, Charlie responded to his father by telling him that he had never been interested in prenuptial agreements. Despite this, Connor smiled and said that his son had not yet seen what the woman looked like. He then showed Charlie her photograph, saying it was Elizabeth. Charlie remarked that she was indeed beautiful. Connor seemed pleased with his son's reaction, telling him not to underestimate the woman as she was the director of the Chaoyang company. Charlie admitted that she was beautiful, but for some reason the photo seemed familiar to him. Charlie then found a similar photo on his phone and asked his father to compare the two pictures, asking if they were really the same woman. Connor asked if the woman was already taken, suggesting they could return to the topic later. Charlie told his father that they could leave the matter for now. The next day, Leon arrived at the Government Services Center. The girls at the center noticed him and commented on what a handsome man he was. Leon collected his documents and approached the female worker. At that moment, Fiona, the woman at the reception desk, greeted him and asked how she could help him. Leon explained that he wanted to register his company, Then she asked him to fill out 2 forms. Fiona assured Leon that once he finished, she would pass everything on to the staff and suggested that he add her on WeChat if he had any questions. However, Leon refused, saying that he would not add her to WeChat and would simply find her if he needed any help. Fiona, slightly disappointed, lost all hope, and just at that moment a man from the neighboring group looked at them. Leon filled out the paperwork, decided to name the company Ling Yi and signed the papers. Leon then approached a company employee and told him that he wanted to register a company. The man told him that the form was filled out incorrectly and asked Leon to take it back and correct it. Surprised, Leon asked the man to show him where the mistake was made. The man indicated his registered capital in the application form as 500 million yuan. He wondered if Leon was trying to make fun of him. A nearby girl remarked to her friend that the man had made a fool of Leon, and her friend became angry with him. Leon thought about the reaction to 500 million yuan, wondering what would have happened if he had written 1 billion instead. He then told the man that there was no mistake in the form. The man from the company replied that if everything was correct, then Leon should bring the money since he had never seen such a large amount. At that moment, Fiona approached the man, slammed her palm on his desk and intervened, stating that it was just a form and that they would now fill out a new one. Leon told the girl that he did not need her help and that he did not want to change anything, since everything was filled out correctly. Leon then told the man from the company that the document was from the bank indicating a transfer of money into the account and asked him to take a look. The man looked at the document and saw that it confirmed an invoice for 500 million yuan. The girls, impressed by the amount of money, were surprised why Leon was handling this matter personally and not through a secretary. Fiona thought that Leon was not only handsome but also rich, and she wanted to get to know him better. The man from the company, seeing the document, began to think about what excuse he could come up with to not accept the form. Suddenly, he told the protagonist that the document was still unusable because it did not indicate the legal address. Leon, angry, told the man that the address was correct. The man responded by dismissing the reference to the Twin Towers as nonsense, saying the legal address referred to a specific floor of the company, not the entire building. Leon explained that his company occupied not just a floor, but rather the entire Twin Towers building. And he told the man that he had purchased the building for 18 billion yuan just a few days ago. Leon asked if there was a problem with the form and if he needed to fill it out again. The man replied that everything was fine and that the protagonist should wait a little while he solved the problem. A few minutes later, Leon received his business license and felt one step closer to achieving his goal. After completing the paperwork, Samantha called him to say that she had arranged a meeting with Simon. Leon thanked her and said that he would meet them at the cafe in 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the cafe. Leon walked into the cafe and all the girls there were captivated by his appearance, wondering who this handsome man was. Samantha waved to the protagonist and called him over. Leon asked Samantha if Simon had arrived yet. Samantha replied that they would graduate in a month, and because of that, they would no longer be taken seriously. While they were talking, a guy with a disinterested look came into the cafe. The guy's name was Simon. Simon arrived and he sat down next to the teachers. He told Samantha that he had other things to do and that next time they should meet at a decent restaurant. Samantha told Simon that they had come to discuss Claire, who had almost committed suicide. Simon, uninterested, said that it was none of his business since he and Claire had already broken up. Leon then told Simon that they were not trying to interfere in his personal life, but hoped that he could comfort Claire. Simon, surprised, asked the teachers if they were laughing at him, repeating that he had broken up with Claire and had no plans to build a future with her. Samantha stood up angrily, asking Simon what he was talking about, but Leon held her back, advising her not to attack him. Simon called the situation a circus and said he was leaving, not wanting to hear any more nonsense. Samantha, upset, asked Leon why he stopped her as she was supposed to hit him. Leon explained that it was a bad idea, reminding her that if someone filmed her, her reputation would be ruined. He added that he still had things to do later that day. Samantha then apologized for her behavior, telling the protagonist that she was simply consumed by anger at people like Simon. At that moment, a car pulled up to the Bandau Hotel, where the man had an appointment with the protagonist. The man asked his son where he had been, reminding him that they had an appointment with an important person. Simon explained that Samantha had invited them to a cafe, and then the man asked his father if he and his uncle would really be working with such a large figure, to which Simon's father convinced him to also take part. He asked his son to be careful and not let him down. Later, Simon's father called the protagonist to see if he had arrived and said he would find him. Leon replied that he had already seen them. He hung up and walked towards the man with whom he had discussed their plans the day before. Suddenly, Simon pointed at Leon and told him to stop following him and to ignore Claire. The man was shocked by Simon's behavior and asked him what he meant. Simon explained that Leon was a teacher at his university, and they had an argument that morning, so he came for him again. Leon smiled and told Simon's father that he had a wonderful son. At that moment, Spencer hit his son in the face with all his might, saying that he would kill him. Simon, stunned, asked his father why he hit him and said that Leon was wrong. Spencer then told his son that it was Leon who bought the Twin Towers building. He warned Simon that if he was rude to him, he would beat him to death. Shocked, Simon asked if this was the secret rich man who bought the Twin Towers, but he found it hard to believe since Leon was just the teacher of his group. Leon, hearing this, told Spencer that he was gaining experience at the university. Spencer then told his son that he would be better off following Leon's example and teaching in his spare time, adding that because of his son's actions, their business would fall apart. At this moment, the manager of the Bandau Hotel approached the main character and asked what had happened. The manager asked if Leon wanted him to accompany them. Leon replied that he could handle the situation himself and did not need help. Suddenly, Leon's words caught Spencer off guard. Leon confirmed that he understood everything correctly and explained that this hotel was also his property. Leon then asked if Spencer had any other questions. They sat down at the table, and Spencer told the protagonist that he had spoiled his son. He hoped that Leon would forgive him for his mistakes. Leon replied that it was not up to him to forgive his son for his licentiousness. Spencer was surprised by Leon's words and began to think about how promiscuous his son was. Simon asked Leon to forgive him, admitting that he had made a mistake. Then he said that he would find Claire and marry her. Leon, however, advised Simon to forget about her, stating that Claire was not a bad girl and that he should leave her alone and not interfere. Mr. Spencer bowed to the protagonist, apologizing for his son's behavior and expressing shame for what had happened. But he also emphasized that the level of management of their company's buildings was one of the highest in the country, hoping that Leon would recognize their capabilities. Simon, realizing his mistake, told the protagonist that his father was innocent and that he would make amends for his impudent behavior. Leon replied that it was a separate matter and that it did not concern his business. He told Simon to leave, saying that there was nothing more to discuss. Simon agreed, promising that he would not bother Leon anymore. As he was about to leave, Leon remarked to Mr. Spencer that he had heard about the quality of his work and was aware of it. He also advised Austin to spend more time raising his son, since Simon's behavior could ruin his business. Half an hour later, Mr. Spencer thanked Leon for his trust, assuring him that he would not let him down. The next morning at the university, the teachers asked Samantha if Simon really had no hope and if she would help Claire. Samantha replied that Simon thought he could do anything because he was from a rich family. Teacher Lincoln asked if Leon could find a solution. Samantha said Leon took the situation calmly and wasn't as upset as she was. Then Teacher Lincoln smiled and commented that Leon and Samantha seemed to be perfect for each other. Just then, Samantha's phone rang and she was informed that Simon from the Faculty of Management and Economics was urgently looking for her. A surprised Samantha asked if it was true and told them to tell Simon to come to her office immediately. Teacher Lincoln was confused and asked why Simon was looking for her and what he wanted. Samantha replied that she didn't know either, but she was curious to know. The girl hurried to her office. When she arrived, she saw that Simon was already sitting there. She asked him what happened. Simon, looking ashamed, asked Samantha to forgive him. He expressed deep regret for what he had said to her the day before and began to bow, stating that he knew little about life and wanted to correct his mistakes. Samantha and Teacher Lincoln were both surprised at how well-mannered Simon was, noticing a noticeable change in his demeanor. He even cried as he told them that thanks to the protagonist, he realized his mistake and would do everything he could to make amends. Then Simon told Samantha that he wanted to visit Claire after dinner and asked if she could take him to her. Samantha was clearly shocked, but agreed to help him, thinking that Leon was incredible at being able to handle Simon. Meanwhile, Leon was thinking about visiting Hannah to check on her. He knocked on Hannah's door, hoping that she was home. Hannah, who was cooking in the kitchen, was pleasantly surprised and happy to see Leon and told him that she missed him. Leon smiled. He was also pleased to see her. He then told Hannah that he would take her car shopping today, remembering what he had promised her last time. Hannah agreed, but suggested they eat first, and Leon, who was hungry, agreed. The girl asked him to try her dish, saying that he would like it. They continued to have breakfast at Hannah's house, and after Leon had eaten his fill, he asked if it was too much food just for breakfast. Noting the ginseng soup, Hannah explained that a man's stomach should always be full. She even offered to feed him. Leon complimented her, admitting that she knew how to make men happy, and asked what kind of car she wanted. Hannah told him that she wanted a white, beautiful car. Leon then offered to buy her a Maserati, a white and beautiful model, and assured her that she would be delighted. Hannah, however, told him that her budget was only $200,000 and she could not afford a car like his. However, Leon replied that she did not need to worry about the price and promised to fulfill his promise to her. Later, Leon took Hannah to a car dealership to find the best car for her. Leon and Hannah were looking at different models of cars, impressed by the wide selection of luxury cars. The salesman greeted them, asking if they had come to choose a car and if he could help them in any way. He also asked about their specific requirements and who would be the main driver. Hannah explained that she didn't have any particular preferences, but she was looking for a car within a budget of $200,000. The salesman seemed surprised by their budget and decided not to serve them. He then assigned another salesman to help them. A woman approached them, greeted them politely, and offered to answer any questions they might have. Leon expressed concern that their budget was too small, and that was why the first salesperson refused to help them. The salesman turned around, saying he had understood correctly. However, just at that moment, another salesman approached and asked about the sports car parked outside, wondering who it belonged to. Hearing this conversation, the first seller looked outside and was amazed to see that it was a Pagani car worth over $30 million. The salesman then asked the manager what was wrong with the car. Manager Liu replied that the car was blocking his driveway and he wanted to know whose it was so he could move it. Leon apologized, assuring Manager Lei that he would take care of the car and move it to the parking lot. The salesman was shocked and asked if Leon owned a Pagani Zonda. Leon asked if there was a problem, suggesting that if they weren't welcome, they could just go to another dealership. Manager Liu quickly asked them to stay, promising to answer all their questions. The salesman then pleaded with Leon to give him a chance, admitting his mistake and assuring him that he would serve them properly from now on. However, Leon, skeptical, asked if the seller had changed his mind just because of the Pagani. The salesman then knelt down and begged for forgiveness, while Manager Liu immediately fired him. A few minutes later, Leon and Hannah arrived at another car dealership. Hannah, feeling guilty, apologized for causing so much trouble. However, Leon reassured her by reminding her that when he started working for the company, it was she who supported him. He pointed to a BMW model, one of the most elite cars in the showroom, and mentioned that it cost over $1 million. Hannah expressed concern that if she drove such a car to work, her colleagues would gossip, thinking that she had found a rich man. Leon dismissed her concerns, saying that it did not matter what others thought. Hannah, clearly touched, said she liked the car. Then the main character told her that if she liked the car, then it was hers. He then told the salesman that he would pay for the car with a credit card. Hannah expressed her gratitude at how lucky she was to have a friend like Leon. The hero also said that he would teach her to drive in his free time, since she had not driven for a long time. Leon assured her that it was just a machine and that she deserved much more. He encouraged her to believe in herself because she would be successful in the future. Later, at the Nanchang Hotel, Georgia met Leon at the entrance, wanting to discuss important matters. Georgia expressed her joy that Leon had taken the time to visit her as they had been waiting for him. Leon suggested that they go inside where they could discuss business over dinner. He asked the girl when the first stage of their modification project would be ready. Georgia explained that according to the current schedule, it would take at least 2 months. Leon, dissatisfied with the time frame, offered an additional $400 million to speed up the process by suggesting hiring another company. At this point, Georgia understood his disappointment and assured him that they would work faster to meet his expectations. She was pleased to work with such a charismatic client. Leon then told Georgia that he had started a company called Lin Yi and asked if she could help him design a logo. Georgia, wanting to help, asked where the company was located. Leon proudly told her that he had bought the Twin Towers. Georgia was impressed. Noting that Leon was young and promising, she noted that the towers were recently built and had already become iconic in China. Then she asked if Leon had any other wishes for the logo design. Leon asked if they could add the name of Lin Tower to the logo. Georgia informed him that he could change the name inside the tower, but the name of the Twin Towers itself could not be changed. Suddenly, Leon told the girl that he could do anything and that he had bought the Twin Towers. He added that it was only 2 buildings and asked her not to fuss. Georgia then apologized to the protagonist, admitting that she had been too emotional. She then asked if he had anything else to do or if he would like her to make coffee for him. As she was known for her coffee-making skills, Leon told Georgia that he was busy that day but would try her coffee next time. Georgia assured him that she would send all the information about the project to his email. Once outside, Leon began to think about where he should go. At that moment, Samantha suddenly appeared behind him, barely able to stand on her feet. She told her friend that she wanted another drink. Leon, shocked, asked what she was doing there, why she was in such a state. Samantha explained that she was surprised to meet him at the hotel and asked what he was doing there. Then her friend told her that Samantha's boyfriend had cheated on her. She explained that Samantha was drunk and needed a ride home and asked Leon to help her. Leon, shocked by the situation, was momentarily speechless. He then decided to help her, believing that if no one else would solve her problems, he would. Leon asked Samantha where she lived. Samantha asked why so many men act like animals. Leon calmed her down, telling her not to say such things. She explained that she didn't mean him. However, Samantha then grabbed him by the neck and noticed that he was much more handsome than her ex-boyfriend. Ignoring her, Leon asked again where she lived, but she said she didn't want to go home. Instead, she wanted to have another drink at the hotel and relax. He suggested they go to the Bandau Hotel instead. A few minutes later, Leon took her to the Bandau Hotel. At the hotel, Manager Wang greeted Leon at the entrance and expressed his joy that he decided to visit us. Then the main character asked Manager Wang to prepare the room better and bring a couple of bottles of wine. Samantha asked Manager Wang to bring more wine. Later, Samantha settled into her room and started drinking wine. But Leon stopped her and asked her to stop drinking, saying that that was enough for today. Samantha playfully asked if he was worried she would start hitting on him if she drank any more wine. Leon replied that he didn't think it would upset him. At that moment, Samantha said she had a surprise for him. She led him into the bedroom, and Leon, although surprised, thought he should get some rest. Samantha, however, asked him to lie down on the bed, which shocked him, and he realized that she was acting strangely. Samantha assured him that she would not do anything inappropriate and that he had nothing to fear. Samantha then pulled out a blindfold, and Leon, surprised, asked why she needed it. Samantha, offended by his words, thought that the protagonist did not like her company and he wanted her to leave the hotel. She cried and told him that it was her ex-boyfriend who called her boring and forced her to watch different videos. She explained that when she bought a blindfold, he no longer wanted to be with her. After that, she took advantage of the situation and chained Leon to the bed. Then she put a blindfold on him. After this, Samantha fell against his body and put her hands under his t-shirt. The hero realized that he no longer wanted to resist and decided to kiss the girl back. Thus, they spent the whole night together. The next morning, the sun rose, and it was a beautiful day. Leon was still sleeping, enjoying a pleasant dream. However, Samantha woke up confused about what happened last night. She quickly gathered her clothes, getting ready to leave. Leon was still sleeping when he heard the phone ring. He didn't want to get up on such a beautiful morning, but he finally pulled himself together. Leon was surprised and asked where Samantha had gone. However, at that very moment, Lena suddenly appeared next to him. It seemed she didn't want to look at him, especially since he was not fully dressed. Leon asked Lena why she was shy, pointing out that this was not the most interesting thing. Lena replied that Master Leon was shameless. She then mentioned that his career was already 70% complete and asked if he wanted to start a new career. Leon was pleased and said that 70% was already impressive and that he was ready to start a new career. Then Lena began to transform, telling him that he could try himself in a new profession as a courier. She informed the main character that he would receive $10 million and a limited edition sports motorcycle, as well as motorcycle driving skills. He then asked if it was a fast delivery service that would give him more freedom to run his business. Lena hugged Leon and told him that the new sports bike was parked in the hotel parking lot. When Leon walked outside, he saw a new motorcycle parked next to the luxury cars. He looked at the bike and thought how lucky he was to have received such a generous reward. After examining the motorcycle, Leon realized that it was indeed a limited edition, just as Leon had said. He also realized that the price of such an elite motorcycle was $6.5 million, which seemed unbelievable. Leon got on his motorcycle and noticed a nice helmet. He thought it was discontinued. Leon got on the motorcycle, started it, and felt the powerful engine. At that very moment, he quickly drove off on business. He soon arrived at the university, amazed by the speed of the motorcycle. Samantha stood there wondering who could ride a luxury motorcycle. Suddenly, Leon took off his helmet, and Samantha was even more surprised to see that it was him. Samantha thanked Leon for all his help the day before. Leon told her that next time she shouldn't drink too much. Samantha asked Leon why he hadn't ridden such a nice motorcycle before, noting that all the female students couldn't take their eyes off him. Leon replied that it was an educational institution, and he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Hearing this, Samantha was surprised and asked why Leon decided to ride a motorcycle today. Then the main character told her that he came here to pack his things and quit, and that it didn't matter what car he came in. Samantha was shocked and asked why he wanted to quit. She wondered if it was because of yesterday, but he assured her that it wasn't. Samantha then asked Leon what he planned to do after leaving university. Leon asked her not to worry about him and explained that from that very day on he would work as a courier. Intrigued, Samantha asked why a rich man like him would want to work as a courier. The girl said that in that case she'd like to place a personal order with him. However, Leon asked Samantha not to trivialize everything, clarifying that he would be working as a courier, not a callboy. Samantha wished him luck in his new job and said she was heading to HR. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone about a new order. He was surprised since he had just downloaded the app, and he already had an order to buy a music stand. Leon quickly arrived at the hotel with the order in hand. Leon told a woman named Giselle that he had brought her order for a music stand, which cost her 128 yuan. Everything was fine, and the woman, who was a music teacher at the conservatory, thanked him for his work. She assured him that she would bring the money. However, Gavin, who was also present, was furious and demanded to know why Leon had brought the order so quickly, since because of him she hadn't even had time to play the game. Leon explained that playing the piano was a noble pursuit that required a lot of practice to achieve success. Gavin, mocking him, suggested that if Leon truly believed that, perhaps he could teach her how to play. He laughed and added that if he really was a master, he would not work as a courier. Leon, surprised, asked the impudent Gavin how he could know this. Gavin told the protagonist that he said that playing the piano was a noble occupation, but how could he learn it considering that he was just a courier? Leon was very angry at Gavin, considering this impudent guy a fool. Giselle, upset with her son, began yelling at him. She then apologized to the protagonist, explaining that she had spoiled her son and asking him not to take his words to heart. Leon assured Giselle that everything was fine, but mentioned that he actually knew how to play the piano and asked if he could show them how. Giselle replied that of course he could demonstrate and they would be happy to watch, but she also warned Leon that her son's skill level was much higher than that of his peers. Leon told her that although he was self-taught, he was also a good player for his age and would try to play better than Gavin. At this point, Gavin interrupted, asking his mother not to stop Leon, insisting that they should look at his skills and see if he could beat someone as skilled as him. Leon told Gavin that if he was better than him, he would listen to his mother. Gavin confidently responded by saying that there was no problem. He claimed that he had nothing to fear anymore. Soon, Leon began playing the piano under Gavin's close supervision. The protagonist, however, was curious to see how well he could play, especially since he had not touched the piano since he received the sage's knowledge. When he played, his skill was undeniable and he seemed to be a master of his craft. Giselle thought to herself that the piece he was playing, Will-o'-the-Wisp, was a difficult piece for any performer. Gavin, infuriated by Leon's performance, clearly did not expect the courier to play such a complex melody so well. The impressed woman told the protagonist that even she, as a music teacher, could not play this piece as perfectly as he did. Leon humbly replied that such praise was not necessary. He then asked Gavin if he had heard his mother's words correctly, and if he remembered what he had said before the performance. Gavin, unable to answer, said that Leon must be his mother's student pretending to be a courier to fool him in his own home. However, Leon replied that he didn't know his mother and asked if Gavin really was a bad loser. Gavin realized that he had made a mistake and could not refute Leon's words. He realized that he had lost and, feeling embarrassed, said that he would work even harder. He was determined not to let himself fail to surpass the courier. After this, Giselle expressed her deep gratitude to the main character. She mentioned that she worked at a higher educational institution in the theater department and was surprised by the courier's talent, saying that, in her opinion, he would be an excellent candidate to work for them. However, Leon politely told her that he was not currently looking for a job. He assured her that he would not bother her anymore and would go take new orders. But the woman mentioned that she would add him on WeChat and contact him if she needed his help. It was then that the system congratulated Leon on his first order in his new career and informed him that he had won the award for the best beach in Moon Harbor. Leon was surprised by this and thought it was great. Now he had the opportunity to connect Zhou Ge and Wang Jiang. At that moment, his phone rang, and the woman on the other end of the line introduced herself as an employee of the Moon Harbor Beach Management and asked when it would be convenient for him to discuss the documents. Leon told the woman that he was free and could come immediately. Once at the office, Leon quickly met a girl who contacted him about the beach. She extended her hand to him and informed him that she was the one he had contacted about Moonhaven. Leon shook her hand and greeted her, expressing his pleasure in meeting her. The girl handed the main character some documents, explaining that these were all the contracts for the area. She told him that he could look through them to check if there were any problems. Leon glanced through the documents and asked the girl why Moon Harbor Beach, which was a public beach, was being put up for auction. The girl explained that there were no costs for maintaining the beach, so they entrusted it to other people who decided to sell it. She explained that although Leon would be the owner, the beach still belonged to the state. He could use it for 70 years and then would need to continue the lease. Leon then asked if he needed to discuss the management of the beach with others. The girl informed him that they were now on Bin High Street. Leon thought for a moment and realized that he needed to consult with the manager. Leon asked the man what he knew about Moon Harbor Beach. Ben replied that the place had a lot of problems and that buying it was a bad idea. He told the protagonist that they owed $200,000 and that he would pick up the bill and come for it right away. Soon, Leon and Ben arrived at Bin High Street and saw people sitting on the street smoking cigarettes. Leon noticed this and told Ben that although it looked formal, it was still company. The people sitting outside were clearly not in a good mood. One of them stood up and walked up to him, asking what the boss was doing there. Ben was angry. He told them that they should call their boss. One of the men apologized but explained that their brother was not there. Ben, furious, asked the man who he thought he was fooling. He pointed out that their brother's car was already parked there. Ben informed them that Leon was the owner of both Moon Harbor Beach and Wangjiang Port, and he was only absent because of a debt. The man was shocked and asked Ben if it was true that the beach had been purchased. Then he invited Leon to come with him, saying that their brother was in the office at that moment. Suddenly, Leon grabbed all of Ben's documents related to Moonhaven. He told the group that he was not going anywhere and that they could tell their boss to leave the haven forever. Leon then told them that he was waiting for his money and they would not be able to live in peace unless they paid. He told Ben to leave, stating that they had nothing more to discuss. One of the men rushed to the office and told Brother Oakley and Brother Lou that the same man who bought Moon Harbor Beach was there. The man told them that Leon ordered them all to leave Moon Harbor and pay back the debt to the port. Oakley asked if Leon really asked for the debt to be repaid and what relation he had to Wangjiang Port. The man replied that Ben said that Moon Harbor Beach belonged to the same person. Oakley then told the man that Leon was a very impressive man, with influence even in his own territory. The man agreed, saying that it looked like Leon was trying to show off. He mentioned that Leon said a few words and then left immediately. Lou expressed his disappointment, saying he had been disrespected and that the man needed to know who he was dealing with. Oakley, putting out his cigarette, replied that he would personally find this scoundrel. He added that he would make sure that the main character did not get away with this and that he would destroy his business. Later, Leon arrived at the Bandau Hotel. He decided to visit the hotel to check on his people. Manager Wang stood up when he saw Leon, welcoming him to the hotel. Leon told the manager he needed to review the accounts. Manager Wang asked if Leon really wanted to look at the documents now and said that he would prepare them right away. Leon sat on the sofa and waited for Wang to bring the reports. Then he asked Manager Wang if the Bandau Hotel had any outstanding debts. Manager Wang reluctantly confirmed that the hotel's debt was $3 million. Leon asked why he was not informed about this and instructed Manager Wang to provide a list of debtors. Manager Wang explained that they were unusual people and he did not know how to raise the issue. Leon opened the reports and wondered if Charlie's name appeared on the list. The manager nervously replied that they could not afford to offend the Chin family because they were very influential. He explained that last night Charlie, a man, brought a couple of ladies to the hotel but did not pay and still did not leave. Then Leon called him and Charlie asked who was calling him so early. Leon explained that it was him and mentioned that he owed the hotel $118,000. Charlie, somewhat dismissively, asked what difference it made if the hotel did not belong to the protagonist. The hero asked him why he assumed the hotel wasn't his, and then added that he would let him live there for free if he returned the money. Charlie started getting dressed and asked Leon if he was really at the hotel. He said he would go downstairs. Meanwhile, a worker informed manager Wang that a man named Oakley wanted to meet the protagonist. Leon told the manager that they could come in. The door to the manager's office opened and a group, including Oakley and his friend, walked in. They were sure the scoundrel would regret crossing paths with such a boss. Manager Wang realized he had to act quickly, so he ordered the security guard to go down to the head of security and instructed all the hotel security guards to gather on the first floor and await his orders. Oakley then threw something on the table and told the protagonist that it was a gift for him, specially brought for the hotel boss. He added that he hoped Leon would appreciate this gift, as they would do great things together in the future. Leon, somewhat surprised, asked Oakley what he meant by working together. Oakley expressed his resentment at this attitude, lighting a cigarette. Oakley remarked that today he would forgive Leon for these words, but if they did not come to an agreement, his business was over. He went on to say that Leon was already hopeless and had nothing to fear, but the hotel boss was soon in for a painful fall. Leon then picked up a glass and suddenly smashed it on Oakley's head, asking if he was threatening him. Oakley's friend, shocked by such audacity, demanded to know how Leon dared to hit his boss so brazenly. He rushed at Leon with his men, but at that moment Leon kicked his friend Oakley in the stomach with all his might. The powerful blow knocked him off his feet and sent him crashing into the wall. His men, shocked by Leon's strength, froze in place. Oakley warned Leon not to do anything stupid. Leon told Oakley that he knew how he usually handled things, but this time he wouldn't succeed. Then he explained that he not only owned the beach and Wangjiang port, but also the Bandao Hotel and all the security. At that moment, Oakley looked out the window and was surprised to see hundreds of guards there. Leon continued by telling Oakley that he knew more about the criminal underworld than he did. He warned Oakley that if he put a price on his head, he would know. Just then, Charlie walked into the office and asked why Oakley was there. Oakley replied that they were discussing business issues with the protagonist, offering to help Charlie. Then Charlie walked up to the protagonist and asked what the hell was going on, asking if these idiots had anything to do with his business. Leon explained that the others had only expressed interest in collaborating. Charlie, surprised, asked how anyone could be so stupid as to come up with such an idea. Lou, feeling embarrassed, told his friend Oakley not that stupid. But Charlie, angry, told them that even his position did not allow him to do business with the protagonist. He then asked them who they thought they were, ordering them to get out of his sight and telling them that he never wanted to see them again. Oakley, still shocked, wondered who this Leon really was. Charlie then kicked Oakley and demanded to know what he was staring at. He told him to get up and leave the Bandao Hotel before he killed them. But Leon told Charlie to wait and asked when these people would pay him the money he owed. Oakley, quickly realizing the seriousness of the situation, assured Leon that they would bring him the money immediately and began running out of the hotel. Charlie then asked Leon if he wanted his men to look after them. Leon refused, telling him that all those men were losers and there was no need to waste his time on them. Charlie then told the protagonist that since he helped solve the problem, they no longer had to pay the debt. Leon, angry, asked where Charlie got such impudence. Charlie replied that in business you have to be a little cheeky, otherwise they will go bankrupt and get thrown out. Leon reluctantly agreed. Just at that moment, Leon's phone rang. It was Elizabeth who asked the teacher what he was doing. He asked her not to call him that since he had recently quit. Elizabeth, surprised, asked if Leon had been kicked out for seducing students. Leon asked her if she really thought he was that kind of person, explaining that he had gained experience and left and was now working as a courier. Elizabeth replied that she would place the order right away, and then the hero left the office. A stunned Charlie pondered the nature of man. Sometime later, Leon arrived at the Chaoyang Hotel, smiling. He told the girl that the package she ordered had arrived. Elizabeth, happy to see him, praised his speed. Leon replied that this was the only thing he was fast at. Elizabeth smiled and agreed, noting that Leon hadn't changed at all. Leon asked Elizabeth why she ordered greens and meat. Elizabeth explained that there was a small kitchen where she sometimes liked to cook. She then asked Leon if he would like to test her culinary talents personally. Leon replied that he would be happy to do so, but next time, and right now he would like to try a steak. He said that his culinary talents were given to him by the wisdom of a sage and invited her to try. After 20 minutes, the dishes were ready. Elizabeth was happy and noted that the presentation of the food was better than what their cooks could do. She told the protagonist that all the dishes smelled so delicious. Leon playfully advised her to eat more, calling her a glutton, and said that he would bring her a glass of juice. He walked over to the refrigerator, But then he suddenly noticed that Elizabeth had already eaten all the food. Elizabeth continued eating, thinking that she had never imagined how deliciously her beloved could cook. She told the protagonist that all his dishes were better than any five-star restaurant and she would not stop until everything was ready. She asked where he learned to cook so well. Leon told her that he was simply talented. Elizabeth replied that with such talent he could ask for anything as a reward. Without further ado, the hero leaned towards the girl and kissed her. He said he would like to receive his reward right there. However, Elizabeth doubted that they should do this right in the office. However, he sat her down on the table and told her that it would be an incredible experience for both of them. After this, Leon asked Elizabeth why she called him. She explained that there was nothing urgent about it, but she needed to go to Wangjiang port and she wanted him to accompany her that day. Leon, having pulled out some French fries, agreed to go with her, saying that he would check on the progress of the project. Elizabeth ate the French fries and thought Leon's food was magical. As soon as they arrived at the port, Elizabeth told the protagonist that she had spoken with Georgia yesterday, and the price of the project was $350 million. She suggested that they could save $150 million on the project. Leon asked why they were saving so much money, pointing out that he had no shortage of funds. Elizabeth explained that the Wangjiang port construction project was too large-scale, and they would put it aside for now and return to it again if necessary. Leon told her that he understood her concerns, but assured her that he would not have taken on the project if he had not been confident of its success. Elizabeth mentioned that she had spoken to the project manager who said that they should include the nearby Moon Harbor. She suggested that if they included Moon Harbor Beach in the redevelopment plan, it would be a great move. Then the main character replied that he would buy the beach. Surprised, Elizabeth asked if he was sure he could buy the place, as it was very expensive and difficult to acquire. She reminded him that the rights to Moon Harbor Beach were in the hands of ZF. Leon put on his helmet and confidently told her that he was sure of success. Elizabeth then told him that wearing a bikini in a private pool was boring and it would be better to sunbathe on a nice beach. She added that if someone gave her a chance, she would do it, but she would not overestimate anyone. While observing the reconstruction plan, a man approached them and greeted them, saying that he was glad to see them there. He was waiting for them and wanted to personally inform the protagonist of the latest news. He told the protagonist that Oakley had returned and paid all the money they owed, and that Moon Harbor Beach was now theirs. Leon thanked the man, admitting that it was great news. Elizabeth froze in place, wondering if Leon had really bought the beach. Leon assured her that Moon Harbor Beach was already his, and now he wanted to sunbathe there. Elizabeth asked how he managed to surprise her every time and said that he knew how to irritate her, but in a good way. Soon after, Elizabeth took off her shoes, deciding that she could relax on the beach that day. She praised Leon, calling him a genius. Then she told him that he already owned the entire Wangjiang port and offered to take her to the sea. Leon agreed, saying that they would need diving equipment and that he would teach her how to dive. Elizabeth was happy and asked Leon if he could dive too. Then she remembered that Leon had mentioned setting up a foundation, and she contacted 2 people about his case. Elizabeth explained that these people were capable of handling it, and asked if Leon had any special requirements for the address. If not, she would find him an office building. Leon told her that he would leave all the formalities to her discretion, and that the foundation would be located in Lin Yi. Then Elizabeth asked if this company also belonged to him. Leon confirmed that she was right, explaining that it was indeed his building. Before leaving, Leon reminded Elizabeth to be careful on the way home. She replied that the weather was unpredictable and advised him to be careful too. After saying goodbye, she drove away in her car. At this moment, Leon received a new order for 2 swimming rings for girls at a price of 200 yuan each. He quickly headed to the store where the rings were sold. Once there, Leon told the seller that he needed 2 swimming rings, priced at about 200 yuan each. Then the salesman came back saying that the 2 swim rings were of excellent quality and were offered at a discount of 209 yuan each. Satisfied, Leon agreed to take the swim rings but asked for the receipt. The salesman complimented him by saying that he was such a handsome man and asked why he worked as a courier. He offered to introduce Leon to some rich women he knew. Leon, a little surprised, asked the salesman if he worked part-time as a pimp. The salesman, feeling a little embarrassed, asked Leon not to say anything stupid. Leon quickly left the store, eager to deliver the order. He arrived at an address near the beach and thought he needed to quickly find a buyer so he could start working on another order. Leon called Lenny to let him know he was standing near the beach. However, Lenny told him he didn't have time to meet and instructed him to find a place himself. Lenny mentioned that he had a red umbrella and blue shorts. The protagonist then replied that there were a lot of red umbrellas on the beach and he wasn't sure how to find the right one. He expressed difficulty in finding Lenya. The client responded sarcastically, implying that it was no wonder Leon worked as a courier. At that moment, a girl appeared behind Leon and asked if he was the courier. She waved at him and introduced herself as Una, and next to her stood her boyfriend, Lenya, looking displeased. Una, noticing Leon, thought it was incredible that such a handsome courier had arrived. She then asked her friend Christy, who was lying under an umbrella, to look at them and remarked that the courier who brought the swimming rings was very handsome. Christy agreed, asking why such a handsome man worked as a courier. Lenny replied that it was obvious that Leon's brain wasn't working properly, and she assumed based on his inability to find them. Una, however, complimented Leon's looks and figure, explaining that she was looking for an employee and he seemed suitable to her. Then the main character approached them, greeted Lenya and introduced himself. He handed them the order, telling them that each ring cost 209 yuan, making the total for the 2 rings 418 yuan, and asked them to pay. Una asked Leon if he had ever thought about changing jobs. She mentioned that she owned a clothing store and needed an employee, but Leon told her that he was not interested in the position. Then he asked who would pay for the order. Suddenly, Lenny stood up and told the protagonist that he would not get any money from them. Lenny complained that he asked to buy the circles for 200 yuan each, but Leon bought them for 209 yuan each. He also claimed that Leon had forged the receipt and intended to defraud them. Leon, surprised by this accusation, asked Lenny if he really thought he needed their change that badly. Lenny, starting to get angry, asked if Leon really thought he was richer than him. Una, sensing the tension, intervened and told Lenny that she had had enough. She believed that Leon was not capable of such behavior and would pay for the delivery herself. However, Lenny disagreed, saying that he had invited Una there, so he had to pay, and he didn't want to argue anymore. At this moment, Lenny took out money from his wallet and thrust it into the protagonist's hands. Leon calmly informed Lenny that the 2 swimming rings he bought cost 418 yuan, but he only gave him 400 yuan. Lenny asked Leon what was the matter, explaining that he had initially agreed to pay 200 yuan but had not mentioned his intention to add more. Christy remarked that Lenny was very smart, while the courier needed to improve his memory. In response, Leon told Una that her friends seemed to be very poor and suggested that she think carefully about getting involved with such people. Then he handed Una some money and said that he was giving her 2 swimming rings, urging her to have a good time. As Leon started to leave the beach, Lenny suddenly told him to stop, insisting that he would not let him go unpunished for his words. An enraged Lenny clarified that his company makes about 2 million a year. Leon asked why Lenny was so petty about such a small amount if he had a successful business. Lenny, without backing down, asked Leon if he would risk making another order. Then he took out his phone to place the order. Leon, not at all embarrassed, agreed to accept the order, and a shocked Una advised the protagonist not to argue with Lennon, as he could not be defeated. Christy, noticing the tension, asked Una to mind her own business and hinted that Una had decided to take the courier's side. At that moment, Leon received a notification about a new order. He then asked Lenny if he was serious about asking him to buy a Ferrari. Lenny replied that he was just a courier and assured Leon that as soon as he delivered the order, he would be paid. The girl, laughing, noted that Lenny was very smart, adding that Leon would never be able to afford a Ferrari. Then the main character confidently told them that he would buy a Ferrari. Lenny, now irritated, called Leon a show-off and warned him that if he tried to run away or didn't bring the order, he would regret it. Meanwhile, the friends continued to relax on the beach, drinking wine. Lenny told Una that the wine was from 1664 and not very strong, and offered her to try it. But Una was upset and told Lenny that she did not want to drink. Then Christy asked Una why she had such a sour expression on her face. Una explained that she thought they had done something wrong and that she should not have been so rude to the delivery man. Shocked, Lenny asked if Una was serious, and he asked her not to tell him that she was still thinking about the courier. At that moment, Leon approached them with a briefcase in his hands. At that very moment, Lenny asked if he really had the nerve to come back. Lenny told him that he already had enough problems, and now he would not be able to live in peace. Una asked Lenny if he was threatening the protagonist, stating that it was too much and going too far. At this point, Christy intervened in the argument and grabbed Una by the shoulder, advising her not to interfere in the argument. Una, standing her ground, told her friend that she could not just watch Lenny mock the courier. Lenny, now angry, told the protagonist that he had disobeyed his orders and stated that he had known from the start that Leon was a fool who could not stand by his words. At that moment, Leon threw a stack of documents in front of Lenny. Shocked, Lenny wondered if the documents in the sand were really for registering a car. Then the protagonist, remaining calm, told the van driver that he could come to the beach. The van driver opened the trunk and Lenny was speechless. Leon confirmed that this was indeed the Ferrari he wanted. Leon asked Lenny if he still considered himself very rich, noting that he clearly couldn't afford a luxury Ferrari. Lenny, now embarrassed, apologized to the protagonist, admitting that he had lied and did not have enough money. Leon took the opportunity to tell Lenny that if he was ready to admit defeat, he should kneel before him on the beach. Lenny, furious, called Leon a freak. He swore revenge on the courier. Then he asked if Leon knew who he was and if the name Oakley meant anything to him. Leon, not at all embarrassed, said that he had never heard of this name or this man. Then Lenny called Oakley and mentioned that he would pay $10,000 if he brought a couple of people to fix the problem. He told the protagonist to wait and that Oakley would be there soon. Una, alarmed, approached the protagonist and urged him to leave quickly, warning him that he would not be able to cope with Oakley and his bandits. But Leon reassured her, saying that everything was fine. A few minutes later, Boss Oakley arrived at the beach, bringing all his fighters with him. Lenny immediately told Oakley that Leon was trying to trick him, and he thanked him for getting to the beach so quickly. Then Lenny asked Leon where his insolence had gone. Leon calmly asked Lenny in response if he was sure that the person who came to his aid would really help him. When Oakley saw Leon on the beach, he was shocked and could no longer move. Realizing that they were in serious trouble, Boss Oakley and his men bowed to the protagonist, expressing that they were glad to see him. Leon, in turn, told Oakley that he had let them go in peace this time, but they caused trouble again. Oakley, looking remorseful, apologized to the protagonist. Lenny was shocked and asked what was going on. Suddenly, Oakley punched Lenny in the stomach, asking if he was crazy and how dare he threaten their director. Oakley said that the entire beach and Wangjiang port belonged to the protagonist. Both Una and Christy were stunned. Oakley then asked Leon what should be done with Lenny. Leon told Oakley that he wanted Lenny to get down on his knees and ask for forgiveness. Oakley turned to Lenny and asked if he could do it himself or if he needed help. Lenny, now realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately fell to her knees and began begging Leon for forgiveness. Leon exhaled and told Lenny he'd spare him this time, then turned to Lou and Oakley, telling them he had a favor to ask. He told them that if they ever needed a little extra cash, they could turn to his friend who would help them. Boss Lou and Oakley thanked Leon, calling him a very good person. Una then told the protagonist that she didn't want to stay on the beach anymore. She mentioned that she didn't have a car and asked if he could take her home. Leon agreed, but first asked her to change, suggesting that riding in a bathing suit would be uncomfortable. Una, however, replied that she had decided to wear a bathing suit today because it was hot and she would be cooler in it. Christy then asked if Leon would give her a ride too, since she didn't have a car either. However, Leon told her that there was only room for one person, but she could go home in the truck if she wanted. Una climbed onto Leon's motorcycle, hugged Leon, and felt joy from the experience. At this moment, Lena suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist and praised him for being incredible. She said that he earned 5 stars for completing 3 orders. Lena also told him that his career was 40% complete, and he received a reward of 1 billion along with a new task. Leon kissed Lena as a sign of gratitude and expressed how glad he was. He then received a notification on his phone that his account had been topped up by 1 billion, bringing his total to 1.2 billion. Una saw the notification and was stunned. She told the protagonist that his bank account was huge. While they were driving, Una, noticing the notification, told the protagonist that she accidentally saw the message and noticed that his balance had exceeded 15 million. Leon explained that she had misunderstood and that his account actually had 15 billion, not just 15 million. Una was shocked and began to wonder who Leon really was. After some time, Leon and Una came to her clothing store. Una went to buy a beautiful and elite dress. Leon asked her if it was really her shop. Una confirmed it, mentioning that she graduated from Donghua University where she majored in fashion design. Then Una asked if he wanted a drink. However, Leon, taking her business card, said that he still had some business to attend to. He assured her that he would contact her through her business card. Una curiously asked why the protagonist needed her business card, since he could have simply added her to WeChat. However, Leon told Una that he needed her help on another matter, specifically to get his company to order uniforms from her, as she was apparently an experienced designer. Una replied that it was no problem, expressing her joy that they would be working together in the future. As Leon stepped outside, he received a call from Joshua, his friend and roommate from university. Joshua, who was now working as a salesman for a technology and innovation company, informed Leon that he would likely arrive in Shanghai in a couple of days. He mentioned that they hadn't seen each other for 6 months and that he missed him very much. Leon smiled and replied to Joshua, saying that, on the contrary, he did not miss him at all and was not particularly happy about his visit to Shanghai. Joshua then asked if Leon had heard of Cisco. He explained that they had recently solved the problem with the control program and improved their chips. Joshua told the protagonist that he intended to negotiate a partnership with Cisco, to which Leon replied that they would discuss the matter when he arrived. Leon then reflected on the past few days and noted that he had just finished writing source code that would improve the performance of hardware and microchips, and he couldn't understand how Cisco had managed to move forward so quickly. As Leon approached the Lunsen Science Institute on his motorcycle, he noticed student Lizzie standing at the entrance with documents. Lizzie greeted him warmly. She mentioned that they had been waiting for him. Leon replied that he had decided to see how they worked, and Lizzie informed him that the control unit program had been written successfully. She added that the third test had begun, but they had encountered a problem with the frequency hop range and were working on a solution. Upon entering the Lunsen Institute, Leon saw Vice President Samuel inside. Samuel expressed surprise upon seeing him. Then the protagonist sat down on the sofa and told his scientist friends that he had heard that Cisco had developed a program for the control unit and was planning to bring it to market. Both Lizzie and Samuel were shocked and denied that Cisco could have made such a breakthrough in innovation. Leon explained that as far as he knew, Cisco had made rapid progress thanks to a professional in the field of technology and science. He went on to say that if he understood correctly, this scientist must be Lucian, the same one he fired. Lizzie and Samuel froze, not believing their ears. Lizzie then assured Leon that she guaranteed that Lucian's technology and results were full of flaws, and that his program was not as perfect as theirs. However, Leon slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He told Lizzie that if he had said that her mind was empty, he would certainly have been right. He urged his friends to think carefully about who the market would ultimately believe, and pointed out that not filing a patent application was a mistake. Lizzie asked Leon if they should file for a patent as soon as possible before Cisco announced its technology. Leon responded that they were wrong to think that Cisco had not filed a patent long ago, and warned that they would become a laughingstock in the industry. Lizzie was speechless, wondering how this could have happened. Then Vice President Samuel admitted that it was entirely his fault and asked if Leon would fire him. Samuel was already prepared for such a punishment. Leon, however, asked what the point of firing him was. He told Samuel to come up with a plan to fix the whole situation. Samuel said it was their duty to fix the problem and that other companies had already taken the lead while they had lost control. Then the protagonist stood up and realized that if he didn't take responsibility for the company's strategy and development, they would fail in the industry. Leon reminded them that Cisco had merely stolen their technology, but that it was only the first version of their idea. He emphasized that they needed to beat Cisco and make the company regret stealing their idea. And Lizzie and Samuel assured Leon that they would do everything in their power to help him. Leon then activated the sage's mind, thinking that with this trump card he could quickly find a solution. Lizzie and Samuel saw new, perfect codes appearing on the laptop and were amazed, as they had never seen such flawless coding before. 12 hours later, Leon was still at the Lunsen Institute, working tirelessly to identify all the problems in their program. He told his friends that he was tired, noting that programming was no joke and required a lot of intelligence and effort. A surprised Samuel asked if Leon had really completed everything so quickly. Leon explained that the procedures were complete, but the multiplier technology wasn't very good, and that was the main problem. Lizzie had already fallen asleep on the table, and Leon asked Samuel to quickly buy 2 Dutch multipliers. He said it would do them good. Samuel promised to order Dutch spare parts immediately. Leon then turned to Lizzie, who had just woken up. He told her that there was also one personal assignment for her. Leon asked Lizzie to organize the development of a new mobile operating system, which should be at least as good as Cisco's. Lizzie assured Leon that everything would be taken care of in the best possible way. Leon, putting his arm around the boy's shoulders, expressed confidence that they would soon become leaders. Leon told his friends that they were making history and that they would soon be developing chips that would open a new chapter in the future. He hoped that from now on they would be able to handle everything on their own. But he also had a lot of plans and he needed to leave soon. Samuel noted that the country had produced such talents and he was confident that they would have a bright future. Soon, Leon went outside and was glad that the servants had brought him a car. While checking his phone, he noticed that he had a new order for delivery. It was an original Yali brand charger. Leon got into his Pagani and drove to the location to deliver the charger. An hour later, Leon had already delivered the order to the client. He handed Jack an original charger from the Yali store and reminded him that he owed 612 yuan. However, the customer, Jack, asked why the charger was so expensive, especially since the store had a 50% discount that day. Leon looked at his phone and informed Jack that the promotion ended yesterday and that he had not mentioned any discount when ordering the product. Jack, furious, accused Leon of trying to cheat him out of more money. However, Leon responded by telling Jack that he had provided a receipt from the Yali store and that he had no reason to lie. Jack complained that the charger was too expensive, and if he had known, he would have bought a copy instead of the original. At this point, a woman came out to intervene, telling Jack that there was no need to argue since it was only a couple of hundred yuan. She asked Jack to be less strict with the courier, who was simply doing his job. Jack then told his wife to get the charger, explaining that he had the night shift and that he and the baby should go to bed early without waiting for him. When Leon was about to leave, Jack asked him to wait and take 2 bags of garbage with him. Leon, surprised, asked if Jack was really asking him to take out the trash, explaining that it was none of his business. Jack then replied that if Leon wanted to get 5 stars, he had to take out the trash, otherwise he would file a complaint. However, Leon told Jack that he would not do this and that he could file a complaint if he wanted, but he would still have to pay for the charger. Jack angrily told the protagonist to stand still and threatened to report him to the company. However, Leon responded calmly, telling Jack that he could do whatever he wanted. Leon soon walked outside, thinking about how lucky he always was to have rude and ungrateful customers. Just then, he noticed a delivery man taking out someone else's trash and thought that this was too much. After the courier finished taking out the trash, he began to lift the huge table, barely holding it up as his legs shook from the weight. Leon, seeing the courier's difficulties, told him not to rush and offered to help him. Together, they moved the table to the right place. The courier thanked Leon, saying that he was tired and sometimes did not know who he was working for, whether it was taking out the trash or delivering food. Leon asked why he agreed to do all this. The courier replied that if he got a bad grade, he would regret coming to work, but very few people wanted to help as much as he did. Then the protagonist told the courier that they both did the same job. At this point, Jack came out again and asked Leon if he had left yet, seeing him standing in front of the house. Jack got angry and told the protagonist that he could forget about getting 5 stars and would file a complaint about the bad service. Leon told Jack that it didn't matter to him and that there was no point in continuing the conversation with an idiot like him. Just at this moment, in a fit of anger, Jack threw his bag of garbage on the ground and asked the courier who he was calling an idiot. Then Jack introduced himself, stating that he was the sales manager of Zhonghai Zhuijia Chemical Industrial Company. He demanded to know where the junk Leon was driving was, and said that he would take a picture of it and file a complaint. Leon calmly responded and told Jack that his junk was an Audi A6. Then Leon opened the door of his new luxury Audi. He smiled, knowing that Jack would be very surprised. Jack was speechless, not believing his ears, and asked Leon why, if he was so rich, he worked as a delivery man. Leon explained that he was working in the delivery department to gain life experience and asked Jack if he really worked for Zhuijia. Leon told him that because of his bad attitude towards others, he would soon lose his job at the company. He pointed to the trash on the ground and warned Jack that he should prepare to become a courier soon. Then Jack fell to his knees, realizing he had made a huge mistake. Trying to make amends, Jack began collecting trash and promised the protagonist that he would never behave like that again. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone about a new order. Looking at the new order, Leon realized that it was urgent. It was about emergency contraceptives. A bad feeling about the order made him rush to the place. Soon, he took the medicine and arrived at the residential building. He went up to the right floor, but when the door opened, he was shocked to see an old acquaintance. He asked the girl if it was really her, and Melissa, recognizing him, asked if he really worked as a courier. Leon asked Melissa what was wrong with being a courier. He explained that he had brought her some medicine and he needed her to pay 38 yuan. Then Melissa crossed her arms over her chest and thought that Leon must have had a miserable life, and that was why he worked as a courier. Leon replied that it was none of her business. He told her to just pay him for the order. Melissa noticed that he was so eager to get the money, implying that he was poor, and asked if he was even capable of handling the job of a courier. Suddenly, she threw the medicine on the floor. She told the protagonist that she no longer needed the medicine and that he should take it back and cancel the order. Leon was stunned by her behavior and thought that this spoiled girl would regret her actions. He picked up the medicine from the floor and said that he understood her, and then headed for the exit. Melissa, however, asked him to take his time, saying that she wanted to take some photos of him as a keepsake. Leon, surprised, asked why she wanted to take his picture. Melissa explained that she wanted to share the photos with her classmates so they would know who he had become. At that moment, a guy came out and asked Melissa what was going on, whether she had bought the pills. Then, suddenly, the guy recognized Leon and was in complete shock. Melissa explained that this guy was her classmate who started his own business and lost all his money, so now he is a courier. The guy, clearly angry, hit Melissa in the face and demanded to know how she dared to speak about the main character like that. Melissa fell to the floor and asked why he pushed her. She mocked the guy, saying that Leon was just bankrupt and could never compare to him. However, the guy responded that Leon was clearly there to gain experience in different areas of life, urging Melissa not to do anything stupid. The guy bowed to the protagonist and apologized for his girlfriend's behavior, expressing deep shame. Melissa, still in shock, could not understand why her boyfriend showed respect to someone like Leon. The protagonist then told the guy that he would accept the apology, but asked him to keep Melissa away from him and give him 5 stars for service. The guy assured him that he would give him 5 stars as he promised. After this, Leon went outside to his car, and at that moment he received a notification on his phone confirming that he had received 5 stars for the order. The guy then turned to Melissa and scolded her, saying that she was crazy. He warned her never to embarrass him like that again. Meanwhile, Leon, checking the system, thought it was impressive how quickly things were moving. He felt that if he worked there for another day, he would complete the task. At that moment, Elizabeth called him. She asked if Leon was busy as she had invited him to dinner at her home. She told him to meet her at the Times Square supermarket as she didn't have the ingredients for their dish. Leon quickly arrived at Times Square, and upon entering the building, he saw Elizabeth already waiting for him. Elizabeth threw up her hands and told the protagonist that she missed him. She also mentioned that she had heard about a new big supermarket where they could buy all the groceries they needed. Then she told him that she was a diamond-level customer and they could get a discount together. Leon and Elizabeth then went to the supermarket where they picked up a basket. Leon was surprised when he saw Elizabeth collecting a lot of food. He asked her if they came here just for food, to which she agreed. Leon then asked her why she bought so many cakes and desserts. Elizabeth asked him if he knew that sweets put a girl in a good mood. Leon agreed with her, saying that now that they had chosen the sweets, they could move on to buying other necessary things. Then he asked if it wasn't enough that he could lift her spirits himself. Leon hugged the girl, who in response called him a pervert. After finishing his shopping, Leon told the girl that he thought they already had enough food and that it would be difficult to carry it all home. Elizabeth, however, said that she still wanted some beef. As the steak he cooked seemed so delicious to her, she told him that she wanted him to cook steak for her again that day. At that moment, a strange man approached Elizabeth and greeted her. Elizabeth was surprised and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Patrick, a talent scout from Boyuan Media, and asked if she was interested in a career in show business. He told her that with her looks, she could become famous and handed her his business card. Before she could answer, Leon interrupted them, telling Patrick that Elizabeth was not interested and suggesting that he ask the girl selling fish at the market, who was much more suitable for him. Patrick looked at the fishmonger and realized that Leon had lied to him. Patrick then told the protagonist that he was not talking to him and assured Elizabeth that if she entered the entertainment industry, it would be a great success. He asked if she knew about the famous man he made famous who now makes $100 million annually. Elizabeth told the protagonist that $100 million a year was impressive. Patrick then told the protagonist that if his girlfriend wanted to go into show business, he should let her pursue fame out of love for her. Leon listened to Patrick's words, then took out his phone and told him that he agreed to the terms, but only after 15 years. Patrick was stunned and asked what Leon had just said, surprised by the 15-year sentence. Leon calmly told him that he had billions and could still take care of Elizabeth for at least another 15 years. He showed Patrick his bank account on his phone and asked if he could wait that long. Patrick was stunned by the amount in Leon's account, So the protagonist asked Patrick to contact Elizabeth in 15 years and hoped that he would not change his mind. Patrick apologized, saying he made a mistake. He immediately started running away, telling the protagonist that he was no match for him and asking him to forgive him. Elizabeth started laughing, thinking that Leon was so unhappy with Patrick's words, and quickly made it clear that he would not allow her to go into show business. Then she asked if she could get an advance for the 100 million that Patrick mentioned earlier. Leon replied that she could get an advance from him, but they would discuss it in the evening. She pinched Leon and said that she would still take revenge on him at home, but Leon asked if she was strong enough to compete with him. Elizabeth replied that they would see which of them had to be afraid. After shopping at the supermarket, they arrived at Yunshui Villa together. When they entered the villa, Leon asked Elizabeth if she was sure that her parents were not at home. Elizabeth assured him that her parents were indeed not at home and jokingly called him a coward. However, Leon replied that he was not afraid of her family. He had only met them a couple of times, and this made her boyfriend feel a little awkward. Elizabeth asked why Leon was already starting to blush, because he had not yet seen her surprise. Leon, wanting to get closer to her, asked her to come to him and said that they would settle the score. But as soon as he tried to hug her, she grabbed his hand tightly. Elizabeth said that now they would see who was stronger in the fight. However, Leon threw the girl off himself with one deft movement. He pushed her onto the sofa in front of him and grabbed her legs tightly. Leon then took the grapes that were standing near them on the tabletop, intending to feed them to Elizabeth. However, then he suddenly dropped a berry into her t-shirt and reached in to get it with his lips. Elizabeth blushed with shame, saying that he should not have eaten that berry because it was dirty. However, Leon assured her that everything was fine. Later, the girl remembered that the organization of the fund was completed and that the contribution was about 10 million. Leon was very surprised by her words and said that it was very good. Although he completely forgot about his request, Elizabeth also told him that he would still meet with the people responsible for the establishment of the fund and the organization. While Leon was studying the documents, Elizabeth asked if he could come to her office at 12 o'clock the next day. He finished looking through the paperwork and told her she had done a good job. Then he asked if she was willing to work a little more. The next day, Leon quickly drove Elizabeth to the company. Elizabeth got out of the car and reminded him not to forget about the meeting. Leon assured her that he would not forget and would definitely come. Elizabeth said goodbye to him, feeling very lucky to have such a guy. As Leon was driving down the road, he received a notification on his phone about a new order, and later arrived at the location the client had instructed him to visit, sensing that something was wrong. He saw a car stuck on the side of the road, surrounded by people, and the protagonist became curious whether the client had really called so many people to help pull the car out. The customer, who filmed the scene live, told his followers that his car had fallen into a ditch and that they were figuring out how to fix the problem. He added that he had asked many couriers for help, explaining that he thought like a rich person. At this point, Leon came over and asked the client if he really thought like a rich person, pointing out that the whole situation was disgusting. The client got angry and told the protagonist to hurry up as they were waiting for him. He then promised the couriers that if they helped him get his car out, he would immediately give them 5 stars. The protagonist then told the client that he needed more people, as 6 couriers would not be enough to lift his heavy vehicle. The customer, surprised, asked why 6 was not enough, insisting that couriers worked hard all their lives. Then he told the protagonist not to be lazy and to help everyone. However, Leon turned away, declaring that he had had enough and that the client should handle it on his own, as he had his own business. An angry customer asked the couriers to look at Leon's attitude, claiming it was unprofessional. He filmed the conversation on his phone, telling his followers that with that attitude, Leon would still be a courier in 10 years. However, Leon, who was not pleased with the customer's behavior, got into his luxury car, pressed the gas pedal, and sped away. The couriers were surprised by the powerful sound of the car's engine and assumed that it looked like a sports car. The customer turned around, realizing that the car behind him was indeed a Ferrari, then commented that it belonged to someone with a rich mind, which he would soon become like. As the luxury car pulled closer, the client recognized Leon in the driver's seat. He was shocked and at a loss for words. He asked Leon if it was really him and how he could afford such an elite Ferrari. Leon stopped and asked him what was wrong. He told the client that with his current way of thinking he would never become rich. Then he asked if people had unsubscribed from him. The client begged Leon not to say it. Then he checked his phone in shock. Leon quickly left the scene, and the client shouted that he was right about everything. Later, Leon arrived in Chaoyang and decided to head to Elizabeth's office. Upon entering the office, he was surprised to find that there was no one there except Elizabeth, who was sitting and checking reports. Leon told her that it was already 12 noon and asked why the others had not arrived yet. At that moment, Elizabeth suddenly asked Leon to look back. When he looked, he was shocked to see that Elizabeth had already cleaned and prepared all the ingredients for cooking. Leon told her that he had just cooked for her yesterday, so he wondered why she needed him to cook again today. Elizabeth rose from her seat and snuggled close to him, explaining that once she learned to cook, she would cook every day for her lover. After a while, Leon informed Elizabeth that he was finished. He placed the plates on the table, and Elizabeth commented that it was excellent. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the door and Elizabeth invited people in. At that moment, Helga and Sean entered the office. Elizabeth asked Helga why they had come to the office so early when they had agreed to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Helga explained that she could not be late for a meeting with her new boss. She then told Elizabeth that she had found such a beautiful cook, which meant that she had a lot to learn from her. Elizabeth became curious and asked Helga if Leon really looked like a chef. Helga replied that he didn't really look like a chef, but he was very handsome and asked if he was her new secretary. Elizabeth was surprised and asked Helga what nonsense she was talking about. At that moment, Leon winked at Elizabeth, silently asking her not to tell Helga about this. Helga then told Elizabeth that there was no need for explanations and introduced the man next to her, Sean. Helga mentioned that she met Sean when she went to the US as an exchange student. He was a professional in his field. Sean shook Elizabeth's hand and expressed his pleasure at meeting her. The girl asked if they were hungry. Helga replied that, of course, they were hungry and would be happy to have lunch with them. Everyone sat down at the table, and an excited Helga told him how delicious the lunch was and how glad she was that she decided to try the food. An impressed Sean mentioned that, besides cooking, he didn't expect Leon to understand economic situations and microchips, which he thought were great. Helga glanced at her watch and noted that it was almost 3 p.m., but the new boss still hadn't arrived. Then Elizabeth said that in fact their new boss had already arrived. Helga was very surprised and asked Elizabeth where the new director was. Then the girl pointed to Leon and explained that he was the founder of the Lin Yi Foundation. Both Helga and Sean were stunned, frozen in place in surprise when they realized that the chef was actually their new boss. Helga apologized to the protagonist, explaining that she didn't want to reveal that he was a chef and didn't know that he was the boss of the company. Leon assured her that nothing was wrong. He mentioned that he wanted to make sure of their professionalism and that they could ask him any questions. Helga and Sean exchanged glances. Helga then asked Leon if his future business would definitely focus on foundations and what his business plan for the foundation was. Leon replied that funds were not his main goal. He asked if they would believe him if he said that he wanted to dominate the business world. Helga stood up without answering Leon's question, and he realized that they might not believe that he was truly a powerful and successful person. Leon asked Helga and Sean if they really thought he was joking. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that every businessman and ambitious person deserves respect. Sean added that although he had many questions at first, Leon's answers made everything clear and he now understood his goals. Helga told the protagonist that in addition to being ambitious, he was also handsome and there was nothing he couldn't do. At that moment, Elizabeth playfully pinched Helga on the cheek, telling her friend that she hadn't changed at all. Then Leon said that he would get down to business. They would get $5 million as bonuses for the company, and the company would be listed on the market. Helga and Sean realized that with the protagonist, they could achieve everything they dreamed of in a short time. They raised their glasses, and Helga thanked Leon for his generosity, eager to get to work and begin a new project. Sean thanked Leon for his kindness, although he felt awkward about his high salary. Leon assured them that money was not important to him. He valued their talent and professionalism. He emphasized that they agreed to follow him, and together they would conquer the world. Leon and Elizabeth drank together. Helga and Sean, also sipping wine, thought about how lucky they were to have met a boss like Leon. Leon then invited them all to come with him to see the new company so they could get started. Helga replied that she was looking forward to it. Elizabeth playfully asked if Helga and Sean were afraid that Leon might take them to some basement. Helga told the protagonist that the basement would be fine for her, but asked if it would be possible to order air conditioning because she was afraid that it would be hot there and her makeup might get ruined. Leon then took Helga and Sean to the Lin Yi Twin Towers. Helga asked Leon if he had rented an office for them in the Twin Towers, considering it was an expensive building with complicated lease terms. Leon explained that it wasn't a rental, and when Helga asked if it was really in the neighborhood, Leon then revealed that he bought the Twin Towers building, not rented it. Helga and Sean were both shocked and couldn't figure it out. Helga then told the protagonist that she no longer wanted to be the financial director and was ready to work as his secretary. Elizabeth asked Helga what she did and questioned whether such wealth was worth sacrificing her dream job. Helga playfully hugged Elizabeth and asked if she was jealous. Leon reassured Helga and Sean by telling them that he was counting on them and that they had $500 million for the entire strategic plan. He added that he still had another job, and Helga asked if it was true that he would be cooking for another female director. At that moment, Leon approached Elizabeth, immediately hugged her and said that he worked as a courier. Helga and Sean were very surprised and asked Leon what he meant. Elizabeth told them not to ask about it. Since Leon was different from ordinary rich people, she suggested that they go inside the building. Helga then asked Sean to inspect the premises, saying that there would be a finance department there. Sean disagreed, saying that finances should be kept in a more private place. Elizabeth also inspected the premises and thought that there was enough space in the building. Leon then approached her and asked if she would like to move the Chaoyang company to this location. Elizabeth replied that it would depend on whether he had enough funds to accommodate her and her company. Then the protagonist pressed himself against her and jokingly said that it looked like Elizabeth needed to be bribed first. However, Elizabeth pushed him away and reminded him that Helga and Sean had not left yet. Then she asked Leon if he had a direction for his future business and whether it would be home economics or the service industry. Leon told her it was neither, but he believed in big data. Elizabeth asked if his company's growth strategy was based on big data and cloud computing, and he confirmed it. Leon told the girl that what he wanted to do was not easy. Then Elizabeth had an idea and suggested that he could go directly to the market as an investor in the company. Then the main character hugged her, noticing that she was so smart that his heart couldn't stand it. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that although Helga had become his employee, she was still the CFO and they needed to make a profit. Leon assured her that she could be sure that such a good resource would be used. He then asked if she was planning to change jobs, mentioning that he didn't have a secretary. Elizabeth tidied up Leon's clothes and he thought she would agree to his request. But at that moment, Elizabeth grabbed Leon by the collar and told him that he could only dream of this. She asked him to take her to Chaoyang Company as she had a lot of work. After that, Leon arrived at Shanghai Airport. He noted that the Bentley that his manager bought was very good. Leon mentioned that he finally got 10 five-star reviews. At that moment, a blue notification lit up on Leon's phone, which surprised him. At that moment, Lena appeared, informing the protagonist that his main mission had been completed, with 60% of the task completed. Lena explained that the reward was a lucky card, the validity of which was limited to 5 minutes, and Leon asked her what kind of card it was. Lena explained that, in a worst-case scenario, the card could bring him luck. As Leon entered the airport and approached the terminal, he thought that Joshua should have arrived by now. At that moment, Joshua appeared with Karen, his girlfriend, and greeted his friend with a wave. Leon was also glad to see him, and they expressed how glad they were to meet after such a long break. Suddenly, Joshua hugged Leon tightly, telling him that he missed him so much. Karen commented that they were at the airport, noticing that everyone present was looking at them. Joshua then told his friend protagonist that he hadn't seen him since graduation, and said he wanted to kiss his old friend. Leon told Joshua that he should get off him, or his girlfriend would start questioning his sexuality. Then Joshua introduced Karen to the protagonist, explaining that she was also from Shanghai and had come with him to visit her family. Leon suggested that they all go together as he thought they might be hungry. Karen, however, said they had agreed not to eat at street stalls because they were unsanitary. Joshua was surprised and asked Karen why she didn't want to eat there, remembering that they often ate at such stalls during their university days. Karen then told the protagonist that she heard that a new Long Fu cafe had opened in Shanghai and suggested that they go there instead. Joshua asked if Karen was joking, wondering how they could afford to eat at such an expensive place. Karen, however, insisted that given the circumstances, Leon take them to a good establishment. She mentioned that Leon was a realtor. However, Leon explained that he no longer works as a real estate agent and now works as a courier, but added that this does not mean he cannot afford Long Fu Cafe. Both Karen and Joshua were shocked to hear about Leon's new job, and Joshua asked his friend what he meant by that. Since Leon was the best in the university, Joshua then suggested that they go to Yanjing after dinner and that he would take care of his best friend there. However, Karen became furious and asked Joshua if he was crazy. She stated that she did not have any extra money to shelter his friend, and if he dared to take Leon to Yanjing, they would separate. The protagonist then intervened, asking Karen and Joshua to stop arguing, assuring them that he was happy in Zhanghai and had no intention of going to Yanjing. Afterwards, Leon, Joshua, and Karen headed to the parking lot, planning to go to the cafeteria together. However, as they walked, a man appeared in the parking lot and greeted Karen. Karen was delighted and told her brother that she missed him. The guy explained that he had just seen the new Bentley and taken a couple of photos, which is why he was a little late. He also mentioned that he thought she had already left, but was happy to meet her in the parking lot. Leon watched the interaction between them and thought that they deserved each other. Then her brother asked if Leon was her boyfriend and invited her home for dinner. He also asked Joshua if he bought a car in Yanjing. Joshua explained that he had not bought a car and that he did not have a job, so he was struggling to provide for both himself and Karen. Karen's brother sighed, thinking her boyfriend was just making excuses. Then he boasted that after 2 years of work, he was able to buy a first-class Magetan, but Joshua was not. Joshua couldn't answer why he couldn't do it, feeling that Karen's brother was just looking for conflict. And then the protagonist, sensing the tension, told Karen's brother that although Joshua didn't have a car, he himself did, and that it was just a car. He even offered to give it to him. At that moment, Leon opened the door of his car, which was a new luxury Bentley. Karen and her brother were shocked and speechless. Joshua was equally stunned. Unable to understand where his friend got the Bentley from, he asked Leon if the car was really his. Then the main character confidently confirmed that it was indeed his car. Karen then asked Joshua if the car belonged to his former roommate, pointing out that if Leon wasn't a courier, then how did he end up with such a high-end Bentley? Joshua, still shocked, admitted that he didn't know his friend was so successful. Then Karen realized that this could be her chance. She told the protagonist that she and her brother would not be going home and suggested that they have lunch together to get to know each other better. Leon was amused by her change in mood. He was surprised how quickly she changed her mind. Then Karen's brother offered to buy them something to eat, suggesting that they sit together in a cafe to get to know each other better. Everyone was happy with the plan, and Leon told them all to get into his car. Aaron and her brother were thrilled that their new friend had agreed to invite them to lunch. Karen's brother suddenly started pushing Joshua, insisting that he sit in the back today. While he took the front seat, Leon watched their behavior and thought that the family had no conscience. Despite this, they all went to the establishment together in Leon's new Bentley, and Karen realized that they were lucky to have such a good friend like Leon. She was overjoyed and admired the car, remarking that she couldn't believe she was driving a Bentley and remarking on how beautiful the interior was. Joshua, however, asked Karen not to act like that. Karen's brother pointed out that Bentley is the most luxurious car in the world, and many people cannot afford such a car. He then asked Leon to add him on WeChat, mentioning that his friend was getting married soon and that he'd like to borrow his car for the occasion. Karen's brother told the protagonist that his WeChat only included people he considered close. Leon responded by asking what kind of people he meant. Karen's brother froze in surprise, realizing that he had probably angered Leon, at which point Karen told her brother that he should just take the car, as Leon had already said that he would give the Bentley to Joshua. Joshua, however, told Karen that the car was too expensive and that he could not accept it. Karen then whispered to Joshua that if he didn't accept the gift, their relationship would end. A few minutes later, they arrived at Zhanghai Delicatessen Street. Leon thought it was the perfect place. He mentioned to Joshua that they used to come here often during their university days and asked if he remembered those times. Joshua smiled and told the protagonist that he would never forget it. When they entered the establishment, Joshua offered to help Karen choose a dish, but Karen was unhappy and told him that she does not eat fatty foods. Then the main character chose a dish and told the waitress that he wanted to try it. She asked him to wait a minute. A few minutes later, the waitress returned with the ordered dishes. Joshua thanked Leon for the treat and mentioned that he had something to talk about. Leon told him to wait and offered to stay at his house for the night, where they could chat about everything. However, Joshua declined, saying that he was on a business trip and the company would cover his hotel expenses. Karen, however, told Joshua that Leon's offer was the best and that he could stay the night while she and her brother went home. She assured him that they would later find the bills to recoup the expenses. Joshua, still feeling awkward, told Karen that it was wrong. He reminded her that Leon had a girlfriend and that he didn't want to interfere with them. Leon reassured Joshua that he had nothing to worry about as he and Laura had separated a long time ago and were now living separately, adding that they could have a drink together. Just at that moment, a driver pulled up and asked if Leon had called a sober driver. Then the protagonist told the driver to take them to the Joge Hotel. Karen and her brother were shocked to learn that the hotel was located in an upscale area. When they arrived at the place indicated by the protagonist, Leon was chatting with Joshua while Karen and her brother walked behind. Karen's brother told her that she had to find a way to get into the villa. However, Karen convinced her brother to remain calm, saying that she could handle it. At that moment, Karen and her brother opened the car door and got inside, thinking they were going home with the main character. Leon noticed how quickly they took all the seats. Without even offering to give up his seat to the one who was treating them all, he asked Karen's brother where he should sit, and the man quickly got out of the car, asking for forgiveness. Leon then turned to Karen, asking why she didn't tell him she was going home. Karen explained that she didn't want to go as Joshua was very drunk and she was a little worried about him. Karen then asked Joshua if he wanted her to go with him, but Joshua was too drunk to answer. Then the protagonist agreed to take them, telling Karen to behave quietly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Joge district, and everyone immediately noticed the huge villa that was shining even at night. Karen was shocked and speechless, as she did not expect Leon to live in such a luxurious villa. Joshua, admiring the villa, told the protagonist that it must have cost a lot of money. Leon replied that the villa was not very expensive, just over $1 billion. At that moment, the manager came out to greet them. The manager told the protagonist that he was glad to see him home. He also mentioned that fried meat had been delivered. Leon thanked the manager by confirming the table reservation and then hugged his friend. He said that his friend seemed to have sobered up and they could start the second round of drinks. Joshua, who was eager to continue, mentioned that he was also eager to continue having fun. Leon told Karen and her brother that he would bring more drinks. Karen asked Joshua about his university friend, wondering why he hid his wealth. Joshua explained that it was only that day that he found out that Leon was so rich, as during his university days, Leon was the most ordinary student in their class. Karen then suggested that Joshua should take advantage of the situation, since his friend had so much money that he didn't even know what to do with it. She believed that he was obliged to accept the car from Leon. However, Joshua was unhappy with Karen's words. He pushed her hand away, saying that the gift was too expensive and that he could not accept it from a friend. Leon was his friend, not his father, and he was not obliged to take care of him. Having said this, Joshua turned to leave, and Karen stood there, realizing that nothing could be expected from a man like him. Then she decided she would take matters into her own hands. Meanwhile, Joshua was at the villa cooking steaks. Karen told Joshua to wait for her there while she went to the bathroom. At that moment, Leon was in another room, choosing wine. At that moment, Karen appeared behind Leon and told him that she wanted to talk to him alone in the office. She mentioned that she just remembered that he said that he was alone now. Leon immediately realized that Karen had bad intentions. He took out his phone, went to his photo gallery, and showed Karen a picture of himself with Elizabeth. He explained that he had a girlfriend. He told Karen that she was the director of a company worth over $1 billion, and therefore no other girl could offer him anything better. However, Karen insisted that Leon still did not have a mistress and that she liked him at first sight. Leon, however, did not want to communicate with her. Leon looked at her and thought about what she meant. He told Karen that he didn't see anything special about her or her figure, so she should give up the idea. Karen, shocked by his reaction, felt insulted. Then the protagonist told her that she was not worthy of his friend Joshua and pointed to the door, telling her to leave. However, Karen asked him not to go too far and warned that he would regret it. Leon calmly said that he had nothing to regret. He ordered her to leave his house. However, suddenly Karen started screaming, calling Leon a pervert. Leon froze in surprise. Joshua immediately burst into the office and asked Karen what happened. Karen clung to him, saying that when she entered the bathroom, she noticed that there was no one around, and then the main character began to pester her. She told Joshua that if she had not resisted his attempts, he would have done something bad. Joshua, however, told Karen that this was impossible, as Leon was not that kind of person. He asked if she was mistaken. Karen then asked Joshua why he was so eager to protect Leon. She asked whose side he was on now. Karen then told the protagonist not to dare do anything like that to her, and if he didn't have an extra $1 billion for her, she would expose him. Joshua apparently still didn't fully believe his girlfriend. Leon replied that he had not touched her and hinted that her plan had been well thought out, except for one detail. At that moment, Karen started threatening him, saying that she would tell everything on the internet, and then his reputation would be ruined. He then asked Karen if she really thought there wouldn't be security cameras in his huge house. Karen, still in despair, asked Joshua to at least say something. Then Joshua pulled her hand away in disgust and thought that he didn't want to have any relationship with her anymore. He turned away from Karen, who asked him what it meant. She asked if he really didn't love her anymore. Joshua said that she had done something shameless and disgusting, and still dared to tell him all this. Finally, Leon told Karen that she should leave immediately while he was still in a good mood. Karen glared at Leon, thinking that the scoundrel had outsmarted her, and quickly ran out of the office. The protagonist then apologized to his friend Joshua, asking how he was feeling. Joshua said that he was the one who should apologize. He expressed his gratitude, saying that if it weren't for his friend, he wouldn't have known Karen's true nature. Leon put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he was glad that Joshua realized this in time. Then he invited his friend to continue discussing the company's affairs. He then told the protagonist that if he had any questions he could ask them now. Leon inquired about Cisco, wanting to know more about her. Joshua explained that Cisco had recently made a huge breakthrough in chip programming, a major development, and he went on to say that his boss had insisted that they win the project. When Leon asked who they were negotiating with, Joshua replied that there was a man in charge of the manager and his deputy was in charge of sales. He then asked why Leon was asking about this. Leon explained that he was just asking about them. He then handed Joshua the keys to his car, telling him that it was inconvenient to get around without a car and that his friend should take his car. Joshua, however, said that the Bentley was too expensive and he could not accept such a gift. However, Leon told him that when someone gives him something, he should take it without asking questions. Joshua explained that while he knew his friend wanted to help, he wanted to earn money for the car through hard work, and he still had a chance to do so. Leon realized that Joshua was a good man. He insisted that they have a drink together. He assured Joshua that he would definitely not stay sober tonight. The next morning, Joshua left a note for his friend saying that he had ordered breakfast for him. He also mentioned that he still had some business to attend to, so he had to leave the villa. Leon, thinking that he would also have to work hard that day, received a notification on his phone. It was a new order, and the main character had to write a dissertation for a student. Surprised, Leon wondered if this was really an assignment for a courier. He called the client, asking if she was sure that this was a suitable task for a courier. He also reminded her that it would affect her grades. Miss Carla replied that the courier had misunderstood and that she simply needed to rewrite the work on the computer. But she was in a hurry and asked him to come quickly. Leon told her that he would come to her now. Meanwhile, at the engineering institute, all the students were busy with exams and writing dissertations. However, one student was standing near the car with flowers in his hand. The student's name was Stefan. He told Gina that he had been waiting for her for a long time and was very happy to see her this morning. Gina was embarrassed, especially when her friends thought it was cute that Stefan was waiting for her. Stefan told her that graduation was approaching and he hoped that she would agree to be his girlfriend. He told her that from now on, the second pilot's seat in his life would belong only to her. At that moment, Stefan opened the box with the ring and asked Gina if she was ready to become his wife. Gina was overjoyed and could not find the words. She was about to tell him that she agreed to marry him when she was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a car engine. Leon's car stopped in front of them, and he asked Gina if she knew how to get to the main academic building. The genie, delighted to talk with the protagonist, replied that he should go through the main gate to get to the upper building. Leon thanked her for showing him the right route and left immediately. Stefan, still holding the flowers, asked her again if she wanted to be his girlfriend. However, Gina told him that she did not want to marry him. Stefan was shocked and asked why she changed her mind so suddenly. Gina replied that she wanted to be in Leon's car because she thought it was much better than Stefan's car. Meanwhile, in the office of the Engineering Institute, a student named Lexi was lying on the table, exhausted. She complained that she could no longer write her dissertation. She told her friend that she was dying of exhaustion and felt like her fingers were about to break. Her friend Carla told her that there was nothing they could do and they only had enough money for a paper version of the dissertation. Carla advised Lexi to hold on for a little while longer, saying that a courier would arrive soon to help solve all their problems. Just at that moment, the office door opened and Leon arrived on time. He entered the office and asked who Carla was. Carla quickly asked Leon to sit next to them and assured him that they would get to work. She explained that all the work was done in the notebook and that he had 4 hours left to work. Carla also mentioned that she would pay him overtime for his efforts. However, Leon was shocked when he saw the work and asked why there were so many mistakes in it. He warned that if they submitted such a dissertation, they would not graduate from the institute. Carla, somewhat surprised, insisted that this was impossible. She explained that her classmate had given her the assignment, and this student had very good grades. Leon asked if Carla had really bought the work. He told her that due to errors, all the tasks in the dissertation were incorrect. Horrified, Carla asked what they could do, given that they had very little time. The protagonist then suggested that she could replace the thesis with a new one using Maxwell's equations and the second law of thermodynamics. He then asked if they were listening to his instructions. Carla admitted that she was a little behind the group. She told him that while trying to follow him, she did not understand everything. Leon, feeling a headache coming on, thought to himself that he would definitely have to work a lot. Lexi thought it was amazing that the courier knew so much about thermodynamics and was impressed by his intelligence. She asked if he could repeat his explanation more slowly. Leon, somewhat disappointed, noted that even if it happened again, it probably wouldn't change anything. He started typing on the computer. Leon told Carla that he would fix everything himself. At that moment, Carla felt relieved and thought to herself that this is what a genius looks like. 2 hours later, Leon returned the notebook to Carla. He told her that everything was ready and she would be able to present it to the teacher without any problem. However, at that moment, Stefan burst into the office exclaiming that this was complete nonsense. Carla, confused, asked Stefan why he was yelling. She pointed out that he should have been confessing his love to the girl, not standing in the office. Stefan objected that the courier's job was nonsense and that if she handed over the dissertation to Teacher Peter, she would be disgraced. Lexi also warned Carla that since Leon was just a courier, she couldn't be sure if she could trust him. Then the main character suggested showing the dissertation to his supervisor first, since the time for defending the dissertation had not yet come. Carla agreed that it was a good idea, especially since the teacher was still in his office. She decided to go and show it to him. She quickly made her way to the teacher's office. Upon entering, she noticed that all the teachers were sitting at their computers, busy with work. Carla informed Peter that she had finished her dissertation and would like to show it to him for review. The teacher looked at her skeptically, saying that she was in no hurry to hand over her work to him. The girl explained that she wanted to do the job perfectly, and that's why she was late. Peter looked at the dissertation and froze in surprise. He asked Carla if she had written this dissertation herself. He told her that she couldn't have written it on her own. Carla was horrified, wondering what Teacher Peter meant. At this point, Stefan began to put pressure on Leon, telling the teacher that the work was written by him. He noticed that Peter's teacher's face changed when he read the dissertation, which must mean that there were a lot of mistakes in it, and that it was a disgrace. Teacher Peter asked Leon if Leon really wrote this paper and asked which group of the institute he was from. Stefan explained that Leon was not a student at their institute, but simply an errand boy who had deceived Carla to earn money. Teacher Peter slammed his hand on the table, and everyone in the class thought he was going to yell at them. Carla started bowing, apologizing to the teacher. However, Teacher Peter interrupted her and asked what she was talking about, as the work was excellent and there were no mistakes in it. Carla froze in surprise, unable to believe the words of Teacher Peter. Stefan was also confused. The teacher explained that this work was worth its weight in gold, and that few teachers at the university could write something of such magnitude. One teacher still couldn't believe it and asked if it was really top-notch work. Teacher Peter handed her the thesis, asking her to look at it for herself. He called the work a masterpiece, and all the teachers admired it. At that moment, Stefan couldn't accept this fact and felt insulted. The teacher added that this work was so good that it could even be submitted to a magazine. Then Peter approached the student protagonist and complimented him, saying that he was a genius. Leon thanked Professor Peter for the compliment and explained that he had written it in a hurry, so it hadn't turned out very well. Stefan, hearing this, thought that any student from their university could have written such a paper and that Leon was simply an imposter. The teacher handed the protagonist a business card, saying that it contained his contact information and that he could contact him at any time. He expressed hope that they would have another opportunity to communicate. Leon thanked the professor and said that if anything came up, he could also contact him. The girl asked Leon if she could also add him to her contacts so she could ask him questions about her dissertation. Leon replied that she could indeed add him as a friend, and then began to leave. Stefan, still angry, asked Carla what was wrong with her. He noted that Leon was just an ordinary courier. Then Carla asked Stefan what was wrong with the protagonist, and noted that he was not only more talented, but also more handsome than Stefan. Then Leon drove away in his luxury car, and Stefan clenched his fists, thinking that he would soon take revenge on this scoundrel. At that moment, Leon's phone rang, and it was Joshua. He told the protagonist that there was a problem with the lithography machine. Although the contracts had been agreed upon, the person responsible for the machine claimed the institute had problems with their credit and had rejected their order. Leon didn't understand the problem and asked how such a problem could arise with an international loan. Joshua told him that it seemed like someone was secretly trying to ruin their plan. Leon replied that no one could do this except Cisco, and he would go to them to sort it out. But for now, he had to cooperate only with Lin Yi. The protagonist felt like he had learned not only about the role of chips, but also about something more, and that he would soon figure everything out in order. Leon later arrived in Juga and began considering his next steps, but just then a notification about a new order arrived on his phone. He glanced at the message and saw that the shipment was due for pickup, although no details were provided. Leon called about the order, claiming to be their courier, and was told it was a bookshelf. He told the client that the bookshelves were too big and suggested that they hire a van as it was not part of their normal scope of work, the client insisted, saying that she was underweight and that she would complain to him. Leon replied that she could complain as much as she wanted and he didn't care. He then checked his phone and saw that the number of negative reviews about him had increased significantly, and he was informed that he was being suspended from his position and that he needed to come to the company the next day for training to reinstate his position after recertification. Leon couldn't understand what was happening and why he received such a message. Just at that moment, Joshua came up to him and said that he was glad to see him. Leon replied that he was also glad to see his friend and asked what happened in the negotiations. Joshua said that after reviewing the sales plan, the other side said that they first needed to sign a contract before doing anything. Leon thought to himself that it looked like Cisco had already accepted the patent and was preparing to file a counter-patent if he made his program public. Leon then asked Joshua how big the indent amount was, and when the second order would be placed to supply all the necessary supplies. Joshua told him that the amount was $30 million, and it would take about 3 months for the batch of orders to arrive. Leon listened attentively, realizing that even 3 months would be enough for him. He asked Joshua if he was hungry and offered to order something to eat, but Joshua said he was not hungry but wanted to ask Leon for a favor. Leon guessed what his friend might want and said that the keys were in the desk drawer and the car was in the garage. However, Joshua said that he saw a PlayStation in Leon's office and wanted to borrow it to play games. Leon told him he could take the game console and asked if he needed a car. However, Joshua assured him that he didn't need anything else. He just wanted to play games. Leon said that if it made him happy, he could get a game console. After this conversation, Leon went to the Lin Yi building. There he saw Helga, who ordered the people to move the vase and arrange everything in the room. She greeted the protagonist and asked if he had come to check their work and if he had brought a lot of different food with him. Leon asked the woman where Sean was, as they had something very important to discuss. The woman told him that the man he was asking about was in the office and invited him to come upstairs with her to meet him. Later, Sean asked Leon what the tasks would be. Leon explained that he needed them to pretend to be customers and approach Cisco for help in closing the deal. He told them they urgently needed 1 billion terminal chips. The woman asked the boss to wait and said she understood what he was talking about, but she was curious why they had to pretend. Leon told them that they didn't need to buy anything, just pretend. Helga asked Leon if Cisco had harmed him in any way. Leon explained that Cisco had not only harmed him but had deeply offended him. Hearing these words, the woman immediately slammed her fist on the table with all her might, stood up and told the protagonist that they would not let this go so easily. Sean, sensing that it might not be that simple, noted that they would look into their information and check their reputation. He added that even if they used another company as a cover, they would eventually be exposed. Leon replied that they would use Baba's company as a cover. Sean questioned the scale, asking why they should partner with them. Leon informed him that he owned 20% of Baba's company shares and that there should be no more questions about it. Both Sean and Helga were stunned, frozen in surprise. The woman then expressed her willingness to become his slave. Leon asked her not to talk nonsense and handed her a business card, saying that he would explain everything to them soon. Then he told his people that the card contained a spare key to his house and they could look into his garage to choose the best car. He emphasized that they needed to be well prepared for the deal to go smoothly. Helga took the map and asked Leon where his house was. Leon smiled and replied that his home was in Joge. Then Helga told the protagonist that he could leave for now and that they would try to get out of the stupor after his words. After that, Leon arrived at the shopping mall. He checked his phone to make sure he was at the right place. As Leon entered the building, he noticed that there seemed to be a lot of people there who needed training. Then Daria, the administrative assistant for the operations department, came out and told everyone that they had come for training and told them to come upstairs with her. Everyone present followed Daria upstairs and sat down in their seats in the hall, while she stood on the stage next to the man. Daria introduced the man as Leighton, a respected manager from their operations department who would be training everyone in the room. However, while Daria was explaining the rules, Leighton's attention was drawn to one person sitting with the others. He pointed at Leon and asked why he was out of shape, suggesting that Leon thought it was a beauty contest. Leon told Leighton that if it really were a beauty contest, he would have won even in uniform. Daria interrupted him, asking Leon to watch his language, stating that he did not come here to speak rudely. Leighton got angry and told everyone that he would not waste time on unnecessary talk and would get straight to the point. He informed them that each person had to make a deposit of 3,000 yuan, and then he would give them time to think about it. Everyone in the room was surprised by this news and began asking what deposit Leighton was referring to. Leighton urged everyone to make their deposit quickly and not delay, adding that anyone who doesn't want to pay can leave immediately. Leon was furious at such impudent words. He immediately stood up from his seat and said that he had gone too far. Leighton then asked Leon what nonsense he was talking about, insisting that everything was legal and if the protagonist ran out of patience, he could just leave. Leon stood up and told Daria and Leighton that he was leaving right now. He didn't want to stay with them in this snake pit anymore. He showed them his phone and said that he had recorded everything they had just said and would publish it all on the internet. Daria and Leighton couldn't believe what they were hearing, and they asked when the protagonist managed to record their conversation. Leighton told the protagonist that he would not leave the room until he handed over the recording. However, Leon smiled and asked Leighton if he was threatening him, explaining that he had also recorded his words and would not delete anything. Leighton angrily said that he had given the protagonist a chance to retreat, but he had missed it. Then he instructed Daria to call security. At that moment, all the guards rushed towards the main character. They surrounded him, and Leighton ordered them to take the phone away from him. As the guards moved towards him, Leon knew he had to be ready to defend himself. Just then, a woman named Helga appeared in the office. What was that noise? Leon turned around and saw a woman standing behind him. Helga recognized Leon and wondered why he was there. Leighton explained to the woman that they were conducting training for the courier service, and Leon secretly recorded their conference. He said that they would delete everything. However, the woman told Leighton that she didn't want to listen to such nonsense and said that it was time for them to pack up and leave. Then Daria approached Helga and told her that the guy had been fired. She mentioned that such people were not worthy of being couriers. However, Helga told them both that she had actually instructed them to pack their things and leave. Helga was furious and asked why they had forbidden these people from recording the training. Since there was no such rule written anywhere, he suggested that they must be afraid that someone would listen to the recordings. Helga then ordered the guards to take Leighton and Daria to the HR department, where a very serious conversation awaited them. All the people in the room were excited and started discussing how someone finally dared to speak out against the company. Helga then turned to the protagonist and asked about the purpose of his presence here. Leon explained that he had been suspended from work and needed training to return, so he came. Helga replied that she still worked there and he just needed to let her know. She then asked what Leon would have done if she hadn't passed by and if he really wanted to fight them. Leon assured Helga that he could take care of himself. He felt awkward that she had to ask him to take care of his personal issues. Then Leon asked Helga to continue with her own affairs, as he did not want to delay her or put pressure on her with his problems. After that, Helga went to the HR department. By the time she arrived, Leighton and Daria were standing in the HR office. Helga walked into the room and looked at them. Then Leighton asked Helga if she had come to personally observe the dismissal process. In response, Helga smiled and asked the manager if they had completed the process. The woman from the company informed Helga that she had done what she was asked to do, and those people no longer worked for the company. Helga thought that everything seemed to be going according to plan. She told the woman that it was good and handed her a resignation letter. Leighton and Daria couldn't understand why Helga did this. Then Helga replied that this is exactly what she does, and at the same time she drives them out too. Manager Daria became angry and asked Helga if she had simply taken their jobs before quitting herself. In response, Helga waved at them both. After that, she went outside and told the protagonist that she had done everything as he asked. She walked up to the car and Leon told her that the dismissal procedure was complete. The girl then asked Leon about the recording and whether he could still delete it. In response, He smiled and told her that he hadn't written anything down. He had deceived the others and they had fallen for it. After saying goodbye to the girl, Leon said that it was time for him to take care of the order. Leon was driving at high speed, but suddenly Lena appeared in front of him, congratulating him on changing the living conditions of the lower ranks. She told him that the reward for this would be his early retirement along with the sum of 2 billion yuan. Hearing this, Leon immediately slammed on the brakes, wondering if the girl was telling the truth. The system asked him if he wanted to start a career as a doctor, and he replied that it was a cool profession and he wanted to master it as soon as possible. Then Leon said that the order was canceled and he would go to Aunt Lou's for some egg-fried rice to celebrate. A couple of minutes later, Leon came to the noodle shop to try the most delicious rice. The shop owner's daughter, Lucretia, was delighted to meet him. Aunt Lou urged Leon to sit down quickly and enjoy a delicious lunch. Leon told Aunt Lou that he was really craving some egg-fried rice. Leon then asked Lucretia about her future plans, asking if she had chosen a university to study at. The girl smiled and replied that she wanted to go to Fudan University. Leon listened and asked if she had already decided on a specialty. The girl explained that she always wanted to study medicine. At that moment, a visitor remarked that she looked so good and perhaps she should think about going to art school to become a world star. Lucretia replied that Leon had said that the entertainment industry was completely rotten and that was why she wouldn't go there. A few minutes later, Aunt Lou brought the protagonist some fried rice with egg and wished him a good appetite. She told the protagonist that their girl might not take the exams, which was not such a big deal. Then Aunt Lou mentioned to the girl that she also did not finish her studies, but nothing bad happened. Leon agreed, saying that it was necessary and the girl could call him any time if she needed help. Lucretia was happy and thanked brother Leon for his help. Leon told the girl that when she entered university, he would immediately buy her a phone and a computer so that she could study like everyone else. The girl, however, insisted that this was impossible because it was too expensive. At this point, someone asked Leon how he got there. It was Sarah, and her friend asked her if she knew this handsome man. Sarah explained to her friend that Leon was his ex-boyfriend and they had recently had a fight and broken up. Sarah immediately sat down next to the main character. Suddenly, she pressed herself against him. Sarah asked Leon if he thought it was fate that brought them together today. Leon, however, told Sarah that it was not fate, but rather some kind of evil destiny. Despite this, Sarah pressed herself even closer to the main character. She told the hero that she had made a mistake and suggested that they get back together. She assured him that she was not doing this for his money, but because she really liked him. As soon as Sarah finished speaking, Leon pushed her away. He told Sarah not to lie to him, stating that she was acting like this because of his money. Then he told Sarah to leave and let him finish his food in peace. However, Sarah swore to him that everything was not so. Leon was very surprised, thinking about where Sarah learned to lie so convincingly. Then the protagonist pointed to the table and told Sarah to collect all the leftovers if she had really changed. Sarah immediately stood up and ran to where Leon pointed. She quickly grabbed a rag and asked Aunt Lou to let her clean up. Sarah's friend was shocked and asked her if she was crazy. At that very moment, Leon put his chopsticks on the table. Then he told Sarah that she could continue cleaning, but he would leave as he still had a lot of unfinished business. Sarah then asked him if he was leaving and said she would go with him, mentioning that she had not yet driven his new car. However, Leon replied that she had to clear the table and asked what they had in common. Sarah was angry at his words and felt humiliated. She immediately threw the rag on the ground and asked Leon why he was talking to her in such a tone. At that moment, Leon noticed his motorcycle and Spencer, who told him that the repairs were complete and that they had made modifications to improve its speed and safety. Leon replied that that was great and immediately asked the man to drive his car home as he had to attend a meeting. Later, Leon arrived at the Chaoyang company, at which moment Elizabeth appeared in front of him, dressed in a bright outfit. Leon complimented her, saying that she looked great and asked who she was wearing such a daring outfit for. The girl replied that she wanted her image to match his motorcycle. Leon smiled and told her that he liked everything about her, but she looked even better with him. Afterwards, they rode off together on a motorcycle, Elizabeth sitting behind the guy, holding his back. Sometime later, they arrived at Yaloshezhi's company, where they had a scheduled meeting. Leon stopped in front of the building and waited for his girlfriend to talk to the company representatives. The woman told Elizabeth that next to her was a man from the city of Delphi in the Asia-Pacific region named Carl. Elizabeth said that after a long wait, Delphi has quickly become a world-class cruise ship manufacturer, which is impressive. She told them that she was honored to meet someone like Carl. Carl responded to Elizabeth by saying that he didn't expect Director Leon's representative to be such a nice girl. Carl extended his hand to her, and Elizabeth thought that he was not at all embarrassed by such behavior. However, Elizabeth did not shake Carl's hand and simply nodded, deciding that this should be enough. Carl pulled his hand back and told the girl that it was rather impolite not to shake someone's hand when meeting in person. Elizabeth replied that it was just a regular business meeting and they were only discussing money, so all these formalities were not necessary. Carl replied that Elizabeth was good with her words, but even though she was from Leon's company, she still needed to show him respect. At that moment, Leon appeared in front of them and asked what was going on and who he should show respect to. Carl became angry and asked what the driver was doing, wondering if he knew who he was talking to. Leon started to take off his motorcycle helmet, intending to show Carl who he was talking to. Leon told Carl that he hadn't even introduced himself yet and that he should be shown respect. Carl was shocked to realize that it was Leon, and not just some driver, and he had made a serious mistake. Elizabeth looked at Leon and realized that he was lucky that he came to them himself. The woman standing next to Carl, Georgia, was also surprised and realized that it was indeed Leon himself. Carl turned to the woman and asked if she agreed that it was indeed Leon. She confirmed, and said that he was right. Then Carl turned to the protagonist and apologized, saying that he had misunderstood everything. If he had known about his relationship with Elizabeth, he would not have done so. To this, Leon replied that they no longer needed their services and would find another distribution company. Carl froze in surprise when he heard Director Leon's words. He begged for another chance, explaining that his company was eager to cooperate. However, Leon came closer to Carl and told him to leave immediately. Carl quickly ran away, hoping not to catch the protagonist's eye again. Elizabeth could hardly contain her laughter as she thought about how quickly Carl changed after Leon appeared next to him. She smiled and told the protagonist not to pay attention to such people, asking if they were leaving now. Leon told her that she could move on, but he still needed to take care of some things. He turned to leave, and the women looked at him. Georgia turned to Elizabeth and told her that she was jealous that she had managed to snag such a rich, handsome man for herself. Elizabeth agreed, saying she was lucky to have met him. At that moment, Leon was riding his motorcycle on business when his phone rang. Joshua informed him that his mission was coming to an end and immediately asked where he was. Leon replied that he was currently outside. The guy then asked him to meet him at Cisco for lunch, and Leon immediately agreed to go to him. After hanging up, Leon quickly rode his motorcycle to the place where he had agreed to meet. When he arrived at the place, he was surprised at how luxurious it was. He noticed that a man had told Joshua that he hoped for a successful partnership and would be glad to have such a person as a friend. Albert, a Cisco marketing manager, assured the man that he didn't need to worry and that he would get everything sorted out as soon as possible. Noticing Leon, Joshua asked why he had changed his vehicle and commented that the motorcycle was very. Then the main character asked his friend what they had discussed with this man. His friend explained that Cisco had changed the plan again, saying the second shipment would be ready in 6 months. Leon replied that they had only discussed it yesterday and asked how they had managed to change their minds so suddenly. Joshua added that Baba's company appears to be interested in making an acquisition, but Cisco has no hope of competing with such companies. Then the protagonist apologized to his friend. He threw his motorcycle helmet to him, saying that they would leave. Joshua reminded the protagonist that both Lunson and Cisco were industry leaders, and if they waited too long, they would lose their leadership. Then the friend told the protagonist that, after all, they said they would easily crush Lunson. Leon listened to his friend's words very carefully. He then suggested going to the seaside, asking if Joshua would mind. The guy thought about it and asked if there was Wi-Fi at sea. Leon sighed, thinking that his friend was always focused on games no matter where they were. Meanwhile, people entered the office led by Sean. Cisco's vice chairman introduced Sean to the head of the Cisco Institute and a multidisciplinary expert, Asher, who greeted Sean and said he was looking forward to meeting him in person. Sean listened to them, quietly greeting them in return. Helga then said that they were eager to get down to business. She told Asher that they were flying abroad today and asked him to start the discussion immediately. Asher asked Larry to introduce Sean to this patent. He then began to explain to Sean that they had planned everything carefully. Sean replied that he had heard that their company owned more than 20 patented technologies. Asher confirmed this and told Sean that he could provide them with a patent report for review. However, Sean replied that there was no need for that as he just wanted to confirm whether Asher's chip technology was truly the best in China. Larry assured him that their company was #1 in the industry. and that no one would surpass them in the next 5 years. However, Sean responded that if Asher was so confident, they should include a warranty agreement in the contract. Sean emphasized that no one should surpass their technology within a year. Asher questioned whether it was really necessary to add such a condition. Helga then confirmed that it was necessary, stating that they were there with pure intentions and wanted to respond accordingly. Sean immediately stood up, deciding that he had made his decision and did not want to stay in the room any longer. He told his assistant Helga that they were leaving and that he had no more business to discuss with these people. Asher was horrified by this and begged Sean not to be angry, assuring him that they would fulfill his request. However, Sean responded that it was too late and Asher's erratic behavior made him doubt his honesty. Asher then told Sean that they would make concessions, and if they couldn't guarantee the product's progress within a year, they would immediately pay him a penalty of 3 times the amount. Sean asked about the triple penalty, wondering if Asher thought he could be bribed so easily. Asher insisted that Sean wait and promised that they would pay 5 times the fine. Then Helga looked at the boss, making it clear that Sean had to agree to such terms. Then Sean turned around, walked up to Asher, shook his hand and agreed to the terms, admitting that they were favorable. He told Asher that he was happy to cooperate and asked him to prepare a contract. The contract amount was $3 billion. Asher then instructed his team to print out the agreement, saying they would sign it that same day. Soon after, Asher and Sean sat down at the table and both signed agreements. Asher was very pleased with the deal and shook Sean's hand, saying it was the right decision. Then everyone said goodbye to Sean, and he left with his partner. At the same time, Leon and his team were in the Twin Towers. Sean entered the room, sat down on the sofa, and thought that it seemed like everything was done as it should be. Helga came up to the main character and told him that everything was ready. She added that a contract worth $3 billion was signed, and if they do not fulfill the terms, they will have to pay a penalty. Leon congratulated his team, saying they had done a great job, and advised them to feel free to order something delicious on the company's dime. The woman then asked Leon if they had any more orders coming in. Leon was talking to her when Sean got a call. After the conversation, Sean seemed shocked and told the protagonist that Cisco had called and wanted them to pay the money immediately. The woman was stunned by this news, and Leon began to think about what he should do. Sean explained that Asher had asked for a $500 million advance to begin production, which sounded unreasonable. Leon thought about it and realized that Cisco was not letting his guard down. Helga said Cisco still seemed to have doubts about the project. Then the hero said that in that case they should pay them. However, Helga was surprised by this proposal and asked if it was really that serious. Leon explained that given Cisco's current size, it would be impossible to produce goods worth that much without an initial advance. Then told his people that their promotion would give Cisco complete confidence in the project's credibility. Leon said they would use their own funds to purchase the remaining $25 billion worth of goods. The woman agreed, saying that Leon had thought of everything and they had no other choice. The protagonist then instructed his team to carefully monitor their finances in order to successfully complete the task. He told them that their bonuses depended on it and that he had a meeting scheduled, so he would have to leave. He quickly got into his car and drove to the meeting place. As he was riding his motorcycle, an old woman on a moped drove into the oncoming lane, heading towards him. She deliberately crashed her moped into the wheel of Director Leon's motorcycle, after which the old woman fell to the ground and began screaming, accusing Leon of hitting her. Leon told her that he hadn't moved an inch towards her and asked her what nonsense she had just said. The woman responded that Leon did not know how to drive and hit her, insisting that Leon should answer for it and demanding compensation. Leon responded by saying that it was a daytime robbery. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and the woman was already demanding money. At that moment, the police quickly arrived and asked what had happened. The woman told the officer that Leon had hit her and that she needed to go to the hospital for a checkup, expecting Leon to pay his medical bills. The officer looked at the model of Leon's motorcycle and was shocked because it was a very high-end model. The officer reassured the woman, telling her there was nothing to worry about as he had a surveillance camera. The officer then said the video clearly showed Leon's motorcycle was not moving at the time of the accident, so the woman should not expect any compensation. Hearing this, the old woman was speechless and began to think about what he could say to the policeman to avoid paying the fine. She immediately fell to the ground and blamed the officer, claiming that Leon had hit her and that they were making her the one to blame, and she threatened to file a complaint. The officer then told her that she should focus on compensation because Leon's motorcycle was worth more than 6 million yuan. He also mentioned that repairing such a motorcycle would cost about 300,000 yuan, and she should think about how she would pay that amount. The woman asked the officer if he was really trying to trick her into giving him money. She said she would call her son, who was very rich. 20 minutes later, a car arrived, and it was the same son the woman had mentioned. He quickly got out of the car and ran to his mother to ask what had happened. The woman told her son that she was very glad to see him and asked him to deal with the people trying to deceive her. However, the son's attention switched to Leon, and he froze in surprise, not believing his eyes. The son asked if it was really Leon, and the hero asked him to introduce himself. The man introduced himself as Dennis, a lab technician from the Lunson Science Institute, and expressed how pleased he was to meet him. Then Dennis apologized to the protagonist on behalf of his mother, explaining that she was not very familiar with safety regulations. The woman was shocked and asked her son if this guy was really his boss. Dennis confirmed that Leon was indeed the head of the institute and a very influential and successful man. The officer, seeing that they knew each other well, asked whether they would like to resolve this issue themselves or go to court according to the law. Leon thanked the officer, saying that they would sort this issue out themselves. Leon then told Dennis that he still had some business to attend to and needed to leave. He told Dennis that he would ask his men to pay them 100,000 yuan for the incident. Leon asked Dennis to take his mother to the hospital, and Dennis agreed, telling the director to be careful and take care of himself. Watching them, Leon felt curious. Dennis, the lab technician, drove a car worth $1 million or more, and his mother was not afraid to suffer just to demand compensation. It seems this lab technician recently became quite rich. After this, Leon went to a restaurant where he intended to discuss business matters with his acquaintances. The man and woman invited him to sit at the table. Leon sat down and asked if they were still negotiating regarding the unique topographic machine. Samuel confirmed that they were ongoing, but mentioned that they had refused to cooperate with them, which was problematic. Leon listened attentively while enjoying the crab. Then he said that since that was the case, they would build their own personal lithography machine and no longer rely on others. Leon noticed their reaction and asked why they were looking at him like that. Lizzie then asked if Leon was joking when he asked if he really wanted to build his own lithography machine, as it was a big deal. Leon told her that sooner or later they would have to do it. Despite the difficulties, he was sure that they would cope. The woman, inspired by his words, said it was a great idea. Leon then informed them that he wanted to change the broker and believed that the new broker would shorten the process. Samuel smiled and assured Leon that they would do whatever was necessary. Then the protagonist asked them to hire the best scientists. He promised to give them $1 billion yuan. Leon then decided to ask about Dennis. Samuel explained that Dennis was a lab technician and a good person, although he liked to play cards. Lizzie mentioned that after receiving the bonus, Dennis immediately went to play cards, where he seemed to win a lot, and offered to buy her coffee. Leon thought about it and decided it was time to visit Dennis. He then told his friends that their conversation was over and he needed to attend to other matters, promising to contact them again soon. Afterwards, Leon returned to the Twin Towers, intending to talk to his team. When he entered his office, he saw Elizabeth sitting with Helga, which surprised him. Leon was both surprised and pleased by her arrival and asked what she was doing there. Elizabeth smiled and asked if Leon was glad to see her, suggesting that perhaps he wanted her to leave. Helga teased him by asking if he wanted his girlfriend to stop visiting him. Elizabeth playfully slapped the girl on the shoulder, telling her to stop talking nonsense. She assured them that she had not come for him, but to help with the company's management system. Leon acknowledged that Elizabeth had worked hard that day and said that he would cook a delicious dinner for her that evening. Feeling embarrassed, Elizabeth chased after the protagonist, playfully hitting him. After this, Leon sat down and asked Helga what happened to the fund. Helga explained that they are currently hiring more people and preparing to register an investment company. Elizabeth then mentioned that they needed to keep Leon's core information a secret until the license was obtained. Helga asked Elizabeth if she wanted anyone to know about the protagonist. Elizabeth responded that the more they revealed about themselves before establishing themselves in the market, the more harm they would do to their business. Leon agreed with Elizabeth, thinking that he would certainly attract immediate attention. He realized that she was right, and hiding his identity was the best option for now. While they were discussing business, Leon's phone rang, and it turned out to be Giselle, who had previously bought him a music stand and played the piano with his son. Leon asked what Giselle wanted. The woman explained that they had a performance that day, but one of his students was sick and he asked if he could ask for a favor. The event took place at the Shanghai Drama Academy, and the most beautiful girl from the academy, Wanda, asked Giselle what to do if Joy couldn't come. Giselle assured her that there was no need to worry as she had already found someone to pretend to be a student at their academy. Wanda expressed her concern, saying that it was a big risk as that person could ruin everything. However, Giselle told him that he shouldn't underestimate others, as there are many talented people in the world. Then Wanda said that he would go to the theater to get ready and asked Giselle to bring the man there quickly. At that moment, a girl appeared in front of Giselle and said that she was not surprised that she became a professor before her, noting that she had her own methods. The girl claimed that she had her own very strange methods, and who would have thought that she would bring a courier from the street? Giselle didn't pay much attention to the girl's words and simply asked why it mattered to her. The girl introduced herself as Stella, saying she was just passing by and mentioned that her husband had bought a new Land Rover and that she could give Giselle a ride. But then Stella heard a car pull up behind her, and when she turned around, she saw that a very elite car had stopped behind her. Suddenly, Leon rolled down the window and asked Giselle to get into his car. Then Giselle told Stella that she was not interested in her husband's Land Rover. Stella, seeing Leon in such a luxurious car, could not help but think that Leon's car was faster than hers. Giselle quickly got into the car and thanked him for helping her in such a difficult moment. She smiled and asked Leon how he came to work in the delivery department and if he really had another job considering his luxury car. Leon told Giselle that he no longer worked there and asked how her son was doing, in particular if he was serious about playing the piano. Giselle explained that her son had started studying harder and that there would be students from other countries here today, so there would be a lot of them. Leon stressed that her son needed to take this very seriously, as a mistake would bring shame on their country. At this point, all the competition participants were practicing their instruments. Giselle asked Leon to tune the piano for now, as she needed to solve some other issues. Meanwhile, a man named Jordan asked Wanda what was going on and if Joy was coming today. Wanda explained that Joy was sick and in the hospital, so Giselle called a delivery guy she knew. She stated that if Leon couldn't keep up with the rhythm, she would lose her own rhythm, which could ruin her entire performance. Jordan then wondered out loud if Giselle was trying to ruin the performance and suggested that Wanda might be better off performing alone. Jordan then approached the protagonist and told him that he should leave before it was too late. Leon, confused, asked why he had to leave. Jordan then asked Leon if he really believed he was worthy of performing there, considering he wasn't even as experienced as Wanda and could screw it up. Leon noticed Wanda standing behind Jordan and immediately replied that he didn't know what level she was at, but he was confident in his skills, suggesting that Jordan should worry about the girl instead. Wanda, furious, asked Leon if he had just insulted her, and if he thought he could match her in skill. She challenged him to a competition to settle the matter. Leon, however, responded that the competition would be a waste of time. Then Wanda became even more angry and asked Leon if he was really afraid. Hearing these words, Leon immediately stood up from his seat and told Wanda that he was actually worried that he might ruin her creative path. But if she didn't appreciate it, they could start a competition. However, he warned her not to blame him if she lost. Jordan then told the protagonist that Wanda started playing the piano at the age of 5, while Leon didn't even know what a piano was. After this, Wanda walked up to the piano, sat down, and thought to herself that she was confident in her abilities and would not lose to the main character. She then asked Leon if he was ready for their competition. A few moments later, Leon and Wanda began playing their pianos. The melody they played sounded beautiful and both performed superbly. Leon kept following Wanda's tempo and the audience, especially Jordan, was shocked. Leon closed his eyes and just listened to the sounds of his melody. Suddenly his phone rang, and everyone thought that he was distracted and would not be able to finish the piece. But Leon, holding the phone in one hand, continued his conversation, and with the other hand continued to play the melody. Jordan and Wanda were stunned and couldn't understand how the protagonist was able to continue playing so easily while talking on the phone. Wanda thought it would be difficult for her to play this melody even with 4 hands, but Leon continued talking on the phone and playing with his other hand. The audience watched this fantastic performance in amazement. Once Leon finished the melody, he looked at Wanda and told her that he was finished. A shocked Wanda asked Leon if he was really the courier. Jordan then rushed towards the protagonist, thinking that a man with such skill deserved praise. He bowed to the protagonist and apologized for his recent behavior. At that moment, Professor Giselle approached them and said that the competition was about to begin. She asked Leon how the preparations were going. The students were excited to see Professor Gabrielle as she looked beautiful and her new dress suited her perfectly. Wanda told Giselle that Leon was already a very experienced player and she admitted that she was afraid that she would not be able to keep up with him if they played together. Giselle, noticing Wanda's anxiety, asked what was going on with her since she was always fine before competitions. Wanda then explained that she had just had a piano duel with the protagonist and lost, adding that Leon had played an incredible melody. Giselle then asked Wanda if she now understood that for every talent there is another talent. At that moment, Stella, having overheard their conversation, thought that this guy had some serious skills and that she needed to come up with something else. Stella then appeared in front of them and instructed all the students to get ready to go out. She called out to Leon, asking if she could talk to him. Stella quickly ran up to him, introducing herself as Giselle's colleague, and expressed her pleasure at meeting him. She told the protagonist that something had happened to one of the cellists and asked if she could take his place. Leon wondered if he should play the cello instead, and asked what would happen to the piano if he did. However, Stella assured him that Wanda could play the piano alone, but the cellist played a decisive role. Then Stella got ready to leave, thinking that although Leon played the piano well, it did not mean that he was a skilled player of the cello. She also thought that she should make Giselle embarrass herself. After a while, the competition began. Everyone took their places, eager to see what the students had prepared. Wanda came on stage, sat down at the piano and started playing a melody. Giselle, who was the conductor, wanted to start the competition, but suddenly noticed something unusual. She saw Leon sitting next to Jordan and couldn't understand why he wasn't on stage. She wondered why the best artist didn't play his instrument. Jordan couldn't explain it either and asked Leon why he was sitting at the cello instead of being next to Wanda. Then the protagonist explained that someone named Stella told him that one of the cellists could not come, and he had to replace him on stage. Jordan told the protagonist that there were many cellists and they were all present, but they really only needed one pianist. He mentioned that adding another would lead to disharmony. Then the main character asked if everything was in place now and wondered if this girl had set him up right before the competition. Meanwhile, Giselle thought that she needed to quickly move Leon to another position before the orchestra started playing the melody, at which point the announcer informed the audience that they could enjoy the melody performed by the academic orchestra. Giselle didn't know how to fix the situation, but then Leon started playing the cello, giving a superb performance. The whole audience in the hall was enjoying it. Leon closed his eyes and started playing the melody. Everything turned out perfectly. He smiled, thinking that everyone expected him to fail, but he came out victorious again. Jordan was pleased with the situation and thought Leon hadn't cracked under the pressure. Wanda also closed her eyes and skillfully played the piano. Giselle conducted the orchestra proudly, pleased with how well her students performed. The audience sat quietly, absorbed in the music, appreciating the skill on display. Boyuan Media CEO. Alice asked her assistant Patrick to record the performance because she was impressed by Leon's skills. However, when Patrick looked at Leon, he thought that the man seemed familiar. Everyone performed superbly that evening. Stella watched Leon play and wondered where Giselle had found him, as he seemed to be able to play any instrument. A few minutes later, the orchestra finished, and Giselle thanked everyone for listening to their beautiful melody. After the performance, Jordan approached the main character and praised his performance, saying that Leon played well not only the piano but also the cello. He hugged Leon, expressing that he had made an incredible impression on the audience. Leon then approached Giselle and mentioned that he wanted to tell her something. He explained that it was Stella who put him in the cellist's place and he disappeared. Giselle was surprised to hear this and promised to sort out the situation. After that, Leon was walking down the academy corridor when he heard someone calling him. It turned out to be Alice, who told him that if he followed her, she would pay him $200,000 a month. Leon was stunned and asked if the girl was really hitting on him so openly. Then Alice asked Leon not to overestimate the situation and explained that she was in charge of all the interns in their company. However, Leon replied that $200,000 would not even cover the cost of maintaining the car and asked her to leave, urging her not to embarrass herself. Alice was very angry at Leon's words and demanded to know how he dared to talk to her like that. At that moment, Patrick, who had overheard the conversation, recognized Leon's voice. He warned Alice to calm down and advised her not to provoke Leon. Alice did not understand why Patrick was so afraid of an ordinary student. Patrick then explained that the last time he saw the man, Leon had $1.5 billion in his account, and he advised Alice to leave him alone, as his provocation could harm their company. At that moment, I realized that Patrick was right and decided to stop conflicting with the main character. Leon told the girl that she shouldn't bother every handsome man she met, and that she needed to think carefully before acting. Finally, Alice apologized, admitting that she had acted thoughtlessly. Later, Leon went to a restaurant to discuss things with his colleagues. Helga informed him that Cisco had already started funding and everything was going smoothly, so there was nothing to worry about, however. Sean mentioned that he found that Cisco was actively contacting other research centers and looking for new manufacturers. Leon informed his team that he would handle the situation himself and suggested that he play with them a little. He called Elizabeth, who asked why he called her. Leon explained that he had a business idea and he wanted to know if she was interested. He asked Elizabeth how much working capital Chaoyang Company had, and she replied that it was about 50 million. Then the main character told her that he would give her 100 million and invest in Cisco. Elizabeth was surprised by Leon's proposal and asked why he wanted to invest so much money in the company. Leon told her not to ask any more questions and instructed her to wait for him at home to collect the money. Elizabeth agreed to follow Leon's instructions, saying that she trusted him completely. Afterwards, Helga asked Leon why, if he wanted to secure Cisco's future, he didn't invest more money. Leon explained that he simply wanted to give them the false impression that other industries were interested in their products. Sean also explained that Leon's intention was to make Cisco believe that they had a good reputation despite their limited investment. In response to this, Helga laughed, realizing that the greater the success, the harder the fall. At that moment, someone started calling the main character. He answered the call and found out that it was Lucretia. She told him that something had happened to her parents. Leon couldn't believe his ears. He told the girl to calm down and not to panic, assuring her that he would be at the cafe immediately. The hero quickly got into the car and rushed to the cafe, very worried that something bad had happened to her parents. Arriving at the noodle shop, Leon noticed that all the tables were scattered. Lucretia was sitting on a chair and crying. Then the main character asked Lucretia to stop crying and asked what happened. He asked where everyone was. Lucretia explained that her parents had been taken away by ambulance and that she was waiting for the police to arrive and file a report. Leon, fearing that there had been some misunderstanding, asked her to explain everything in detail. Then Lucretia told that a bar had opened across the street, and it seemed that their family's counter was hurting their business, which is why they were attacked. She told the protagonist that they sent bandits who mercilessly beat her parents. Leon was furious when he heard this. He didn't understand how these people dared to do such a thing. He swore that they would all pay for what they did. Then he noticed some establishments near the cafe and asked Lucretia if this was it. She confirmed that this was the place where the people came from. Leon saw that a new bar called Hurricane had opened next to the noodle shop and realized that they were behind the attack on his friends. So he called Charlie and asked him to do him a favor by finding information about Hurricane Bar. A few minutes later, the police arrived and informed them that they had opened a case and that they should expect news soon. Leon then asked Lucretia to go to the hospital to check on Lou and the others while he went to the bar. She could call him whenever she needed. Just as Leon was about to head to the bar, Lucretia stopped him, taking him by the hand and begging him not to leave. She begged Leon to let the police deal with the scoundrels. However, Leon told Lucretia that while the police might eventually figure it out, it was unclear when that would be. He assured her not to worry and explained that he would just go and have a look. He then went to the bar, determined to find out who was really responsible for the attack. When Leon approached the bar, he saw a man standing in front of the entrance. Leon noted that he had not seen him for a long time. The man introduced himself as Jonathan and explained that Charlie personally asked him to look into the situation in the bar and report back. However, the protagonist was not interested in listening to him and said that he didn't care, pushing him aside. Just as Leon was about to enter the bar, Jonathan ran after him. At the bar, a man named Sebastian was sitting with several girls and drinking. He told his men that the student from the noodle shop looked good and instructed them to bring her to him later. One of Sebastian's men assured him that there would be no problem with this. Suddenly, Leon threw the door open and walked into the bar. Sebastian was amazed and asked who Leon was. The protagonist then told him that if he ever touched anyone from the noodle shop again, he would personally close that dirty bar. Sebastian, now angry, asked Leon if he was the noodle shop girl's boyfriend. He said he didn't know she was dating someone like him. Then the main character, without hesitation, grabbed a glass bottle from the table and hit Sebastian on the head with all his might. One of Song's men, enraged by Leon's action, asked how he dared to hit the boss and immediately pulled out a knife. At this point, Jonathan intervened and asked the bandit to stop, explaining that Leon was Charlie's friend and that he might not forgive them if they hurt him. The bandit, not at all embarrassed, asked the man if he really thought they could be afraid of him. The bandit rushed at Leon with a knife, but Leon quickly grabbed his hand. The bandit screamed in pain and begged Leon to let him go. Still holding him down, Leon kicked the guy in the stomach with all his might, sending him flying across the room. Immediately after this, Sebastian's men rushed towards the protagonist, seeking revenge for their boss. Sebastian ordered them to forget about him and instead focus on catching the perpetrator who caused all the chaos in the bar. Just at that moment, a man came in and ordered everyone to stop. He demanded to know who had the courage to touch his friend. Sebastian was shocked and realized that the person who just walked in was Charlie himself. He nervously wondered how Leon knew him. Charlie asked with a cold gaze why Sebastian was looking at him like that and warned that for his actions he would now cut off his hands. Sebastian, frightened by Charlie's threat, was horrified, knowing that Charlie was a very serious and dangerous person. He fell to his knees and apologized to the protagonist, promising that not a single hair would fall from the heads of those involved in this. Then the main character approached Sebastian and told him to remember these words. Leon then told Charlie that everyone should leave. Charlie told the protagonist that these people got off too easy. However, Leon asked Charlie to forget about it, saying that he would rather treat his friend to a drink. Charlie replied that the choice was entirely his. They both went outside, and Charlie told his friend, the protagonist, that it was time for him to leave and that they would meet again. Leon slowly got ready to leave when at that very moment a message came on his phone. It was from Elizabeth, who told him that she was very hungry and asked if he could come to the office tomorrow at noon to discuss something. The next day, the hero went to meet Elizabeth. Elizabeth was glad to see him and commented on his punctuality, mentioning that she liked that he was never late, not even for a second. Leon told her that he was afraid that she would die of hunger, which is why he was in a hurry. Elizabeth, in turn, said that she was nothing but trouble. Then she asked Leon not to stand there like a pillar and to go to the kitchen to start cooking immediately. 20 minutes later, Leon had prepared several delicious dishes and placed them on the table. Elizabeth noted that each dish looked delicious, but she seemed to have gained weight. Then the protagonist told her that he knew how to avoid weight gain and stay in shape, and that his method always worked. Elizabeth, intrigued, asked him what this method was, and Leon explained that in order to never get fat, you need to move a lot. Leon moved very close to Elizabeth, wanting to kiss her, but she hesitated. Just then, Helga entered the room, saying she needed to talk to her boss. Seeing Elizabeth and Leon in the room, she apologized, realizing that she had come at the wrong time. Elizabeth quickly explained that it was not what Helga thought. However, Helga, not convinced, noted that in such a position one could only do one thing. Leon asked Helga if no one had taught her to knock before entering. He told her to leave and come back in 2 hours. Helga agreed, thinking that 2 hours was quite a long time. Then Elizabeth began to insist that Leon stop saying such things. Helga asked Elizabeth what she should do, stay or go. Elizabeth replied that they should discuss the investment together and they should start quickly without wasting time. Helga then informed them that the registration process for Lin Yi's company had been completed and work could begin in the near future. Then she asked Leon if he would like to attend some interesting interviews tomorrow. However, Leon told her that they could manage without him and that he would soon donate 1 billion to orphanages in poor areas. Elizabeth said she believed the focus should be on the company and that the fund should operate within its resources. Leon reassured her by explaining that he would not rush things. Helga then proposed a plan to promote the foundation as a calling card, which could greatly benefit the brand's culture. Elizabeth agreed that it was a good idea, adding that the company was still in its early stages, so they should take more decisive action. Helga thought about it and realized that Elizabeth was right. They needed to take extra steps to go public. Then she asked Leon what he thought about the idea. Leon told Helga that if Elizabeth said it was a good idea, then he couldn't help but listen to her. Helga noted that she hadn't realized before that Leon was such a henpecked husband. The hero then asked Helga if there was any other news from Cisco. Helga informed him that Cisco had expanded its manufacturing facilities and installed 5 more sets of equipment. Their order will be delivered shortly. Leon expressed concern that 3 or 4 months was too long to wait and asked who was responsible for this. Helga told him that she would answer his question now and took out a document with information about the person in charge. She explained that his name was Jason, who had just returned from England, where his sister was also studying. Leon praised Helga's talent, suggesting that she could work in intelligence. Helga, proud of her work, replied that she acted on the principle that knowledge of both the enemy and oneself makes a man invincible. Then the girl remembered that she still needed to tell the main character something else. She told him that experts had said Cisco's chip technology was already at the highest level in China. Helga also mentioned that their compensation clause might not be fulfilled as a result. Elizabeth agreed with Helga, asking why they needed Cisco if they were doing scientific research and what their connection was to the protagonist. Leon smiled and assured her that she would find out more later. Helga then asked Leon what direction he wanted to go in now that Ling Yun had entered the market. Leon replied that at this stage their goal was to study big data and they would need an angel round of investment. Then Helga told him that she understood and promised to go and prepare everything necessary. After she finished talking to the protagonist and was about to leave, Elizabeth slowly walked up to him. She said that she had ordered a dress and that they should go get it right now. When the hero asked her why she needed the dress and whether she planned to wear it to the event, Elizabeth explained that the next day there would be a dinner in honor of the orphanage, which would be attended by influential people from the city of Zhanghai. She added that his foundation would also be on the guest list and they should go together. They then went to the store to pick up the dress. The saleswoman told Elizabeth that she could try on the dress first and they would alter it if it was uncomfortable. Elizabeth asked Leon to wait for her while she tried it on, and then they would choose a suit for him together. A few minutes later, Elizabeth appeared before him in a beautiful dress and asked if he liked it. The saleswoman commented that the dress looked incredible on her, and Leon also thought it suited her very well. He told the girl that it was incredibly beautiful. While the couple were discussing the dress, a woman approached them and greeted Elizabeth. She complimented the dress, agreeing that it was beautiful, and then asked if Elizabeth would agree to sell it to her. The woman offered to pay 20% more than the price, but Elizabeth was confused by this offer. Leon asked the woman what nonsense she was talking about and where she got the courage to approach someone with such a proposal. Then he told the saleswoman to pack the dress. Unable to buy a dress, the woman left the store and headed to the car, where another girl was waiting for her. The woman got into the van and the girl asked her what happened. The woman explained that she had seen a dress in a store that would have fit her perfectly, but they refused to sell it to her. The girl, who turned out to be the superstar Lorelei, assured her not to worry, claiming that she had never needed a dress to impress anyone. After shopping, Elizabeth and Leon went to his house to prepare for the evening event. Elizabeth put on the new earrings and was delighted with how they looked. She told the protagonist that the earrings matched the dress perfectly. Then the protagonist came up to Elizabeth from behind, hugged her and said that he was the best match for this dress. Elizabeth, confused by his actions, asked him what he was doing. Ignoring her displeasure, the hero began kissing the girl on the shoulders. Elizabeth realized that she couldn't resist and decided to kiss the guy back. They decided that a little fun wouldn't interfere with their plans. The next day, many guests arrived at the Yunlang Hotel. People noticed that Lorelei had arrived and remarked that she looked even more beautiful in person than on TV. Everyone was shocked by her beauty and started taking pictures of her. Lorelei posed in front of their cameras, thinking to herself how pathetic these people were. Then a woman, her assistant, came up to Lorelei and told her to hurry up, mentioning that Charlie had already arrived and was early. Lorelei knew she had to act quickly and there was no way she could let anything go wrong. At this moment, Leon arrived at the hotel with Elizabeth. He noticed that many guests had already gathered and parked his luxury car. When they got out of the car, Leon asked Elizabeth why there was a red carpet for the charity dinner, as it looked like a catwalk. Elizabeth explained that the format of charity events has changed. She then asked if he wanted to walk the red carpet with her, but Leon told her that she should go first and he would come through the parking lot and meet her inside. Elizabeth smiled and agreed to his proposal. A few seconds later, Elizabeth got out of the car and appeared before the people in her new dress. The photographers were stunned and speechless when they saw her. Elizabeth started walking slowly down the red carpet and everyone immediately started taking pictures of her, not wanting to miss the opportunity to capture her beauty. Lorelei was very angry about this and asked who the woman was and why the reporters were taking pictures of her. The woman explained that the girl was an internet celebrity and that she wanted to buy the dress that Elizabeth was wearing. Then Lorelei smiled coldly and remarked that, in her opinion, Elizabeth did not belong on the red carpet. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continued walking down the path, feeling very awkward as all the press attention was focused on her. The woman told Lorelei that she walked strangely, and Lorelei couldn't believe that Elizabeth wasn't the brightest star at the dinner. She said the dress would look much better on her and decided to embarrass her when she was around. The woman then told Lorelei that she would go and stop Elizabeth, but the star asked her to wait and said that they would go there together. Just as Elizabeth was about to enter the hotel, Lorelei appeared behind her and demanded that she stop. Lorelai asked the security guards what they were looking at and who allowed such a minor internet celebrity to walk the red carpet. The security guard approached her and explained that the girl had an invitation letter. Lorelai then asked what letter he meant and objected that Elizabeth was ruining the footage and lowering the level of the event. She insisted that she would leave if she was not thrown out. The guards, hearing this, were not sure how to handle the situation. They agreed with Lorelai and asked her to come with them. Lorelai was surprised by the guard's answer and demanded to know what it meant. The guard explained that since Lorelai had said she would leave if Elizabeth stayed, they were asking her to leave. The girl could hardly believe it. She was furious, asking the guard what they meant. Lorelai then began screaming, asking the guard if he knew who she was. She stated that they couldn't kick her out considering she was a superstar. The guard then calmly told her that the woman was the director of Chaoyang Company and that she was an invited guest. Lorelai was shocked by this discovery and asked the guard to repeat what he had just said. The woman then approached Elizabeth and apologized, saying that they had made a huge mistake. Lorelai, realizing that Leon was there too, quickly decided that she could not pass up the opportunity to meet him. She told the security guard that there had been a misunderstanding and asked him to forget about it and not pay attention to it. By this time, Leon had already entered the hotel atrium. At that very moment, Charlie approached the main character and complimented him, saying that he looked like a real Casanova in his best suit. Leon replied that only he could be called Casanova here. Charlie then mentioned that he had just picked up a beautiful young married woman who had both a beautiful body and face, and he told the protagonist that he could give him her room number if he wanted. However, Leon firmly told him that he was not interested at all and that Charlie could leave. He added that although these short-lived infatuations might bring short-lived pleasure, they would never compare to true love. Charlie, intrigued, said that sounded interesting. He mentioned that Joshua was present and he planned to go say hello to the other guests. Leon was about to leave when a female voice stopped him. The hero turned around and was delighted to see Professor Giselle standing behind him. He told Giselle that he didn't expect to meet her there. Giselle explained that she was a professor at the academy and also the vice president of the Shanghai Culture and Sports Association. She then informed him that her husband was also there and therefore she could not talk to him anymore. After these words, Giselle walked away. At that moment, Charlie approached the main character again and said that he was not surprised that he did not want to take the girl's address. He told him that he knew the vice president of sports and culture. Leon, irritated by Charlie's comments, asked him what nonsense he was talking about and ordered him to leave. Just then, a message from Elizabeth appeared on Leon's phone, telling him that she had met her friends upstairs and would be down to him soon. Putting his phone away, he thought that he needed to wait for Elizabeth, not wanting to stand out. Meanwhile, he overheard Lorelai's conversation with a man, and their conversation aroused his interest. The general manager of G8 Industrial and Trade Enterprise, Pedro, told Lorelai that her acting skills were already exceptional, and he said that in the next few years she would dominate the entire film industry. Lorelai told Mr. Pedro that he was very polite, but she was still new to the industry. Meanwhile, her assistant noticed a familiar face in the crowd and asked how the driver, whom she recognized, managed to get there. The woman explained that it was the same man who yelled at her in the store about her dress. Lorelai told her that she was going to approach him. She thought she couldn't take revenge on that girl, but she could definitely vent her anger. At that moment, Lorelai pretended to trip and deliberately fell on Leon, spilling her wine on him. Leon watched Lorelai's actions and thought that she was doing it on purpose. At that very moment, he managed to dodge, and Lorelai began to fall to the floor, realizing that her plan had failed. She fell hard, feeling disappointed. Pedro quickly ran up to Lorelai and asked how she felt after such a fall. He then asked Leon what was wrong with him because he saw her falling but did not help her. Then the main character told Pedro that he didn't owe her anything. However, Lorelai was furious that she could not take revenge, and she pointed her finger at Leon and accused him of tripping her up. However, Leon dismissed her accusations, telling her that she could go and ask for help from everyone she slept with. Lorelai was furious at his insolent words and asked how he had the nerve to say such things to her face. At this point, Pedro ordered him to apologize to Lady Lorelai or else he would pay for such impudent actions. Then he said that his father was a respected man in Shanghai and that he could make sure that Leon paid for his actions. Just then, Charlie appeared in the hall and asked what was going on. Lorelai was overjoyed to see him and asked if he remembered her. Pedro then quickly informed Charlie that this man, Leon, had tripped Miss Lorelai and insulted her in front of everyone. However, Lorelai stated that she was not harmed, but thanked Charlie for his concern. Then Charlie walked up to her and asked her if she really believed that someone like Leon would pay attention to her. He said that he hadn't tripped her up on purpose. He said that Leon was his friend, and if she dared to slander him, she would not have a peaceful life in the city. Lorelai and Pedro were stunned by Charlie's words. Then they ran up to the protagonist, apologized, and admitted their mistake. They quickly ran away from him, saying that they were ashamed. Charlie then approached him and offered him some fresh air. He said that they could come back as soon as dinner with the guests began. Leon agreed, saying that he could really use some peace and quiet. There was a group of girls chatting outside, and Elizabeth was standing there with her friends. She smiled, happy to meet her old friend. Charlie and Leon went outside, and Charlie asked Leon to have some fun. Leon was about to approach Elizabeth when a strange man got ahead of him. The man asked if the servant had prepared a gift for Elizabeth. The man then took out a ring and flowers, thinking that everything would go perfectly as he planned for her. This man, Carson, was the founder of the Hong Foundation. Carson instructed his man to get rid of the people around them without using extreme methods and offered them money to leave. He also told his man not to inform Elizabeth about his violent tendencies. The man then approached the assembled people and offered them money to leave. He approached the protagonist and said that Carson wanted to confess to the girl and asked if they could leave for money. Then the protagonist smiled and asked how much they were offering for him to leave. The man handed the protagonist some money and said that he hoped this amount would be enough for him to leave. Then the protagonist asked the man if he was joking. He was wondering if the people who came here only needed 5,000 yuan to leave. The man quickly understood the meaning and asked if 20,000 would be enough. He said that the main character would only need to leave for 10 minutes. However, Leon told him that he needed to give him 100,000 and then he could consider the request. Then Carson approached the protagonist and told him that he should know his worth. Leon replied that 100,000 yuan was a small amount and asked if he really felt sorry for paying that amount for a girl. Then Carson nodded and agreed. He said that he understood the situation and would give the main character 100,000, after which he would leave. Leon took a check for 100,000 from Carson, after which he went to Elizabeth and wished Carson luck in his love affairs. He put his arm around her waist and pulled her towards him. He said that he didn't see her come down here. Elizabeth explained to the protagonist that she and her friends had not seen each other for a long time. They chatted for a while and did not pay attention to the time. Then her friends said that a handsome man had arrived with her, and dinner would begin soon. They suggested continuing the conversation at another time. Elizabeth agreed with her friends and said that she and her boyfriend should go. Leon left with Elizabeth and many people were still surprised. Carson stood in shock with his mouth open. His friend asked if this guy had just taken Elizabeth away. Now Carson understood what had happened and explained to his friend that the man had deceived them and brazenly deceived them. The assistant asked Carson what they should do now, and Carson responded by saying that Leon was clearly a gigolo with a pretty face, and next time he would find a way to deal with him. After some time, dinner was supposed to begin. All the guests entered the building and began to wait. Then the host came out and thanked all the guests for coming. He announced that their charity banquet had officially begun. Immediately after this, the music started playing and everyone started dancing on the stage. Leon was surprised and asked Elizabeth why they started dancing. Elizabeth told him that the banquet was just a name, according to the program. An auction would follow this dance. She explained that the proceeds from the auction would be donated to the Hope Project. She invited them to join the dance, and soon they began dancing. Leon was a very good dancer and began to perform complex movements, and Elizabeth watched him closely. She asked him where he learned to dance so well. Meanwhile, Carson watched them from afar, feeling angry. He muttered under his breath that Leon was just a gigolo. At that very second, Leon's phone rang. It was Lincoln. The hero picked up the phone and asked Lincoln where he found the time to call. Lincoln explained that he had been hospitalized due to appendicitis and asked Leon to help him with his class the next day or the dean would kick him out. Then the protagonist assured Lincoln that he would help him and asked him to tell him the time, place, and tasks in advance. The next day, Leon went to the school pool to help his friend. The students at the pool thanked him for coming as a substitute. Leon told the girls that he could see they were all in a good mood, but asked them to calm down a bit and get ready for the lesson. Soon, everyone started swimming and the lesson began. They swam and chatted, and everyone thought about their future plans. Suddenly, a man in the pool approached his friend George and asked if he would go to a Chinese lesson. George began to stroke his hair and replied that he would not go since his beauty was soon to come to class, and he was waiting for her. His friend was surprised and asked if George really had a new girlfriend again. At that very second, someone opened the door and entered the pool to conduct the lesson. It was Leon, and he was surprised to see that there were already other people swimming in the pool. The hero was confused about what was going on, since the rules stated that people were not allowed to wear regular swimsuits. Leon got angry and asked the students what they were doing there. The girl who was behind him explained to him that they were foreign students and had the right to enter and leave the pool whenever they wanted. George greeted Leon and said that he and his friends were glad to see him. George then introduced himself to a girl named Veronica and mentioned that he was a student from another country studying Chinese language and literature and asked if she would like to become friends. The girl, frightened by George's words and behavior, grabbed Leon by the hand and hid behind his back. The protagonist then told the students that according to university rules, they were not allowed to enter the pool without permission, and they had violated it. In response, George laughed and asked Leon if he was new, pointing out that they were foreign students who couldn't live without water. George then told Veronica that he knew she was shy, but that once she got to know him better, she would want to be with him. However, the girl started crying and told George that she didn't like foreigners and asked him to stay away from her. George was proud of himself and told everyone that he was born in a country full of romance, but that the people in this country were rather callous. Then the guys from Leon's group got angry at George's behavior and told him to stop being so rude. George then laughed and provocatively suggested hitting him, saying they would definitely be expelled for it. George's friend called Leon's group a bunch of cowards and asked him if he needed to learn some kung fu. George and his friends were laughing, feeling that no one could do anything to them. But at that very moment, Leon kicked George in the stomach and asked him how dare he act so arrogantly. The student did not expect this from Leon at all. He began to fall into the pool. George fell into the pool and the students around him praised Leon for protecting them from that scoundrel. As George started to climb out of the pool, his friend ran up to him to ask if he was okay. George, furious, warned Leon that he should not even hope that he would be allowed to teach the lesson after this. Everyone was confused by George's next actions when he peed in the pool. Leon had difficulty finding words to describe the behavior of the impudent student. George smirked at the protagonist and told him that although he could now continue his studies. George then called his friends and advised them to do the same. One of his friends remarked that he just needed to go to the toilet. The students were furious at George's actions, saying he had gone too far. Having finished his business, George told his friends to leave, stating that they would no longer interfere with swimming lessons. Then the main character told them that they could leave after they drank the water from the pool. George laughed and told the protagonist that he would never do that. He promised to complain to the director about being fired and said that Leon should be fired. However, Leon quickly ran up to him and slapped George, causing him to fall to the ground and fall silent. Leon told him that he would add another strike since he would be fired anyway for his behavior. George lay on the ground, unable to move as his friend lunged at Leon. Leon, however, remained extremely calm, grabbed George's friend by the arm and in one swift movement threw him over his shoulder. The student fell to the ground, no longer able to attack Leon. All the students, especially Veronica, were happy and said that Leon was so strong. A few minutes later, all the foreign students were lying on the ground in pain, regretting their attack on the teacher. The foreign girls were afraid to approach the main character and quickly ran away, saying that they were being killed. George, still lying on the ground, told the protagonist not to come near him, warning that if he touched him, George would immediately have him fired. However, Leon ignored him. He walked up to George, grabbed him by the hair and started pulling him. George begged the teacher to let him go and stop. However, Leon continued to drag George towards the pool. Surprised, George asked what the teacher was doing, at which point Leon dunked George's head in the water, saying that no one would dare fire him from that establishment. Leon looked George in the face with a smile and asked if he had been drunk. George, embarrassed, admitted that he was very sorry about everything. Leon then looked at George's friends and asked if they needed to be given a drink too, or if they would drink the water themselves. All the foreign students gathered around the pool and started drinking water, crying and regretting their behavior. At that moment, a man entered and expressed his indignation. It was the university's vice-chancellor, Finn, who asked everyone what they had done and demanded an explanation. George, upon seeing Finn, told him that the teacher had beaten them and forced them to drink water from the pool, and he planned to sue him. Finn then asked Leon what all this meant. He wanted to know if these were all foreign students and if Leon really wanted to provoke an international conflict. The protagonist then asked Finn what they had done to deserve such special treatment. Finn replied that they were simply being hospitable and asked what special treatment Leon had in mind. Finn told him that he took the matter very seriously and that the protagonist would have to answer for it before the law. Leon replied that he didn't seem to fully understand what was going on. Finn, enraged, asked Leon how he dared to speak to him in such a tone and insisted that they immediately go to the rector's office before he killed him. Leon told Finn that he agreed to go to the rector since he also needed to discuss some issues with him. Finn then told the principal that Leon had beaten up all of their foreign students at the pool and should be punished for it. He added that this matter should be taken seriously and that the protagonist should not be allowed to get away with it so easily. In response, Leon told Finn that he should have reported to the principal that student George had sexually assaulted a student at the university and urinated in the pool. Finn became furious with Leon's words and said that he was currently talking to the principal and warned Leon to be careful. The principal then told Finn that Leon was the honorary vice-chancellor of their university and asked if he really thought he had the right to interfere. Finn was shocked, and the principal informed him that due to his unprofessional behavior, he was suspending him from his job. He said that he would report the incident to the Department of Public Education and that Finn should wait to hear from them. After the conversation, Finn left the director's room. At this moment, a student named Veronica approached the main character and asked if everything was okay with him. Leon told her that he was fine and that Finn had been suspended. He mentioned that the university would punish all the foreign students involved. The student then handed over a first aid kit and said that she had brought it especially for him. When she opened it, it contained all the necessary means for disinfection and skin treatment. Veronica told the protagonist that she saw him hurt his hand when he hit a student, so she took the first aid kit with her. Leon assured Veronica that it was nothing serious and that he didn't even feel like he had hurt his hand. However, Veronica insisted that his hand still needed treatment, and after providing the necessary care, she put a plaster on his hand. She thanked Leon for what he did and said that they would never forget his actions on their behalf. Leon was surprised and did not understand why Veronica was thanking him. She then asked if his arm still hurt. Leon shook his head and told her that she was worrying for nothing. At that moment, a friend called him. The friend asked where Leon had gone so quickly because he had already called him, but did not pick up the phone. He suggested that they have a drink later. Leon said that he would be free in the evening, and they agreed to meet in Megapolis. After quickly finishing his other business, Leon arrived at the place where he needed to do something that day, which was Hua King Chi, a massage center. Leon thought about it and remembered that it was Charlie's property. He had promised to issue him a card, but had completely forgotten about it. Leon was met by a woman who asked if he had come alone. He confirmed that he had and mentioned that he needed to get a card. She then asked which card he wanted, offering options for $100 or $1,000. After some thought, Leon said that he needed the Imperial Comprehensive Service card. The woman told him that the Imperial card was the best in their assortment and its price was almost $19,000. However, Leon did not hesitate to ask her to immediately issue 2 such cards. The woman froze in surprise, wondering if Leon was Charlie's friend since he was such a generous and friendly person. Just at that moment, an acquaintance of Leon's appeared, who was very glad to see him and invited him to his place for a conversation. Charlie was already sitting in a private room with his friends, discussing business and other important issues. While they were talking, a girl ran up to the main character and said that they were waiting for him to come. Charlie then approached the protagonist, saying that they were his friends and that they were glad to meet him. Charlie pointed to one friend and said it was Luke, whose family owned Xinhua Airlines. He then pointed to another friend and said it was Harold, whose family owned Lunton Machinery and they also made slings. Leon shook everyone's hands and said he was glad to meet them, inviting them to sit together and have a drink. Then Charlie called his friend Leon to sit with him on the couch and asked about what new things happened in Leon's life. Leon took the cards out of his pocket and told Charlie that he had designed them as he asked. Charlie told his friend that he was the best. At that moment, a girl entered the room and told the guests that she had brought wine and a plate of fruit. Suddenly, the girl saw Leon and recognized him. She was shocked and asked him what he was doing here. Charlie asked Leon if the girl was really his student. Leon told Charlie that she was a student at the pedagogical university and that she had just had classes. When Leon looked at the girl, his gaze became tense. The girl lowered her head and told the protagonist that she would explain everything to him. However, Charlie told the student that since she was with them, she could sit and drink with them. He reassured her by saying that they would not hurt her and she could drink as much as she wanted. The student apologized and told Charlie that she didn't know how to drink. At that moment, Leon kicked the table hard. He told her that she couldn't even drink, but she worked in such a place. If she didn't drink, she should leave. The frightened student asked Leon not to tell anyone about her work there. She then asked for 1,000 yuan for a drink. Charlie didn't hesitate. He immediately put the money on the table in front of the student, telling her that he kept his word and that she could drink as much as she wanted. The student sat down on the floor. Realizing that she could make money just by drinking alcohol, she looked at the strong drinks. Taking one glass, she began to drink, Leon silently watching her. The student finished the glass after a few seconds, finding it difficult because her body was not used to alcohol. Then she took a second glass, despite not wanting to drink more. Charlie looked at his friend Leon, who was also just silently watching as the student did something she didn't like. After drinking the second glass, the student immediately felt nauseous and suddenly vomited. Charlie stood up and walked towards the student, handing her the money he promised. He told her that he was giving her 20,000 yuan for 2 drinks and said that she could leave now, however. The student told Charlie that she could drink more and asked him not to kick her out. However, Charlie told her that since she had vomited, she should leave quickly. The student looked at Leon, but he remained sitting, silently watching her. She took the money from Charlie and was about to leave. Leon continued to silently watch the student, disapproving of her actions. He then asked Charlie to send someone to follow the student and make sure everything was okay. Then Charlie agreed, instructing Jonathan to go and follow the student. Charlie then asked Leon why he was worried about the girl, especially when he was so angry about what she did in the room. A girl standing nearby commented that she thought Leon thought female students shouldn't be in places like that. Charlie said that the student is not a little girl anymore and she can make her own choices. He told the protagonist to stop frowning and start drinking. Then the main character, listening to his friend, took a glass and began to drink. However, at that moment, Jonathan called the protagonist and told him that there was a problem on the street. Leon immediately realized that something was wrong. Charlie quickly called his men and told everyone to follow him. He wanted to go outside and see what was going on, but Leon stopped him. He said that he would go out and deal with the situation himself. Soon, Leon ran out into the street and saw that a large crowd had gathered. Everyone was looking at someone. Jonathan was holding a student, and people were looking at them. Leon approached them and asked Jonathan what happened. Jonathan explained that when he was leaving the establishment, he encountered a group of people who were trying to take Vivian away. Leon looked away and asked the group of people if they were really hitting on the girl. One of the men responded by asking if Leon had really intended to stand up for the girl by saying that she was unworthy of such attention. Then the protagonist asked him why they needed the girl, to which the man replied that she was the main attraction of the city, very popular and should keep them company. He also asked if Leon knew that Sam, the owner of the Hurricane Bar, was in their room. Leon nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the case. The man froze in surprise, and Leon asked him to introduce Sam to him. If Sam agreed, he would let them take the girl. The man smiled and asked Leon if he really considered him an errand boy. Leon paused, considering his options, but Jonathan didn't want to wait any longer. He quickly ran up to the impudent man, pulled out a knife and stabbed the man in the leg. The man did not expect Jonathan to hit him, and his men expressed their outrage, calling it cruel. They said Jonathan would have to answer for hitting their boss and threatened to kill him. Jonathan, clearly angry, declared that he would kill anyone who came near him. The man ordered his subordinates to call their boss, Sam, saying that he should come and finish off Jonathan for his actions. The boss quickly arrived on the scene, and the injured man, thinking that they would now be punished for their insolence, was surprised when Sam apologized to the protagonist. Sam admitted that his subordinates were fools and asked how he could correct their behavior. Leon told Sam to hold his men accountable for their actions and said he didn't want them there anymore. After that, he approached the student and helped her, making sure that nothing had happened to her. He then asked Jonathan to tell Charlie that they were leaving. Soon, Vivian came to her senses and apologized to the protagonist, asking him for forgiveness. Leon assured her that nothing had happened and helped her into his car, as she could barely stand on her feet. As he was about to leave, he noticed that the student was covering her mouth with her hand. Vivian replied that she was afraid to remove her hand because she was afraid she would vomit. Leon smiled, thinking that this student was a good girl, but this lifestyle did not suit her. He took the student to some place and she asked what place it was. He explained that it was the Bandau Hotel. The surprised student asked why Leon had brought her to such a place. As they entered the elevator, the student realized she needed to be on her guard. They went up to the right floor, where Leon took out his card and opened the door to his room, inviting her to come in and rest. The student asked him what he wanted from her, stating that she just wanted to go home. The protagonist then asked her how she planned to return home in such a state, suggesting that her family would be worried if they saw her in such a state. Then Vivian started crying and explained that no one was home. Her mother had had a heart attack and was in the hospital, and she needed money. Leon handed her a handkerchief, understanding why she had come to work in Megapolis. The student explained that the manager had told her that she was good at her job and that selling drinks was not as dangerous as she thought. Leon listened to her and then asked how much her mother's operation would cost. Vivian replied that it would be a large sum and that she and her grandmother had decided to sell their house and borrow some more to cover the costs. Leon then asked how much her house cost. The student told him that she planned to get several jobs and that, frankly, she didn't need anything for herself. She just needed to earn money. After that, Leon asked the manager to bring him 500,000 yuan in cash. A few minutes later, the manager brought a suitcase filled with money. Leon checked the money, made sure everything was okay. Then he asked the student to take the money, telling her that the most important thing now was to cure her mother, and she should focus only on that. The student, unable to believe her luck, thanked Leon for helping her so quickly. She told him that she did not know how to repay him for his kindness. She began to lift her skirt, saying that this was the only way she could repay him. However, Leon didn't want to listen to her and told her not to worry about how to repay him. He just wanted her to focus on her mother's recovery. However, Vivian insisted that she would not remain in his debt. Then she told the protagonist that she really liked him and she would like him to be her first man. However, Leon replied that he did not need any gratitude and told her to go home. But the student did not want to leave and said that for the first time she did not know what to do. Leon got angry and didn't want to listen to his student's words anymore. He pushed the student away and told her that he didn't want to see her anymore. The protagonist was eager to leave, but suddenly Vivian grabbed his leg, not knowing what to do. The student asked Leon not to leave. Leon didn't know what to say. The student's behavior irritated him, but he couldn't yell at her. Luckily, at that moment the student's phone rang. Leon realized that this was a good way to distract himself and decided to let her answer the call. Vivian picked up the phone and the person on the other end told her to come quickly as her aunts and uncles were already there and waiting for her to arrive. The student was surprised and asked why they all came. She told her grandmother not to worry and assured her that she would be there soon. Then the main character told the student not to worry. He would take her there himself. Soon we arrived at the Zarya residential complex. Leon told her not to worry about her mother and to see what was going on inside first. He assured her that he had already contacted the best hospital and would take her mother there later. The student thanked Leon, saying that she would never forget his kindness. She promised that once her family matters were resolved, she would continue to thank him. When Vivian entered the house, her grandmother was overjoyed to see her granddaughter. The student's aunts and uncles greeted her, saying that she could have arrived earlier. Leon glared at the student's relatives. In the next room, he saw the student's mother in bad condition. At this point, Aunt Vivian asked her if Leon was her boyfriend, commenting on her indecent appearance. Vivian was embarrassed and explained that he was her teacher. She introduced him to her aunt and uncle. Suddenly, her aunt came up to her and asked the student, demanding that she return the 5,000 yuan she owed her. The uncle also began to speak, telling her that she owed him 4,000 yuan. Student Vivian was confused, remembering how her mother was hospitalized and she borrowed 3,000 yuan. She didn't understand how the amount had now become 4,000. All her relatives were angry and accused her of taking their money and daring to think that she could return it without interest. The student screamed back, explaining that it was too much. She said that her father gave them so much money when he was alive, but now they were putting pressure on her like this. Vivian then saw her uncle and asked him why he had come, stating that she had not borrowed money from him. The uncle explained that although she had not borrowed money from him directly, he had taken care of her mother when she was in the hospital, and she owed him 1,000 yuan for it. Vivian was shocked by the behavior of her relatives. She told them that she would return all the money, but only after her mother received treatment. At this point, Leon intervened, advising her to simply give them the money so they would leave her alone forever. Vivian agreed, saying that she would pay off all these debts. She then took out a briefcase filled with money and opened it, revealing wads of large bills. Nobody expected that she would have so much money. All her relatives were shocked and asked where she got such a large sum. Vivian threw 10,000 yuan at them and told them they could now leave. Her relatives, trying to calm her down, told her that there was no need for her to be angry and that they didn't really need the money. They told her to keep it for herself, but student Vivian wouldn't hear of it. She walked up to the front door and told them to leave her house immediately. Her relatives reluctantly took the money and left. Although they wanted more, they did not succeed. Then the girl's grandmother approached her and asked where she got so much money, suspecting that she might have done something bad. However, Leon quickly reassured his grandmother by telling her that he had lent the money to the student to help save her mother from illness. Leon told his grandmother that when the girl started working for his company in the future, she would gradually pay off her debts. The grandmother was happy and expressed her gratitude, thanking Leon for his generosity and kindness. Leon's assistant informed him that the ambulance had already arrived. Leon then told Vivian that the ambulance was ready and asked her to get ready. He assured her that they would take her mother to the hospital. After some time, they quickly arrived at the best hospital. Vivian walked over to her mother's bed and pulled a sheet over her to keep her warm. She thanked Leon for his great help, saying that she did not know how she could have solved the problem on her own. Vivian said that he could leave now, but they would definitely meet later. Leon advised Vivian to take care of her mother, adding that he would arrange for her to take time off from school and they would discuss his help later. Then he turned to leave, feeling that his help was no longer needed. After this, Leon arrived at the massage and relaxation center, where he was supposed to meet his friends. Upon arrival, he saw that Lizzie and Samuel were already waiting for him. Leon greeted them with a good afternoon, complimenting them on how stylish they looked. Samuel explained that all their clothes were bought at the duty-free shop at the airport and were from famous brands. Leon asked the man if programmers were supposed to wear plaid shirts. The man replied that it was the largest massage center in Shanghai, adding that if he had known earlier, he would not have brought Lizzie to such a place. Leon asked what he meant, suggesting that they had both just gotten off the plane and needed to rest. At that moment, a center employee approached the main character and asked if he liked their girls and if he had brought his girlfriend. Lizzie, confused by the strange question, did not understand what the employee was hinting at. 10 minutes later, Lizzie informed the protagonist that they had hired 32 chip and lithography specialists, and she handed him a document containing all the information about these people. However, Leon immediately threw the document on the floor and said that these 5 people had been working in this field for many years, and he wondered what skills they had and why so much money had been spent on a consultant. Leon asked who these people were. The scientists were shocked by his reaction. Lizzie explained that they all wanted to rely on their connections rather than their skills. She said that they had to collaborate with craftsmen from other fields to get parts for the lithographic machine. Leon nodded. Then he asked when they would be able to launch the lithography machine project and achieve results. Lizzie told him there was one more key figure they hadn't been able to meet. Leon smiled and jokingly asked if even the seduction had worked. Lizzie, slightly embarrassed, called him a pervert. At this point, the protagonist was handed a plate of fruit. He told them that he was just joking and asked who this person was. Lizzie handed him the document and explained that the man was Vice President Santiago, a world-class computer genius. Leon commented that it seemed like they needed to find a way to bring Santiago in. Samuel added that he believed Santiago was the most important part of their car development project, mentioning that without his help, he and Lizzie would likely have had to fly abroad again. Then the protagonist told them that they would put this issue aside for now, and when he had some free time, he would fly to meet this master himself. Lizzie was pleased, saying that if Leon took matters into his own hands. Just as they were talking, someone called the protagonist. The protagonist picked up the phone, and the man told him that there was a problem in the company and he needed to come urgently. Leon replied that he understood and would be there soon. He told his friends that he had some business to run and asked them to send information about Santiago to his phone. Lizzie assured him, promising that they would send everything. Soon after, Leon quickly arrived at his company's office, and people were already waiting for him inside the office. Leon asked what happened and why there was such a rush. At that moment, Sean held a document in his hand and asked Leon to take a look. Leon picked up the document and realized it was a subpoena. The hero was very surprised and asked who could have sent him a summons. Helga explained that this was what he deserved, mentioning that just a few days ago, Hua Qingche had sent her a bill for 370,000 yuan. Sean admitted it was a significant amount, but Helga said he was worried about the wrong thing. Leon then told Helga to stop arguing. He sat in his chair and asked his team if they had filed a lawsuit against the Lin Yi Foundation for fraud. Helga responded that they had not yet publicly announced the assistance program and were being sued for violating agency rules. Sean added that the person filing the lawsuit was from a well-known Chinese Hong fund, and the trial was scheduled for the next day. The employee noted that they seemed to be planning something and did not have time to prepare. Leon thought about the Hong Foundation, and at that moment he realized what was happening. He remembered that the Hong Foundation had organized a dinner for poor children a few days ago, which he had attended, and Leon wondered if Carson was behind it. He told his people that the trial would take place tomorrow at 9. Helga then asked Leon if they needed to hire a lawyer immediately. Leon declined the offer, stating that they didn't need additional people. He smiled and told Helga to wear a miniskirt and accompany him the next day. Helga was surprised and asked if it was really acceptable to wear such clothes in court, but Leon assured her that she would have his support. Helga agreed, mentioning that she had just bought a pair of new skirts. Leon then asked Helga to go see Santiago, the vice president, and said that the sooner she did it, the better. The girl told him that this guy was impressive and a big player. She asked what specific information was needed. Leon thought for a moment and said that he needed to know every detail about Santiago's life. The girl agreed, assuring Leon that she would find all the information he needed. Sean then asked if Leon would like to see how the rest of the team worked. Then the protagonist stood up and said that he didn't see the point and that they could continue working. He said that he would prefer to go to Chaoyang. Later, Leon arrived at the company. The girl at the entrance recognized him and said that she would quickly inform him of his visit. However, Leon asked her to remain silent, saying that he wanted to surprise them. Entering the office, Leon saw Elizabeth lying on the floor, doing stretching exercises. He walked up to her and asked her what she was doing, and she was shocked to see him there at that time. She quickly stood up and asked where he came from. Leon asked if it was really so hot in the office that she had to take her clothes off. Elizabeth explained that she has problems with her cervical vertebrae, so she does yoga. Elizabeth sat down, and Leon told her that he knew a good massage therapist. He offered to take her to him. He explained that people like her who sit for a long time are prone to muscle strain, but Elizabeth refused, saying that she could handle it herself and did not want anyone to touch her. Leon agreed, saying that she was right and that he was at her service. Leon then asked Elizabeth to lie down on the sofa so he could give her a massage. He opened a box filled with various massage oils and chose one. Leon smelled the oil and thought it was lavender. Elizabeth asked if he was going to start the massage. Then the main character poured oil on her back. Elizabeth was very surprised because she did not expect that her boyfriend was so skilled in giving massages. Leon told her to relax and assured her that in a few minutes all her pain would go away. After that, he leaned towards her and kissed her on the lips. He then mentioned that he had some free time and would like her to go somewhere with him. He asked if she would like to go with him to the largest amusement park in the world. An excited Elizabeth asked if this was true, as she had always wanted to go but never had the time. Leon told her that in front of others she seemed like a strong woman, but in front of him she was like a little girl. Elizabeth really liked the compliment and kissed Leon. Then she said that she would finish her work and book the tickets right away. After that, Leon stood up and said that something had happened to his student, so he would go to the hospital to visit her. Before he left, Elizabeth added that Leon had gentle hands, and next time, if she got tired, he could give her another massage. Leon was happy and replied that of course he would give her a massage if she liked it so much. After that, he quickly drove to the hospital to visit Vivian's mother. He entered the room and was surprised by what he saw. Vivian's mother was conscious and her closest family members were standing nearby and smiling. Vivian turned around, saw that Leon had arrived, and was very glad to see him again. Vivian's mother also greeted him. Leon noted that there were many people present, and if he had known, he would have come later. The man standing next to the bed introduced himself to the protagonist and then introduced his daughter Rebecca, saying that she was also very glad to meet him. He mentioned that Rebecca had entered the civil service straight after university and that she had never been in love before. Rebecca, embarrassed, asked her father to stop saying such things. Leon, trying to defuse the situation, said that Rebecca was so perfect that it was impossible to keep up with her, but she was not worth even a drop of attention. Rebecca was furious at Leon's words. However, her aunt knocked her down, hitting her in the face with her shoulder, and then walked towards the main character. The woman grabbed his hand and asked him to say hello to her son. The man told the protagonist that if he ever had any problems, he could call him and he would do everything to help. Leon smiled and an idea quickly came to his mind. Suddenly, he grabbed the guy by the hand and asked if he was really that cool. A couple of days ago, he helped Vivian borrow $500,000 from a loan shark, and now he was asking if this man could help him with it. Seeing his indecision, Leon reminded him that he himself had said that he would do whatever it took, and a few $100,000 did not mean much to him. The man managed to pull his hand away with difficulty and asked Leon why he was acting like this. Leon replied that the man had started it all. Then the woman approached her son and told the protagonist that they had had enough. Leon then turned to Vivian and asked how her aunt was doing and if they had enough money. Vivian replied that the operation was a success, but her mother still had to stay in the hospital for a week before going home. She said that they still needed more than $200,000, but as soon as her mother was discharged, she would give him the money. The woman, however, interrupted, saying that she still needed the money as she was studying at university, and asked why Vivian should pay it back. The man then explained that Vivian's cousin had come second in the civil service exam and they needed to buy her a gift. He asked Vivian if she could spare some money for it. Vivian was shocked by her family's behavior. The uncle and aunt began to argue, and the woman said that she did not have time to finish the argument and asked for money because her son needed funds for repairs. The student asked them both to calm down. She reminded them that they were in the hospital. Vivian then told them that she would return all the money to the protagonist and asked them to stop yelling at each other. The man told the protagonist that if he had that kind of money, he wouldn't need $200,000. However, Leon said that they should not disturb Vivian's mother's peace and that they should go outside to discuss everything. He took them out into the hospital corridor and said that he didn't need the money, but whoever got it should decide for themselves. Having said these words, Leon left them. Immediately after Leon's words, the relatives exchanged angry glances. The woman pointed at the man and told him that he would not receive a penny of this money. Her son walked up to Rebecca and slapped her, telling her that she should get out of there quickly. The man then ran up to the boy and asked if he had hit his daughter, and he raised his hand to hit the man back. At that moment, Vivian's mother was lying in bed eating soup, but suddenly they heard very loud screams from the hallway. Then Leon entered the room. Vivian quickly ran up to him and asked if her relatives had been fighting in the hallway as the noise was deafening. Leon asked her what difference it made to her what they were doing and said that he would not go there to separate them. Soon after, the door to the room opened. A woman entered and told the main character that the uncle had left and no longer wanted $200,000. Leon asked the woman if she had paper and a pen and offered to write him an IOU for the money. The woman and her son were shocked and froze in surprise. The son then told the woman that they would write an IOU in his uncle's name to see how he would react. The woman approached the main character and took the document from him. Leon handed them the document and told them that as soon as they returned home, they should register the title deed to the house as collateral. He assured them that he would not deceive them and that they would be charged interest at the bank rate. The woman and her son were stunned and asked Leon if they really needed to mortgage their house. The son told the protagonist that this was too much and he had crossed the line. Then the protagonist calmed the boy down, saying that they had nothing to worry about, and he reminded them that he still had their promissory note. The woman and her son were horrified and realized that they had made a huge mistake and were now in serious trouble. The man told the protagonist to just wait, as he would soon find out that he had gotten involved with the wrong people. Vivian breathed a sigh of relief and said that they were finally leaving. Then Leon stood up and told Vivian that it was time for him to go too. Vivian told the protagonist that she didn't know what she would do without him. Before leaving, Leon told Vivian to take very good care of her real family and not to worry about other people. Vivian thought to herself how lucky she was to have met such a man. The next day, Leon arrived at the second court of Zhanghai. He arrived stylishly dressed in a gray suit. At this point, Helga ran up to the protagonist and said that the scale of the trial was a little bigger than they expected, which was quite unexpected. Reporters quickly surrounded Leon, wanting exclusive comments on the trial. One of the reporters asked him his opinion about the trial and what he thought about it all. Another reporter asked if he admitted his guilt. In response, Leon smiled and told reporters that, of course, he personally admitted his guilt. Then a reporter asked if the sports car he was driving was also bought with donations. Leon confirmed that the car was bought with donations as he did not have enough money. The reporters were completely shocked by his answers and did not know what else to ask him, but they continued to ask uncomfortable questions. Shocked by the situation, Sean asked Helga if the company would go bankrupt if the boss continued to talk such nonsense. Helga simply smiled and asked the man to remain calm. Meanwhile, the influential people gathered in the break room, discussing the best course of action during the trial. One person told the group not to be nervous, advising them to simply do what they were assigned. Zhanghai Hope Orphanage Director Grant said that the current actions were not entirely correct. Susan, director of Yanchang Orphanage, was also sitting next to him. At that moment, Carson snapped his fingers and said that if they worked hard, all the money would go to them and they would both be rich immediately. Grant and Susan were pleased with the situation and told Carson they agreed. The man told everyone that a man named Leon did something very nasty. He stole their director's girlfriend and money. He told them that they would ruin him today. Then a man entered the room and told Mr. Carson that the trial was about to begin and they could take their seats in the courtroom. A few minutes later, Carson entered the conference room where Leon was already sitting. Carson told him that he had not expected to meet him again in such a place, and this saddened him. However, Leon assured him not to worry, stating that he was fine. Carson responded by telling the protagonist that he would not remain so calm because he had won all of his lawsuits and intended to put him in jail. At this point, the judge announced that the hearing had begun and the prosecutor could begin presenting his case. Carson's man said that during the investigation they found that the Lin Yi Foundation had not published the aid materials. He said this was a serious violation of the rules and demanded that Leon be punished by law for this. The judge asked the accused Leon whether he admitted these statements. Leon told the judge that he did not admit to the charges. Then Carson's man stood up and told the judge that they could allow the witnesses to testify. Leon responded by telling them that they could start their show. At this moment, people entered who could testify to Leon's actions. Helga immediately recognized them and asked how they could take such a step. Leon then asked her if she knew those two people. Helga explained that they were both directors of orphanages that received aid from the fund in the amount of $800,000, and later more than $1 million. Grant asked Mrs. Helga not to talk nonsense. Grant and Susan explained that they had only given them $50,000. Helga became very angry and slammed her hand on the table, declaring that she could no longer tolerate such blatant lies, since they had been allocated almost $2 million. Helga said she had all the receipts to prove she was telling the truth. The judge banged his gavel and asked the defendant to control her emotions and show respect for the court. Leon also urged her to calm down, warning that her impulsiveness could have bad consequences. Then Helga sat down and muttered that those two were the most terrible people. The judge then asked the accused if he had anything to say in response to all the charges. Leon explained that the rules required the funds to be publicly available, but the money he sent was from his personal funds. He added that he spent his own money on all the orphanages and asked why he should advertise it. Carson's man was shocked and asked Leon if the money given to the shelter really belonged to him. After Leon's statement, there was complete silence in the hall. The judge then asked Leon if he could confirm his testimony, to which Leon replied that he could. He assured the judge and everyone else that they could check and confirm. Reporters noted that Leon was digging a hole for Carson. Carson, angry and frustrated, wanted to finish off Leon. At that moment, the hero looked at Carson and thought to himself that he clearly didn't expect them to be so well prepared. The judge announced that the court had ruled that Leon had not violated the rules and should be released, with the charges dropped. Afterwards, Leon told Carson that his plan had failed, but thanked him for the money he had provided. Carson was shocked and couldn't believe that his brilliant plan had failed. Leon then said that with his $50,000, they rented the presidential suite and had a candlelit dinner. Finally, he told Carson that it was time for him to go and that they would meet sometime to discuss everything. At this point, one man told Mr. Carson that this scoundrel protagonist needed to be taught a lesson. The man agreed, saying that they would intercept Leon in the parking lot so that Jack could teach him some manners. After the trial, Leon went out to the parking lot, but at that moment, Carson appeared behind him and asked Leon to stop. Carson asked his man named Jack to bring Leon to him. He mentioned that he would find a place where no one would be around, where they could talk in peace. Jack approached the protagonist and informed him that Mr. Carson wanted to talk to him and hoped that he would not refuse to join. Then Helga blocked the main character's path and asked if he really wanted to start a fight because of the loss. At this point, Sean started to pull her away, asking what she was doing and pointing out that the director didn't even have a chance to say anything. Carson then told Jack to drag Leon to the car. Jack moved closer to the protagonist, intending to grab him and take him to his boss. He reached out to put his hand on the hero's shoulder, but Leon immediately grabbed his hand and began squeezing it with all his strength. Jack screamed in pain and demanded that Leon immediately let him go. Leon said that he would let go of his hand if he behaved well. At that moment, Jack began to cry, realizing that he had underestimated Leon. Without thinking, Leon hit him between the legs, saying that now Jack would understand how bad it was to threaten people. The blow caused him to fall to the ground, in agony from the powerful blow. Carson watched in shock, realizing that poor Jack was truly suffering. Jack remained on the ground, unable to get up, while Carson couldn't believe his ears. He was surprised and wondered where Leon learned to fight like that, because he knocked Jack out with one move. Leon then motioned to Carson and remarked that Jack seemed to have failed in his job. He suggested that Carson go himself, but Carson replied that he had a cold and he didn't want to infect Leon. He said that they would discuss it another time. Carson quickly ran away, and Helga approached the protagonist and told him that all this time she did not know that he was such an experienced fighter. Then the main character told his people that he would take them home, but the girl refused, saying that she had come in her own car. Then Leon got into his car and was about to leave. Just at that moment, Lena appeared in front of him and said that for all the disclosure of the Foundation's secrets and the incident with the shelters, he would receive an electronics factory. Leon was excited and asked if he would really get the electronics factory. He asked if the company was on the verge of bankruptcy and if it was a chip factory, noting that this was exactly what he needed. Leon kissed the girl and expressed his gratitude, saying that she was the best. At that moment, someone called him. The caller introduced himself as Jason, the CEO of Kechuang Electronics. Jason said that he had just acquired Kechuang Electronics and asked if he had time to complete the paperwork. Leon was delighted and asked Jason to send him the address. He promised to send someone to complete the paperwork. Later, Leon arrived at the Sunak Electronics Industrial Park and met Lizzie there. Lizzie asked him why he needed her there. Leon announced that he had bought the company and asked her to handle all the paperwork, and the girl responded by saying that the boss was incredibly cool. He looked at her intently and asked if she really thought so. Lizzie took the envelope from him and confirmed that it was true, but Leon did not fully understand her reaction. After about half an hour, Leon looked through all the information about the company. He then asked Lizzie if she had really done everything so quickly. Lizzie said that the documents were almost ready and all she had to do was sign them. Leon commented that under these circumstances, there was no need for a separate laboratory to study lithographic machines, since they already had an entire building dedicated to developing electronic devices and technologies. Lizzie then asked if this was true, but expressed concern that using such a large space for her business might be wasteful. Then the main character suggested that they go and look at the Kechuang and Cisco factories, mentioning that he had been there too. When they arrived at the Cisco plant, they saw many vans and workers busy loading boxes. The employees were so focused on their tasks that they didn't notice other people around them. Lizzie noticed this and said that Cisco had stolen their technical advancements, which is why they were no longer getting orders. Leon observed the situation and realized that Lizzie was right. Cisco people loaded the goods into vans, which then drove away. Leon and Lizzie headed towards the building of this company. A security guard was sitting next to them. When he saw Leon, he asked what they were doing there. Lizzie smiled and showed the guard their passes. The guard replied that they could go inside. Then Lizzie informed the protagonist that Kechuang had declared bankruptcy and there were workers on duty in every department, which was normal. Leon agreed with her remark and suggested that they go inside and look around. They entered the building and Leon asked Lizzie if she knew what the equipment was. Lizzie replied that some of the equipment was new, while the rest was old but still functional. She said that it could be useful to them, although the production capacity was different. Leon said that if that was the case, then they should continue searching. They walked around the area, but suddenly something unexpected caught his attention. He immediately grabbed Lizzie by the shoulder and asked her to wait. Leon and Lizzie hid behind the van, watching as a man and a woman stood near the car, discussing something. The man didn't notice them because they hid just in time, but he heard a sound behind him and turned around. Lizzie then curiously asked Leon if he knew these people and why they were hiding from them. Leon explained that they were hiding because he had seen the car at the entrance to Cisco earlier, and now it was there again. As they watched the people disperse, Leon noticed that it was indeed very strange. Lizzie asked curiously if Leon really thought these people were from Cisco. The hero immediately took out his phone, took a photo of the car's license plate, and called his friend to ask him to help find out who owned the car with that number. He then told Lizzie that the plan to build an office building in Kechuang was up to her and Samuel, and they needed to start working on it quickly. Lizzie replied that she understood, but then asked about Santiago. Leon assured her that he would resolve the situation, after which he got ready to leave and told Lizzie that he would visit Santiago soon. Later, he returned to his home in Joga. To his surprise, he noticed a familiar person in his house. Elizabeth stood in his kitchen and explained that she had been making ginseng soup for him. Leon stroked her chin and jokingly asked if she was really that worried about him. Elizabeth explained that she had noticed that he had been very busy lately. Just as they were talking, Leon's phone rang. He answered the call and learned that the man on the line was the car's owner, Jason. Elizabeth, noticing his reaction, asked what the call was about. Leon told her that earlier that day he had been in Quechuang and had met Jason, the son of the Cisco director, in Quechuang Park. The girl then asked how many children the Cisco CEO had and suggested that perhaps they were trying to make a name for themselves in some way. Leon explained that Helga had mentioned that he had 2 children, Jason and his sister, Cassandra. Elizabeth suggested that if Leon could find out what position Cassandra held at Cisco, they would know if her guess was correct. And she also suggested that the protagonist go to Quechuang that same day to strengthen his position in the company. Leon agreed, praising Elizabeth for her clever suggestion. She then said that the delicious soup was ready and that he should take a break and try it. She said that if he did this, he would have a trump card during the negotiations and he would be able to bargain effectively. At that moment, Helga called the protagonist with great and unexpected news. She said that Jason had just called her and offered them cooperation. Elizabeth smiled, realizing that her guess had been correct. She placed the pot of food on the table while Elizabeth was setting the table. Leon was busy with his work. Elizabeth asked Leon if he had anything else important to do, and she reminded him that their flight was scheduled for the next morning. Leon assured her that he had no other commitments and that he was looking forward to spending time with her. Elizabeth hugged him and said that he was just a flatterer. After that, they flew to their destination. Upon arrival, Elizabeth expressed her joy, saying that she could not even express in words how happy she was. As they were about to leave the airport, someone appeared behind them. It was Carson who mentioned that it was a coincidence that they met here. Leon responded by saying that he was also glad to see Carson and that it was thanks to his money that they were able to meet in this place. He explained that he and Elizabeth had strengthened their relationship. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to fly to this country. Carson, clearly angry, retorted that $50,000 was an insignificant sum and noted that he did not understand how Elizabeth liked his rotten character. Leon calmly replied that he had defeated him in court and was now superior to him in other matters as well. Carson then said he had to get on the plane and wished the couple well, although he was clearly angry with them. Carson's assistant informed him that Leon and Elizabeth were also planning to fly to the same country. He suggested that Carson could contact someone in that country to teach the protagonist a lesson. However, Carson said that this was not necessary and that meeting the other person was more important to him. He then told him to call the airport manager because he didn't want to see Leon and Elizabeth on the plane. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth approached the ticket counter to check in and board the plane. Leon thought they would have no problem, but the receptionist told them that there was a problem with their tickets and that she could not allow them on board. Elizabeth was surprised and asked the administrator if there was a mistake with the tickets, since she purchased them on the official website. At that moment, Carson approached them and asked Elizabeth if they were really trying to deceive the staff. He said goodbye to the protagonist and Elizabeth, stating that he was going to board a plane. Leon told the girl that they should leave and not hold up the line. Carson tried to climb on board, but Elizabeth stopped him. Then she started yelling at him, accusing him of setting it all up. Carson, smirking, admitted that he might have done it and offered to let Elizabeth sleep with him, in which case he would take her on the plane with him. Then the girl asked him how he could say such things. Carson then replied that it was time for him to leave and they couldn't change the flight either since he had already taken care of it. He added that they could reach the country by sea, but it would take them a month, and wished them both a pleasant flight. Elizabeth, unimpressed, told Carson that he had become too vain. Leon, trying to keep the peace, asked Elizabeth to ignore him, joking that Carson might have rabies and that it might be contagious. In response, Elizabeth expressed her disappointment, saying that she was very angry with him, but Leon hugged her, assuring her that she had no reason to be angry. He said that if he was not there, the plane would not take off. Carson, laughing, questioned Leon, asking why the plane wouldn't take off without him and if he was in his right mind. Then the protagonist replied that if Carson didn't believe him, then he should just wait and see for himself. A few moments later, the announcer informed passengers that the flight was delayed and that they should be ready to board in 20 minutes. Elizabeth turned to the protagonist, saying that it was very cool. Then he asked Carson if he was convinced now and if there were any more questions. Carson, still skeptical, asked Leon if he had ever flown on an airplane in his life, claiming that the flight delay had nothing to do with him. Then the protagonist sat down on the sofa and told Carson that they could wait here for a while since he was in no hurry. 20 minutes later, Carson waved his ticket and said it was just a coincidence and that they would be boarding the plane soon. However, the announcer apologized again and informed everyone that the flight could not take off yet and they would all have to wait until further notice. Carson looked at Leon, realizing that he might be telling the truth. Leon stood up and walked towards him, asking what was wrong. He wondered if he had changed his mind. Carson, extremely angry, was about to yell at Leon, but he stopped himself when the woman accompanying him told him that they were already on edge and she hoped he wouldn't make a scene. At this point, a man told Carson that it was because of him that everyone was upset, and they all hoped that he would apologize to the protagonist, since they really needed the flight. An enraged Carson asked the man if he knew who he was. He made it clear that he would not apologize to the protagonist. However, he noticed that everyone around him was unhappy with his words, and they stood behind Leon, who simply smiled at him. The assistant approached Carson and suggested that he calm down and quickly change airlines. Despite the tension, everyone at the airport urged Carson to apologize to the protagonist. At that moment, Loris appeared at the airport. Everyone present respected him very much, since he was an authoritative figure in the country. Leon greeted him and explained that this issue needed to be resolved. Loris then turned to Carson, telling him that as the CEO of the airline, the plane should have taken off and Carson needed to apologize. The crowd continued to demand that he apologize to the protagonist so that the problem could be resolved. Knowing he had no choice, Carson stood still, aware of the pressure mounting. Despite this, he ordered his assistant to take their suitcases, and they quickly fled the airport. Loris then told the protagonist that he wasn't bad at all and successfully put Carson in his place. Leon thanked him and asked him to have his staff check the tickets for their flight. Loris agreed without hesitation, glad to have the opportunity to help his friend. Later, Leon turned to Elizabeth, bowed slightly, and asked if she was no longer upset with him given the flight delay. Elizabeth assured him that she was not at all angry and that they would not have been able to fly to another country if it were not for his help. Upon arrival in the country, they immediately checked into the Chenbao Hotel. An incredibly beautiful presidential suite with luxurious furniture awaited them. At that moment, Elizabeth noticed a beautiful gold hairpin on the table and decided to try it on, asking Leon how it looked. The hero replied that his girlfriend, as always, was the most beautiful. Elizabeth kissed him on the cheek and told him again that he was a flatterer. Soon evening came and she felt it was time to go to bed. Before going to bed, she decided to brush her teeth, but Leon was stopping her, standing at the mirror. Then Elizabeth asked him if he wanted to try her special toothpaste. Leon picked it up and asked what was so special about this paste, as it looked ordinary. Seeing Elizabeth's offended face, he pulled her towards him by the waist. After this, the couple kissed and went to bed together. The next day, Leon and Elizabeth went to the amusement park. While they were there, Elizabeth mentioned hearing a roar. Leon suggested that they go and see what was going on. There was a sign in the park announcing that the North American gray wolf was on display. The girl, Viola, turned to her boyfriend and mentioned that the coyote looked a little skinny and she wanted to feed it something, so her boyfriend Carter suggested that they quietly open the door and feed the animal some jerky. At that moment, Elizabeth approached them and explained that according to park rules, feeding the animals was prohibited. Viola responded defiantly, telling Elizabeth that it was not her home and that she could do whatever she wanted. Then the protagonist intervened, explaining that all gray wolves were protected by law and if someone fed them and the animals died, they could be sent to prison. Viola and her boyfriend were horrified by this news. The girl asked Leon to mind his own business, and she and her boyfriend quickly left the area to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth continued to explore the park, enjoying the swings and other rides, not wanting to leave. Elizabeth mentioned that she wanted to go on the carousel but wasn't sure how to get in line. Then the protagonist suggested that she take a rest while he went to buy VIP tickets so that they wouldn't have to stand in line. At the ticket counter, Leon asked the woman if he could buy VIP tickets, wondering if they were unlimited. The woman told him that each ticket cost almost $2,000 and they had a limit. They could only be used once. This caused laughter from those around him, who asked why Leon was asking such stupid questions. However, to everyone's surprise, Leon asked the woman to give him all the tickets she had. The woman, shocked, did not know what to answer. She told the main character that there were 105 tickets left and asked if he really needed them all. Leon assured her that it was true. He needed every single ticket. Having bought all the tickets, Leon was about to leave, but the people at the box office were still perplexed. He stood behind Elizabeth and told her that he was back. Then he invited her to ride on the carousel. Elizabeth was delighted and thanked Leon. While they were riding, she screamed with joy, feeling like a little child. Elizabeth looked at Leon and realized how lucky she was to have met a man who could always make her so happy. She then asked if VIP tickets allowed unlimited rides, and Leon explained that unfortunately they did not. After the ride was over, Elizabeth said she didn't want to ride anymore because she didn't want to stand in line. However, Leon told her that he had already bought 105 tickets and there were still more than 100 left, so they were more than enough. Elizabeth was surprised and asked if he really bought so many tickets. She kissed him on the cheek and called him the best. They continued riding on another carousel and enjoyed their time together. After riding the rides, Elizabeth told the protagonist that she was hungry and suggested that they go get something to eat. A few minutes later, they arrived at a cafe in the park. They sat down at a table, ordered a dish, and Elizabeth mentioned that the vanilla ice cream was delicious and asked if he could bring her another one. Leon assured her that he would bring her another right away. He quickly walked up to the counter and asked the chef for 2 vanilla soufflés. The chef quickly prepared the order, but a girl named Viola, who was standing next to the main character, told him that vanilla ice cream was VIP class and he could not take as much as he wanted, explaining that the cafe was not a canteen. She was with her boyfriend Carter, who asked Leon if he really thought he could behave like that while abroad. Then the main character replied that he had bought 105 VIP tickets, so he could take as many as he wanted. Viola and Carter were shocked and asked if he really bought 105 VIP tickets. Leon then took the vanilla ice cream and returned to Elizabeth. Elizabeth remarked that the ice cream looked so delicious and she wanted to eat it as soon as possible. At that moment, Leon looked at Viola and Carter. Viola remarked that Leon seemed to have just become rich and had not yet seen the world, calling him an upstart. Elizabeth was angered by Viola's words and advised her to watch her language. Carter replied that they had already been too polite. Viola then boasted that her boyfriend's company had just raised a round of investment and that the market outlook was good. Then she insulted Elizabeth by saying that her boyfriend looked more like a miner than a rich man. Leon didn't interrupt Viola and asked them if they were still confident after just 2 rounds of funding. Carter mentioned that Zhanghai's company had invested in his company and that he probably didn't even understand such matters. Leon was stunned by Carter's bold words and spat out his drink in surprise. Then he asked Carter how confident he was in Zhanghai and what his relationship was with Charlie, the owner of the company. Carter replied that besides Zhanghai, Lin Yi also wanted to invest in him, which he considered a great opportunity, implying that Leon did not understand anything about such matters. Viola then asked why they were wasting their time talking to someone like him. She suggested that Leon didn't even understand what investing was. Then the protagonist smiled and asked Carter who had invested in him, naming several names. Carter was surprised and asked how Leon knew these people. Leon asked the man on the phone if he knew this Carter, and the man mentioned that he was from Zhangqiu's Science and Technology Company. Then the protagonist looked at him and realized that Carter had finally realized that he had made a mistake. At that very moment, Leon suddenly asked his friend Charlie to cancel all investments. Charlie was shocked, but immediately agreed, telling the protagonist that he would inform the person concerned about the cancellation the next morning. Carter, at a loss for words, asked Leon who he was. Leon explained that he was the director of Lin Yi Company. Then Carter apologized to the protagonist, claiming he was just joking, and he began begging for another chance, saying that if the funds were withdrawn, it would mean the end of his business. Viola told him that he didn't need to apologize, and that with his connections he could find other companies that would invest in him. However, Carter angrily slapped Viola, asking who would want to invest in his company after her words, blaming her for everything. Leon watched this scene calmly and began to wipe his mouth. He then stood up, telling Elizabeth that they would leave and continue enjoying the rest of the day together. As night fell, they walked down the street together. Elizabeth wanted to thank Leon for such a wonderful day. But just at that moment, a message from Helga arrived on his phone. Helga informed the protagonist that this was all she could find about Jasper. Leon thought that she had done an excellent job. However, he felt that Elizabeth should not know that he was working during their walks. The next day, Leon lay in bed, finally able to rest after a full day of walking. He noticed Elizabeth sitting next to him, getting ready to leave. Leon hugged her and asked why she got up so early, especially since the circus performance would only start at 10. Elizabeth apologized, saying that she couldn't stay with him, but that he could rest at the hotel for now. She explained that a friend of hers had arranged a meeting with several designers and she would like to meet them. Leon showed offense by telling Elizabeth that she would be working all day. Then the girl promised him that she would apologize to him that evening. Leon smiled and said he would think about how she would make amends. Then Elizabeth told him that it was time for her to leave and asked him not to be bored. 20 minutes later, Leon was ready to go about his business and quickly reached the head office building. Leon saw that many people had gathered near the building, waiting their turn to enter. He walked into the building, greeted the receptionist at the front desk, and asked if they had any forms to fill out. The woman asked him to fill out the form and wait for notification, assuring him that it would not take long. Leon took the form and started filling it out. The woman was shocked when she saw the form and asked if he was really applying for the position of deputy director and asking for a salary of $3.5 million. Leon confirmed this, saying that this was exactly what he wanted. The woman apologized, saying that she would not send the form to the company's management for review. She told the main character that many liars like him come there every day. While they were talking, other girls came out and asked the administrator, Kelly, what was going on with the man. One of these girls, named Jessica, was the director's secretary and was inquiring about the situation while she was away. The other girl, Carmen, was a mid-level engineer in the technical department. Kelly explained to Jessica that Leon was there to apply for the vice principal position and she was trying to get rid of him. Jessica was surprised by this and asked if the man really wanted to work as a deputy director. She looked at the profile and told the protagonist that, given his age, it was difficult to take him seriously. Leon, surprised, asked Jessica if such a big company really cared about age. Then Jessica, surprised by Leon's answer, realized that it would be difficult to argue with him. She told him that due to his special situation, she needed to pass a simple test before accepting him into the company. After the test, she would help him put forward his candidacy for the position. Leon smiled and told Jessica that he would pass the test. Then Carmen opened the laptop in front of the protagonist. Jessica then told the protagonist that he could begin testing. Leon replied that he thought they needed someone more experienced, as he was afraid they might not understand his code. Carmen responded that Leon was talking too much and mentioned that many of the people present were senior engineers who would understand the code. Leon agreed, saying that he had warned them, but he would begin testing. He started typing quickly on his laptop. He entered many lines of code and thought that everyone present would not understand it. A guard approached the protagonist and asked what this hidden code was, since he had never seen anything like it before. Another guard suggested that the code might just be wrong. Carmen then took the laptop from Leon to see what he had achieved so far. She told him that she hoped it wasn't just a cheap trick. Carmen mentioned that her colleague had already informed the protagonist that all the code he had entered was incorrect and suggested that he leave the company. However, Leon crossed his legs. He reminded them that he had already told them that they would not understand the code. Jessica then said that she recognized the code. She remembered seeing similar code written by Mr. Santiago, although it was not as good as Leon's. Carmen then called her secretary, Kelly, and offered to inform Mr. Santiago about it. Kelly nodded, and about 10 minutes later, Santiago walked into the room, surprising everyone with his appearance. He asked what they were doing in the office and demanded to know why they had called him there. Jessica explained that the person working with them was Leon, who wanted to apply for the position of deputy director. The man asked if they were joking when they asked about Leon's age and if they all believed his story. Carmen told the protagonist that Santiago had spoken and that he needed to leave, stating that his code was just a meaningless string of characters. However, Leon stood up and showed the laptop to Director Santiago, asking him to look at his results first. Santiago looked closely at what Leon had done and was truly impressed. He asked Leon if he really wrote this code, stating that he himself had been trying to figure out the program for a long time. Then he praised Leon, calling him a genius. Carmen and Jessica were surprised because the protagonist was only about 20 years old, and they couldn't figure out where he acquired such skills. Then the protagonist shook Director Santiago's hand, asking if he was now suitable for the position of deputy director in his company. Santiago was happy and invited Leon to his office to continue discussing the matter. Once in the office, Santiago mentioned that he had just finished work and that the office was a mess. Then he asked Leon what he would like to drink, at which point Leon noticed a picture of his family on Santiago's desk. Then the main character suddenly asked if Santiago had any blueberry juice. Santiago was delighted, asked Leon if he liked blueberry juice, and said that they tasted the same. He added that they could get along well and offered the protagonist a place in his company. However, the hero asked Santiago not to jump to conclusions, and he also asked if he had the authority to hire him as deputy director. Santiago started thinking, realizing that he couldn't make this decision alone, and eventually he told the protagonist that he would appoint him as the deputy marketing director, and later he could become the CEO. Leon said he has hot blood and is willing to work hard, but he feels there is no place for him there. Santiago, however, said he understood. explaining that he was not a very sociable person and spent most of his time focusing only on business. Leon mentioned that if there was a position without financial restrictions and with enough freedom, he would like to return to China. Santiago agreed with him. At that moment, the hero thought that although Santiago was not one to cling to a foreign country, he should first get to know it better. Santiago then asked if Leon would like to see his current research project. He showed the protagonist his computer, explaining that they were working on a new security system, which was a major project for the company. He also mentioned that the program Leon had recently written was exactly what they needed. Leon realized at that moment that they seemed to have a project they wanted to take on. Santiago went on to explain that his direction is related to computer perception and steppers. They shook hands, and Leon said that they should work together to achieve the best result. Then Leon told Santiago that he needed to cook dinner for his wife and he would be back the next day. Director Santiago believed that he was a truly good person and an exemplary family man. After that, Leon went outside, enjoying the beautiful day. He quickly arrived at the hotel. By this time, Elizabeth also arrived at the hotel and asked Leon if he was bored of sitting there for so long. Leon replied that he wasn't really bored, but he needed some compensation. Elizabeth, in good spirits, assured him that she would do the task well. She also told the protagonist that after the meeting, Georgia took her to buy a gift for him and hoped that he would like it. She then started taking something out of her bag. When Leon saw the gift, he commented that Georgia had good taste and that he really liked it. However, the girl opened her eyes and discovered that Leon was holding women's underwear in his hand. Elizabeth, angry, called him a fool. After that, they ended up in bed. Leon told the girl that it was unexpected. She then informed him that she had to leave, but that she would try to finish her work a little earlier that day. Leon told her that everything was fine and that he could wait for her on the condition that she compensated him for everything that same evening. Elizabeth responded by calling him impudent and asking. An hour later, she told the protagonist that she was leaving. If he was bored, she offered him to go for a walk. Leon replied that he would be lonely without her. Then the girl asked him not to say such things. After Elizabeth left the hotel, Leon quickly began to prepare to go out. Dressed like a gentleman, Leon felt cheerful and ready to carry out his tasks. He left the hotel and headed to the parking lot where his car was waiting for him. At that moment, someone called out to him from behind. Leon turned around and saw Carson standing behind him. Leon told him that he was sorry that he had made him late and asked himself what that idiot was doing there. Carson, clearly upset, asked Leon to stay away from him. However, Leon, not at all embarrassed, told Carson that he knew someone in the building and could help him. However, he replied that he had made his own decisions and had come there to sign the contract, so he no longer needed any help from Leon. The hero replied that he would not interfere with Carson's business, and with these words he turned around and went about his business. Carson muttered that once he finished his business, he would take revenge on the protagonist. He was wondering what Leon was doing in this place. His assistant suggested that perhaps Leon was accompanying Elizabeth to a business meeting. Leon soon entered the building and headed to Director Santiago's office. To his surprise, there were other people in the room, and Director Santiago asked to be allowed to introduce these people to him. Their names were Sona and Roy, and they were both happy to meet him. Sona introduced Roy as the general manager of the marketing department and the head of the marketing department in their company, Roy. In turn, expressed his pleasure in meeting the protagonist, saying that if Leon joined their company, they would become colleagues. Then the main character shook Roy's hand. Just then, Jessica entered the room and told Roy that a client was waiting for him. Sona told Jessica that she would go to the client herself. Then the main character asked the girl if a man named Carson was waiting for her and if she knew him. Sona confirmed that it was indeed his name and asked if Leon had any tasks for her. Leon replied that he simply wanted to go with her and talk to him, and then he would take over the position. The director was very happy to hear this and asked if Leon would really stay in his company. The hero replied that he was touched by Santiago's sincerity, which made him decide to stay. Sona was happy that they would have a new employee and offered to register him right away. But Leon told her that there was no need to rush. He also mentioned that he wanted to prove himself on his first day on the job. At this time, Carson was sitting in the conference room waiting for the person who was supposed to come and resolve the issue. The woman asked Carson if they could wait as their new assistant director would be arriving later to sign the contract. Carson was shocked and asked the woman if the new deputy director would really come to sign the contract with him. His assistant smiled and told Carson that he was becoming more influential every day. Carson was proud of himself and told his assistant that of course he knew it. The man then asked the girl what the new deputy director in their department was like. The secretary replied that she had heard little, but she knew that the man had been promoted to deputy director and held a high status. The men were delighted that such an important person would come in person to sign the contract. At that moment, the door to the room began to open, and everyone stood up, waiting for the new person to enter. But suddenly Leon entered the room. Carson was surprised to see Leon and asked what he was doing there. Then Sona said that Leon was the new deputy director of their marketing department. Carson was shocked by this discovery, asking the woman what she had just told him. Leon then smirked and asked him if he was really that surprised to see him here. Then Carson, furious, pointed his finger at Leon, asking what the scoundrel had done to become the deputy director of the department. Leon said it was none of his business and they wanted to sign a contract. He added that he assumed there would be a lot of questions for someone like Carson. Carson was terrified and thought about attacking Leon, but when he tried to take a step, he felt severe pain. At that moment, Carson collapsed on the floor. His assistant rushed to him asking what happened, but despite his assistant's words, Carson did not answer and lay motionless, which alarmed his assistant. He quickly started calling someone, telling the protagonist that Carson's family wouldn't let this go so easily. However, Leon remained calm and said that they did not have the strength to do anything to him. The company employees watched Leon interact with these people and were impressed with their new colleague. Sona noted that Leon was so cool and that although she had seen contracts rejected before, this reaction was unlike anything she had ever seen. She then took Leon to her office and told him that this was his private office. If he needed anything, he could let her know. Leon replied that everything was fine and that he only needed a computer before he could start his new job. 7 hours later, Leon sat in his office, working non-stop on his computer. Director Santiago came into the room and told him that it was the first time he had seen someone as talented as him who worked so hard. Leon yawned and told the director that he had finished the project. Santiago noted that it would have taken his team at least 3 months to complete what Leon had accomplished in a few hours. He said he would go and report his success so they could promote him. However, Leon said that there was no need to ask anyone for a promotion and that, frankly, he was thinking about leaving. Santiago was shocked by Leon's words. Leon replied that he had decided to return to China. The director was surprised by Leon's statement and asked if he had received a better offer. However, Leon told the director that if someone was willing to lose all his money to provide him with the necessary funds and everything he needed, he would have the freedom to develop without restrictions. He asked if Santiago would consider returning in such a situation. Santiago then asked if Leon was laughing at him, saying that the capitalists were not fools and would not simply return to that order. At this moment, the director shook the protagonist's hand, and Leon said that he had something to tell him that might even interest him. He said that on behalf of the Lunsen Institute, he invited him to join them. The director was shocked. Leon explained that he was the director of the best scientific institute in Lunsen. Santiago, still digesting the information, asked if he had gotten the job there to be closer to him. Leon confirmed this and explained that 2 of his colleagues had already come to him earlier. Then he handed the director the source code of the chip, explaining that it could fully comply with foreign technologies. He added that since they cannot buy the necessary steppers, they will make them themselves. Then Santiago asked Leon if he was really not joking. Leon explained that their country was being questioned due to its lagging technology, and that their technology needed to be world-class. The director was very surprised by Leon's words. The hero understood Santiago's doubts and reassured him, saying that he had already deposited 3 billion and another billion was in his account. He assured Santiago that there would be no problems with finances and that freedom would be guaranteed. The director was amazed at how young Leon was and how he had accumulated so much wealth. Santiago studied the documents that Leon gave him and wondered whether he should agree to such an offer. He asked to give him some time to think about it. Leon agreed and asked Santiago not to forget about his team. He said he would take care of his team the way they deserved under socialism. Santiago expressed his joy that Leon had not forgotten about his team. Leon said that he would wait for Santiago's decision and as soon as he made it, he would send his plane for him. Santiago stood in front of the computer, thinking about Leon's words. He thought that he had his own moral and ethical standards of the criminal world. Santiago then turned on the computer and his program started working immediately. Later, he returned home and planned to rest, however. When he entered his house, he froze in shock. To his surprise, Leon was sitting in his house drinking coffee with his wife. Leon greeted Santiago with pleasure. Santiago was stunned and asked Leon how he found his house and what he was doing there. Leon explained that he was going to leave and that he and his family had already discussed their move. He said that Santiago's wife had agreed and he should prepare. Santiago was speechless, too stunned by the suddenness of it all. After that, Leon returned to his hotel. Elizabeth entered the room and said that she was free and they could return. She remarked that he must have been very bored sitting alone in the hotel for 2 days. Then the main character told the girl that he had been waiting for her, and now that she had finally arrived, they could spend time together. He asked her to go get dressed as he wanted to take her to a place he was sure she would like. A couple of hours later, Leon took the girl to an attraction with a large and beautiful Ferris wheel. Elizabeth was delighted and thanked Leon for remembering this, amazed at how thoughtful he had been. They rode the Ferris wheel, enjoying the moment and not wanting to part for a second. Elizabeth asked Leon to take a photo because the view was beautiful. He took a picture and they were both happy. Elizabeth thanked Leon for everything he did for her, saying it was the best vacation of her life. The next day, Leon returned to his country and immediately went to his company's office to check on his employees. Upon entering, he greeted his employees, telling them that he personally brought them chocolates. Lizzie was very happy to see Leon again and said it was great that he was back. Leon replied that it was a lot of fun, and by the way, he managed to get Santiago. Lizzie and Samuel were surprised and asked how the protagonist managed to do this. The girl was impressed and asked if Leon had really bribed Santiago, as he was known for his integrity. The protagonist then told them not to underestimate him, saying that he had used similar methods to save many girls. Then he asked how things were with Quechuang. The man replied that almost everything was ready. Some of the equipment had already been delivered, and asked if the old name of Lunson had changed. Leon said that he would not change the name until he personally dealt with Cisco, so as not to create unnecessary problems for himself. Then he informed them that, in addition to Santiago, his team would also be joining them. The students were shocked and praised him, saying he was incredible. Then the main character said that Santiago would be appointed director of the Scientific Institute because he was much more experienced than the others. Then he asked if his friends would agree to become deputy directors. Lizzie said she didn't mind and could even work as a secretary. Samuel also agreed, saying that it suited him. Leon told them that the deal was done. However, at that moment, someone called him. The man told the protagonist that it was Jason, the director of the Cisco factory, and that he heard that Leon was responsible for what happened at the factory. The man asked if they could meet, but Leon said he had no reason to meet. Jason then told the protagonist that he was at a grand hotel called the Dynasty, where drinks were waiting for him. Upon hearing about the Dynasty Hotel, Leon said he would come right away. The hero arrived at the hotel a few minutes later. Upon entering the hotel, he saw Jason sitting at a table and waiting for him. No one had ordered anything yet. Jason, seeing the guy, expressed his pleasure that his friend accepted the invitation and came to the hotel. Then the main character said that he was also glad to see him. Then Jason invited Leon to sit with them and assured him that he could order whatever he wanted. Leon sat down at the table. Then he told the waitress that for his first course he would like to order 4 Australian lobsters, abalone and bluefin tuna sashimi, as well as Ika. Jason was shocked by Leon's appetite and commented that there was too much food for just 3 people. He mentioned that they wouldn't be able to handle that many dishes. The protagonist then agreed with Jason, saying that he would not order any other dishes. At the end, Leon added that they needed the best wine. 1 bottle would be enough. A couple of minutes later, they were served wine. Then Jason told the protagonist that he was now in charge of a scientific and technical plant, and in the future they would be neighbors, which he thought was great. He mentioned that he would like to bring him up to speed. Leon was surprised and asked what business he would like to tell him about. Jason explained that the production line at his factory had stopped and that there was a lot of work going on there. And he told the protagonist that he wanted to donate 20% of his factory's output to his research and development plant. Leon was pleased with this and replied that it sounded great. He asked how much he would earn on this deal. Jason, noticing Leon's zeal, smirked. He mentioned that they pay 80 yuan for making chips. Hearing this, Leon became angry and asked how he could deal with people who offered such paltry sums. Jason explained that the foundryman's fee for the chip was 80 yuan, but he would have paid 100,000 for all the foundry work. Leon then told Jason that 80 times 100,000 was a lot of money and he would work it out on his calculator. A moment later, Leon was shocked to realize that it would amount to 8 million. Jason confirmed that the $8 million foundry fee was already high and he was willing to accept those terms. The protagonist then suggested rounding the amount up to 100 yuan per unit, so that the total would be exactly 10 million. Jason began to think about the offer because it was a big decision. He knew it wasn't easy, but he thought it through carefully. Then Leon said that he could help him in this way. Jason agreed that 100 yen was a fair price and said he would delay collecting for a couple of months. Then the protagonist expressed his dissatisfaction with this agreement. He told Jason that they had nothing more to discuss. At that moment, the girl sitting next to Jason nodded her head, letting him know that she seemed to have a plan. Jason then took out a bag of money, saying that he would give it to the protagonist. He said that there was 500,000 in it, which was more than his annual salary. Leon said that he could start with that amount and he could start using the factory's equipment and warehouses. Then Jason raised his glass, declaring the deal complete. Leon replied that he agreed. Leon stood up and said that he had some business to attend to and was leaving, but they could arrange to meet another day. At this point, Jason, excited, asked Leon not to leave. He reminded him that they had verbally agreed on everything, but the contract had not yet been signed. Leon asked Jason if they really needed to sign the contract. However, Jason told the protagonist that there was no need to contact his company and that they could sign the contract at the restaurant instead. The girl said that she had the contract in her hands and that he only needed to sign in the specified place. Then the protagonist assured her that he would sign it. He then started to walk away, satisfied that they had completed the deal. Jason told the girl that he didn't expect Leon to sell for only 500,000 and that he had greatly overpriced him. The girl started massaging Jason's shoulders, telling him that he was absolutely amazing. She mentioned that they had added a hold to the contract, and even if there were conflicts, they could suffer from this decision. However, Jason explained that not only had they solved the capacity problem, but they also had enough storage space, making them more powerful than others. He told the girl that he wanted his father to see that this little bastard could never compare to him. Just then, a woman approached Jason and told him that his account was 426,000, which shocked him. Jason was stunned and asked the waitress to repeat what she had just said. The waitress explained that Gentleman Leon had bought 2 more bottles of red wine before leaving, which explained the high bill. Jason was furious and asked how an idiot like Leon had the nerve to cheat him in a restaurant. He added that he would pay for his insolence. Meanwhile, Leon brought 2 bottles of wine to his company's office. Helga picked up one of the bottles and noted that the quantity of this series was very limited. Leon said that thanks to that idiot, he didn't spend a cent. He mentioned that he had been out of the office for quite a while and asked what had changed in the company during his absence. Helga informed him that she and Sean were interested in a couple more projects and were currently considering how much money to invest in them. Leon advised his team to be more careful about who they invest in to avoid similar situations. He asked Helga if she really wanted to invest in this Fenglan culture and whether she should invest in technology instead. Sean then responded that if their company had a good PR campaign, they would be able to cope with any future problems. Helga then poured herself some wine and said that a couple of days after opening their company, they were sued. She expressed her belief that it was necessary to invest in a PR company. The protagonist then asked his team if they had seen that Charlie was the legal entity of the company. Helga mentioned that the name sounded familiar to her. Then the protagonist took out a document and told his people that he would personally handle these investments. Helga started drinking wine and told the protagonist that the folder was there for a reason and that they should pay attention to it too. Leon reassured her, telling her not to worry. He said he knew exactly what to do with this information. Just at that moment, someone called the main character. The person told him that she had problems and she needed his help. Then the main character stood up and asked the caller what happened. He asked her to speak more slowly. The woman explained that when she went out to buy medicine for her mother, she accidentally spilled the healing wine on someone else's clothes and bag, and now they were asking for money. Then the main character said goodbye to his team and asked his friend where she was. A few minutes later, Leon arrived at a pharmacy called Health and Medicine. Vivian apologized to people, saying that she regretted what happened. The woman yelled at the student, accusing her of ruining the clothes and bag she had just bought. The man told Vivian that the bag was worth 20,000 and demanded that she pay for it. Vivian explained that she had just over 500 euros on her. She offered to give them all the money she had. Suddenly, the woman grabbed Vivian by the hair and started pulling her with all her strength. The woman threatened to kill her if she did not give her the entire amount. Vivian was in pain and couldn't run away. But just at that moment, a car drove up and stopped right in front of the scene. Leon opened the door, got out, and quickly walked towards the fighting people. He asked what was going on. The student quickly ran up to the main character and expressed her joy at seeing him there. The woman then asked Vivian if he was her boyfriend and demanded that he return her $20,000 for the bag. Leon asked the woman to calm down. He took out his phone and asked her where he should send the money. The woman replied that the payment had gone through and told Vivian that she had such a great boyfriend. She also wondered why Vivian hadn't called him earlier. The student told the protagonist that she now needed to give him another $20,000, but he asked her not to rush. He then told her that he had one task for her and asked her to come to his car first. Vivian was surprised and asked if Leon would like to offer her a job since she had just passed all her exams. Leon explained that he was short of workers and needed a secretary. He said her job would be to connect the business with Cisco, and she would need to quickly learn everything about a man named Jason. Vivian agreed to the job, telling him she would do her best. Leon expressed his approval and said that he would take her with him. He added that Jason was a pervert and that she should deal with him if necessary. Vivian assured Leon that she understood and would be careful. Soon he took Vivian home. Leon realized that it was already 11 and that Elizabeth had asked him to come at 11:30. He needed to hurry. Leon quickly reached the building where everyone was waiting for his arrival. Elizabeth stood next to a girl named Leah and asked Leon where he had been. She noted that everyone had been waiting for him for a long time. Leon apologized for being late and promised to make amends. The blonde noticed that Leon was still very busy, but he came to accompany Elizabeth to the class reunion, which she appreciated. She said that they had to go as she was very hungry. After that, they went inside together. Josie met them there and said that she was glad to see Elizabeth and Leah and that they were all finally together. Elizabeth introduced Josie as her mentor and teacher. Then she pointed to the man and said that he was her husband, Paul. Elizabeth told the protagonist that they were all her classmates. One was named Landon, another was Julian, and the girl's name was Victoria. Leon nodded and told all the former students that he was very glad to meet them in person. Josie told Elizabeth that Leah said she had such a handsome boyfriend and now she could see it for herself. Josie commented that Leon was much better than the brat from Yan'an. Then Paul invited Leon to come inside the house since the food was ready. There were already various fruits and sweets on the table. Elizabeth told Mrs. Josie that without her they would not have gathered as a group today. She expressed a desire to drink with everyone to her health and, of course, to the health of her husband. Josie asked Elizabeth what she was talking about because they were all like children to her. She came there as if it was her own home. Paul said it would be much nicer to hear such toasts at their wedding. Suddenly, the students asked Elizabeth and Leon to hurry up and set a wedding date, promising that they would wait for the wedding toast. Elizabeth was very surprised by this. Landon then said that he didn't think there was any need to rush into marriage, as there were many unreliable men in the world who couldn't offer anything more than a couple of $1,000 yuan. Elizabeth was angry at his words and told him not to talk such nonsense again. She defended Leon, saying that he was a very good man. She whispered to the main character that the student could only talk and play the accordion. She thought that he was already drunk, which is why he was talking such nonsense. Landon then asked Elizabeth if she had mentioned the accordion, saying it was his passion and that he could play a piece for them. Elizabeth was surprised and puzzled as to how he could hear what she was saying to the protagonist. Then Josie told Landon that she wanted him to play something for them because she had heard he was talented. The teacher started clapping her hands and told Landon that she hadn't heard him play the accordion in a long time. The student agreed to play, saying that he would do it because Miss Josie wanted him to. Proud of himself, he asked the band what kind of music they would like him to play. Paul told Landon that he could play Lake Baikal and that he had never played the song very well, although he could learn it. Landon agreed. Then he began to play a melody on the accordion. Josie was pleased and told Landon that he was doing very well. Josie then asked Leon if he liked the song, to which he replied that it was really cool. Landon then asked Leon if he was familiar with an instrument called the accordion, and if he would like to give him some tips on how to play it. Leon thought that, besides the piano, the system had gifted him with talent for other instruments, and he wondered if the guy was really trying to humiliate him now. Elizabeth became furious and said that this was impossible. She pointed out that Leon had never studied music. Landon then said that everything was okay and that he still wanted to hear it, adding that everyone present was like family. Paul agreed with Landon and told the protagonist not to be shy. Leon soon finished his food and told Landon that he had made too many mistakes and that there was no point in giving him advice. Josie and Paul were shocked by Leon's words. The other students also thought that Leon must be good at music. Landon then got angry and asked Leon if he really made so many mistakes. He also asked if Leon thought he was too smart. However, Josie asked Landon not to jump to conclusions. She suggested that they listen to what Leon had to say and see what he played for them now. Soon, Leon finished eating and told Landon that he didn't have enough time in the second part and that he was in too much of a hurry. He pointed out many other problems in the guy's game. Elizabeth was delighted and thought that there was nothing that Leon did not understand. The teacher and Paul were shocked, not believing that Leon could notice all the mistakes in the game. Landon then told the protagonist that he had played in front of professionals and wanted to hear Leon play for himself, noting that there was a big difference between their playing styles. Josie was pleased with the idea and told the protagonist that her student was right. Then the main character said that if the teacher wanted to hear him play now, he didn't mind. He stood up and asked the guests to let him show them how to play the melody of Lake Baikal correctly. Leon began to play the melody, confident that the students had never heard it performed like this. Josie and Paul were surprised because they never expected that Leon would be able to back up his words and play even better than they expected. Everyone at the table sat silently, listening to the melody, and it seemed to them as if it was taking them somewhere far away. After that, Paul said that Leon was really very good, almost a professional. Josie replied that when she listened to the song, it seemed to her that she saw a beautiful landscape. She added that it was all so incredible. Then the protagonist told Josie's teacher that she was too kind to him. He explained that it was not that difficult. However, Landon was unhappy with this and told the teacher that such a talent was not very useful now. He then thanked his teacher for what she made him into, and mentioned that his company was growing steadily and would soon reach the billion-yuan mark. Josie was very happy to hear this. Landon said Josie might not understand it, but he assured her that he was currently dealing with serious business with his company. He explained that the person they were negotiating the investment with was their classmate Helga, and their company was really cool. Leon and Elizabeth were stunned as they did not expect Landon to cooperate with Helga. Then Josie told Landon that she could only wish him success. Then Landon asked Leon where he works. He said that if Leon wants, he can invest in his company and give him money. Landon added that Elizabeth has a family business and she could help with investments, but the main character will need to work a lot for this. In response, Leon said that he did not need any investments. Landon put his glass of wine on the table and immediately asked Leon what kind of fool he would be to refuse such an offer. He said that Elizabeth would not save him from bankruptcy. In response, Leon said that he was taking too much liberty. At that very moment, someone knocked on the door. Then Leah opened the door and greeted the girl, telling her that she had come just in time. She added that they had just been talking about her. It was Helga who apologized to Josie's teacher for being late. She explained that she had a lot of work. Landon immediately stood up and asked Helga if she wanted to sit next to him. However, Helga smiled and replied that Landon shouldn't have said such things. Josie asked Helga to sit down, saying that she would go and get her some cutlery. Helga thanked the teacher, but suddenly froze in place, surprised. She approached the main character and asked what he was doing here. Leon explained that Elizabeth had invited him there. Landon was surprised to hear this and asked Helga what she called Leon. Helga told Landon that she called Leon boss and immediately asked if they knew each other. Then the main character looked at the guy and thought that the student had just realized his. Landon was shocked and asked Leon if he was really the head of the famous Lin Yi company. Helga asked Landon if Leon seemed like a boss. She mentioned that he had a lot of money and owned the Twin Towers. She added that Leon's cars were worth more than 60 million yuan and that he still had time to make more investments. Helga then asked why Leon didn't tell her that he would be there himself. After the meeting, they went outside and Elizabeth asked the teacher to take care of her health, hoping that they would meet again soon. Landon then approached the protagonist and asked if he was busy and wanted to play golf after lunch. The protagonist then immediately hugged Helga and Elizabeth and asked Landon what was interesting about golf, stating that he had more interesting things to do. Then he left, still hugging the girls. Leon then asked Helga what was going on with Fenglin Company and what she had learned about the company. Helga told the protagonist that Cassandra had contacted her that day and made an offer, and she said that when she was asked if she intended to invest there, she said yes. Then the protagonist asked to arrange a meeting with Cassandra for the next day at the Bandau Hotel, where they could discuss all the issues. However, Elizabeth asked how much longer they could talk about work and suggested they have some fun instead. Then Helga said that she didn't want to be the third wheel and that this was too much. Instead, she suggested that they go have some fun together. Elizabeth asked what she was talking about, asking if she wanted to invite her to go swimming. Helga was surprised, thinking that it would have been better not to go with them, and she didn't want to interfere with their romance. She told the protagonist and Elizabeth that they would be fine without her and quickly ran away. After Helga left, Leon and Elizabeth came to the pool, and the girl immediately dived into the water. After a while, Elizabeth swam and began to climb out of the pool. Meanwhile, Leon continued to watch Elizabeth. She was surprised and asked Leon why he was looking at her like that. Then the protagonist pulled Elizabeth towards him. He invited her to become his CEO, saying that he wanted to quickly integrate all available resources by the end of the year. Leon told the girl that if she joined him, he would be very happy. Elizabeth replied that Chaoyang's company had not lived up to expectations, and she was afraid that no one would like her sudden change of company. However, Leon reassured her, saying that if she got tired, he would help her and do whatever she asked. Then the girl said that she would think about it. The next day, Leon took Elizabeth to his Chaoyang company. He said goodbye to the girl, thinking that he would wait for the day when she could work with him. At that very moment, Hannah appeared behind Leon. He was surprised and asked where she was going. Hannah then asked Leon if he remembered the Qingfeng project, mentioning that the company owed them more than 10 million yuan. She added that that witch, Lily, had been troubling them. Leon asked Hannah if they hadn't paid back the debt for all this time, and also expressed his intention to go with her to deal with the hyenas. Hannah thanked Leon, mentioning that she would definitely feel much calmer next to him. The protagonist then called the man and instructed him to send someone to the gate of the Chaoyang company. Half an hour later, Leon and Hannah arrived at the company, and Leon thought to himself that he would quickly teach the debtor a lesson for being late. Soon after, another car pulled up. Cole greeted Leon and asked what the orders were. Leon told his men that they would enter the building and demand the debt be repaid, and he told them to wait outside for further instructions. Leon and Hannah entered the building, where the secretary asked who they were looking for and if they had an appointment that day. Hannah introduced herself and Leon, mentioning that the company owed them millions 4 months ago. Hannah told the administrator that she wanted to discuss this with Director Li, as he owed them 11 million yuan. The receptionist apologized, explaining that Director Li was meeting guests and would not have time to receive them, and she said that they both had to leave. The protagonist then responded by saying that if they didn't want to solve it the easy way, they would do it the hard way, and he would go look for Director Li himself. The administrator was furious and threatened to call security if Leon tried to break into the office. At that time, in the CEO's office, Leroy told Miss Cassandra that the final payment of 600,000 yuan had been made. Fenglin Culture's manager, Cassandra, took the check Leroy gave her and thought he was doing a good job. Cassandra said she hoped he would keep up the good work, mentioning that it was hot. Leroy said he would put his full trust in the company. Just at that moment, the door to the CEO's office opened. Leon entered the office, greeted Leroy, and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The administrator ran after the main character and told Leroy that she couldn't stop them. Then the protagonist asked Leroy if it was time to pay off the debt for their project, which was 11 million. Leroy said that at the moment he was in a bad financial situation and offered to come back later. However, Leon sat down next to him and asked who Leroy was trying to deceive. He gave him 10 minutes to collect the money and pay off the debt. Leon warned that if the debt was not paid, Lee would lose the company. Hannah also told Leroy that they wouldn't cause trouble without a reason. She also mentioned that your firm's PR and legal departments would not have tolerated such treatment, but they did not want to damage their reputation. Leroy told Hannah that Cassandra's company was now working for him, and he no longer had to worry about his reputation. Leon turned around thinking that this couldn't be true. He was shocked, not expecting to meet her there. Leon looked at Cassandra and thought that the world was small since they met by chance, without an appointment. Leroy became angry and asked the manager why she was still standing there, demanding that she call a security guard to sort out the situation. Leroy then told the protagonist that even if he broke both his legs in the office, it wouldn't matter to him. At that moment, Leon's men dealt with Leroy's guards, knocking them to the ground. Cole and his men entered the room, armed and ready to carry out whatever orders Leon gave them. Leroy looked at Cole with confusion and asked why he came here with his men and why he attacked his men by offering him a cigarette. Suddenly, Cole grabbed Leroy by the shoulder and told him that anyone who crossed the protagonist would pay immediately. Leroy was shocked to realize that Leon was the boss. Then the protagonist said that no one would help him now and that they would round up the amount to 15 million yuan with interest. Leroy was stunned and asked Leon why the percentage was so high. Then the protagonist, furious, asked Leroy if they could exchange the interest for one of his legs. Leroy was horrified and begged Leon not to be angry, assuring him that he would pay the full amount. Leon took the check and told Hannah that they could leave since they had finished all their business. Leroy exhaled and told Cassandra that he hoped she would now put pressure on the Caoyang company, adding that he wanted them all to feel the full extent of his indignation. Cassandra then told Leroy that she understood his words and assured him that as long as he paid her, she would do everything in her power to solve the problem. She also mentioned that she had a meeting with her new investor soon. After Cassandra arrived at the Bandau Hotel, she began to look around for her investor. Cassandra noticed a man sitting there and asked Leon if he had arrived. However, at that moment she froze in surprise, shocked by the person sitting in front of her. Cassandra asked Leon if he was the head of the Lin Yi company and if he was the one who came to see Director Leroy about Hannah's debt. Then the main character pulled out a chair for the girl and thought that he had managed to surprise her. Cassandra admitted that Leon caught her off guard. She told the protagonist that their funding plan was already at 14 million and asked if he had looked at their work plan. Leon replied that he had not yet become familiar with their plan, but he would give them 20 million to implement it. Cassandra asked if Leon really wanted to invest an extra 6 million for no reason, assuming that he was trying to get her attention. However, Leon replied that she was thinking too much and explained that he wanted 36% of the shares, which was his condition. Then Cassandra said that with a normal shareholder, 20 million would provide 32%. Leon assured her that other companies cannot offer so much money, and buying shares would not be a loss for him. Cassandra agreed with the main character and said that if he was so generous, she would forget about the incident with Leroy. Just at that moment, someone called the girl. She told the caller that she had already asked him not to call her, asking if her brother was home and where he was. She said that she was negotiating and could not talk on the phone, promising to call back later. Leon overheard the conversation and immediately asked her what happened. Cassandra assured him that nothing special, just that her father had not coped with something and he needed her help. She said that she would go to him. Leon watched her and felt that something was wrong. He knew something was wrong. At that moment, Vivian called him, and he thought that he should find out more about the conversation with the investor. Vivian confirmed that she heard the news about Cisco yesterday. She said that it seemed that Cisco had plans to expand the foundry, but she did not know when it would be implemented. Then the protagonist asked Vivian to wait for him at the factory and find 2 excavators, instructing her to take them to the factory grounds as quickly as possible. Within a couple of minutes, the excavators were already installed on the plant's premises. Vivian informed the protagonist that the excavators had arrived. Then the main character said to inform all the drivers to demolish a couple of internal warehouses and do it quickly. Vivian was surprised and asked Leon why he decided to do this. Leon told her to do everything as he instructed, assuring her that they would be stopped. Vivian then approached the drivers and informed them that the boss had ordered them to demolish 4 warehouses and dig a hole 2 meters deep. The drivers were very surprised and said that these were very good warehouses and it would be a shame to demolish them. However, Leon told the drivers not to talk and promised that if they worked quickly, he would give them an extra 500 yuan for every day they worked. The drivers were delighted with the offer and assured Leon that they would quickly demolish all the warehouses. At this time, Leon was sitting at the table and eating sweets, watching the drivers work. At that very moment, his phone rang. Leon realized that his plan worked. Then Vivian said that Jason was calling him and asked if he wanted to answer. However, Leon told her to remain calm as he was sure there was an informant there, which he believed was why Jason knew about their every move. Meanwhile, the drivers were about to start work, but at that moment Jason arrived and ordered the drivers to stop demolishing the warehouses. Leon greeted Jason enthusiastically, saying he was glad to see him. Jason became angry and asked Leon why there were 2 excavators on the construction site and what he intended to do with them. Leon explained that he planned to demolish all the warehouses and dig a large pond there to raise koi carp for transport. He also mentioned that he had been unlucky lately as he spent the money he was given in just 2 days. Jason told the protagonist that he would give him another 200,000, but insisted that Leon hand over control of the warehouse to him. However, Leon responded that this was too much. He said that if he handed over the management of the warehouse to Jason, then he would effectively become the director of the factory. Then Jason signaled to his secretary. He told the protagonist that he would rent his warehouses and store Cisco products in them, which would be beneficial to everyone. Leon replied that if he took control of the warehouses at the factory, any problems that arose would be his responsibility, not theirs. Jason smiled evilly in response, thinking that Leon had been stupid in giving away 4 warehouses for only 200,000. Soon, the assistant handed the main character a contract and said, Jason told the protagonist to sign the contract now so they could continue their business. However, Leon showed him his phone and explained that he needed to receive payment first before signing the contract. Jason realized he had no choice. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone that the transfer of $200,000 was successfully completed. Then he signed the contract and told Jason that they would hand over the production line and warehouse to him. Assuring him that he would be satisfied, Leon wished him success in business and wealth, but reminded him not to forget his help. Jason replied that he would never forget Leon's help and that he still had a lot to do that day. Just at that moment, Vivian approached the protagonist and asked why he was giving away all the warehouses. Leon said he did it for $200,000. Later, Jason returned home and told his father that he had news for him. However, when Jason saw Cassandra in the house, he asked why she didn't tell him she was coming to visit. Cassandra explained that she didn't want to disturb him since he was so busy with things every day. His father invited Jason to have tea with them, telling him to tell him all about their affairs. Jason told his father that the Quechuan conveyors were now completely under his control. Then his father stood up and asked if it was true. Jason said that it wasn't just that. Besides, he was now managing the warehouse. Jason pulled out the document and showed it to his father, saying that under the contract, their people could do whatever they wanted with the warehouse. His father told him that he was doing well and that he should keep it up. Jason responded that he not only completed all of his assignments well, but also exceeded expectations, promising that he would never let his family down. Jason's father praised him for a job well done and mentioned that once the project was completed, he could return to the family company. Then Jason thought about Cassandra. He believed that she would never succeed because she lacked his intelligence. Suddenly, Cassandra asked Jason who was responsible for Kwang and how he could do such a stupid thing, being so brazenly deceived. Jason asked what stupid thing she meant and explained that she had no idea how much effort he had put into the matter, reminding her that she had only recently graduated from college. The father told the girl that she was thinking about it too much. He assured her that the contract had already been signed. At that very moment, Cassandra took her wallet and told her father that she would not disturb them and that they could solve their problems on their own. As Cassandra drove, wondering why all her relatives were so stupid and didn't understand the obvious, she realized that she should check out the Quechuan company, thinking that there might be a hidden catch. Meanwhile, Leon had already arrived in Zhuzhe. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, Santiago called him. Leon looked at Elizabeth, who was still fast asleep, and thought that it was good that no one had disturbed her. He asked why Santiago was calling so late and if he knew any etiquette. Santiago then explained that he wanted to return to China and discussed it with the team. They booked tickets and would arrive in Zhonghai the next day. Leon told Santiago that he would pick him up tomorrow and learned that 22 people and their families would be arriving with the scientist. After that, he still decided to rest a little. The next morning, Leon looked at the hotel and thought that since Santiago was arriving in the afternoon, he needed to quickly sort out the issue of their accommodation. Then Leon entered the hotel and began to look around. At the entrance, he met Felicia, who asked if he needed an apartment and how she could help him. Felicia explained that their company, Longjin Home, is well known for selling residential apartments of all classes, adding that although their prices were a little higher than others, they were worth the investment. Leon thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place and apologized for wasting her time. A man nearby explained that after learning the prices, the poor man changed his mind. It was clear to him that he could not afford such expensive houses. Felicia then asked Leon to ignore these people and assured him that if they couldn't find a suitable apartment, they would continue searching together. However, Leon explained that the problem was not about money. He still remembered seeing their villas, but now they seemed like simple houses. The workers overheard this conversation and assumed that Leon was worried about losing his dignity, adding that if they were in his place, they would simply leave quietly. Felicia assured Leon that the Long Company also had villas and she could show them to him. The workers, knowing that the cheapest villas there cost over 200 million yuan, noted that Leon gave the impression of being poor, and they urged him to stop wasting his time, as it was a shame for him to continue this farce. Despite their ridicule, Felicia began showing the protagonist the layouts of their villas, mentioning that their villas had incredible views, and that the most luxurious one cost 360 million yuan. The protagonist then told Felicia that he understood her explanation and that she did not need to continue. One of the workers asked why Leon had suspended work, noting that 360 million yuan was too much. However, Leon assured the worker that he was mistaken in his assumptions. He said that he was buying the most expensive villa and would even pay the entire amount in advance. Felicia froze in surprise. The workers were also puzzled and realized that they had made a mistake. Felicia asked if it was true that he wanted to buy villa number 1, the most luxurious villa among them, and realizing that he had serious intentions, the girl said that she would go and use his card to pay and then draw up the contract. The worker asked Leon how much money he had on his card to buy a villa worth more than 300 million yuan. At that moment, the workers ran to the protagonist, saying that everything was ready, his card was ready, the contract was sealed, and he only needed to sign it to complete the purchase. The worker could not believe his ears and realized that Leon was not lying. The woman then looked at the worker angrily and informed him that he would be fined 10,000 yuan for being rude to customers. Later, Leon arrived at the airport to meet Santiago. As he entered the airport, he noticed a girl standing nearby. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He thought she was exceptionally beautiful, and there seemed to be an unusual aura around her. The girl's name was Rosalind, and she continued to wait for someone at the airport, lost in her thoughts. She was very beautiful, but after a few seconds she noticed that Leon was staring at her, which made her feel uneasy. Rosalind began to distance herself from him and said the exit was over there. Just at that moment, Santiago appeared and headed towards the protagonist. Leon noticed the man and saw that Rosalind was also glad to see them. She had also been waiting for these people. They all went towards Santiago to greet him. Then the girl asked Leon why he kept following her. Leon explained that he was not following her and was also there to meet people. Rosalind was surprised, thinking that she had no idea that this man knew Santiago. She then shook the man's hand, and he told her it was an honor to meet the mayor in person. Leon overheard their conversation and was surprised, wondering if this girl was the mayor. Rosalind told Santiago that his return to China would have a profound impact on the high-tech industry, and she explained that she simply had to come to the airport herself to meet such a respected person like him. Santiago replied that as long as he could be of use to his country, he would be happy to help in the development of technology. The woman said she had thrown a banquet for him and his team to celebrate his arrival and suggested they go together, adding that the airport was too crowded and not the right place to talk. However, Santiago said that he would not be able to attend the banquet because he already had an appointment with the man who was behind her. Rosalind turned around, saw Leon, and wondered if it was really him. The hero apologized, saying that Santiago should have gone with him. Leon asked the man if he was hungry. Rosalind replied that all she had to do was agree with him. They all went out to the parking lot, got into the car, and Santiago immediately asked Rosalind and Leon if they had met before. Rosalind greeted Leon, mentioning that she was in charge of the city's economy and politics. Leon also introduced himself, saying that he was the director of the Lunsen Institute. Rosalind was surprised and asked Leon if he was really the head of Lunsen. She told him that she had not expected the director of the Lunsen Institute to be so young and to know Mr. Santiago. Then the main character replied that he, too, did not expect such a young woman to become the mayor of the city. He explained that he and Santiago had been planning to secretly develop a design for a lithography machine, and that was why he had come back. Rosalind asked if they really wanted to develop their own steppers with Santiago, and if they were afraid of being left with nothing. However, Leon replied that he was good at thinking and managing his money and energy, and that he had thought everything through carefully from the very beginning. He said that perhaps in the future he could become an example for the new generation. At this moment, Rosalind thought about Leon's words. Santiago told the mayor that Leon was actually also an expert in computer chips, and that he was as skilled as Santiago himself. Then the girl smiled and told Santiago that she finally understood why he decided to return to China. She added that Santiago returned to China because she and the main character shared mutual sympathy. A few minutes later, they all arrived at the Bandao Hotel. Rosalind told the protagonist that she had no opportunity to invite him to the airport, but she would arrange another place. Suddenly, he said that she shouldn't do this. She was surprised and asked why he didn't want to rent a room. Then the protagonist smiled and explained that it was his hotel and he did not need to book a room in his own hotel. Mayor Rosalind was surprised and asked Leon how this hotel could belong to him too. Then she said that if that was all, she would invite them all to come to the restaurant. Manager Wang met them there and informed the protagonist that the banquet hall and guest rooms were ready. They all entered the restaurant and were met by Lizzie and Samuel, who told Mr. Santiago that they were very glad to see him there. Santiago bowed and asked everyone not to be nervous, adding that soon they would all become colleagues and work together. Then Santiago told everyone that he believed that with their joint efforts, the world would soon adopt a new generation of lithography technology. The protagonist then asked Rosalind if she could say a few words, but Rosalind said that she didn't think it was the right time to speak. Despite her hesitation, Leon handed her the microphone and insisted that she was wrong and that her authority would help steer everyone in the right direction. Rosalind said it embarrassed her, but she assured him she would help everyone in the tech industry. However, Leon continued to pass the microphone to the girl, urging her to speak so that everyone knew her position. A couple of hours later, Leon told the girl that he would take her home himself, but the girl replied that there was no need for him to do so. She told him that if she drove a luxury car tomorrow, the whole town would know about it, after which she said goodbye to him. Later, Rosalind returned home and thought she should talk to her father. Her father, who was sitting on the sofa reading the news, asked how her meeting with Santiago went. Rosalind said that Santiago would stay and explained that he had been invited by a very good person to work on development projects. Her father found out about the lithographic machine and told the girl that she was right. This man had great ambitions, and all this was very important. She then assured her father that he did not need to be nervous as she already had a plan. She said that there was nothing she could not handle. At that moment, Leon entered the room and sat down on the sofa. He realized that now this issue was resolved. He had time to start his new career. At that moment, Lena appeared before the main character and asked him to open a new career in the system, saying that she missed him. Leon told Lena that he was also very happy to see her there. He had started a new profession. He learned that this was a new career for a clinician and that he could get 80% of Baba's shares as a reward. Leon said the reward was great and that Baba's shares would make things much easier. After that, he went out to the parking lot. He opened the trunk of his car and noticed a box there. When he opened the box, he saw that it contained all the tools needed for a career as a clinician. Leon was glad of this, but also thought that although he had the mind of a sage, it was still not enough. Then someone called the protagonist and introduced himself as the head of the HR department of Huashan Hospital. The man said that they had news to share. The head of the hospital congratulated Leon, informing him that he had passed the selection and certification, and they were expecting him at the hospital the day after tomorrow. He then arrived at the Lin Yi Corporation. When Helga saw Leon in the office, she asked him what he was doing there. Leon explained that he had bought the remaining 80% of Baba's shares, making it his subsidiary. Helga was surprised by his words, and Leon told her that they needed to go there to fill out the paperwork. Helga and Sean couldn't believe their boss's words, so they asked Leon if he had really bought all of Baba's shares. Then the protagonist sat on the sofa and told them that he needed important data from the company. He instructed everyone to quickly prepare everything, as he wanted to move their head office to Shanghai. Then Sean told him that he would take care of everything. Helga commented that Leon first made the two of them play spy and then suddenly bought Baba's company. She told a colleague that she was probably going to have a heart attack soon. Leon then told Helga that he really enjoyed giving someone a job and asked if she thought he was a nice guy. The girl, highly appreciating Leon's self-esteem, told him that he really was the best boss in the world. Later, Leon went to visit Elizabeth. The girl replied that she was also at home and had been waiting for her beloved for a long time. She came closer to the main character and asked why he returned home so late. She told him she smelled wine and asked if he had really been out all night. Then the protagonist smiled and explained that today was a good day and there was something to celebrate. He shared that he bought out Baba's company, which, in his opinion, was very cool. Then Leon explained to Elizabeth that in terms of clothing, housing, food, and transportation, everything was settled. Only food and housing remained to be taken care of, but they would be resolved soon. The girl then advised the protagonist not to rush into his business plan and mentioned that it was time to see how other companies would react. Leon thought about it and agreed, telling Elizabeth that she was right. He believed that his sudden appearance could make all the people unite. Leon added that competitors would try to immediately push him out of the market and take a defensive position, which he thought was a wise move. Then Elizabeth kissed Leon, approving of all his actions. She said that now they needed to go to Yangcheng and arrange everything. Then the protagonist suggested that they talk about it closer to their departure, since he had a lot to do and perhaps did not have time to go himself. Elizabeth asked if Leon left everything regarding the company to the rest of the team. She was curious about what kind of business he was in. Then the protagonist ran his finger across Elizabeth's face and told her that he had changed his profession and would now be a doctor at Huashan Hospital. Elizabeth was shocked and asked him if he really wanted to be a doctor. She said she couldn't imagine him as a doctor and suggested he just quickly buy some equipment for the hospital. Then the protagonist asked her why she thought so, explaining that he was a versatile person and was confident that he could even work as a doctor. Then he asked her if she had any faith in his abilities. Elizabeth told the protagonist that she wanted him to convince her of his strength. She pushed the guy away from her and asked him to stop acting like a fool. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that she had recently set her sights on a piece of government land and wanted to participate in the tender. Then she learned that Carson from Hong Kong was also participating and insisted that he go with her. Leon agreed with her and asked if she had any information about the other applications, as this was all very important. Elizabeth explained that the Qin family's Hanhai and Yuandong companies would also be bidding alongside her. Leon listened carefully as Elizabeth said that with these three giants participating, their chances of winning the tender were slim. But Leon assured her that it didn't matter because they had something their competitors didn't have: a price advantage. The next morning, Leon and Elizabeth arrived at the tender center early. Carson stood in front of them, not happy to see Leon. Leon smiled at him, and then Carson noticed that Elizabeth was no longer of interest to him, suggesting that there was no longer any need to provoke him. He then advised the protagonist not to participate in the tender, stating that they had no chance of winning. Leon, however, remained unperturbed and said that in the end they would find out who could win the auction. As Leon was about to leave, Carson's assistant asked him to wait, assuring him that after the competition they would give the protagonist a sweet life. But Carson said that they had to go, as he had to meet with Mayor Rosalind. The aide told Carson that he had heard that Mayor Rosalind was very beautiful and accomplished, and that her family's power was terrifying. Carson responded by saying that it was logical and understandable, especially since Mayor Rosalind was so young, but already held such a high position with power behind her, and everyone in Zhanghai treated her with great respect. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth went to the waiting room. The hero noticed that a lot of people had arrived. Suddenly, Charlie entered the room and, noticing Leon, was glad to see him. He offered to take them to the VIP room so they could rest a bit. Leon was surprised when he asked if there were VIP rooms. Charlie explained that people like them usually waited there for the competition to open, and they could sit together. But Leon told Charlie that they were no different from everyone else. Then Charlie jokingly told the main character that he was just jealous because he didn't know about the VIP room. At this moment, Leon was noticed by Harvey, the deputy director of Yuandong Company, who was very happy to see him. Harvey shook the protagonist's hand and remarked that he thought there would be no competition that day, but upon seeing him, he changed his mind. Leon explained that he himself did not participate in the tender. It was his girlfriend from the Chaoyang Company. Harvey noted that Elizabeth was a very famous beauty among her friends and a real talent, and he was glad to see her. Elizabeth, in turn, asked Harvey, as a friend, to show mercy so that she could win the tender. At that moment, Leon put his hand on Harvey's shoulder, explaining that sometimes they needed to give way to the younger generation. Just at that moment, a man entered the waiting room and announced that the tender would soon begin. Leon and Elizabeth sat down in their seats. When Leon looked at his beloved, he noticed that she was talking excitedly on the phone. He asked her what happened, and she explained that the person in charge of this deal was Mayor Rosalind. Elizabeth said that she wanted to greet her, but the mayor did not answer her call. Leon stood up and thought about how to quickly solve this problem. He told the girl that he would talk to Mayor Rosalind. He then went out into the hallway and texted Mayor Rosalind, telling her that he was also in the waiting room and wanted to talk to her. Mayor Rosalind responded by asking how Leon knew she was there and telling him that she would be out in 5 minutes. But she was not alone. At this point, Charlie asked Leon what he was doing, implying that he was trying to get through the back door. Charlie informed the protagonist that Mayor Rosalind was not just an ordinary person. However, Leon started to climb the stairs and told Charlie to just follow him, adding that he talked too much. Suddenly, Leon noticed Carson standing at the door of Mayor Rosalind's room with flowers in his hands. Charlie asked Leon if it was Carson, assuming he had come in through the back door. Then he wondered out loud why he was holding a bouquet of roses. Leon replied that perhaps Carson was waiting for someone and suggested that a pesky man like him was only there to cause trouble. Suddenly, Carson looked at Leon and Charlie, saying that they were both late. Charlie jokingly asked if Carson had asked Mayor Rosalind out on a date, but Carson denied it, although he mentioned that it would happen soon. He then told Charlie that he was first in line and that he and his friend would have to wait. At that moment, the door to Rosalind's room opened, however, when she saw who was there. She froze in surprise. She was amazed at how many people had gathered outside. Carson then handed her flowers, saying that he brought them especially for her, and the protagonist immediately told him to get out of the way. Then he suddenly hugged Mayor Rosalind. Leon told Carson that Mayor Rosalind came out of her room to see him. Carson froze in surprise. Leon then started walking with Mayor Rosalind, and Charlie, shocked, wondered what he was doing. The boy quickly called his father, explaining that the tender was a waste of their time, as Leon seemed to have received the plot of land under the mayor's influence. His father told him not to say such nonsense, reminding him that she had a heart of steel, but Charlie claimed to have seen Leon flirting with her. Meanwhile, Mayor Rosalind was furious. She demanded to know what Leon was doing and ordered him to let her go. Leon explained that the man with the flowers was trying to harass her. He told Mayor Rosalind that he was simply pointing out the offender's intentions. Rosalind then asked Leon why he was looking for her and if he really wanted to get a loan for the project. Leon explained that he attended the tender and asked her to give Chaoyang Company a chance. He stressed that Chaoyang had no problems with qualifications or reputation, and that they had used all available resources wisely. Rosalind asked if Leon really believed that was how things worked, suggesting that he expected her to abuse her official position. Then the protagonist asked her not to be so categorical, reminding her that they all knew why she came to Zhanghai, and that it was no longer a secret. Mayor Rosalind was shocked by his words, but Leon assured her that if she gave him a little time, he would reveal the truth. He then commented on her soft waist, but noted that she had a strong character. When Leon was about to leave, Rosalind became furious and wanted to yell at him, but he no longer listened to her. At this point, Carson approached Elizabeth and said that Leon was amazing because he could sleep with the mayor to win the affection of his beloved. Elizabeth, angry, asked Carson what he was talking about. However, Carson continued to stand next to her and insisted that he was not lying when he claimed to have seen it all with his own eyes. He said Leon was recently seen hugging Mayor Rosalind. In response, the girl told him to stop talking nonsense. She explained that Leon didn't even know the mayor. Just at that moment, Leon approached them and asked what they were talking about. Elizabeth then pulled Leon towards her, explaining that it was now their turn to submit documents for the tender and that they needed to go. Charlie silently told the protagonist that it was cool. A few minutes later, Elizabeth took the stage. Everyone listened attentively to her words, and then the host introduced the Hanhai Company. Afterwards, Elizabeth and Leon went outside, and she expressed relief that they were finally finished. She suggested celebrating their successful deal. Leon, however, told the girl that tomorrow was his first day at work and that celebrating was not the best idea yet. The girl then suggested that he go home and rest, while she would go to the spa with Helga to relax. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital. People were standing outside the hospital asking for help. One man explained that his grandfather suddenly had a stomach ache and couldn't get up. The man ran up to the girl and asked her not to move. He introduced himself as a good doctor. The doctor said that her grandfather had acute appendicitis and needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. He explained that if they didn't act quickly, her grandfather could die. The girl was shocked and asked the doctor if her grandfather really had acute appendicitis. At this point, Leon came up and asked the doctor why he was so sure of the diagnosis. The furious doctor replied that he could not be mistaken, since the symptoms were clearly those of acute appendicitis. However, Leon calmed the girl down, telling her not to be nervous and not to listen to everything the doctor said. He explained that her grandfather was not in any danger and he would recover. Leon suggested that the grandfather probably ate something bad that morning, which caused his stomach to swell, but it was not acute appendicitis. The doctor yelled at Leon, asking if he really doubted his competence, considering he was a doctor at Huashan Hospital. In response, Leon told the doctor to go to the nearest pharmacy and buy lactobacilli and galactosidace for his grandfather. The girl took the piece of paper from Leon where he had written down the medications and said that she would go get them immediately. A few minutes later, the girl returned and told the main character that she had bought everything he asked for. The granddaughter asked Leon what would happen to her grandfather next. Leon began to examine his grandfather's stomach. At that moment, he woke up, coughing heavily, and came to his senses. The granddaughter was very shocked and asked her grandfather how he was feeling. Grandpa said that he felt much better now thanks to the protagonist. Then Leon explained that it was clear from the very beginning that Grandpa did not have acute appendicitis, as some thought. The doctor from Huashan Hospital, still puzzled, asked Grandpa if he was really no longer sick. The grandfather, angry, asked the doctor if he really wanted him to get sick. He wondered what kind of doctor he was, considering that he could not distinguish bloating from other symptoms. Then the main character told them that he had to leave because he was late. He asked the girl to take care of her grandfather's health. Finally, the girl asked Leon to wait and asked his name, mentioning that she hadn't even paid him. However, Leon assured her that he did not need any payment. The girl was surprised and realized that he was a noble man. Soon, Leon came to the hospital. He approached the office and knocked on the door. He was told he could go in, and when he did, he noticed the doctor who had misdiagnosed his grandfather with acute appendicitis was standing there. The doctor's name was Jasper, and he was standing next to a girl named Sasha. The doctor asked Leon if it was really him again. Leon replied that he was also a doctor, so there was no need to be surprised. At this point, Dr. Shelley asked the people if they were newcomers. Jasper introduced himself as a cardiac surgeon and mentioned that they had met before. Shelley then explained that initially they would all be emergency room physicians, and that after a month they would be able to return to their respective specialties. Leon told Dr. Shelley that he had no objections and would accept any job. Shelley was glad to hear such words from the new doctor. Jasper, however, was angry and thought that Leon was a pretender. He didn't know that his uncle was the head of the cardiac surgery department. At that moment, a girl appeared behind them and silently watched them. Dr. Shelley then introduced the new arrivals to the head of the department, Leanna. She instructed the interns to follow her into the room. Leanna took all the new arrivals to the cardiac surgery department, then asked the deputy to handle the distribution of tasks for the new recruits. At that moment, the deputy saw Jasper and thought that he would finally be able to communicate with his nephew. He then said that he had carried out many operations and was exhausted, and asked Leanna to take over, suggesting that she was better suited to work with newcomers. Leanna nodded and said she would take care of the newcomers. She told the new arrivals that 2 of them would have to work night duty together that evening and asked who would like to volunteer. Jasper asked Leanne if he could stay with her, suggesting that they both go to the emergency room to work a shift together. He thought it would be a good idea to stay close to Leanna. He couldn't stay on duty alone. The girl then told Jasper that he could stay in the room while she took the other 2 to the emergency room. Jasper was very surprised and asked if Leanna would go with them. The girl explained that newcomers need at least a week to get acquainted with the work process. Leanna said that when it was his turn to stay on duty, Dr. Liu would be his mentor. The guy was very surprised by Leanna's words and asked if he could join them. The woman frowned and asked if it was too much to ask, that they go with her to the ward first, and then go to the emergency room together. Meanwhile, Leon put on his robe and he and the other newcomers entered the office. The woman inside asked Leanna if that handsome guy behind her was her new doctor. Leanna informed her that these were their new interns. Jasper then introduced himself, giving his name and saying that he had recently joined the cardiac surgery department. However, the woman explained that she did not mean him. Then the main character introduced himself as an intern in the cardiac surgery department. The woman suddenly complained of pain in her heart and asked the doctor to examine her immediately. Leon froze in surprise, thinking that he did not expect his first day in his new profession to be so eventful. The girl then told the future doctors to finish their rounds and head straight to the emergency room. At that moment, she turned around and asked Leon not to go on rounds with them anymore. Leon was very surprised and asked why he should not participate in rounds, since he believed that it was his duty. Leanna explained that she was worried that the patients' hearts might fail, and Leon was taken aback and asked her for forgiveness. At that moment, a gurney with a man lying on it appeared behind them, and the woman shouted to all the doctors to step aside and let them through. The woman shouted at the doctors, saying that they were all doctors and had an obligation to help her son. Leanna asked the woman to step aside and explained that doctors would examine her son. Leon noticed that the man had been shot in the stomach. He was shocked and asked if her son had been in a fight with anyone. The enraged woman asked Leon why he was interrogating her. She demanded that he call the head doctor to perform surgery on her son. Then the protagonist pointed to his son and said that it was a puncture wound, a minor injury, and that they would stitch it up themselves. The woman angrily pushed Leon and demanded to know his age, questioning his qualifications, saying he had no experience treating her son. In response, Jasper told the woman that he had a medical background and graduated from Fudan University, and he assured her that he had the necessary skills to treat her son. The woman asked Jasper about his qualifications, saying that she was the head of the ministry and that if anything happened to her son, he would be held accountable. Then Jasper became horrified and began to retreat, doubting himself. Leanne, surprised, asked Jasper if he really believed he couldn't handle the surgery, and he admitted that he didn't feel competent enough to stitch up such a wound. Then Leanna asked Leon and Sasha if they could handle the operation. Leon confidently told the girl that he could do it. The woman then shouted, declaring that she would not allow anyone other than the head doctor to operate on her son. Leon agreed to her terms, but pointed out that if they waited for the head doctor, her son might die. Liana and Sasha were stunned by Leon's words. The woman, in a rage, demanded to know how Leon dared to say such things to her, and she warned that she would sue him. The girl then reminded the woman that she was the main duty officer for the day and offered to stitch up her son's wound if she didn't mind. Otherwise, they would have to leave. The woman agreed with Liana's proposal, but added that if she did not do it properly, there would be consequences. The doctors prepared the operating room. Jasper approached the girl and expressed a desire to help her during the operation. He hoped to become her favorite student. However, Liana told Jasper that if he was afraid to do such a simple stitch, he would never be her favorite. Then she told Jasper to step aside. The doctor froze in surprise, realizing that he had made a big mistake. Liana instructed Leon that he would assist her. So far, everything was going well. Liana mentioned that the muscles and fat tissue had been stitched up and only skin was left. She asked Leon to try to put in stitches. Leon agreed and began to stitch up the entire wound. He did everything perfectly and did not make a single mistake. Liana watched him and was very surprised by his skill. A few minutes later, Leon had completely stitched up the wound. Liana thought that it would take at least 10 years of experience to stitch up a wound like that. Jasper, however, was outraged, saying that there was nothing impressive about it. After they left the operating room, a woman ran up to them and asked how the operation went. The woman then noticed that the doctors had successfully stitched up her son's wound. She started screaming, asking what kind of stitches they had used and whether they would leave a huge scar on her son's body. Liana and Leon were very surprised by her reaction, realizing that she didn't understand anything at all. Liana told the woman that this was normal and that such a large wound could not help but leave scars. The woman asked the girl who she thought she was, and she threatened that with just one phone call they would both lose their jobs. At that very moment, Leon shielded the girl with his body and told the woman that they would see who would end up getting fired. The woman then asked her sister to look after her son and said that she would call his father to sort this matter out. She told her sister that serious measures needed to be taken. At this point, Sasha got scared and asked the girl and Leon what to do. Leon looked at Sasha and asked if she was filming all of this. The girl doctor told the main character that the woman was behaving very inappropriately and that it would be useful to have a video recording as an alibi. She suggested that it could help them. Leon agreed and asked her to send him the video. Leon then sent the video to Mayor Rosalind, telling her that it looked like the woman was the director of the Ministry of Construction. He explained that she was causing them huge problems and asked her to help resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Jasper called his uncle and told him that Leon was currently getting his wound stitched up. He said that the family was unhappy and wanted to complain. His uncle replied that he knew about it and that he and the chief were already on their way. He seemed pleased, thinking that Leon would soon be thrown out. At this time, Liana, Leon, and Sasha were sitting in the office and drinking tea when they noticed someone entering the room. It turned out that the vice president of Huashan Jiraiya Hospital had arrived with Jasper's uncle, and now they were all looking at the girl. Jasper's uncle became angry and asked the girl how she could trust a newbie to carry out such an operation. Liana replied that she had done nothing wrong. She explained that the patient's family was creating problems for no reason. Jasper's uncle, however, insisted that it didn't matter. He thought it would be better to fire the newcomer. Jiraiya then asked Leon to show him the patient's file, as he wanted to look into the matter personally. Jasper's uncle told Principal Jiraiya that everything was clear at first glance. He said that Leon was new and still didn't understand a lot of things. Just at that moment, a sobbing woman suddenly appeared in the corridor. She approached the doctors and apologized, saying that she had made a mistake. Jasper's uncle and everyone else were very surprised and could not understand why the woman was running towards them. The woman grabbed Liana's hand and begged for another chance, declaring that if she was fired, she would be finished. At that moment, the doctor remembered how Leon approached the girl and said that he wanted to see who would end up getting fired. Liana turned around, thinking about Leon's words. She was puzzled because she couldn't understand how he knew that the woman was going to be fired. Meanwhile, Leon sat silently to the side. The woman cried, asking the girl to forgive her. She explained that her husband had also been fired, and her family had nothing to live on. The director said he thought it was just a misunderstanding and hoped the woman would leave them alone. He informed all the doctors that this incident should not be told to anyone. He emphasized that the patient had undergone the correct operation. Then Lina appeared in front of the protagonist and told the protagonist that he would receive 100,000 points for saving the patient. Lina also mentioned that the professional degree was now 10% complete, and Leon could perform sutures at a professional level. Leon asked if the suturing technique was really that good. Lina explained that what Leon had learned before were just basic techniques. He added that this was the best clinical skill. At this moment, Liana approached the main character and asked what he was doing. Leon asked the girl if she needed him. Liana then told the protagonist to get ready, as he would soon have to undergo a test. Sasha then asked the girl if she was really going to test Leon on suturing nerves and blood vessels. As it was a very difficult task, she mentioned that such suturing usually requires at least 5 years of experience. Liana told her to go to the control room and bring an electron microscope. A couple of minutes later, she returned, telling the girl that the control room had informed her that the electron microscope was broken. Sasha informed the girl that if she intended to check Leon for suturing of nerves and blood vessels, then it was unlikely to happen today. Liana listened attentively and suggested that they wait for a new microscope. However, Leon intervened, saying that they did not need an electron microscope. He said that he could manage without it. He asked Sasha to bring a regular microscope. Liana asked Leon if he thought they could suture nerves and vessels using a regular microscope. Leon nodded and told the girl that it was almost the same. He assured her that since it was just a test, no one would get hurt. Jasper, listening from the sidelines, asked Leon if he was becoming too self-confident. Leon replied that it was normal for Jasper not to understand, but Leon was already far beyond his level. Liana thought about it and realized that it might be worth trying, so she asked Sasha to bring a regular microscope. A couple of minutes later, Leon appeared and was ready to begin testing, and all the doctors were ready to observe the results. Leon made precise movements, quickly performing the operation on the vessels and tissues, and after a few minutes, he announced that he had completed the test. Sasha, Jasper, and Liana were very surprised. Liana looked at the wound and realized that Leon had stitched it up very carefully, with even threads, and the job had been done quickly. Liana was amazed and asked Leon how he managed to do it so skillfully and neatly. Leon told the girl that it wasn't that hard. Then he asked if he passed the test. The woman looked at Leon silently, impressed by his skill. Then Liana said that from now on he would be her right hand. She said that she would take him with her to operations at the hospital. Sasha congratulated him, saying that he had done a great job. Jasper, however, was angry. He thought that it was just stitches and did not understand what there was to be proud of. Later, Leon and Liana were sitting in the office. He then asked his assistant to bring lunch to the office. Liana then asked Leon to listen carefully as she had an important surgery scheduled the next day. She explained that she had simulated the whole process many times but wanted to get his opinion. Then the main character asked the girl if, with all her skills and experience, she really needed his opinion about the operation. Liana replied that the risks are related to 2 factors: the patient's condition and the person's personality. Leon was surprised by Liana's words and asked her who she meant. Liana explained that he would soon learn about their patient. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and the deputy head of the Huashan Hospital's material department, Donovan, entered the office. He wanted to talk to the girl. Liana was surprised and asked what happened. Donovan told the girl that it was almost noon and she had not eaten yet. He said that he had brought her something to eat. However, Liana responded by telling him that there was no need for that. She mentioned that Leon had already ordered food and they would have dinner together. Donovan looked at the hero angrily, wondering where this young doctor had come from. He then asked how food from a delivery service could be nutritious. He explained that he had bought roast duck legs and beef bone soup, which he thought were healthy. At that moment, the office door opened and Leon realized that his assistant had arrived. Donovan looked at the dishes Leon had ordered and realized that his food was no match. Leon, however, said that he just wanted a snack, but Van misunderstood his request. Liana, looking at the abundance of food, thanked Donovan for his concern and noted that they had enough food. Donovan, realizing that he was not needed, decided to leave the room. As he left, he thought to himself that he had no chance of winning Liana's favor. Leon then told the girl that they were not finished with their conversation. He asked her who would have the operation. Suddenly, Liana told the protagonist that the boss would be involved in the operation. Leon asked if it was true. He said it was great. Liana explained that tomorrow she would be an assistant, and the surgery would be performed by 2 head doctors. She mentioned that she would only be responsible for suturing and was a little nervous about it. Then Liana said that where the heart is, there was an aneurysm and a thick cut, which was the problem. Leon admitted that it was a very complex surgery, and one wrong move could have caused the patient's blood pressure to rise, potentially leading to death. He also noted that the patient weighed 180 kilograms, which made the procedure even more difficult. Liana asked if he had any recommendations. She wanted to know what he thought. Liana also mentioned that due to the patient's specific condition, it was impossible to find a foreign doctor for this operation, so she wanted to provide the protagonist with such an opportunity. Leon agreed with the girl and said that he would develop a plan for the operation. He told her that she could use it if she thought it would be useful. Liana, not understanding anything, asked Leon if he was going to have lunch. However, Leon replied that he needed to finish writing the report first. 6 hours later, after finishing his report, Leon felt very tired. At that moment, Liana entered the room and noticed that Leon was still sitting at his desk. She admired his dedication and told him that he didn't have to work the night shift that night and that he should finish work as it was getting late. However, Leon told the girl that he had already finished the report. Liana froze in surprise, but then suddenly she became angry. She accused Leon of lying, saying that there was no way he could have finished writing the operation report so quickly. Liana cuddled up to the protagonist and decided to take a look at what he had written.